Liu Shaojun, a traveler across parallel worlds, is on the cusp of graduating from university, harboring aspirations of returning home to live off his parents. Little did he anticipate the activation of a cutting-edge technological system. Thus, a titan of advanced technology was born. With virtual brain-computer interfaces, bioengineered robots, bioelectric batteries, hovering automobiles, and DNA storage, Liu Shaojun found himself fielding questions from reporters. Mr. Liu, superdimensional technology is poised to monopolize global technological advancement. What are your thoughts? Liu Shaojun replied, "You are mistaken. I am not monopolizing the world, but rather transforming it." Chapter 89, Exclusive Agency Model. "Well, Mom, I can finally see the real you." The boy suddenly embraced his mother tightly, his cries echoing in the air. The unexpected turn of events left the woman momentarily bewildered. Once she regained her composure, tears cascaded down her cheeks. The mother and son stood at the entrance of the community, weeping like two sorrowful souls. The man nearby resembled a deflated balloon, completely at ease. The delivery driver also sighed in relief, grateful there were no mishaps. "I knew it. How could superdimensional technology's products possibly fail?" After the delivery driver had the man sign for the package, he promptly departed. At that moment, during the morning rush hour, a throng of people gathered at the community entrance. Initially, everyone was puzzled about what had transpired with the family of three. Fortunately, a neighbor provided an explanation, and understanding dawned upon the crowd. It turned out that a monumental blessing had befallen the family. The scene of the three embracing at the community entrance was disseminated across various online platforms. In no time, major media outlets and bloggers began to share it, propelling the video to the top of the trending charts. Netizens expressed their opinions, stating, "These are tears of joy. It has truly been a challenging journey, spending 15 years in darkness. This boy is incredibly resilient." The advent of superdimensional technology has indeed transformed so much. In addition to this video, other users began to share their experiences across major online platforms. From articles, videos, and posts published by users, it became evident that the assistive devices for the deaf, mute, and blind were undeniably effective. With the aid of these devices, the deaf and mute could communicate seamlessly with others, enjoying high levels of timeliness and accuracy in their exchanges. The effectiveness of the glasses for the blind was equally impressive, as the images captured by the glasses were directly transmitted to the nervous system, generating visual images in the brain. That afternoon, a delightful story regarding the assistive devices for the deaf, mute, and blind surged ahead of all others, claiming the top spot on the trending list. In Hongqiang, at the Superdimensional Technology Building, three couples entered, each accompanied by their children, proudly holding bright yellow banners. In the CEO's office, Liu Shaojun wore an unusual expression. A user had come to the company to present a banner. Such a rare occurrence. Liu Shaojun inquired, "Where's the visiting user now?" Chun Xiao replied, "In a reception area." After a moment's thought, Liu Shaojun said, "Let's go see. It's the first time a user has visited the company, and I'm not busy at the moment." Liu Shaojun's personal reception of the three families presenting banners left them both astonished and elated. After a friendly exchange, the users unveiled the banners, which bore the inscriptions, "May fortune and prosperity abound, and may success bring countless blessings," serving thousands of households, spreading the resounding voice of the times. A timely gift in times of need, a conscientious enterprise. To this, Liu Shaojun expressed his gratitude and made a promise. "Thank you for your recognition and support. Superdimensional technology will undoubtedly unveil more beneficial and citizen-friendly technological products in the future." After the users departed, Liu Shaojun handed the three banners to Chun Xiao. Chun Xiao was momentarily taken aback and asked, "Director Liu, should we hang these in your office?" Liu Shaojun's lips twitched slightly as he replied, "There's no need. Perhaps you could ask old Sue and the others if they would like them." Contemplating the banners in her hands, Chun Xiao summoned a young receptionist. "These three banners will be displayed in the reception area." "Understood, Secretary Chun." The incident of superdimensional technology receiving banners from users was predictably transmitted online. Shortly thereafter, photographs of Liu Shaojun with the three families also made their way onto the internet. Goodness, a user visit, and the company's big boss personally meets them? Truly my idol. The vision is unparalleled. To be fair, aren't banners typically given to doctors? Let me clarify. The recipients of banners can include individuals, groups, or organizations and are not limited to doctors. I too wish to present a banner to superdimensional technology. I've already thought of the slogan. Remarkable. That's acceptable. The slogan is concise and impactful. While the outside world buzzed with excitement, within superdimensional technology's expansive roundtable conference room, the atmosphere was equally lively. The dozens of attendees were all senior representatives from prominent gaming companies, both domestic and international. The specific implementation plan for the exclusive agency model had been fully formulated. The purpose of gathering these representatives was to inform them of this development. The exclusive agency model differed significantly from other models. Therefore, when Yu Hua concluded his presentation, the conference room fell into a hushed silence, soon followed by a wave of murmured discussions. Exclusive agency? Oh dear, that's not a good idea. The exclusive agency model poses too great a threat to our gaming companies. Superdimensional technology should not be so domineering. After a brief uproar in the conference room, a voice cut through the noise, reaching everyone's ears. We at Take-Two agree to develop a brand new game, which will only be released on a virtual brain-computer interface. The representative from Take-Two instantly captured everyone's attention. Yu Hua and Luo Yilong exchanged glances, both sharing a smile of mutual understanding. It seemed that last year's blacklisting had left a significant shadow over Take-Two. At that moment, two additional voices chimed in. We at Ubisoft are also willing to join the exclusive agency model. We at Activision Blizzard are on board as well. Immediately, many representatives from various companies were taken aback, turning to look at Activision Blizzard's negotiation representative. The inclusion of Take-Two and Ubisoft in the exclusive agency model was understandable, but Activision Blizzard's involvement was met with some confusion. As a subsidiary of Microsoft, Activision Blizzard was inherently linked to the Xbox gaming console, which was also a Microsoft brand. The introduction of the exclusive agency model by Superdimensional Technology would inevitably infringe upon the interests of the Xbox gaming console. However, the representative from Activision Blizzard remained unfazed under the scrutiny of the crowd. If Xbox consoles fail to sell, what concern is that of Activision Blizzard? Even within a single company, different departments experience competitive profit motives. How much more so between two distinct brands? As long as Activision Blizzard's year-end financial report shines brightly, the parent company, Microsoft, would merely turn a blind eye. Upon noticing the peculiar shift in the atmosphere of the conference room, Luo Yilong took the initiative to inquire. Ladies and gentlemen, regarding the decision to adopt an exclusive agency model, I encourage you to communicate with your superiors. In 3 days, we shall convene for the final confirmation meeting. The announcement of Shaojun Technology's establishment of an exclusive agency model emerged shortly after the conclusion of the meeting. The informant accompanied this revelation with a brief interview featuring an executive from a renowned foreign gaming company. The abrupt introduction of the exclusive agency model by Shaojun Technology has left us quite perplexed. In essence, the exclusive agency model is akin to a double-edged sword. It promises substantial rewards while simultaneously entailing considerable risks. Chapter 90. What distinguishes this from robbery? The virtual realm undeniably resembles a crimson ocean, and virtual gaming represents a burgeoning frontier in the future of entertainment. However, the emergence of virtual brain-machine interfaces has been rather abrupt. Leading gaming companies worldwide, alongside the major global gaming distribution platforms, are bound by contractual agreements. Notably, the three principal gaming console platforms have established countless collaborations. To put it bluntly, prior to the advent of the virtual brain machine, Sony's PlayStation, Microsoft's Xbox, and Nintendo's Switch were the objects of fervent devotion from various gaming companies. Absent a formidable distribution platform, even the most exceptional games struggle to generate substantial revenue. Consequently, major gaming companies have forged long-term partnerships with platforms such as PS, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and Steam. Should these companies adopt the exclusive agency model proposed by Superdimensional Technology, they would inevitably incur exorbitant penalties for breach of contract. The willingness of companies like Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, and Take-Two to initially embrace this exclusive agency model stems from specific motivations. Activision Blizzard, with its deep pockets, is also a favored child of Microsoft. Ubisoft operates its own distribution platform, UPLAY, maintaining fewer collaborations with other platforms. Similarly, Take-Two is affluent and willing to disregard all else to regain Superdimensional Technology's favor. The industry insiders immediately perceive that the exclusive agency model poses a dire threat to the declining console industry, potentially leading it to irreversible ruin. Since the launch of the virtual brain machine, the sales of the three major gaming console brands have plummeted dramatically. The global scale of gaming consoles has contracted by nearly 65 compared to 2018. With Superdimensional Technology's introduction of the exclusive agency model, it has effectively snuffed out the last breath of the console industry. Upon hearing this news in Europe and America, platforms such as PS, Xbox, Nintendo Switch, and Steam convened urgent meetings. The headquarters of Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo also assembled their respective executive councils. In a lavishly adorned estate in the suburbs of Washington, a middle-aged man briskly entered a study. Within, a man clad in a cream-colored robe was engrossed in writing. "Sir, significant news has arrived from China." The robed man did not lift his gaze, his voice calm and composed. "What news?" The middle-aged man replied. "Superdimensional Technology is conducting a screening for corporate espionage, and our agents may be at risk of exposure." The robed man's tone remained unperturbed. "In that case, discard these individuals. Those lacking value can be cast aside at any moment." "Understood." The middle-aged man responded decisively. He continued, "Sir, Mr. David from Goldman Sachs has invited you to dinner at his estate this evening." The robed man scoffed softly. "Is the Wall Street vampire so eager? Tell him I have prior engagements this evening with a few old friends from Europe, and I am unable to attend." "Very well, sir." March 15th is destined to be a day of global significance. The instant translation software developed by Superdimensional Technology officially launched today. From March 15th to 17th, customers can experience this service free of charge for 3 days. Consequently, the ordinary onlookers can hardly contain their excitement. Zheng Zhikai is one such individual. Rising early from his slumber, he discarded several crumpled papers into the trash, then retrieved his phone and accessed Superdimensional Technology's official website. After locating the instant translation software for personal users, he promptly clicked to download. As long as the app Second World is installed on his phone, he can log in directly without registration. Upon obtaining the 3-day free trial, Zheng Zhikai wasted no time and opened the Second World app for the Asia-Pacific region. Last night, he had engaged in a heated exchange with a Japanese individual on the internet for several hours. Lacking proficiency in Japanese, he had been compelled to switch back and forth between the translation software and the Second World app. This had adversely affected his performance. Now, armed with this remarkable tool, Zheng Zhikai is determined to unleash his wrath upon the Japanese individual, honoring the sacrifices of the anti-Japanese heroes. Upon entering the Asia-Pacific region's Second World app, the entire interface seamlessly transformed into Chinese. He casually browsed various forums and live streams, noticing that the text was automatically translated into Chinese. Most intriguingly, the instant translation software adeptly interpreted the tone of the text's author. For instance, when a foreigner exclaimed "WTF," the software translated it as "what the hell." The translations were refreshingly colloquial, adapting to different contexts, a feat that current products like Google Translate struggle to achieve. After an initial experience with the software's remarkable capabilities, Zheng Zhikai promptly sought out the Japanese individual from last night. Regardless of whether the person was online, he unleashed a torrent of invective, targeting the individual's mother and extending his vitriol to encompass the entire lineage without restraint. While Zheng Zhikai reveled in his online escapades, initial feedback from the instant translation software began to pour in. Netizens hailed it as a quintessential application for internet surfing. Professional scholars and experts noted its exceptional accuracy in translating papers and academic reports. Industry insiders described it as a revolutionary translation product, capable of significantly reducing operational costs for small to medium-sized multinational enterprises. As the data continued to accumulate, by the afternoon of the 15th, several large internet companies began inquiring about Superdimensional Technology. Domestic e-commerce giants like Alibaba and Pinduoduo, as well as international entities such as Yahoo and MySpace, the second largest social networking site globally, expressed interest. Among them, Pinduoduo exhibited the most enthusiasm and urgency in acquiring the instant translation service, as the company sought to expand into international markets, but faced escalating operational costs that hampered its progress. The introduction of instant translation services could potentially reduce operational costs by at least 40%. However, even so, Pinduoduo was taken aback upon hearing the price for enterprise-level instant translation services, nearly gasping in disbelief. The annual fee for such services amounted to 35 million, approximately 253 billion renminbi, not accounting for exchange rate fluctuations. This pricing seemed no different from outright robbery. On the evening of March 15th, this price was leaked, prompting netizens to exclaim in disbelief. Small and medium-sized enterprises lamented the disruption. In Oxford, the CEO of Nielsen Company, Bob, sat in his office, chuckling at the news reports emanating from China. The intentions of Superdimensional Technology were unmistakable, to position its instant translation software in direct competition with Office and EDA software. A little-known fact is that Office productivity software is one of Microsoft's most lucrative ventures. According to Microsoft's 2021 financial report, Office products and related cloud services constituted Microsoft's second-largest core business, generating an annual revenue of 39,872 billion. Chapter 91, Pure Delight. EDA software is an indispensable tool in the semiconductor industry, one that cannot be overlooked. The three major EDA software titans, Synopsys, Cadence, and Siemens EDA, have made their mark with exceptional tools, effortlessly raking in profits. The pinnacle of earning money is to simply wait for others to deliver their payments to your doorstep. All you need to do is sit back and count your riches. Shaojun Technology possesses both the capability and confidence to command a premium price for its instant translation software. Currently, it stands alone in the global market, offering such exceptional product services. As I have reiterated, despite the steep costs associated with these services, PingDD did not hesitate for a moment and promptly acquired an enterprise-level solution. The rationale is simple. The operational costs saved, coupled with the profits generated from market expansion, can more than offset this expenditure, especially when compared to the annual payment of 25.3 billion renminbi to Shaojun Technology. Other consulting internet enterprises, such as Alibaba, Yahoo, and MySpace, similarly exhibited no reluctance, swiftly paying deposits after their consultations. On the evening of March 15th, around 9 o'clock, as the instant translation software dominated trending searches, Shaojun Technology's official website discreetly updated with a significant announcement. Following deliberations at a company executive meeting, President Liu Shaojun signed a directive stating that, effective March 20th, 2023, the operation of virtual games would be divided into exclusive and ordinary agency models. For virtual games, under the exclusive agency model, the purchase commission rate would be reduced from 60 to 50, while the in-game item commission rate would be lowered from 15 to 12. In contrast, the ordinary agency model would maintain the purchase commission rate, but increase the in-game item commission rate to 20. Currently, members of the exclusive agency alliance include Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, Take-Two, Electronic Arts, Sony Interactive Entertainment, and Konami. As a pioneer and leader in cutting-edge technology, Shaojun Technology's official website is perpetually under the scrutiny of media and institutions. Consequently, following this announcement, it was rapidly disseminated across the globe, with foreign media leading the charge in commentary and reporting. Headlines included: the era of game consoles officially ends on March 15th, 2023, from a New York Times, and driven by massive profits in virtual gaming. Companies like Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft have chosen submission from the Sun. The Daily Telegraph noted, Shaojun Technology's dimensional reduction strike has caused the collapse of PC game digital platforms, while mobile digital distribution platforms have escaped unscathed. The Guardian remarked, in light of the era's trends, Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo can only resign themselves to their fate. As The Guardian indicated, on the following day after Shaojun Technology's website update, an insider from Microsoft disclosed that the board had effectively agreed to cease investment in the development of Xbox-related products by 2025. Sony and Nintendo, too, sent internal emails announcing optimization adjustments for their respective PS and Nintendo Switch product services. The cascade of news left industry insiders in a state of profound reflection. In the face of overwhelming trends, no matter how illustrious one's past, one may still be cast aside by the tides of time. In the early 2000s, Yahoo was the vanguard of the internet, virtually invincible during its heyday. However, it was not long before Google emerged, displacing Yahoo from its throne. In the 1980s and 90s, Microsoft, wielding its Windows operating system and Office software, dominated the global software industry, effectively establishing a Microsoft empire. Unfortunately, as the 21st century dawned, Microsoft missed the rapid development of mobile internet, and coupled with sluggish product innovation, it faced a decline reminiscent of a setting sun. Fortunately, by seizing the opportunity presented by cloud computing and big data, Microsoft managed to regain some of its former glory. In recent years, the concept of the metaverse has gained momentum, with major internet giants making strategic moves to establish their presence within this realm. Facebook even rebranded itself as Meta, shifting its developmental focus from social media to the metaverse sector. Undoubtedly, the metaverse and virtual reality represent the future paradigm of the internet. Yet, just as the metaverse landscape remained in its infancy and virtual reality was still in exploratory phases, Shaojun Technology emerged, unveiling its virtual brain-machine interface and ushering in a new virtual world. The future of the internet is firmly grasped in the hands of Shaojun Technology. As a segment of the internet industry, gaming must adapt to the overarching trends of internet development to survive. While industry experts analyze the situation with professionalism, the perspectives of netizens diverge. What a bold move, President Liu, single-handedly dismantling the entire game console industry, they exclaim. Yet, it is not merely the game console sector that has been shaken. The entire game digital distribution platform industry has also experienced seismic upheaval. Shaojun Technology's audacity in disrupting industries is one thing, but what we truly desire to witness is a transformation of the world. Amidst the external clamor, employees at Shaojun Technology's mid to lower management levels are equally exhilarated by the news circulating online, reveling in their company's remarkable achievements. In the executive lounge, core executives including Liu Shaojun, Su Jijun, Lin Ryu, Lin Ruoxue, Yu Hua, and Luo Yilong gather. Each floor of the building hosts a similar lounge, providing a space for employees to unwind during work hours, complete with complimentary amenities such as movies, karaoke, coffee, and snacks. As Su Jijun engages in casual conversation, Liu Shaojun leisurely enjoys the fruit salad prepared by Lin Ryu. However, a sense of unease permeates the atmosphere. Lin Ryu, with a slight furrow in her brow, speaks up. Su Jijun nods in agreement. I too sense something amiss. Microsoft, Sony, and Nintendo seem to show no signs of resistance whatsoever. Liu Shaojun hands the fruit salad to Lin Ryu, wipes his mouth, and remarks, there must be a conspiracy at play. Do you think it's feasible to expect a group of capitalists to relinquish their profits? Luo Yilong immediately responds, if there exists an even more enticing opportunity before them, then it becomes a distinct possibility. Yu Hua chuckles, being perceived as a piece of prime meat feels rather peculiar. This remark elicits laughter from the other executives. Although they are aware that there is likely a conspiracy involved, the atmosphere in the lounge remains lighthearted. Ultimately, Liu Shaojun's relaxed demeanor reassures everyone that, regardless of the machinations at hand, Shaojun Technology is more than capable of navigating any challenges. At that moment, Chun Xiao entered the room, presenting a document to Liu Shaojun. President Liu, here is the audited financial report for the instant translation product. Liu Shaojun inquired, is there an electronic version? Please share it so we can all review it together. Indeed, she replied. After a brief pause, the group turned their attention to the holographic display. A total of 167 large enterprises from around the globe have opted for Shaojun Technology's enterprise-level instant translation solution. With contracts signed annually at a rate of $35 million per company, the enterprise-level solution has generated an astounding revenue of $584.5 billion. This set of data left everyone in a state of shock. A smile crept across Liu Shaojun's lips. This rush of revenue feels absolutely exhilarating. Chapter 92, we have arrived. The potential of enterprise-level instant translation services has yet to be fully realized. Currently, with only 167 clients, the number is still quite limited. In essence, all Fortune 500 companies are potential clients for instant translation services. Additionally, those large enterprises that remain privately held and aim to expand into international markets are also among the potential clientele. During the process of international business expansion, the issue of product localization becomes a paramount challenge for any enterprise. Often, to ensure the smooth development of international operations, companies may resort to developing two or even multiple versions of their products. This inadvertently escalates operational costs. The advent of instant translation software presents a perfect solution to this dilemma, assisting companies in minimizing unnecessary investments. In return, these enterprises are obliged to pay Shaojun Technology an annual fee of $35 million. Beyond the enterprise-level solution, other versions of the instant translation service have also performed commendably. The standard version, priced at 60 renminbi per month, boasts a global user base of 12 million, generating revenues of 727.2 billion renminbi. The family version, with an annual fee of 689 renminbi, has attracted 65 million global users, yielding revenues of 595.9 billion renminbi. The annual fee for the educational version is 999 yuan, with a global user base of 17 million, generating a revenue of 91.6 billion renminbi. The professional version, on the other hand, comes at an annual cost of 999 yuan, serving 15 million users and accumulating a revenue of 147 billion renminbi. Excluding fluctuations in exchange rates, the instant translation service has contributed an astounding total of 104 billion to Hyperdimensional Technology. Such figures are indeed astonishing. However, this level of revenue is only realized once a year, as all versions, apart from the standard, operate on an annual subscription model. Liu Shaojun set down his juice and remarked, aside from enterprise-level solutions, both the educational and professional versions will be focal points for the future of instant translation services. Initially, due to time constraints, the instant translation solutions aimed at small and medium-sized enterprises were not developed. We must now address this shortcoming. with solutions for smaller enterprises priced slightly lower than the professional version, while those for medium-sized enterprises will be somewhat higher. After a brief pause, Shaojun continued. In the future, we must persistently and significantly increase our funding for academia and strengthen our collaborations with academic journals and publications. As for the instant translation service, enterprise-level solutions are, of course, our primary focus. However, the educational and professional versions are equally important. From any perspective, education is a highly lucrative industry, especially in Huagua, where parents are invariably willing to invest in their children's education. This is evident from user analysis reports indicating that nearly 40 of educational version users hail from Huagua. The frenzy surrounding the Xiaobawang learning machine is attributed to its marketing strategies being effectively intertwined with the learning experience. The professional version also receives considerable attention from Hyperdimensional Technology, primarily due to its unique clientele in academia, including graduate and doctoral students. These users subscribe to the instant translation service primarily for translating downloaded papers, academic reports, scholarly journals, and other highly specialized articles. The premium pricing of the professional version is a reflection of the extensive and niche terminology involved to gather this data and continuously update the database. Hyperdimensional Technology has incurred substantial costs. The hallmark of the professional version is its rigor and specialization, tailored specifically for academic discourse. To this end, Hyperdimensional Technology has invested $8 billion in funding agreements with leading global universities, research laboratories, and renowned academic journals. They have employed over 4,000 professors and scholars to meticulously organize and proofread the collected lexicon. Such expenditures are inevitably offset by increasing service prices. The financial report for the instant translation software, once published on the Hyperdimensional Technology website, did not stir significant waves. Long before the launch of the instant translation service, major global data analysis firms had released predictive reports. The reported $104 billion revenue from the instant translation service surpassed Wall Street analyst estimates by 5 percentage points. This discrepancy highlights the acumen of Wall Street analysts. The variance between estimated and actual figures primarily stems from the sales of the educational version, which exceeded analysts' expectations in the Greater China region. Discussions regarding the instant translation software have been incessant over the past few days. Following the conclusion of the 3-day trial period, users accustomed to complimentary access in Huagua were suddenly bereft of their internet surfing tool, leading to a natural decline in their spirits. Consequently, they took to the internet in search of pirated solutions. Brothers and sisters, is there a way to access the instant translation software for free? What do the hackers in Russia have to say? What are you thinking? There is simply no possibility of cracking this software. To clarify, while the software itself can be cracked, accessing the cloud and database is impossible, rendering any translated data as gibberish. The audacity of those attempting to hack into Hyperdimensional Technology's product is astounding. Do you really believe you can breach their system? After scouring the web and finding nothing, users ultimately resigned to the fact. Upon hearing of this, Shaojun couldn't help but chuckle. Netizens in Huagua are truly something else. If they can get it for free, they will never spend a single penny. However, the desire to crack the instant translation software is utterly misguided. The core of the instant translation software lies in artificial intelligence, built upon a vast reservoir of data, with its outputs delivered via cloud services. To attempt a breach, one would need to compromise Hyperdimensional Technology's security system, which is virtually impossible. With the dual AIs, Xiao Yi and Mi Su, guarding the system, no one but Shaojun could infiltrate Hyperdimensional Technology's network. Time quietly passed, and as April 1st arrived, the virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputer were set to be released in North America. Beginning March 26th, consumers lined up outside stores qualified to sell the virtual brain machine. To prevent any unforeseen incidents, a substantial police presence was deployed to patrol the malls and storefronts. This phenomenon sparked widespread discussion across Europe and America. Previously, such queues had only been seen during the release of Apple products, but never a week in advance. A prominent American television station dispatched reporters to the largest mall in Washington for coverage. The first young man in line, visibly excited, stated, "I can't wait for April 1st to arrive so I can take the virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputer home and not leave for a month." Others in line eagerly chimed in, "The virtual world, we are coming." Chapter 93. No mistakes will be made. Concurrently with the launch of the virtual brain machine in North America, the reimagined StarCraft, Starry Sky by Activision Blizzard, and the newly refined Ghost Recon Shadows by Ubisoft would also be available on the virtual brain machine. Last year, Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, and Hyperdimensional Technology had entered into agreements. The initial wave of profits in the European and American markets would undoubtedly benefit them. Since Ubisoft and Blizzard supported Hyperdimensional Technology, it was only fitting that Hyperdimensional Technology reciprocate by sharing the spoils. Thus, starting last year, both gaming companies convened executive meetings to discuss the launch of games for the virtual brain machine. Once the games were confirmed, they began to rally their studios to rework the games across multiple dimensions, including background settings, character development, plot design, and power systems. It can be said that StarCraft, Starry Sky, and Ghost Recon Shadows are entirely new games. Although StarCraft, Starry Sky retains many elements from the StarCraft series, Ghost Recon Shadows is a completely different game, merely adopting the Ghost Recon prefix. Since the launch of Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty on the virtual brain machine, how much have they earned for Ubisoft and Activision Blizzard? Nielsen Company compiled the financial reports of both companies and presented a set of data. Since their launch on October 15, 2022, Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty have generated revenues of $4.7 billion and $5.1 billion, respectively. Of the $4.7 billion revenue from Assassin's Creed, 24 came from game purchases, 74 from in-game purchases, and 2 from other sources. In Call of Duty, the $5.1 billion revenue comprised 28 from game purchases, 66 from in-game purchases, and 6 from other sources. In addition to revenue figures, user data for both games is remarkably impressive, with Assassin's Creed and Call of Duty boasting user counts of 43, 65 million, and 46, 18 million, respectively. The number of active users who engage in approximately 1 hour of gaming daily stands at 13, 21 million, and 14, 11 million, respectively. The remarkable success of these two titles can be attributed to a rather straightforward reason. There are only 3 games available in the Asia-Pacific region: Assassin's Creed, Call of Duty, and Endless Crisis. The latter, developed by Hyperdimensional Technology, is free to play, thereby attracting the largest user base. With limited choices and minimal competition, the performance of these games flourishes. Conversely, the competitive pressure in the European and American markets is considerably more intense. This has prompted both Ubisoft and Activision Blizzard to pursue the initial wave of market dividends in virtual gaming with sheer ambition, determined to seize it all. On the morning of the first of the month at 7 o'clock, shopping malls and various flagship stores opened their doors simultaneously. North American consumers lined up, their excitement palpable as they surged into the establishments. A virtual brain machine and a 2 terabytes holographic imaging microcomputer were procured, totaling $10,445. The demand was for 3 virtual brain machines, with hopes of swift delivery by the afternoon. The scenes within the malls and flagship stores were frenzied, as warehouses across major cities had prepared extensively in the days prior to ensure a smooth release of the virtual brain machines in North America. Hyperdimensional Technology had dispatched a considerable number of technicians a month in advance. The installation and adjustment of the virtual brain machines presented minimal difficulty, enabling the formation of a large installation team within a fortnight. As orders began to flow in, warehouses commenced shipping, with installation personnel following closely behind. Josh, who had just returned from the mall, stood at his doorstep anxiously awaiting the arrival of the delivery personnel. Through the Second World app, he learned that his virtual brain machine was scheduled for delivery that morning, with installation staff en route. At that moment, a delivery truck emblazoned with the Hyperdimensional Technology logo appeared. "Nice," Josh exclaimed in delight. Due to the pressing timeline and heavy workload, the installation team completed the setup of the virtual brain machine within 10 minutes, offering a brief reminder to contact customer service in case of any issues before hurriedly departing. Josh, however, paid little mind. His sole desire was to immerse himself in the virtual brain machine and embark on his journey into the virtual realm. Moments later, adorned with the virtual brain machine, Josh found himself awestruck by the astonishingly realistic world before him, rendered speechless by the experience. As virtual brain machines continued to ship, numerous North American users found themselves equally mesmerized by the virtual world, not just Josh. Shortly thereafter, players of StarCraft, Cosmos, and Ghost Recon Shadows began to surge in numbers. On April 2nd, in the United Kingdom, at the headquarters of Nielsen Company, CEO Bob sat at his computer, incessantly refreshing the Hyperdimensional Technology website. Many others around the globe mirrored Bob's anxious vigilance. Why hasn't it been released yet? Bob furrowed his brow, glancing at the time, which converted to local Chinese time indicated it was already 9:30 a.m. By this hour, the sales data for virtual brain machines in North America should have been available. Suddenly, Bob instinctively refreshed the page, and a brand new message materialized. In North America, across 23 countries, The 24-hour sales volume for virtual brain machines reached 61.28 million units, while the holographic imaging microcomputers sold 81.67 million units. The virtual game StarCraft, Cosmos amassed a staggering 236.7 billion in sales within 24 hours, with in-game item sales totaling 68.7 billion. The game was priced at a discounted 30 for its first week, attracting approximately 56 million buyers. The virtual game Ghost Recon Shadows achieved 218.6 billion in sales over the same period, with in-game item sales reaching 88.7 billion. Its first week price was discounted to 25, drawing roughly 52 million purchasers. Bob's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the data displayed on the page. "Oh my God, this must be a joke," he exclaimed, snatching a document from his desk. This document contained the estimations provided by Nielsen's analytical team, detailing projections for the three modules: virtual brain machines, holographic imaging microcomputers, and virtual games, all exhibiting discrepancies exceeding 25. With a wry smile, Bob slammed the document onto the table. "I swear, Nielsen will never conduct predictive analyses on superdimensional technology again." As the CEO of Nielsen, Bob had encountered countless commercial data, yet even he was taken aback. One can only imagine the reactions of others. The front page of Silicon Valley magazine featured 3 instances of the word incredible, while the Times boldly proclaimed that God resided within the superdimensional technology building. At Microsoft's headquarters, Mr. Gates made a rare appearance today. Seated in what once was his office, he scrutinized the financial report repeatedly. After a considerable pause, he lifted his gaze to the others in the office and inquired, "Gentlemen, are you certain there are no statistical errors?" A senior executive at Microsoft chuckled. This financial report was meticulously calculated by the auditing departments of both companies. Given the magnitude of the commercial data, no auditing department would dare to be negligent. As a publicly traded company, Microsoft's finances must be disclosed, leaving virtually no room for error. Although superdimensional technology is not required to disclose its financial data, it must maintain backups for regulatory scrutiny. Any errors in such colossal figures would result in serious consequences for the auditors. Setting down the financial report, Gates remarked, "Virtual gaming is undoubtedly the trend of the future. Our gaming division must pivot towards the virtual realm." The senior executives at Microsoft nodded in agreement. Although the old gentleman had retired, his influence within the company remained potent. Moreover, controlling a company sometimes hinges not on one's formal position, but rather on the impact one wields. Gates' pronouncement signaled the formal abandonment of the Xbox gaming console business by Microsoft. After departing from the company, Gates did not return home. Instead, he journeyed to a manor situated in the suburbs of Washington. A tall, blond, middle-aged man greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, Uncle Gates, welcome, Blair." "It has been too long," Gates replied, embracing the younger man. After their greeting, Gates puzzledly asked, "Blair, I recall you were friends with Lu Mingyuan. Are you planning to take advantage of his son? As an elder, you ought not to do such a thing." Blair chuckled. "Uncle Gates, you and my father are also friends. You certainly did not show me any leniency back in the day." Gates shook his head, chuckling silently, realizing that in the face of substantial profit, friendships and familial ties could easily be cast aside. Even siblings within a family often engage in direct or indirect competition, let alone among outsiders. By the lakeside in the Manor-esque garden, Gates inquired, "When do you intend to make your move?" Blair set down his coffee cup and replied, "Not certain yet. The first bait has been cast. We shall see if the fish will bite." At Superdimensional Technology, beside the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, Shaojun placed a USB drive before Lu Shaojun. "This is the access key to several data centers promised by the North American authorities, just delivered." Lu Shaojun picked up the USB drive, inserted it into his laptop, and after reviewing its contents and ensuring everything was in order, he secured the USB drive. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The sound of high heels clicking on the floor reached their ears. Turning to look, they found it was Lin Ruoxue. At that moment, Lin Ruoxue appeared quite serious. Lu Shaojun inquired, "Ruoxue, what is the matter?" Shaojun also cast a curious glance at Lin Ruoxue. Lin Ryu placed a document on the table and spoke in a grave tone. "During this round of internal assessments, the company has identified a total of 78 corporate spies. Among them, 28 are embedded close to mid-level and senior executives. The highest-ranking spy is a manager from the Artificial Intelligence Partners Department." "Such a large number?" Shaojun exclaimed in surprise, hastily picking up the list from the table to examine it. The more he read, the more troubled his expression became. Lu Shaojun, however, remained unfazed, leisurely sipping his juice. Lin Ruoxue cast a glance at Lu Shaojun and remarked, "There must be more corporate spies within the company, but they are exceptionally well hidden." If all else fails, I might seek assistance from Aunt Sue. Consulting your mother? What a ridiculous notion. Lu Shaojun immediately shook his head. Only children seek parental help for trivial matters. If Chao Wei Technology aspires to make its mark on the world and effect change, we must resolve the challenges we encounter independently. You all need to have confidence. We can solve these issues on our own. If we truly cannot, then I might call for parental guidance. But only then, Lu Shaojun added internally, clarifying that this was not an act of relying on one's parents. Only those who loaf at home and wait for handouts exhibit such behavior. In today's society, navigating and thriving is fundamentally a contest of resources, personal, familial, and social resources. The quantity and quality of these resources largely determine how far one can go and how high one can rise. Lu Shaojun glanced over the list of corporate spies and declared, since we can confirm their identities as spies, we should contact the authorities immediately. Regardless of whether these individuals have stolen company secrets or caused any manifest or latent damages, we must publicly disclose this list to all enterprises, thereby imposing a permanent industry-wide ban on these individuals. Lu Shaojun was no altruist. To achieve monumental success, one must not be overly compassionate. In this world, the darker aspects of human nature are an everlasting undercurrent. Attempting to illuminate the shadows with sunlight will only result in a deeper darkness that devours the faintest rays of light. Lu Shaojun's decision received unanimous approval from Su Jijun and Lin Ruoxue. Once Lin Ruoxue left Lu Shaojun's office, she convened a meeting within the security department. Following the meeting, several police vehicles arrived at the base of the Chao Wei Technology building. Employees confirmed to be involved in corporate espionage were taken away, while those whose identities as corporate spies were merely suspected were questioned by the police and subsequently dismissed from the company. The presence of law enforcement, coupled with the arrival of several senior executives from the security department, left no doubt among the employees that something significant was amiss. Unsurprisingly, that afternoon, an internal email was dispatched to all employees, detailing the events that had transpired that day. It was then that everyone comprehended the gravity of the situation, realizing it stemmed from corporate espionage. However, a chill swept through the employees as they recognized from the company's handling of the matter that anyone engaging in corporate espionage would not be met with leniency. The police intervention and industry-wide ban were clear indicators of the company's firm stance. News of Chao Wei Technology's actions against corporate spies naturally spread online. In this era, it is common for businesses with core competitive advantages to harbor corporate spies, but the challenge lies in detection. The corporate espionage cases involving General Motors and Volkswagen had once shocked the world, and such incidents have frequently surfaced in public discourse over the years. Therefore, while one might expect indifference, this particular event unexpectedly sparked trending discussions. President Liu, please exercise caution. Chao Wei Technology must remain vigilant. We cannot allow our virtual brain machine technology to fall into foreign hands. I recommend conducting regular counter-espionage operations, as the thieves from Eagle Country are relentless. If this had been any other company, netizens would likely have been indifferent to the issue of corporate spies. Yet, given that this company is Chao Wei Technology, a high-tech domestic enterprise, it merits the support and protection of the nation, regarded as a source of national pride. Chao Wei Technology responded with a spectacular surprise to the public. Chapter 95, Dimensional Strike. The second spring product launch event for Chao Wei Technology in 2023 is scheduled for April 15th at 6 p.m. Beijing time. The external world was truly impressed. The recently released hearing-impaired assistance devices were quickly followed by another product launch. A reputable industry publication remarked that Chao Wei Technology's pace of product releases was nothing short of astonishing. The article noted that the rapid release schedule of new products is closely tied to Chao Wei Technology's formidable profitability. Strong profitability enables greater funding for research and development, which in turn accelerates product innovation. Consequently, cutting-edge technological products dominate the global market. This virtuous cycle, combined with a robust research team, positions Chao Wei Technology as an invincible force. Aside from the astonishment at Chao Wei Technology's product launch cadence, another detail captivated public interest. The announcement of the upcoming product launch was accompanied by a promotional image. The image featured a group of young men and women enjoying a picturesque day outdoors by the lake. This straightforward promotional image left everyone bewildered. The previous promotional image had already confounded the audience, and now another was released. The marketing department of Chao Wei Technology had truly outdone themselves. Netizens flocked to Chao Wei Technology's official account, leaving comments urging the marketing team to share their home addresses. They intended to send local delicacies to the employees of the marketing department. The phrase Chao Wei Technology's marketing department even topped the Weibo trending topics. When the marketing team learned of this trending topic, they were left in despair. The promotional image had no connection to them. If the marketing department's assumptions were correct, it originated from the hands of the big boss. But what difference did that make? Would anyone dare to speak out? This burden was one they alone would have to bear. Following Shaojun Technology's announcement of the product launch, flights to Hongqiang from around the globe began to increase. Prior to Shaojun Technology's establishment in Hongqiang, the city was relatively obscure on the international stage, with only 12 international routes primarily connecting to Southeast Asia. Most foreign visitors had to transfer through Beijing, Tianjin, or other cities to reach Hongqiang. However, after Shaojun Technology set up its headquarters there, major airlines began to introduce more routes to Hongqiang. Yet, due to the limitations of Hongqiang International Airport's capacity, while many transfer routes were approved, only a few direct routes were granted. To ensure they did not miss Shaojun Technology's product launch, media outlets from around the globe typically arrived in Hongqiang at least a week in advance. In response, Hongqiang authorities took this matter seriously and have planned to commence construction of a new airport in 2025, a plan that has already received preliminary approval for Beijing. This initiative underscores the direct and indirect relationship between the advancements in Hongqiang and Shaojun Technology. April is destined to belong to Shaojun Technology. The virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputers launched in North America have created a new sales phenomenon. Data from research teams on Wall Street reveal that North American users constitute the most active demographic in the virtual world, averaging an astonishing 56 hours online daily, surpassing even that of Japan by 15 hours. In addition to virtual brain machines and holographic imaging microcomputers, the operation of artificial intelligence partners in North America is nothing short of miraculous. Since the release of the virtual brain machine 10 days ago, the average expenditure per North American user on artificial intelligence partners has reached 58. As of now, the number of virtual users in North America stands at 12 million, with an astounding coverage rate of 99. Calculations reveal that within just 10 days, artificial intelligence partners have generated a staggering revenue of $511.7 billion for Hyperdimensional Technology. Truly, the fastest growing venture in this era is the sale of virtual services. If you have any doubts, just look at the success of the gaming industry, where companies profit immensely from various game skins. Is designing a skin difficult? Not in the slightest. Many diligent players of popular games will notice that numerous hero skins are derived from the same template. The creation of artificial intelligence partners is even simpler. The derivation from Misu incurs virtually no cost. Most importantly, Hyperdimensional Technology not only profits from users, but also leverages user interaction to help the artificial intelligence evolve. This business model is one that Liu Shaojun would eagerly pursue 100 times over. As time quietly passes, the much-anticipated date of April 15th finally arrives. The eyes of the world converge upon Hong City, with everyone curious about the groundbreaking technological products that Hyperdimensional Technology will unveil at this new product launch event. At 5:40 p.m., the viewer count across Hyperdimensional Technology's official website, The Second World, as well as various streaming platforms, begins to surge dramatically. This surge continues until 6 p.m., when it gradually subsides. At 6 p.m., within the launch venue, the stage lights dim, and the murmurs of the crowd fade into silence. As a figure slowly ascends the stage, applause erupts. Liu Shaojun stands at the center of the stage, smiling as he addresses the audience. Thank you to all friends, and to every fan watching the live stream, for attending or tuning in to today's product launch event. Without further ado, let us delve into the main topic. Today's launch will feature 2 new products. Liu Shaojun's directness captivates many guests in attendance. We appreciate your straightforwardness. The first product focuses on air purification, a field currently dominated by 4 major processing technologies: electrostatic dust collection, HEPA filtration, ultraviolet light, and negative ion technology. Each of these methods possesses its own merits and drawbacks. For example, while electrostatic dust collection efficiently removes particulate matter and pathogenic bacteria, it is also notorious for generating ozone and inadequately addressing smaller particles. Similarly, ultraviolet light technology excels in eradicating pathogens, but falls short in particle removal. Liu Shaojun shrugs, chuckling. It appears that no single technology achieves perfection in balancing the removal of particulate matter and the eradication of pathogens. This remark prompts the audience to reflect, recognizing the truth in his words. Despite the booming air purification market, with an array of products flooding the market, none have truly garnered user affection, indicating a lack of maturity in the technology sector. The entry of superdimensional technology into this arena is news that existing air purification manufacturers would rather not hear. This is akin to a dimensional strike. On stage, Shaojun continues. Several years ago, a research team at Superdimensional Technology began refining existing air purification technologies by improving corresponding filtration materials. Their dedication bore fruit last year when they achieved a technological breakthrough. After months of rigorous testing, a revolutionary air filtration material was developed, which the team named PF material, an acronym for perfect filtration. Standing on stage, Shaojun poses the question, what substances can PF material filter from the air? Carbon monoxide, nitrogen oxides, ozone, hydrocarbons, sulfur oxides, particulates, and pathogenic bacteria. Pausing for effect, he adds with a hint of exasperation, though I hesitate to boast. I must say that PF material can filter any harmful substance present in the air. Laughter erupts in the audience, followed by thunderous applause, while the livestream chat explodes with excitement. Is he bragging? They ponder, amused by Lu's playful demeanor. Other air purifier manufacturers internally curse their luck. On stage, Shaojun smiles, waiting for the applause to wane before stating, in addition to air purifiers, PF material can also assist in combating atmospheric pollution. It is well known that air pollution is the most pressing environmental issue facing our nation. Among 47 key cities in our country, over 70 fail to meet the prescribed secondary standards for air quality. In fact, out of the 338 cities included in environmental statistics, 137 are classified as severely polluted. He continues, to address this, our research team has specifically modified PF material to ensure its efficacy in tackling air pollution. We have developed a comprehensive solution for Hong City, which will commence execution on May 1st, with a projected duration of 1 month. Based on assessments from our team and experts from Hong City, once the PF material-based air pollution control system is established, the air quality index in Hong City will remain below 20. In our country, a first-level air quality index ranges from 0 to 50. To maintain a city's air quality index below 20 is nothing short of miraculous. And this miracle, Superdimensional Technology is poised to achieve. The applause at the launch event is relentless, while the live stream chat is filled with exclamations of admiration. Shaojun beams as he states, Superdimensional Technology does not intend to enter the household air purifier market, and thus we welcome collaboration with major manufacturers. In the PF materials sector, Superdimensional Technology is dedicated to providing exceptional air pollution solutions for nations, regions, and cities. The air purifier manufacturers watching the live stream share a collective sigh of relief, feeling as though they have narrowly escaped a crisis. After regaining composure, they hastily convene emergency meetings to discuss the future market trajectory of air purifiers. The guests at the launch event exchange knowing smiles, recognizing Superdimensional Technology's clear intentions to focus solely on high-end markets while still reaping profits from the low-end sector. This is the ultimate business model, with PF material thoroughly addressed. What might the second product be? According to promotional images from the launch, the serene lake scene corresponds to air purification, while the young men and women enjoying leisure activities hint at the other offering. Thus, it can be inferred that the target demographic for the second product is the youth, instantly heightening anticipation. In the center of the stage, Shaojun grins. Those who have been following Superdimensional Technology may already know. Since the launch of the holographic imaging microcomputer, the customer base for our subsequent products has not been aimed at the general public. This is precisely why we are unveiling our second product today. The audience in the live stream is nearly moved to tears. Finally, you remember us, Mr. Lu. It has been quite the wait. Please reveal the product. They can hardly contain their excitement any longer. I wonder if anyone has kept an eye on the technology for wireless charging, Shaojun reveals, as the application scenario for our second new product is indeed wireless charging. As soon as Shaojun finished his statement, Lei Zong, who was watching the live stream of the press conference, felt his eyelids involuntarily twitch. The audience of invited guests and media journalists at the venue momentarily paused in surprise. The technology of wireless charging was not particularly novel. Standing on stage, Shaojun declared, currently in the realm of wireless charging technology, both Motorola and Xiaomi undeniably lead the field. He elaborated that there are 4 types of wireless charging technologies: Qi magnetic induction, low-frequency magnetic resonance, recharge high-frequency magnetic resonance, and radio wave technology. The first 2 belong to the WPC Wireless Power Consortium Alliance, while the latter 2 are part of the Airfuel Magnetic Resonance Alliance. Both Motorola and Xiaomi's wireless charging technologies are affiliated with the Airfuel Alliance and utilize the core principles of magnetic resonance. Lu Shaojun continued. Wireless charging presents a splendid application scenario, yet its shortcomings are glaringly apparent. The charging efficiency is relatively low, and the issue of radiation remains unresolved. By specifically addressing the current drawbacks of wireless charging technology, he conveyed a clear and unequivocal message. The challenges that Motorola and Xiaomi could not surmount have been conquered by Huawei technology. Pacing back and forth on stage, Lu Shaojun stated, the research team at Huawei Technology Research Institute has discovered a groundbreaking form of energy exchange through extensive studies. With a flourish of his hand, a holographic image materialized on stage, labeled energy resonance, wireless charging technology. The guests present and Lei Zong, watching the live broadcast, furrowed their brows in confusion. Wasn't this supposed to be wireless charging? How had it transformed into something else? Perhaps sensing the audience's bewilderment, Lu Shaojun smiled and clarified. To illustrate that our technology does not share the disadvantages of traditional wireless charging, we have simply chosen a different name. Hearing this, the expressions of the guests grew peculiar, while Lei Zong's lips twitched in disbelief. This young man had no sense of decorum whatsoever. The online audience erupted in laughter, exclaiming that Lu Zong was exceedingly mischievous. Once the venue quieted down, Lu Shaojun waved his hand again, and a set of wireless charging apparatus appeared beside him. It comprised a portless charging head and a small interface resembling a USB drive. All eyes were drawn to this equipment. Lu Shaojun explained. The charging head is familiar to everyone, while the other device connects to the phone. This interface serves to identify the energy frequency of the phone's battery. Once the frequency is recognized, users can choose to detach it, with the identification process taking approximately 30 seconds. Chapter 97. Huawei Technology possesses this capability. The venue was soon engulfed in applause. After the clamor subsided, Lu Shaojun continued. One charging head can support charging for 4 devices simultaneously within a range of 10 meters and a 360-degree radius. The audience leaned in, eager to learn about the charging power. This was the crux of the matter. If it were too low, the significance of the technology would dissipate. 120, capable of supporting 4 devices simultaneously, he announced. Upon hearing this, everyone was left in stunned silence. Was it truly that outrageous? The room fell quiet for a moment before erupting in a thunderous applause, with all the guests visibly impressed. Lei Zong, watching the live stream, wore an expression of resigned disbelief. How could they possibly compete with such a disparity? On stage, Lu Shaojun continued. Our wireless charging technology ensures a guaranteed power output while posing no radiation risks to human health. Most importantly, the charging is remarkably stable. As long as you remain within the 10-meter range of the wireless charging head, you can disregard any obstacles in your path. He encouraged the audience to conduct multiple rigorous experiments, asserting that Huawei Technology's products would withstand any stringent testing. The guests responded with applause, acknowledging the innovation of energy resonance wireless charging. Suddenly, Lu Shaojun chuckled wryly, stating, while our wireless charging technology is compatible with all existing charging protocols, we have yet to engage in discussions with major mobile phone manufacturers. However, as long as the phones do not block pop-up notifications, users will be able to utilize the energy resonance wireless charger seamlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, many mobile phone manufacturers watching the live stream cursed silently. How utterly shameless. He had essentially passed the buck to them. Ideally, if Huawei Technology had negotiated privately with these manufacturers, even if they refused to support compatibility with Huawei's wireless charger, the repercussions would not have been severe. Yet, by declaring this in the press conference, Lu Shaojun had effectively cornered the manufacturers. Should they refuse compatibility, users would undoubtedly place all blame on them. Lu Shaojun remained unfazed by the murmurs from the audience. Smiling as he continued, we sincerely hope to forge amicable collaborations with major mobile phone manufacturers. Huawei Technology can offer tailored wireless charging solutions for each brand. The guests could not help but shake their heads and chuckle. His words were ironic. He had already backed them into a corner. Was this truly about friendly cooperation? Or had he merely escalated tensions? Ultimately, it was his terms that would prevail. Trust me, the solutions provided by Huawei Technology will surely be the best in the world today. We have the confidence and the capability to back it up. His bold declaration left the audience speechless. Since its inception, every product and service launched by Huawei Technology had been impeccable. The viewers in the live stream, especially Lu Shaojun's fans, were effusive in their praise, declaring him brilliant. Having completed the introduction of energy resonance wireless charging technology, Lu Shaojun casually shifted to other topics before arriving at the exhilarating moment of announcing the prices. Without making the audience wait any longer, he revealed the pricing for the wireless charging devices. The devices are categorized into two types, set to be released on May 1st. The first supports simultaneous charging for two smart devices at a power of 60 W, priced at 669 yuan per set. The second supports charging for four smart devices at a power of 120 W, priced at 1,499 yuan per set. Compared to ordinary wireless chargers, these prices seemed exorbitant. Yet, as a black technology product, the minimum price of 699 yuan appeared surprisingly affordable. At least in the public's perception, high-tech products were synonymous with high costs, making them seemingly unattainable for the average consumer. This disparity often led many to lament that the advancements in technology had little relevance to ordinary people, as they could not partake in the benefits of such developments. In stark contrast, Shaojun technology as high-tech products were largely accessible to the average consumer. You might claim you could not afford a virtual brain machine, but you could always visit a virtual brain cafe. Nevertheless, these days, many young individuals found themselves not only short on cash, but also burdened with debts. The number of people who could afford a 699 yuan wireless charger was limited. Naturally, installment payments were essential. Who among us didn't zone a few bucks? Lu Shaojun remarked with a smile. While 699 yuan may not be inexpensive, I advise all my fans to consume rationally. Upon hearing this, many viewers in the live stream expressed their discontent. For such a black technology product, 699 yuan was indeed not a steep price. It's fine, my girlfriend and I can skip the hotel next week and afford it. We must support this innovation. On stage, Lu Shaojun continued. In addition to the wireless charging devices aimed at individual users, we have also prepared solutions for enterprise and urban-level applications. We have successfully forged a partnership with Hongsheng, with plans to establish a citywide wireless charging network by the end of 2023. Upon completion, residents within the urban boundaries of Hongsheng will only need to apply for access permissions to charge their mobile devices at their convenience, anytime and anywhere. Upon hearing this announcement, the guests present and the audience watching the live broadcast were utterly astounded. What sorcery is this? Are we to understand that in the future, one need not even carry a charger to Hongsheng? Unbelievable. This is the future life I have long yearned for, and it is nothing short of fantastical. Kudos to Hyperdimensional Technology. At the launch event, all attendees rose to their feet in applause. Truly, I am in awe. Whether it pertains to the purification of the city's air or the implementation of wireless charging throughout the metropolis, such scenes, once confined to the realm of science fiction, are now poised to manifest in our reality. It is profoundly astonishing, turning science fiction into reality. Only Hyperdimensional Technology has the capability to achieve this. Amidst the resounding applause, Mr. Lu Shaojun remarked, "Well, that concludes today's product launch. I extend my gratitude to all our esteemed guests and to our fans who tuned in to the live stream. Until next time, let's not be absent at the next product launch." The comments in the live stream echoed a unanimous sentiment of "we won't miss it." This product launch did not include post-event interviews, leading media representatives to depart hastily once the event concluded. Subsequently, news reports regarding Hyperdimensional Technology's product launch began to proliferate. Turning science fiction into reality, no one other than Hyperdimensional Technology can achieve this. Agents France Presa. Hyperdimensional Technology may become the greatest enterprise in human history. The Washington Times. We have every reason to believe that the visions depicted in science fiction films will become a reality, thanks to Hyperdimensional Technology. Science and Technology Daily. Technology is the primary driver of development. The future of Hongsheng is indeed promising. China National Daily. Chapter 98. It will be a one-sided slaughter. On the night following the launch, discussions across the globe were not centered on PF air filtration materials, energy resonance, or wireless charging technology, but rather on Hyperdimensional Technology's comprehensive transformation of Hongsheng. The notions of purifying an entire city's air and ensuring that its residents can charge their devices wirelessly at any time and place are, at first glance, utterly preposterous. Yet, Hyperdimensional Technology is resolutely determined to accomplish both. The majority of individuals are firmly convinced that Hyperdimensional Technology will succeed. Although it has been established for less than a year, no one dares to question its capabilities. This is a testament to its undeniable prowess. The atmosphere outside is vibrant, with both the air purification and wireless charging sectors buzzing with excitement. The air purification industry remains relatively calm. After all, Hyperdimensional Technology has no interest in the low to mid-range market. Such trivial pursuits do not even warrant a glance. In fact, to enhance the appeal of this simmering broth, Hyperdimensional Technology has unveiled its own superior products. The PF air filtration material stands as the goal for all manufacturers of air purifiers. Equipment manufacturers have reacted with composure, while enterprises and laboratories engaged in air purification technology have been left stunned. It may be hard to believe, but overnight, they found themselves unemployed. Of course, should anyone dare to challenge the PF air filtration material, they are welcome to do so. If you can develop a filtration material of superior quality, then the future profits of the air purification industry will undoubtedly belong to you. But the question remains, can you guarantee success? Should you succeed, and Hyperdimensional Technology unveils an even more advanced filtration material, wouldn't that be a bitter pill to swallow? Beyond the air purification sector, the field of wireless charging technology development is, surprisingly, also quite tranquil. While wireless charging technology represents the future trajectory of charging advancements, few companies have genuinely ventured into this domain or made significant investments. The companies most affected are likely Motorola and Xiaomi. Following the conclusion of Hyperdimensional Technology's launch event, Mr. Lei swiftly convened a meeting with executives. In the conference room, Mr. Lei, rubbing his temples in frustration, remarked with a wry smile, "Let us discuss whether we should continue with the wireless charging project." Xiaomi's vice chairman, Lin Bing, spoke up, "I suggest we terminate this project." While Hyperdimensional Technology's wireless charging technology is only marginally ahead, by the time we achieve a breakthrough, the market will have already been monopolized by them, rendering our efforts futile. Xiaomi's president, Mr. Wang, nodded in agreement. "I share Lin's perspective. We should close this project. Competing with Hyperdimensional Technology in technological development will only lead to our downfall. It is not about elevating others while diminishing ourselves. Running a business can involve risk, but it is unwise to invest substantial resources when the outcome is almost certain defeat." Mr. Lei refrained from voicing his opinion and turned to the other executives. "What are your thoughts?" Senior Vice President Mr. Hong then interjected. "The dilemma we face is that if we do not abandon this project, we must increase our investments to catch up. However, the harsh reality is that by the time we achieve a technological breakthrough, Hyperdimensional Technology may release even more advanced technology. It is a vicious cycle." The other executives furrowed their brows, remaining silent. After a prolonged pause, Mr. Lei finally spoke. "My position is clear. We absolutely cannot discontinue the wireless charging technology project. Xiaomi has faced countless challenges since its inception, and we have never given up. This time must be no different. Even if the result is a devastating failure, we must persist." All the executives remained silent in response. Mr. Lei was undeterred and continued. "In the face of formidable opponents, we must possess the confidence and determination to challenge them. Inform the project leaders that this initiative cannot be terminated." The journey of Xiaomi serves as a testament to one truth. To advance further, one must possess core technology. The wireless charging technology project was personally overseen by Mr. Lei and is set to be one of the core selling points of future Xiaomi smartphones. Mr. Lei is resolute in his refusal to abandon it. In Xiaomi, Mr. Lei's word is law. Once he decided to continue with the wireless charging project, the other executives had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, Mr. Lei's reasoning is sound. Xiaomi cannot rely on others indefinitely. Once the discussion regarding the wireless charging project concluded, Mr. Lei posed another question. "What are your thoughts on the compatibility of Hyperdimensional Technology's wireless chargers with our devices?" What thoughts? The initial instinct of many executives was to reject the idea, to prohibit Xiaomi phones from being compatible with Hyperdimensional Technology's wireless chargers. However, such a stance would inevitably alienate Hyperdimensional Technology. As of now, Xiaomi and Hyperdimensional Technology enjoy a very fruitful partnership. The Hyperdimensional smart control software is integrated into Xiaomi's phone systems and serves as one of its selling points. The repercussions of refusal could be significant, something Xiaomi may not be able to afford. Yet, agreeing to compatibility left many feeling uneasy. This was indeed a predicament. After a moment of silence in the conference room, Vice Chairman Lin spoke up. "My recommendation is to permit compatibility. The reasoning is straightforward. While I cannot vouch for Apple and Samsung, I can assure you that other domestic smartphone manufacturers would certainly be eager to collaborate with Hyperdimensional Technology." Upon hearing this, the room erupted in wry smiles. Could they possibly refuse? Initially, wireless charging was Xiaomi's trump card against its competitors. Now, with Hyperdimensional Technology's intervention, Xiaomi's advantage has been snuffed out. Domestic competitors must be laughing in their dreams. Xiaomi's competitive edge has evaporated, and all players are now on equal footing. Once the stakes were clearly articulated, the other executives nodded in agreement. Suddenly, Mr. Liu, responsible for Redmi phones, spoke up. Do you think superdimensional technology will eventually venture into the smartphone industry? As soon as the words left his lips, many executives froze in disbelief. Some felt a chill run down their spines. Given the current research prowess of superdimensional technology, one can surmise that if the company were to venture into the mobile phone industry, it would be an unequivocal slaughter. No mobile brand would be able to withstand such an onslaught. At this juncture, Mr. Lei interjected, "What is there to fear? Superdimensional technology is targeting the high-end market, and inevitably, the first casualty will be Apple. Our Xiaomi offers unparalleled cost-effectiveness, and our high-end flagship devices contribute only a modest proportion to our revenue." This statement was indeed accurate. However, this also meant that Xiaomi's aspirations to penetrate the high-end market would be utterly dashed. The executives exchanged wry smiles and shook their heads in resignation. Suddenly, a distinctive ringtone emanated from Mr. Lei's phone, revealing a call from the CEO of Motorola. While the Xiaomi executive meeting was still underway, a tempest brewed outside. Almost simultaneously, the other three major domestic mobile manufacturers, Huawei, Oppo, and Vivo, announced that all types of mobile phones under their brands would be compatible with ER and WC chargers, energy resonance, and wireless charging. Other domestic brands swiftly followed suit, declaring their compatibility with ER and WC chargers as well. Chapter 99, well, that settles it. After the conclusion of the Xiaomi executive meeting, the executives shared a resigned chuckle. Xiaomi could only hastily issue a related statement. Interestingly, within Xiaomi's announcement, there was no commentary on superdimensional technology's air charging technology, as if last night's product launch bore no relevance to Xiaomi whatsoever. The thoughts of Xiaomi were of little concern to the average mobile user. Upon learning of the declarations from various manufacturers, domestic smartphone users were elated. The sole lament came from users of Apple and Samsung devices. On various online platforms, Apple and Samsung users began to express their anxiety. Would Apple and Samsung dare to defy the prevailing trend and reject superdimensional technology's wireless charging technology? Numerous influential bloggers penned articles urging Apple and Samsung users to temper their expectations, especially those with Apple devices, who were advised to prepare for disappointment. The likelihood of Apple devices being compatible with ER and WC chargers was virtually non-existent. Given Apple's historical tendencies, it was not only unlikely to offer compatibility, but might outright block ER and WC chargers. As the situation continued to escalate both domestically and internationally, Samsung officially announced that all phones released from 2024 onwards would indeed be compatible with ER and WC chargers. In an instant, Samsung users erupted in celebration. All eyes turned to Apple. On the evening of Samsung's announcement, Apple finally made its voice heard. To ensure the safety of user devices, all products under the Apple brand would not support ER and WC chargers until the safety and reliability of the energy resonance and wireless charging technology had been confirmed. This news rapidly spread across the globe. "I knew it," was the immediate reaction of many. Following this, Apple users expressed their dissatisfaction. Some vented their frustrations at Apple and its CEO, while others contemplated abandoning Apple in favor of domestic brands, and yet others attempted to persuade Apple. Faced with an escalating public relations crisis, Apple opted to remain silent. In the conference room, Mr. Liu crossed his arms and remarked, "Commendable user experience, coupled with a closed yet comprehensive ecosystem, has been the cornerstone of Apple's trillion-dollar valuation. Their confidence and the user's helplessness stem from this very foundation." All executives nodded in agreement. Within superdimensional technology, every project must undergo an SABC classification to delineate the significance of the project. The development of artificial intelligence and a virtual world ecosystem are classified as S-level major projects. S-level projects are personally overseen by Mr. Liu. Other departments are required to compile project summaries monthly, which Mr. Liu must personally review. This illustrates the paramount importance of the virtual world ecosystem's development to superdimensional technology's growth. Suddenly, an executive inquired, "Mr. Liu, do we have plans to enter the mobile market? Apple's blatant disregard for us is rather irksome." At this, the other executives chuckled. Mr. Liu smiled slightly and replied, "As a domain rich in technological innovation, superdimensional technology will undoubtedly make its mark in the mobile industry." Before he could finish, the executives erupted in excitement. The prospect of superdimensional technology entering the mobile market promised to deliver devices brimming with groundbreaking technology. Surely, such devices would dominate the market. Regardless of whether they were Apple or otherwise, they would be obliterated. Observing the rising fervor in the conference room, Mr. Liu promptly interjected, "What is all this excitement about? We will not be entering the mobile market at this time. The landscape of the mobile industry is exceedingly clear, the foundational operating systems, chips, and a multitude of patented technologies are firmly controlled by Western powers. However, these challenges are not insurmountable for someone like me. Mr. Liu's reluctance to engage with the mobile market is driven by two primary reasons. Firstly, the virtual world ecosystem remains incomplete, and his focus cannot be diverted. Secondly, Mr. Liu's ambitions extend far beyond simply launching a technologically advanced mobile phone. What then are Mr. Liu's true intentions? Under the auspices of Hyperdimensional Technology with national endorsement, he seeks to create a comprehensive domestic industrial chain that spans the semiconductor sector. Once this industrial chain is fully established, it will ensure that even in the face of Western blockades, our nation can independently produce exceptional semiconductor products. Achieving this goal will demand significant effort from Mr. Liu. In the conference room, Mr. Liu gestured for attention and stated, "Let us put the mobile industry on hold for now. Today's meeting is focused on refining the construction of the virtual world ecosystem. I previously mentioned allowing users to create their virtual homes as a precursor to forthcoming projects. Now, that foundational project is on the horizon." At this, all executives, save for Su Jijun, Lin Ryu, Lin Rushue, and Chen Xiao, turned their curious gazes toward Mr. Liu. Calmly, Mr. Liu continued, "When we launched the virtual brain-machine interface, I asserted that we must establish the virtual world as a second realm for humanity. In the physical realm, the family serves as humanity's most fundamental space for existence. Prior to the advent of the virtual home within the superdimensional community, the virtual world was exceedingly fragmented for users. Users would enter the corresponding virtual game upon entering the virtual world based on their gaming preferences. However, with the emergence of the superdimensional community, users began to congregate. And with the introduction of the virtual home, they developed a sense of belonging within the virtual world. In the conference room, only Mr. Liu's voice resonated. All others listened intently. For humanity, particularly for the people of our nation, family constitutes a unique collective entity. When faced with the harsh realities of society, individuals often regard family as their ultimate sanctuary. Family remains a constant companion throughout one's life. Mr. Liu concluded, when users possess a family within the virtual world, their sense of belonging will deepen. The emergence of virtual families will imbue the virtual world with attributes unique to the physical realm. Mr. Liu's audacious and innovative vision left many executives agog, their mouths agape in astonishment. The virtual world could be navigated in such a manner? Su Jijun then inquired, "Mr. Liu, will the virtual family project commence? Will it proceed according to the points you previously outlined?" Mr. Liu smiled and replied, "Indeed." Su Jijun nodded in understanding. Lin Rushue furrowed her brows and queried, "Could this raise ethical concerns?" Lin Ryu shook her head gently and reassured, "Fear not. By implementing corresponding restrictions and making them publicly known, ethical dilemmas can be averted." The dialogue among the executives left the remaining high-ranking officials perplexed. The points previously mentioned? When did President Liu ever mention virtual families? Why is there no recollection of it? After exchanging glances, the crowd soon realized that it must have been a private conversation of President Liu, and since they did not hold sufficient rank, they were unaware of it. Well, no matter. Chapter 100. Discussing technology in the presence of superdimension technology. After the meeting, Liu Shaojun returned to his office, stretched lazily, and opened his laptop. In the next moment, two virtual figures emerged. One was youthful and radiant, while the other exuded grace and poise. "Greetings, master." Liu Shaojun smiled and directed his gaze towards the poised virtual figure, instructing Misu, "For this operation, simply follow along with Xiaoi." Misu nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, master." "I understand." "Very well, let us commence." Liu Shaojun clapped his hands and retrieved a USB drive from his drawer. "Shall we begin? I trust no one has forgotten." To facilitate Superdimension Technology's early entry into the European and American markets, several data centers in the West had granted access permissions to Superdimension Technology at no cost. Once the access permissions landed in Liu Shaojun's hands, he did not rush to utilize them. Firstly, during that period, he was preoccupied with the launch of air purification technology, energy resonance, and wireless charging technology. Secondly, Liu Shaojun wished to observe whether the person concealed in the shadows possessed sufficient patience. In Washington, within the underground control hall of a manor, the staff seated before their computers were feeling somewhat drowsy. For a while now, this group had done nothing but sit and wait. Suddenly, a shrill alarm pierced the air, jolting everyone awake instantly. Each computer screen displayed a torrent of fluctuating data, oscillating at varying frequencies. "Quickly, notify the boss." In the CEO's office of Superdimension Technology, Liu Shaojun's fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard as his eyes remained fixated on the screen, occasionally glancing at the holographic image beside him. Xiaoyi, Miso, what is the status? Xiaoyi promptly replied, Master, I have not detected any new sensitive data on my end. Misu echoed, Master, there is nothing unusual here either. Liu Shaojun spoke earnestly, remain vigilant. Exercise utmost caution while capturing data. We must not touch anything that should remain untouched. Xiaoyi inquired, Master, should we retain a record of sensitive data? Of course we must. Just because I do not engage does not mean I do not wish to possess this data. In Washington, within the underground control hall of the manor, Blair, clad in a cream-colored robe, asked in a calm voice, What is the situation? A staff member shook their head. Superdimension Technology has only selected ordinary data, military, intelligence, presidential election data, without a hint of fluctuation. They even bypassed any borderline data. Upon hearing this, Blair's brows furrowed. After a moment of contemplation, he queried, Is there a possibility that this data has been accessed by Superdimension Technology, yet remains undetectable by you? As soon as he finished speaking, several staff members shook their heads resolutely, responding, Boss, that is impossible. This data is akin to candy placed beneath a lid. To see or obtain it, one must move the lid. Blair turned to one of the staff members, his tone more forceful, asking, Are you certain that the lid must be moved? The staff member hesitated slightly before affirming, Yes, boss, at least with our current level of technology, it is necessary to move the lid. With our current level of technology? Blair could not suppress a laugh. Discussing the current level of technology in the presence of Superdimension Technology? Oh, dear God, are you jesting with me? Rubbing his temples in frustration, Blair instructed, Continue monitoring. Though I have lost all hope. With that, he departed. In the control hall, the staff exchanged perplexed glances. They could not comprehend the boss's disappointment. Upon returning to his study, Blair felt an unsettling gloom enveloping him. At that moment, a middle-aged man entered, holding a stack of documents. Sir, here are the financial reports of various companies you requested. Blair accepted the reports and, after a cursory glance, found his already foul mood worsening. These financial statements originated from a wide array of sources, including game companies like Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft, as well as reports from water treatment enterprises, virtual device manufacturers, and virtual brain computer cafe operators. Without exception, all companies providing financial reports had collaborations with Superdimension Technology. What was the outcome of collaborating with Superdimension Technology? One need only look at Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft to understand. Profits were rolling in. It was evident how staggering Superdimension Technology's revenue must be. This was precisely where Blair's frustration lay. He desperately sought to acquire Superdimension Technology. No, to be more precise, he yearned for the research team behind Superdimension Technology. Setting down the financial reports, Blair stated, There is no need to deliver such reports in the future. The middle-aged man nodded in understanding before asking, With a virtual brain computer set to launch in the European market on April 20th, should we prepare for your trip to Europe? After a moment of contemplation, Blair instructed, First to New York, then to Europe. Understood, sir. In the CEO's office of Superdimension Technology, Liu Shaojun reclined in his chair, leisurely observing the holographic image before him. The data fluctuations displayed were remarkably stable, and both Xiaoyi and Misu appeared to be in excellent condition. Liu Shaojun was keenly aware that a vast number of individuals in the monitoring center of the data center were scrutinizing the data changes. Even the slightest alteration would alert them. Unfortunately for those of the monitoring data center, they could never apprehend Xiaoyi and Misu. Even if some sensitive data were to be encountered, Xiaoyi and Misu would refrain from touching it. Nonetheless, such sensitive information could still be captured through special methods. Liu Shaojun took a sip of water and accessed the foundational system of Superdimension Technology's artificial intelligence project. This system linked Misu to various data centers. The majority of the data information from the several data centers provided by Europe and America would flow into Superdimension Technology's data center. So, what were Xiaoyi and Misu doing? The two were consuming and regurgitating data. Once the vast quantities of data entered their systems, the essential data would be retained, while the unimportant data would be funneled into Superdimension Technology's data center. What Liu Shaojun needed to do now was to classify and categorize the incoming data. This would not only save storage space, but also facilitate future retrieval. Ideally, such tedious tasks should not fall to a high-ranking boss like Liu Shaojun. However, many data points could not be disclosed to employees. Sometimes, handling certain matters personally was the best approach. Though it was cumbersome, it assured safety. Do not attempt to challenge human nature with the so-called loyalty. The essence of human nature is to seek profit and avoid harm. When the incentives are substantial, even blood relations can turn against each other. How much more so in the hierarchy of superior and subordinate? Chapter 101. You should not be so anxious. At that moment, a knock sounded at the door. Liu Shaojun closed his laptop and powered down the holographic imaging device. Guomin, Chen Xiao entered, handing a document to Liu Shaojun. President Liu, the European branch has sent a letter. After extensive estimation and verification, the installation and debugging team for the virtual brain computer will be insufficient, requesting the headquarters to urgently allocate personnel. Liu Shaojun glanced at the document, his brow furrowing slightly. The shortfall reached 30%. How could there be such a significant deficiency? Chen Xiao replied, a portion of the team in Europe has been reassigned to North America. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun came to a sudden realization. No wonder the launch of the virtual brain machine in North America proceeded so smoothly. It all makes sense now. The virtual brain machine is set to debut in Europe on April 20th, and to ensure its successful release, the number of installation and debugging teams must be sufficient. Some of the teams reassigned to North America should be called back, and additionally, a portion of the technical teams from the Asia-Pacific region should be dispatched to Europe. Understood. Mr. Liu, I will make the arrangements immediately. Xiao, wait a moment. Liu Shaojun called out to Chen Xiao and retrieved a document from his drawer. He instructed, this document must be delivered directly to Old Su. Chen Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. The contents of the document pertain to advanced access permissions for the data center of Hyperdimensional Technology. The Instant Translation Service project is directly overseen by Old Su. The vast amount of data harvested from several data centers in North America will significantly enhance the instant translation service. Although the President's Secretary team has already been established and Chen Xiao has been liberated from many duties, certain important documents still require her personal delivery. Speaking of the security and confidentiality of document information, Liu Shaojun recalled something. By the way, Xiao, I heard from Ryu that you suspect one of the female employees in the Secretary team is a corporate spy. Chen Xiao replied, it's merely a suspicion. Liu Shaojun stroked his chin and remarked, I recall that the employees in the Secretary team are fresh university graduates. Can such novices truly evade the discerning eyes of the three of you? Chen Xiao rolled her eyes and responded, true, she is inexperienced, but she is also a woman. Women inherently possess a certain allure, especially those who are delicate and petite. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun found himself at a loss for a counterargument. The saying that women understand women best certainly holds its truth. After Chen Xiao departed, Liu Shaojun returned to his data processing work. Meanwhile, in New York atop Wall Street, at the highest floor of Goldman Sachs building, Blair quietly observed the New York skyline through the window, swirling a glass of red wine in his hand. At that moment, Roddle, the chairman and CEO of Goldman Sachs, approached him, glass in hand. Blair, I have never seen you so unsettled before. Blair remained silent for a moment before replying. Encountering such a formidable opponent for the first time indeed gives me a headache. Roddle chuckled. Oh my God, has the world gone mad? Blair is considering a mere kid as a rival. I must be mistaken. Blair paid little heed to Roddle's jest, downing his wine in one gulp. Observing this, Roddle shook his head. It seemed that Blair was genuinely disturbed. In the past, he would savor such fine wine. Roddle, curious, asked Blair, based on what I know of you, you shouldn't be this anxious. Whatever happened to the fearless courage you once displayed? Is it because Liu Shaojun is your junior? Blair retorted, are you suggesting taking extreme measures against Liu Shaojun? Are you not afraid of looming Yuan's retaliation? Roddle shrugged and spread his hands, saying, I've grown old and long since learned to let go of everything. The reason Goldman Sachs is willing to collaborate with you is due to David's fervent persuasion. Blair let out a cold laugh. Such an excuse was truly laughable. Who does not know who holds the reins of Goldman Sachs? David Solomon is Roddle's right-hand man and the heir apparent he has personally endorsed. Without Roddle's consent, would David dare to contact Blair? Sensing the atmosphere turning sour, Roddle swiftly changed the subject. Blair, I have a sales forecast for the virtual brain machine in Europe. Are you interested? Blair turned to the wine cabinet, selected a bottle, and poured himself a glass while replying, not interested. The virtual brain machine launches tomorrow, and the actual data will be released the day after. Roddle smiled and picked up the remote control. In the next moment, a holographic image of European citizens queuing for the virtual brain machine appeared before them. Blair glanced at it, his expression unchanged. Roddle, observing the excitement and impatience of the European populace, remarked, who would have thought the virtual world would arrive so swiftly? Not only Roddle, but nearly everyone shared this sentiment. The metaverse had only recently begun to emerge, with major internet giants still exploring its possibilities. Hyperdimensional technology had burst onto the scene, directly opening the gateway to the virtual world, catching everyone off guard. The anticipation for the virtual brain machine's launch in the European market was immense, and even top moguls like Roddle were not exempt from it. Although everyone was acutely aware that the sales figure for the virtual brain machine would be astronomical, they still could not help but keep an eye on it. On April 21st, at 9 in the morning, a message updated on the Hyperdimensional Technology official website spread like wildfire across the globe. In the European market, the virtual brain machine sold 12 million units within 24 hours, while the holographic imaging microcomputer reached sales of 3 billion units in the same time frame. The virtual game StarCraft, Cosmos garnered a total revenue of 288.1 billion euros within 24 hours, with in-game item sales amounting to 91.6 billion euros. The game priced at a discount of 30 euros in the first week, attracting approximately 65 million buyers. The virtual game Ghost Recon Shadows achieved a total revenue of 309.4 billion euros within 24 hours, with in-game item sales of 107 billion euros. The game priced at a discount of 25 euros in the first week, attracting around 83.5 million buyers. Everyone was left numb. The outlandish figures left many in a state of disbelief. Foreign media outlets stated that the sales data for the virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputer fell within the analysts' predicted range. However, the domestic audience expressed confusion. They wondered why the virtual brain machine sales figures in North America and Europe were so staggering. Indeed, it was not a question of doubting the virtual brain machine, but rather whether nearly 100 million units could truly be sold out within 24 hours. The answer was simple. Hyperdimensional Technology counted a unit as sold as long as the user paid the full price. The explanation was spot on. Generally speaking, product sales are calculated this way, given that North America and Europe had been eagerly anticipating the virtual brain machine for over half a year. Such explosive sales figures were entirely reasonable. Chapter 102. In my current state, you cannot aspire to reach. Regarding the incredible sales figures in the European and American markets, many domestic media and bloggers asserted that this was a result of retaliatory consumption by the Western populace. This assertion is, in fact, quite accurate. As early as last year, many users in Europe and America began saving, declaring that as soon as the virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputer were released, they would purchase them immediately. The absence of an internet cafe operating model in the European and American markets also played a significant role. In addition to the sales figures for the virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputer, the sales phenomenon of virtual games continued to unfold. Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft remained the two largest winners apart from Hyperdimensional Technology. StarCraft, Cosmos, and Ghost Recon Shadows amassed over $100 billion in their first day of sales in Europe and America alone. According to exclusive agency agreements, Activision Blizzard earned nearly $4 billion from the two release days, while Ubisoft garnered approximately $3 billion. What were Activision Blizzard's revenues for 2021? $3 billion. What were Ubisoft's revenues for 2021? A mere $2 billion. Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft would not hesitate to agree to independent agency agreements. And the reason is straightforward. Partnering with Hyperdimensional Technology indeed leads to substantial gains. Moreover, the profits they are reaping could very well be overwhelming. Following the release of analysis reports by Nielsen and Wall Street analysts, gaming companies that had not embraced the independent agency model for virtual gaming were instantly filled with regret. Consequently, these companies began reaching out to Hyperdimension Technology, eager to join the exclusive agency model immediately. However, Hyperdimension Technology's response was both straightforward and unequivocal. This year's exclusive agency slots had already been filled, and they should apply earlier next time. Liu Shaojun's temperament has always been like this. Once you treated me with indifference, and now I have ascended beyond your reach. As these gaming companies wallowed in their regrets, Jackson, a senior executive at Take-Two, and Marvin, the CEO of Rockstar Games, arrived in Hong City. Meanwhile, at Hong City International Airport, a private jet descended gracefully onto the tarmac. The cabin door opened, revealing an entourage of foreign figures. The imposing man at the forefront was Jamie, the senior vice president of Electronic Arts, followed closely by the company's elite game development team. According to the results of prior negotiations, the second batch of virtual games was set to launch on June 1st on the virtual brain machine interface. The recipients of this second batch were Take-Two and Electronic Arts, with Take-Two's slots undergoing internal competition. Take-Two boasts two globally renowned studios, Rockstar Games and 2K Games. Rockstar's flagship series, Grand Theft Auto, is a household name. Likewise, 2K's notable titles, Borderlands and Civilization, are widely recognized. Ultimately, amidst fierce internal competition, Rockstar secured the game development slot. This time, Take-Two and Electronic Arts brought their teams to Hong City with the primary goal of collaborating with Hyperdimensional Technology to create virtual games that align more closely with the characteristics of the virtual world. Simply replicating a PC or console game onto the virtual brain machine would be deemed inadequate, and users would not be inclined to purchase such a product. As new virtual games were set to launch on the foreign virtual brain machine, the domestic market was not to be left behind. The development team from Penguin had arrived in Hong City 5 days prior, marking a significant achievement for them in securing a virtual game slot. Once this news circulated, it quickly ascended to trending status. Could it be? Penguin is actually releasing a virtual game? I am genuinely apprehensive that they might incorporate a lottery system into the virtual gaming experience. Fear not, it is bound to happen. But with Hyperdimensional Technology overseeing the process, what is there to worry about? In truth, the concerns expressed by netizens were unwarranted. For a game to be launched on the virtual brain machine, it must undergo stringent approval from Hyperdimensional Technology. This approval process is not about nitpicking, but rather ensuring that the game's background, settings, and mechanics are better suited to the virtual realm. A lottery system is simply not compatible with virtual gaming. Penguin is fully aware of this, and if they were to attempt such a scheme, Hyperdimensional Technology would not intervene. Ultimately, if user retention rates plummet, resulting in the game's removal and subsequent backlash, it would be Penguin facing the consequences. Hyperdimensional Technology would lose not a single penny of its earnings. Following the release of the virtual brain machine and holographic imaging microcomputer in Europe and America, Shaojun's initial development strategy has reached a preliminary completion. Next, the virtual world services available in the Asia-Pacific region will gradually synchronize with the European and American markets. Subsequently, leveraging a robust ecosystem, efforts will commence to fuse the virtual worlds of the Asia-Pacific and Europe-America regions. The integration process is quite simple, initially through virtual gaming, followed by the development of user communities in the intermediate phase, and finally, the holistic integration will occur organically via the ecosystem. Seated at his desk, Shaojun meticulously outlined the subsequent development plans. In addition to enhancing the virtual world, he also needed to focus on releasing new cutting-edge technologies. Speaking of cutting-edge technology, Shaojun had yet to complete a side task that required the expenditure of 6 mission points. Given this, he decided not to be choosy about timing and opted to utilize 2 mission points today to expedite the completion of this side task. Ding! Congratulations! The host has drawn the PG Hair Growth Liquid Technology. PG Hair Growth Liquid Technology, Class B cutting-edge technology developed to combat androgenic alopecia and alopecia areata, posing no harm to patients. Note, hair growth liquid production line has been unlocked. PG Hair Growth Liquid Technology, Hair Growth Liquid Assembly Production Line, 20,000 technology points. Set. Upon reviewing the details of the PG Hair Growth Liquid Technology, Shaojun came to understand that PG stands for physiological growth, implying that the liquid promotes hair growth from a physiological standpoint. This is also the reason why the PG Hair Growth Liquid carries no side effects. Androgenic alopecia, commonly known as seborrheic alopecia or premature baldness, is the most prevalent type of hair loss. Issues such as late-night hair loss and hair loss among programmers fall under this category. Alopecia areata is a sudden, localized hair loss condition, with causes that remain unclear but may be related to genetics, stress, allergies, or autoimmune responses. Both androgenic alopecia and alopecia areata represent the most common types of hair loss encountered in daily life, afflicting the majority of those troubled by hair loss. Currently, the market is flooded with various hair growth liquids, yet their effectiveness is often dismal. These products may boast grandiose claims, assuring users that they will regain lustrous, dark hair. However, the reality is that those who use them often find themselves duped. A clear case of an intelligence tax. Chapitre 103. Alliance Formation. Content with securing the PG Hair Growth Liquid Technology. Shaojun commenced his second draw. Ding! Congratulations. The host has drawn the production technology for a breast cancer treatment drug. Breast cancer treatment drug. Class A cutting-edge technology, allowing breast cancer patients to completely eliminate cancer cells from their bodies after adhering to a regimen of 3 to 12 treatment cycles, ensuring no recurrence. Note, breast cancer treatment drug-related production lines have been unlocked. Breast cancer treatment drug, raw material processing production line, 8,000 technology points, item. Drug synthesis production line, 25,000 technology points, item. Assembly production line, 5,000 technology points, item. Shaojun's eyes widened in astonishment. Could this be real? Winning an A-class cutting-edge technology in a draw? he began to hesitate, contemplating whether to continue this streak of extraordinary luck. Shaking his head, he dismissed this gambler's mentality, reminding himself that moderation in all endeavors is key, and that contentment is the path to happiness. Some might wonder why Liu Shaojun was not surprised at drawing a cancer treatment drug. The reason is simple. Such drugs are not particularly rare. If the cutting-edge technology system did not possess a remedy for cancer, that would imply a significant deficiency in the system. After securing the breast cancer treatment drug technology, he inquired, "System, why are there individual treatment drugs for specific cancers? As far as I know, cancer cells are essentially the same." "System, the host is mistaken. All cancer cells are distinct. The pathological classifications of cancer cells vary, as do their malignancy levels, which means that the remedies for curing cancer also differ." That explains it. "Is there a treatment drug that can cure all cancers?" "System, the host currently lacks sufficient authority, and the system declines to answer." Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun's lips twitched slightly. TCH, without needing the system's response, he already knew that such a universal remedy must exist. In fact, he could easily deduce the mechanism by which such a treatment would operate, as cancer cells are fundamentally just cells. Cancer cells possess remarkably unique characteristics: limitless proliferation, distant metastasis, and the loss of contact inhibition between cells. These traits elucidate why cancer cells achieve immortality and prove exceedingly difficult to eradicate. If a specialized medication were to be discovered, one capable of halting the infinite proliferation and distant spread of cancer cells while restoring the suppression of their growth, then cancer cells would indeed be rendered trivial. The chance discovery of an effective drug for breast cancer brought immense satisfaction to Liu Shaojun, not merely for the potential windfall it could yield for Chaowei technology, but also for the expedited completion of the primary mission at hand. The main task required Liu Shaojun to release 3 types of Class of Black technology, with a reward of a randomly assigned Class S Black technology. The recently unveiled energy resonance and wireless charging technologies counted as Class of Black technologies, thus marking a third of the primary task as complete. Just as thoughts of the mission occupied his mind, the system chimed in, announcing, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed a side task and earned a chance to draw, guaranteeing a Class B or higher Black technology." Liu Shaojun nodded thoughtfully. This opportunity for a draw could be postponed. There was no urgency to utilize it at the moment. He leisurely raised his cup to his lips, savoring a sip of water. However, after a considerable interval, he noted an unsettling silence from the system. Something felt amiss. "System," he inquired, "shouldn't you present a new side task following the completion of the previous one?" The system clarified. "The task system is undergoing fundamental optimization. The refresh time for new side tasks remains unknown." Unknown time? What sort of peculiar operation is this? Nonetheless, with the absence of new tasks, Liu Shaojun relished the respite. He stood, stretched languidly, and was about to take a moment of rest when a knock resounded at the door. "Come." As the door opened, Yu Hua entered the office. After pouring a cup of tea for Yu Hua, Liu Shaojun asked, "Is there an urgent matter regarding the virtual gaming business?" Typically, less significant issues could be resolved independently by Yu Hua and his team. More pressing matters would be submitted for Su Jijun's review, while the most critical would warrant Liu Shaojun's personal attention. Yu Hua's presence indicated that he had significant news to relay. He placed the document before Liu Shaojun and smiled. "I consulted with Lao Luo, and we are preparing to formalize the virtual gaming competitions into a league." The concept of league formalization for virtual gaming competitions did not surprise Liu Shaojun. It was a common trajectory for many professional events, driven by various motivations, primarily to ensure the healthy operation of competitions and to exploit their commercial potential. The advantages of formalization were manifold. All teams would be managed under the league, balancing players' salaries and stabilizing team revenues. Liu Shaojun perused the document, examining the implementation measures for the league's establishment. Overall, he found himself pleased, save for one aspect he believed required alteration. The relegation mechanism for teams could not be abolished. Those familiar with League of Legends competitions would recognize that the relegation mechanism had been eliminated following league formalization for both LPL and LCK. The reasoning was straightforward. League positions required substantial financial investment from team owners or club proprietors, and the risk of relegation would exacerbate the investment's inherent uncertainties. To assuage owners' fears and encourage their financial commitment, the relegation mechanism had to be scrapped. While the removal of this mechanism could elevate the entry standards for teams and secure player salaries, it also risked fostering complacent teams. Ultimately, with league formalization, revenues from broadcasting and advertising would be distributed among the teams, ensuring that even poorly performing teams would not suffer starvation. Shaojun was adamant that such a situation could not transpire. While league formalization was permissible, the relegation mechanism must remain intact. Hua sighed ruefully and replied, Liu, if that is the case, the major clubs and teams will be reluctant to invest in purchasing league positions. Shaojun shrugged, replying, who said that league positions need to be purchased? I never stated such a thing. That was your assertion. Taken aback, Hua hesitated, uncertainly asking Liu, are you certain? Shaojun chuckled, do we lack funds? We are not short on money. What we lack is an excellent competition framework. You must understand the profits we earned last year. We currently have no idea how to spend. Observing Hua nodding thoughtfully, he continued, delivering the finest products and service experiences to users is one of Shaojun Technology's guiding principles. The aim of league formalization is not to inflate our revenue figures, but to ensure an unparalleled viewing experience for our users. After Shaojun concluded his remarks, Hua exhaled deeply, acknowledging, Liu, I understand now. It was a misunderstanding on my part with Lao Luo. Shaojun nodded slightly, handing the document over to Su Jijun for revisions, instructing, please amend it and present it to me upon completion. Understood. On April 25th, a sensational expose rapidly ascended to the top of trending topics, disseminating globally within half an hour. Insider information indicated that Shaojun Technology was contemplating the formalization of virtual gaming competitions into a league, with an official announcement anticipated later that day. Subsequently, a deluge of additional revelations emerged, with numerous professional players publicly confirming the impending league formation, albeit with significant differences from the League of Legends model. The multitude of reports left players worldwide in a state of bewilderment. That evening, within the conference room of the Penguin Esports Department, Vice President of Penguin Games and General Manager of Penguin Esports, Ho Miao, presided over the meeting, flanked by the principal leaders of various esports business modules. After surveying the room, Ho Miao solemnly declared, you are all aware of the circulating expose, correct? I can assure you with utmost responsibility that these reports are accurate. Shaojun Technology is poised to establish a professional esports league. With this announcement, many executives were momentarily taken aback. This was not merely a competitor. Shaojun Technology's involvement signified a paradigm shift, with the potential to lead to the demise of League of Legends competitions and a significant decline in the popularity of other gaming events. Many League of Legends players had already sensed a downer in the game's appeal, especially following the advent of virtual brain-computer interfaces. Consequently, the mood among other executives was far from optimistic. Perceiving the silence, Ho Miao raised his voice, long before the emergence of virtual gaming last year. The board anticipated the current situation. Therefore, there is no need for excessive concern. There's only one pressing matter at hand. His tone intensified as he continued. Reach out to all major teams, particularly the prestigious clubs in each region. The league is at a critical juncture. Over the years, it has been generous to these teams. We hope they will stand with the league in this trying time. Upon hearing this, many executives exchanged wry smiles. Stand with the league? Was he jesting? Everyone was preoccupied, and life was challenging. You cannot expect to discuss feelings without addressing the matter of profit. Moreover, the emotional bonds were, in truth, quite tenuous, perhaps anticipating player impatience. On April 30th, Shaojun Technology convened an impromptu media conference. The event was hosted by Hua, the Senior Vice President of Shaojun Technology, who directly oversaw the gaming division. Thus, all virtual gaming players turned their attention to Hongqing. As the saying goes, the fish rots from the head, reflecting that the demeanor of a company's leader often mirrors that of its employees. Shaojun has always favored straightforwardness, a trait that has been adopted by senior executives like Hua. Upon his arrival, Hua addressed the gathered media, stating, today's impromptu press conference primarily announces the reform of the competition format for virtual games. At this, a knowing smile spread across the faces of the attendees. Indeed, it was as expected. Following discussions between the gaming department and the virtual brain machine operations, the company president has approved the establishment of the Virtual Game Professional League, VGPL. Currently, the league includes the Huagua, China, region, VG, CPL, the Japan Korea region, VG, JKPL, the North American region, VG, NAPL, and the European region, VG, EPL. Any other region wishing to establish a league or separate division must submit an application within 2 months. Each year, the Virtual Game World Championship, VGWC, will be held, featuring a total of 24 participating teams, with specific allocations for each region yet to be determined. After reviewing the notes on the podium, Hua continued, The number of team slots for each region is tentatively set at a maximum of 24 for the Huagua, North America, and Europe regions, and 18 for the Japan-Korea region. The allocation of team slots will follow a free application mechanism, allowing all teams within the respective regions to submit requests. Once approved, teams will be entitled to a share of the league's annual revenues. Exceptional teams will receive an additional reward of 80 of their revenue share, while outstanding players will be awarded a personalized trophy and an additional 60 of their annual salary. All virtual games launched by the Virtual Brain Machine will be incorporated into the VGPL. However, only the game Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse will be included in the Virtual Game World Championship. This year, Hyperdimensional Technology will also launch another globally competitive virtual game. So please stay tuned. Yuhua concluded. For specific details regarding the league's competition format and operational guidelines, please refer to Hyperdimensional Technology's publications. This press conference is now adjourned. Thank you all. With a slight nod, he departed. The reporters were momentarily taken aback before rushing in the direction he had left, shouting, "Mr. Yu, please wait. Mr. Yu, we haven't had a chance to interview you yet." Regardless of their calls, Yuhua maintained his impassive demeanor as he exited, leaving behind a group of helpless reporters and a tall, stern-looking security guard clad in a sharp suit. 10 minutes after the press conference concluded, media outlets worldwide began clamoring to report on the event. The team slot acquisition for the Virtual Game Professional League adopts a free application mechanism, showcasing the long-term vision of Hyperdimensional Technology's management, reported the United News Agency. VGPL is poised to become the largest professional esports league in the world in the foreseeable future, stated the Sun newspaper. Analysts predict that the commercial revenue from esports leagues related to games like LOL will exhibit a continuous decline, with a maximum drop exceeding 40, noted the New York Times. Penguin Esports is about to face unprecedented challenges, warned Hupu Esports. The media's focus has traditionally been lofty and grand, seldom considering the establishment of VGPL from the player's perspective. Most players have a rather straightforward desire. After the league's formation, they wish to enjoy thrilling matches. Numerous prominent gaming bloggers have mentioned a pertinent point in their articles. How should Penguin Esports respond to such fierce competition? Many have humorously remarked, "Penguin must be feeling quite anxious right now." Indeed, the anxiety is palpable. Even before the news of VGPL's establishment broke, the Penguin Esports business division convened an emergency meeting. The formation of the VGPL Professional Esports League is markedly different from the inaugural Virtual Gaming Individual Challenge. The latter's events under Penguin Esports posed no substantial threat. The former, however, feels akin to igniting a fire in one's own backyard. One must ponder, how could one not feel anxious? Chapter 105, The Struggles of the Penguin. On the evening of the press conference held by Hyperdimensional Technology, a media outlet boasting over 50 million followers published an article with an eye-catching title. The Penguin is truly suffering. Hyperdimensional Technology only bullying it. The article contained several intriguing points. It is widely known that Penguin rose to prominence through QQ Show, subsequently soaring to success with the games Crossfire and DNF. After tasting the lucrative profits of the gaming industry, Penguin began to delve deeper into the gaming realm, decisively acquiring Riot Games and securing the wildly popular MOBA game League of Legends. With 8 years of development, League of Legends boasts a comprehensive and stable competitive system. In 2017, the total number of live views for League of Legends surpassed 10 billion. Yet, this phenomenon may now face an uncertain future due to the emergence of virtual games and VGPL. Following the discussion of the gaming business segment, the article continued to expand on related topics. Penguin's rise to become one of China's internet giants is fundamentally rooted in its possession of the two major social software platforms, QQ and WeChat. Alibaba's domain lies in e-commerce, Baidu's and search engines, while Penguin's realm is social interaction. Presently, the core of Penguin's empire is under siege by Hyperdimensional Technology. According to a recent report by the Central Research Institute, the app's second world has become the preferred social software among the post-00s generation, with 60% of social activities among the post-90s also shifting towards it. Hyperdimensional Technology, wielding the virtual world, disregards the moat that Penguin has painstakingly constructed over the years, rampantly encroaching into the heart of Penguin's empire. Upon reading this article, netizens couldn't help but chuckle. In this light, Penguin does seem to be in a precarious position. Many did not expect that there would come a day when Penguin would be so severely bullied. Rather than sympathizing with Penguin, netizens expressed anticipation for Hyperdimensional Technology to decisively bring Penguin to its knees. Neither the public nor others seem to care. Currently, the focus of many is wholly on VGPL. At the Qingxiu Guild building in Tianhai, President Zhang Xuezi is presiding over a high-level guild meeting. Riding the wave of the virtual world, the Qingxiu Guild has evolved into a well-operated organization with immense commercial value. Jiang Xuetzi has also emerged as one of the goddesses of the virtual world, the foremost lord of unparalleled three kingdoms. The agenda of this meeting is straightforward. The Qingxiu Guild aims to form a team and apply for admission to VHPL. Jiang Xuetzi, sitting at the head of the table, spoke coolly. There is no need for concern regarding the team for the unparalleled Three Kingdoms project. We have less advantage in the project's endless crisis of the apocalypse, Immortal Path, and Diablo, Eternal. To establish a competitive team, we must recruit talents, particularly focusing on the team for endless crisis of the apocalypse as a priority. After a consensus nodding among the members, Lin Xiuan, the vice president of the Qingxiu Guild, spoke up. I've already contacted He Ying and Zhou Zhe. Both are interested but are evidently hesitant. Zhou Zhe and He Ying were the champions and runners-up of the inaugural Virtual Gaming Individual Challenge in Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse, particularly after winning the championship. Zhou Zhe has been highly sought after by various guilds and clubs. However, he has turned down all overtures from guilds and clubs alike. He Ying is a name that requires no further elaboration. She commands a small team that has no desire to join any guild or club. This sentiment is shared not just by Zhou Zhe and He Ying, but by many prominent players in the realm of virtual gaming who are equally reluctant to affiliate themselves with guilds or clubs. The reasoning is quite straightforward. Their prowess is unparalleled, their fame is well established, and they are devoid of any financial constraints. With wealth no object, they are disinclined to surrender their freedom to the governance of guilds and clubs. However, the recent establishment of a professional league for virtual gaming by Hyperdimensional Technology has stirred the interest of free-spirited players like Zhou Zhe and He Ying. The pinnacle of honor for virtual gamers is an alluring prospect that captivates everyone. Jiang Xuetzi smiled faintly and remarked, the members of He Ying's entire team possess formidable skills. We must endeavor to recruit the entirety of this team without letting a single individual slip away. Zhou Ze's input should be approached with careful negotiation. We should aim for a successful recruitment. But if we fail, we must accept the outcome with grace. The essence of competitive events lies in team synergy and strategic decision-making. Jiang Xuetzi paused momentarily before continuing. Thus, the coaching staff and the data analysis team must not be negligent. Coaches and data analysts should seek to recruit from the Shaojun organization. Upon hearing this, the eyes of all the guild's management personnel lit up. Brilliant! The members of the Shaojun organization possess an unparalleled understanding and analytical capability in virtual gaming, leaving no room for doubt. Once the matters concerning the formation of the team were resolved, Jiang Xuetzi's expression suddenly turned grave. I have something to discuss with everyone. Penguin is interested in acquiring us. And I have also been approached by individuals from Alibaba. At this announcement, the conference room fell into a hushed silence, with all eyes fixed upon Jiang Xuetzi. Without further ado, she continued, I have declined their offers, despite the extraordinarily high price they proposed, truly an astronomical sum. Yet, I did not hesitate. The Qingxiu Guild is the fruit of our collective labor, and I firmly believe that even without the endorsement of a large corporation, we can thrive. Jiang Xuetzi's words brought a collective sigh of relief to many, though some management personnel remained pensive. The repeated emphasis on the exorbitance of the offers served to underscore just how staggering the figures from Penguin and Alibaba truly were. This was hardly surprising, given that the Qingxiu Guild boasts the largest community of female players in the virtual gaming sphere, many of whom are exceptionally attractive. It is indisputable that the Qingxiu Guild is among the most sought-after guilds in the virtual world. Consequently, numerous luxury and cosmetic brands are eager to collaborate with the Qingxiu Guild, entering into sponsorship contracts without hesitation. Indeed, the Qingxiu Guild is not in want of financial resources. Yet, one must acknowledge the insatiable nature of humanity. Having obtained one loaf of bread, one yearns for 2, 3, or an infinite number. Observing the silence that enveloped the conference room, Jiang Xuetzi calmly stated, if anyone believes I have erred, or if you wish to be acquired for a substantial sum, you may voice your thoughts now. I can provide the money, and you may depart. Upon hearing this, the management personnel shook their heads in unison. President, you misunderstand. We do not wish to leave. Indeed, we truly do not wish to depart. We are merely taken aback. Jiang Xuetzi's gaze narrowed slightly, her voice growing increasingly frigid. Remember the words you speak today. If you voice them now, I can provide compensation. Should you leave in the future, aside from the obligatory severance, there will be no further remuneration. This declaration landed like a stone cast into a lake, sending ripples through the room, and many faces shifted in color. Before long, some could no longer contain themselves. Chapter 106, You Frighten Me. a young man, gritting his teeth, stood and declared, "President, I am leaving." Soon after, another man beside him rose as well. "President, I apologize, but I too must depart." And "President, forgive me." One after another, 7 individuals stood up. The vice president, Du Yujun, gazed at the 7 with disbelief and inquired, "Why?" The first man to stand answered candidly, "The president of the guild under Baidu has resigned." And they approached me. The other 6 each provided their own reasons. "The head of LGD Club is my cousin. The CA Guild has extended an olive branch, which I cannot refuse. The upper echelons of RNG Club contacted me at the end of last month. I too wish to push my limits." Once the reasons for their departure were articulated, Jiang Shuetzi surveyed the room and calmly asked, "Is there anyone else who wishes to leave?" After a brief pause, Jiang Shuetzi turned to a young woman beside Du Yujun and said, "Chuli, after this meeting, assist them with their resignation procedures." Lu Chuli, as one of the higher-ups in the Qingxiu Guild, was primarily responsible for member management. She nodded in acknowledgement without further comment. "Thank you for your understanding, President." The 7 individuals offered a slight bow in gratitude before exiting the conference room. Watching their departing figures, many of the guild's senior members felt a twinge of nostalgia. These 7 were among the original pioneers who had joined the guild, diligent and capable in their roles. When they had founded the Qingxiu Guild, everyone had believed they would journey together indefinitely. Yet, who could have foreseen this turn of events? Sigh. Jiang Shuetzi rapped her knuckles on the conference table, drawing everyone's attention. There is no banquet that does not come to an end. There is no need for excessive speculation. The old must depart for the new to arrive. This is the norm of life. In the wake of the 7's departure, until new management personnel were appointed, the responsibilities they had previously held would be shared among the remaining members. It was not just the Qingxiu Guild. Other guilds were also experiencing sudden shifts. The recruitment efforts among various guilds and clubs were no longer conducted in secrecy. Lu Shaojun, the founder of the Bionic organization, found himself in a state of frustration, even contemplating expressing his grievances. The organization had lost many members, particularly data analysts. At that moment, there was a knock at the door. "Come, a young man wearing glasses entered the office. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lu Xiaoxing's instincts kicked in, and he frowned, asking, "Shaojia, you're not planning to leave as well, are you?" The young man shrugged, responding, "Boss, you know my girlfriend is in the Qingxiu Guild. I have no choice." In response, Lu Xiaoxing exclaimed, "Those vixens in the Qingxiu Guild." The young man laughed heartily and retorted, "Boss, my wife is also in the Qingxiu Guild. Do you think you can insult them and still come home tonight?" Lu Xiaoxing scoffed dismissively, feigning indifference. At this, the young man gave him a thumbs up. He then stepped closer, patted Lu Xiaoxing on the shoulder, and earnestly said, "Boss, I'm leaving. You must take care of yourself." Lu Xiaoxing jokingly replied, "Get lost. I'm perfectly fine." The young man chuckled, waved goodbye, and exited Lu Xiaoxing's office. At that moment, a phone call came in. Upon seeing the caller ID, Lu Xiaoxing's temper flared. "Jiang Shuetzi, you cunning vixen, how dare you call? You've already poached my elite team." On the other end of the line, Jiang Shuetzi replied with a faint smile, "You have more than one elite team under your wing. I'm still in need of a head coach. Would you lend a hand?" Liu Xiaoxing goliritortiv. "No. No. Are you certain? Xiao Yu is right here with me. Shall I have her speak with you?" At the mention of Xiao Yu, Lu Xiaoxing's eyelid twitched, and he responded, "I can give you his phone number, but whether it works depends on your capabilities." "No problem." After hanging up, Lu Xiaoxing promptly informed his secretary, "Schedule a meeting in 10 minutes. Damn it. If I remain idle, the Bionic organization will inevitably close its doors." Simultaneously, virtually all guilds and clubs had their sights set on the Bionic organization. There was no alternative. The formation of a competitive team hinges critically on the selection of players and coaches. While players must possess formidable skills, the requirements for the coaching staff are considerably more stringent. They must possess a profound understanding of virtual gaming and exhibit exceptional data analysis capabilities. Although each team is equipped with its own data analyst, a coach who lacks an understanding of game data analysis can never excel in their role. In addition to scouting coaches, various guilds and clubs are simultaneously on the lookout for players, enticing free agents with increasingly generous and outrageous offers. Besides the clubs and guilds taking action, a myriad of investors has also begun to mobilize. The establishment of the Professional Esports League signifies that Shaojun Technology has officially embarked on the journey of uncovering the commercial potential within virtual gaming. What does capital prioritize the most? It is, indeed, commercial value. The commercial viability of virtual gaming competitions is currently in its developmental phase. The earlier one enters the fray, the greater the profits to be reaped. Consequently, on May 1st, the very day the Labor Day holiday commenced, a flurry of rumors began to circulate. Insiders revealed that Tencent and Alibaba were attempting to acquire the Qingxiu Guild. The Baixiaoxing organization has become a coveted entity within the virtual gaming industry, prompting major guilds and clubs to vie for talent. Sequoia China Capital is preparing to register an esports club, marking the official entry of international capital into VGPL. Virtual gamers, inundated with a barrage of online information, find themselves rather bewildered. How did the realm of virtual gaming suddenly seem so chaotic? The cause of this disorder is quite simple. Shaojun Technology abruptly announced the formation of the Professional Esports League without granting major guilds and clubs any time to adjust. According to information on Shaojun Technology's official website, professional competitions across various divisions are set to commence in October of this year. 5 months is an exceedingly brief period. In the interest of expediency, guilds and clubs have little time to spare for anything else. While the external world is rife with upheaval, Shaojun Technology, the instigator of it all, remains calm and detached, merely observing from the sidelines. In the Shaojun Technology building, in the top-floor lounge, Liu Shaojun is enjoying a lovingly prepared bento by Lin Ryu, while perusing trending topics on Weibo. At that moment, Lin Ruxiue and Chen Xiao enter the room. Chen Xiao places a document in front of Liu Shaojun, informing him that there is an issue with the wireless charging at Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion. Hearing this, Liu Shaojun furrows his brow and quickly begins to review the document. After reading through it, he breathes a sigh of relief. "That scared me," he remarks. It turns out there is no real problem after all. In April, Shaojun Technology and Hongsheng reached 2 collaborative agreements. The first involves creating an air purification system that encompasses all areas of Hongsheng, while the second focuses on establishing energy resonance and wireless charging throughout the urban district. The development of the air purification system officially commenced today, on May 1st. However, the work on wireless charging had already begun, with the initial sites being Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion. The project was completed 5 days ago. So what was the issue reported by Chen Xiao? It turns out that visitors entering Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion were informed they could charge wirelessly. Most notably, during the May Day holiday, charging was free of charge. Consequently, within 10 minutes, this news spread across the internet, igniting excitement among the residents of Hongsheng, who flocked to Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion. It was said that many individuals from nearby cities were also stirred to action, preparing to take advantage of the free wireless charging. Despite Shaojun Technology's technicians anticipating the scenario, the enthusiasm of the visitors and users overwhelmed the charging system, causing it to malfunction. Fortunately, the technical team was efficient, resolving the issue within half an hour. Currently, both Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion have begun to limit the number of visitors allowed in. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the Tongwang Pavilion scenic area, a large number of tourists are queuing. At this moment, a young man stops a security officer and inquires, "What's going on? Why can't we go in?" "I was planning to visit the Tongwang Pavilion." Upon hearing this, the surrounding tourists can't help but chuckle. The security officer, with a perplexed expression, responds, "Do you really have the audacity to ask that? Dressed in pajamas and slippers, with unkempt hair, you claim you wish to visit the Tongwang Pavilion? Do you not have any self-awareness?" Although the officer feels helpless, he can only respond with a smile, "Sir, please wait a moment. The number of visitors inside, is simply overwhelming." The young man, upon hearing this, indignantly retorts, "Are they all just here to leech off the electricity? How shameless." At this proclamation, everyone around is taken aback. "Goodness, can you believe what you're saying?" One of his friends, finally unable to contain himself, asks, "Dude, aren't you here to mooch off the wireless charging?" The young man shakes his head and replies earnestly, "Of course not. I'm here to visit the Tongwang Pavilion." To which his friend counters, "Then why are you in your pajamas?" The young man explains, "Oh, this? I live nearby and spontaneously decided to visit the Tongwang Pavilion. I was so eager that I forgot to change clothes." Aubrey, such a shameless spirit has moved everyone around him. The bustling scenes at Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion were shared widely online, prompting many residents of Hongsheng to urge their friends from outside the city not to come. It's too crowded. Faced with this situation, Hongsheng authorities dared not take it lightly and promptly announced that Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion would implement paid wireless charging. Upon hearing this, users lost a significant portion of their interest, realizing they could no longer take advantage of the service for free. Nonetheless, a substantial number of users still waited to enter Bai Square and the Tongwang Pavilion, eager to experience the convenience of charging their phones anywhere, at any time. Fortunately, the number of these users remained within a controllable range. The ERWC charger, energy resonance, wireless charging, officially launched on May 1st. Many pre-order customers received their chargers that morning. By noon, user experiences with the ER-WC charger began to emerge. The charging was remarkably stable and the speed exceedingly rapid. It's incredibly convenient. I bought 3 chargers to cover my entire home, allowing me to charge anytime, anywhere. Many users expressed their relief over a common inconvenience. No longer would they struggle to find a charging point while lying in bed, contorting to maintain a comfortable position. Users who had tried the ER-WC charger spoke favorably of it, alongside the buzz surrounding energy resonance and wireless charging. The establishment of VHPL has stirred the winds of change in early May. The movement of capital during this period has vividly unfolded before ordinary players. On the 3rd, news broke that RNG Esports Club had changed ownership, topping the trending topics. It was reported that Sequoia China and Byte were in a fierce competition for the RNG club. But ultimately, Sequoia China emerged victorious. Following the acquisition, RNG Club will undergo internal restructuring. The foremost priority post-restructure is to establish a virtual gaming division and form multiple virtual gaming teams. Shortly thereafter, it was disclosed that Alibaba invested in EDG Esports Club, acquiring a 45% stake and gaining 70% of the decision-making power in the virtual gaming division. The Yingyue Guild, recognized as one of the top 10 virtual gaming guilds, also received investment from Tencent. Additionally, Tencent acquired stakes in both LGD Esports Club and TS Esports Club. The Baidu-affiliated guild expanded into an esports club, officially establishing a virtual gaming division. Both JDG Esports Club and BLG Esports Club subsequently announced the formation of their own virtual gaming divisions. In addition to the news surrounding the teams, the trajectories of prominent players in the virtual gaming sphere have also been revealed. The eminent players Zhou Zhe and He Ying from Endless Crisis announced their affiliation with the Qingxiu Guild, while another renowned player, Yao Jian, 3rd place in the inaugural individual challenge, declared his entry into EDG. Renowned players of Xian Tu, Zhang Zijian, and Tang Jia have announced their respective affiliations with RNG and LGD to their fans. The eminent player He Wei from Wushuang Sangua has ascended to the position of captain for the BLG division of Wushuang Sangua. A torrent of domestic news has emerged, accompanied by continual influx of international announcements regarding teams and players. Organizations with substantial capital and strength are mobilizing, eager not to miss out on the vast ocean of virtual gaming. Players worldwide watch in astonishment, while they are aware of the lucrative nature of professional esports. The global ripple effect it has caused was unforeseen by many. In response, experts have stepped forward to elucidate this phenomenon. The capital's keen interest in and investment in VHPL is driven by 2 primary motives: the pursuit of profit and the expansion of business horizons to enhance corporate resilience against risks. At present, the potential for losses in virtual gaming appears negligible. Such a premium commercial resource is not one to be overlooked. One must always trust in the foresight of capital. While capital may deceive, it will never deceive itself. Where there are profits, capital will inevitably follow. The greater the profits, the more abundant the capital. This capital is supported by a cadre of strategists who provide guidance and direction. Although much of the data from Hyperdimensional Technology remains undisclosed, extensive data analysis offers glimpses into its workings. The analytical reports held by various capital entities may differ, yet they share a singular core conclusion. Betting on Hyperdimensional Technology is unequivocally a sound investment. Chapter 108. Losses are an impossibility. Bob, the CEO of the globally renowned data analysis firm Nielsen, once stated publicly that Nielsen comprises 18 analytical teams tirelessly studying Hyperdimensional Technology. Regrettably, progress in their research has been nearly non-existent, with significant discrepancies in predictive data. Hyperdimensional Technology seems perpetually inscrutable, a miracle in its own right, a favored child of fortune. This sentiment could be more straightforwardly expressed as, can one truly incur losses while conducting business alongside the favored child of fortune? Losses are out of the question. Have I, Liu Shaojun, ever engaged in a losing venture? At the pinnacle of the Hyperdimensional Technology skyscraper, Liu Shaojun reclined in his office chair, regarding Chun Lin Ruoxu with an inquisitive smile. Why did Liu Shaojun pose such a question? Lin Ruoxu had come to report on the data center development plan. In the blueprint envisioned by Liu Shaojun, the creation of sufficient data centers globally is imperative. Data centers are foundational for big data, cloud computing, and the advancement of artificial intelligence. The establishment of data centers in Huagua and the Asia-Pacific region is currently at an intermediate stage. To avoid hindering the growth of artificial intelligence, the development of data centers in North America and Europe must be expedited. Liu Shaojun's directive was for the concurrent establishment of data centers in the European and American regions. Lin Ruoxue felt that Liu Shaojun was being overly hasty. She understood his desire to accelerate the growth of artificial intelligence. However, she did not support this urgency. Consequently, she sought him out, attempting to persuade him to proceed with caution, first completing the North American data center, then initiating the European project. Nevertheless, Liu Shaojun declined her counsel. The growth rate of Xiaoyi had recently slowed significantly. To ensure Xiaoyi's development, Liu Shaojun had recently integrated Xiaoyi into Microsoft Cloud. Among the three giants of global cloud computing, Amazon, Microsoft, and Google, Xiaoyi had already traversed Google Cloud and Amazon Cloud, absorbing every available data morsel. Once Xiaoyi departs from Microsoft Cloud, its growth may very well come to a halt. The limited number of data centers within their own organization left Xiaoyi with no new data to assimilate. The data centers of Hyperdimensional Technology are entirely accessible to Xiaoyi. With the influx of new data, Xiaoyi would voraciously consume it all, leaving nothing behind. Xiaoyi stands as one of the most formidable bastions of the Hyperdimensional Technology empire. For her growth, Liu Shaojun felt that a little urgency was justifiable. Lin Ruoxue crossed her arms, her brows knitted in concern. Liu Shaojun blinked. Why did you not mention such a significant matter sooner? Lin Ruoxue, oblivious to Liu Shaojun's gaze, parted her lips to speak. Simultaneously establishing these data centers carries the risk of unforeseen complications, which could trigger a chain reaction. Many of the company's projects might be suspended or even forced to shut down. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun smiled. How should I put it? Entrusting critical industries to those with dubious integrity indeed breeds unease. However, there is no need for concern. Occasional mishaps may arise. Yet we can manage them and prevent them from spiraling into uncontrollable crises. Liu Shaojun gazed intently into Lin Ruoxue's eyes and asserted, "Trust me." What more could Lin Ruoxue say? After a slight nod, she picked up the planning documents and declared, "I will take charge of the data center development." Very well. Initially, the data center project was under the purview of Su Jijun. However, old Su has been exceedingly busy, particularly after the expansion into the European and American markets. Hyperdimensional Technology has evolved into a multinational corporation, further straining Su Jijun's schedule. Just how busy is Su Jijun? His multitude of roles speaks volumes. Currently, he serves as the COO, Chief Operating Officer, of Hyperdimensional Technology, Global Co-Executive Vice President, President of the Corporate Development Department, Chairman of the Corporate Strategic Investment Review Committee, and Chairman of the Corporate Human Resources Committee. The more positions one holds, the greater the volume of management responsibilities. Liu Shaojun's relative leisure is largely attributable to old Su's considerable burdens. Lin Ruoxue herself holds numerous titles: Chief Legal Officer, Director of Global Cybersecurity and User Privacy Protection, and Senior Vice President. Her willingness to take on the data center project stems from the international legal expertise required for foreign project development, an area in which she excels. On May 20th, Hyperdimensional Technology's official website updated its news. As of May 19th at 10 p.m., the Huagua Competition Zone, VG, CPL, received a total of 86 applications for alliance slots. The Japan Korea Competition Zone, VG, JKPL, received 91 applications, North America, VG, and APL, received 87 applications, and Europe, VG, EPL, received 82 applications. Other countries and regions collectively received 156 applications. Following a preliminary review by the VGPL Competition Committee, the VG CPL Zone approved 10 applications, VG JKPL approved 12 applications, VG and APL approved 9 applications, VG EPL approved 8 applications, and other countries and regions approved 28 applications. For the list of teams that were approved, please refer to Attachment 1. The remaining slots in each competition zone will be announced on June 10th. This news and the list of approved teams have been widely disseminated by media outlets around the globe. From the list, it becomes evident that a team must meet several stringent criteria to secure approval. Firstly, the team must possess substantial financial resources or have backing from large corporations or organizations. For instance, clubs with equity from institutions like Sequoia China, Tencent, and Alibaba have successfully secured alliance slots. Secondly, the team must feature renowned players, such as those from the Qingxiu Guild, which boasts multiple top 16 competitors from the inaugural individual challenge. Thirdly, the management members of the team must have unblemished records, and the number of stakeholders backing them should not be overly diverse or numerous. A convoluted shareholder structure significantly increases the risk of future financial crises for the team. The rigorous vetting process has eliminated many teams attempting to navigate the waters without merit. Only those teams with formidable competitiveness are likely to secure alliance slots, ensuring the integrity of competition within each zone. Furthermore, to bolster the competitive landscape, each zone will establish a secondary league. Teams that fail to qualify for the top-tier league may apply for a spot in the next lower league. In this regard, Hyperdimensional Technology offers substantial support. Primarily, this includes team subsidies, player salary assistance, and assistance with commercial collaborations, among other benefits. As long as the team does not merely exist in a state of complacency and achieves respectable results, they are likely to receive these subsidies. With such support, teams can dedicate more of their efforts towards striving for the top-tier league. The operation of professional esports events in the virtual gaming realm proceeds in an orderly manner. Simultaneously, other business endeavors of Hyperdimensional Technology are advancing rapidly. At 6 p.m. on May 26th, the official account of Hyperdimensional Technology across all platforms announced a piece of news. An online product launch event is scheduled for 6 p.m. on May 31st. What is this? Another new product? Just last month, 2 new products were unveiled, and now, only a month later, another launch is on the horizon? Chapter 109, A Decisive Blow. Regarding the online product launch on the 31st, Silicon Valley Magazine expressed its astonishment by using unbelievable 3 times in succession. Since the onset of 2023, the pace and frequency at which Hyperdimensional Technology releases new products has markedly accelerated. Many astute observers have sensed this shift, although they are aware of Hyperdimensional Technology's rapidity. The current speed is astonishing. Domestic netizens have vocally expressed their excitement to the point of losing their voices. At this moment, the world's gaze begins to unify. All fans of Hyperdimensional Technology eagerly anticipate the arrival of the 31st. In the blink of an eye, 5 days have passed. On the afternoon of the 31st at 5:30 p.m., the live streams across various platforms began to fill to capacity, with everyone awaiting the commencement of the launch event. As the clock struck 6 p.m., the live stream screen illuminated. Shaojun, donned in casual attire, appeared before the audience. At that moment, Shaojun was seated on a single sofa in a room familiar to all users of the virtual world, the most primitive virtual home. Hello everyone, I am Shaojun, and I welcome you to today's product launch event. Here, I must inform you that today's new product is not a tangible item, but rather a service within the virtual world. Upon hearing this, many audience members felt a twinge of disappointment. Although it was not a physical product, given Hyperdimensional Technology's prowess, anticipation remained high. Shaojun then rose from the sofa and cheerfully remarked, "Since the launch of the virtual home, it has garnered immense popularity among users. In light of this, we are preparing to expand the virtual home service, making it more systematic and comprehensive. The name of the service itself indicates our aspiration to provide users with a home. In simple terms, the essence of a home comprises family members, the living environment, and the bonds of affection among family members. Currently, the virtual home only encompasses a living environment and one family member, so we are prepared to augment this service with an additional attribute." An additional attribute? Precisely. The affection among family members. Eager viewers immediately flooded the chat with comments. Is that all? Just adding a few more people? Is a product launch really necessary? Indeed, it seems merely an expansion of the virtual home. Shaojun smiled softly and said, "I understand that there must be a great deal of criticism in the chat. Is it truly necessary to hold an online launch event just to increase the number of residents in the virtual home?" He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness and added, "How could I possibly be so idle?" This elicited smiles from numerous viewers. Who could argue otherwise? As the CEO of such a large company, Shaojun's time is exceedingly precious. If not for a service of significant importance, he would not personally preside over the launch event. Shaojun did not keep his audience in suspense and stated directly, "The extension of the virtual home service targets a very specific user demographic." How specific, you might ask? These users have either departed from the real world or are on the verge of doing so. At this, all viewers watching the live stream were momentarily stunned. Many quickly began to piece together the implications. Could it be? Indeed, it seems many have already deduced the truth. Hyperdimensional Technology is preparing to create a virtual realm that mirrors the real world, a utopia, allowing deceased loved ones to be reborn in this paradise. All users' virtual homes will become adjunct spaces within this utopia. Shaojun's words left the audience once again in a state of astonishment. The notion of deceased loved ones being reborn in a virtual world? He continued, "Users need only provide information about their departed loved ones, such as photographs, videos, and daily life details. The more comprehensive the information, the better, down to the minutiae. If the initial information provided is insufficient, it is of no consequence. Users can enter the utopia and engage in interactions and conversations to refine the resurrected persona. For instance, recounting all the memories you hold of them, sharing experiences you have both encountered together. We do not know if there's a paradise in this world. However, hyperdimensional technology aspires to construct the utopia into a paradise. Many viewers found themselves breathing more rapidly upon hearing this. The idea of deceased loved ones being reborn in a virtual realm seemed implausible. Yet nearly everyone believed that hyperdimensional technology could indeed achieve it. After all, every character in a virtual game can be considered a form of rebirth. Virtual characters possess human emotions. The second world has emerged as the preferred social app among the youth, primarily because young individuals can form friendships with game characters. It is common to see users sharing screenshots of their conversations with virtual characters online. In the realm of artificial intelligence, hyperdimensional technology stands as an unassailable monarch. To put it plainly, those reborn in the utopia are, in essence, also forms of artificial intelligence. Or rather, users will not only have artificial intelligence companions, but also artificial intelligence family members. Perhaps sensing that the audience needed time to digest this revelation, Shaojun paused for a few moments before continuing. More detailed information about the utopia can be found on the Hyperdimensional Technology download site. The application portal for spots in the utopia will open for all virtual users tomorrow, coinciding with Children's Day. Once successfully applied, each user will have a preparation period of 10 to 30 days to gather their information. However, if users feel there is no need to wait for 10 days, they can submit their information immediately. Upon approval, the resurrection will be conducted based on the complexity of the provided information, and the results will be communicated to the user in advance. That concludes today's online product launch. In June, Hyperdimensional Technology will hold a summer product launch event, so please stay tuned. Shaojun's final statement left all industry insiders utterly flabbergasted. A summer product launch in June? This is simply outrageous. Hyperdimensional Technology. Please consider leaving some opportunities for other tech companies. After reflecting on this, industry insiders focus their attention on the content of the online launch event. Undoubtedly, the virtual project of the utopia has made a tremendous impact. Many professionals and industry leaders have vaguely sensed that Shaojun's earlier remarks at the virtual brain machine release were not mere jest. He genuinely intends to transform the virtual world into a second realm of human existence. Hyperdimensional Technology is tirelessly striving to bind users to the virtual realm, weaving a comprehensive web that encompasses entertainment, work, and life, enveloping all users within it. Remarkably, all users seem to embrace this concept without any resistance. The emergence of artificial intelligence family members is akin to a lethal blow, one that the vast majority of users find themselves unable to withstand. Chapter 110. The Harsh Reality of the Real World. During the press conference, Shaojun subtly alluded to a particular point. The target users of the Peach Blossom source have either severed ties with the real world or are on the brink of doing so. The former, as Shaojun had previously articulated, entails the resurrection of deceased, loved ones within the virtual realm. As for the latter, Shaojun refrained from further elaboration in subsequent press sessions. However, from the literal interpretation and the information available on the Hyperdimensional Technology official website, it becomes evident that another significant demographic for the Peach Blossom source consists of patients with terminal illnesses who are nearing death or elderly individuals whose time is running out. Unlike the resurrection of the deceased, this group of users on the verge of passing does not need to provide personal information. They merely need to immerse themselves in the virtual world for a continuous period of 10 days to facilitate precise data collection. Once this demographic is reborn within the Peach Blossom source, their likeness remains identical to their real-world selves, negating the necessity for interactions with friends and family to enhance their profiles. Furthermore, all users within the virtual realm will have the opportunity to sign an agreement after tomorrow. The terms of this agreement are straightforward. Should a user unfortunately pass away or reach the age of 100, they will automatically transition into the Peach Blossom source. The extended services of this virtual domicile are divided into the Peach Blossom source and the Utopian world, the former corresponding to Huagua and the latter to regions beyond its borders. Both the Peach Blossom source and the Utopian world will similarly adopt a regional differentiation reflective of the real world to avert any unnecessary complications. In both realms, the locations of rebirth are confined to the user's home country. For instance, if the user was Chinese prior to their rebirth, they will remain so thereafter. Elements and information from the real-world Huagua will be prevalent throughout the Peach Blossom source. This service's capacity for simultaneous global rollout is attributed to this very aspect. The advent of the peach blossom source and the utopian world has sparked extensive discourse on a global scale. The online atmosphere was initially lively, but after a brief flurry of activity, many netizens faded into the background. Jiang Zhiwu was among them. After watching the live broadcast of the press conference, he browsed the internet for a while, his mood becoming increasingly restless. He picked up his phone and dialed his mother's number. Shortly after, his mother's concerned voice came through the line. "Xiao Wu, why are you calling so late? Is something wrong?" Jiang Zhiwu shook his head and replied, "No, Mom. I just wanted to discuss something with you." "What is it? Are you short on money? I could transfer some tomorrow." "No, Mom. I'm not short on money. Once I get my paycheck this month, I plan to send you some. I don't want it. You keep it for yourself. It's not easy being alone out there. Make sure to eat well and dress warmly." Hearing this, Jiang Zhiwu smiled and assured her, "Okay, Mom, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. There's something else I want to talk to you about. Go ahead. I'd like you to send me Dada's photo." There was a long silence on the other end, and his mother replied calmly, "All right." Jiang Zhiwu continued, "Mom, did Dad have any favorite things? Any hobbies?" "Hobbies? I don't think so. But when you were little, you loved riding bikes, and your father would take you out for rides after work." Jiang Zhiwu felt a pang in his heart. Suppressing his emotions, he inquired about many aspects of his father. His mother provided answers with remarkable calmness. Yet, when the call ended, Jiang Zhiwu could still hear her weeping softly. With a sigh, his resolve strengthened. He must ensure that his parents are reborn in the peach blossom source. Though this father figure may be artificial, it could offer his mother some solace. Perhaps this is the true essence of the peach blossom source. Besides Jiang Zhiwu, countless others found it difficult to sleep that night. At 11 p.m., at the Central Hospital of Qingdao City, a young woman with a hat and a pale complexion struggled to sit up from her hospital bed. Just then, the door to her ward swung open, and a man hurriedly set down the water jug in his hands and rushed over to help her sit up. Shouting, "It's late. You should be getting some rest," he gently reminded her. The woman shook her head, cupping his face in her hands, and smiled. "Darling, we could be together forever now." The man paused for a moment, then nodded with a smile. "Of course, we could be together forever and ever." The woman shook her head again, grinning. "My best friend just messaged me, telling me to check the news online. After reading it, I realized we can truly be together forever." The man's eyes widened in surprise. Did scientists develop a miracle drug for late-stage breast cancer? After exclaiming, he reached for his phone to search for information, but the woman stopped him. "No, it's Hyperdimensional Technology that has launched a new service allowing us to be together forever." She presented her phone to him, revealing the information regarding the peach blossom source on the screen. After reading it, the smile on the man's face gradually faded, devoid of the excitement and joy the woman had anticipated. "What I want is the living you. Shaojun wants her living mother, not just a string of cold data." He turned away, retrieving the water jug from the doorway, and began to tidy the disheveled bedclothes. "Darling, my time is limited. I can feel it." Her words made the man tremble slightly. "I want to enter the peach blossom source and create a home for us there. Although this home is fabricated, I still wish to do so. This way, I can always be by your side and Shaojun." The man sat on the cold bench, his head bowed in silence for an extended period. Finally, he nodded. "All right." The woman's face instantly lit up with joy, and in that moment, her physical pain seemed to lessen significantly. Similar scenes unfolded that night and in the many days to follow. The next morning at 8, the application portals of Hyperdimensional Technology's official website and the Second World app were nearly overwhelmed by traffic. Fortunately, Hyperdimensional Technology had anticipated this surge and expanded the access points. The number of applications for the peach blossom source and the utopian world has not been disclosed to the public, nor does the company intend to do so. In the days that followed, the emotional climate across major online platforms became exceedingly complex, marked by both joy and sorrow. For those wishing to resurrect their deceased loved ones, the emergence of the peach blossom source and the utopian world is a blessing. However, for another segment of users, the peach blossom source and the utopian world are far from a utopia. Sending cherished family and friends into an entirely illusory world is profoundly cruel. Yet, once they endure this phase, they may come to realize that the peach blossom source is not cruel at all. It is the harsh reality of the world that is. Chapter 111, Frantic Investment. At this juncture, an article by a renowned international sociologist made its way into the country. The title of the article read, "The Emergence of Utopia May Bring Unfavorable Chain Reactions." The article initially pointed out that the advent of the utopian and peach blossom source worlds could provoke ethical dilemmas within society. If users invest excessive emotion in their virtual family members, even forgetting the existence of the virtual world, the implications could be dire. Real loved ones have passed away. Yet the emergence of virtual realm imposes a mere string of data upon individuals, which is fundamentally unreasonable. We must consider that we live in a tangible world and should not transfer too much emotional investment into a virtual one. The sociologist's opinions garnered considerable support. Discussions surrounding the utopian and peach blossom source worlds have also formed into three factions globally: supporters, neutrals, and opponents. In response, Superdimensional Technology has refrained from issuing any comments. In the detailed introduction of the peach blossom source, Utopia, project, Superdimensional Technology has made specific annotations. The decision to resurrect deceased loved ones lies entirely in the hands of the users. Furthermore, the resurrection of departed family members is subject to a multitude of stringent conditions. Applicants must possess a blood relation to the individual they wish to resurrect. The resurrected beings will also face numerous limitations, ensuring that virtual characters do not engage in ethical debates within the real world. All restrictions have been meticulously outlined by Superdimensional Technology, requiring users to read through each one during the application process. During the initial determination of this project, extensive discussions were held within Superdimensional Technology. Many executives expressed their disapproval of continuing with this project. However, Shaojun maintained an authoritarian stance. He had previously stated that the virtual world is destined to become a second realm for humanity. To achieve this ambition, one must inevitably confront numerous challenges and obstacles. While it may be possible to evade them temporarily, one cannot escape indefinitely. It is far better to introduce such a controversial service sooner rather than later, thereby extending the timeline of the debate. In the top-tier lounge of Superdimensional Technology, Shaojun, Su Jijun, Linru, Luo, Ilong, and several other senior executives gathered for tea and conversation. Shaojun calmly remarked, "It is inevitable that controversy will arise. Superdimensional Technology cannot continue to avoid discussing it. A measured response is necessary." How should we respond? Quite simply, we have entrusted all decision-making power to the users. We have preemptively informed them of all potential points of contention. We merely need to respond truthfully. The executives nodded in agreement. Superdimensional Technology has done all that it can. The remaining choices rest with the users. After sipping his juice, Shaojun surveyed the room and inquired, "Why hasn't you arrived? Is he too busy with VGPL?" Typically, at such executive gatherings, attendance is nearly universal, barring those on business trips, such as Lin Ruoxue, who is currently in Europe. Yuhua's absence suggests that preparations for VGPL are proving to be quite challenging. Luo Ilong chuckled. Yu's been practically living at the office these days. Thankfully, his team is keeping a close watch on VGPL's progress. His primary focus is on the company's independently developed virtual game, which he monitors closely. Upon hearing this, Shaojun recalled that in order to enhance the competitive offerings of the VGPL World Championship, the gaming department plans to develop a virtual game aimed at global players, with Yuhua as the chief designer. This dedication is precisely why Yuhua is so invested in the project. Su Jijun set down his teacup and announced, "Everyone is exceedingly busy. I am preparing for a trip to Europe tomorrow." Shaojun frowned and asked, "Which research institute in Europe has agreed to collaborate?" Su Jijun noted that they have provisionally agreed. I will personally negotiate with them. It should not fall through. As a director of Superdimensional Technology's Strategic Investment Review Committee, Su Jijun reviews numerous investment projects daily. Superdimensional Technology is quite affluent, and to facilitate the flow of funds and offshore accounts, Shaojun has established performance targets for the Strategic Investment Department. Projects with investment amounts not exceeding 100 million can be decided independently by the department. Those exceeding this threshold must be submitted to the Investment Review Committee. Su Jijun serves as the committee's chair, with Lin Ruoyu as vice chair. And the committee members primarily consist of senior executives from Superdimensional Technology. Projects approved by these executives generally align with the overarching development strategy of Superdimensional Technology. Among these, a biomedical research institute in Europe has caught the attention of Su Jijun and his team. Shaojun, having conducted some research, believes that this institute is indeed worthy of acquisition. The institute focuses on feasible treatments for chronic lymphocytic leukemia, CLL, a type of leukemia notoriously difficult to detect in its early stages. Once diagnosed, it can be devastating, with Shaojun winning a breast cancer miracle drug in a lottery. It signals Superdimensional Technology's inevitable foray into the pharmaceutical sector. The pharmaceutical field is notably unique. While competition in the high-end market may not be severe, the profits are substantial. Miracle drugs for various ailments can cost thousands or even tens of thousands. Importantly, there is no room for negotiation in the pharmaceutical realm. If you can afford it, you may use it. If not, one must simply wish for good fortune. Beyond the lucrative nature of the pharmaceutical industry, it also resides at the forefront of technological advancement. As a high-tech company, it is imperative for Hyperdimensional Technology to engage in this sector. Relying solely on one breast cancer miracle drug is insufficient to uphold its image. So, what is the solution? Investment, investment, investment. Any issue solvable with financial resources is not a problem for Hyperdimensional Technology. In just 4 months, the company has invested in 162 laboratories, research institutes, and startups, a move that garnered significant attention on social media last month. Wall Street analysts estimated that Hyperdimensional Technology's total investment during this period amounts to a staggering $12.8 billion. It is essential to clarify here, the actual figure is not merely $12.8 billion, but rather $21.1 billion. Hyperdimensional Technology's extravagant approach has garnered enthusiastic support from various startups. Every day, the strategic investment department's inbox receives hundreds of emails. Some might wonder why Hyperdimensional Technology only receives about 100 emails daily, whereas Zhang Lei, the founder of Hill House Capital, reportedly faces thousands awaiting his response each day. The answer lies in the nature of their investments. Hyperdimensional Technology exclusively invests in cutting-edge technological projects, while Hill House Capital, as a venture capital firm, considers any promising project as a potential investment opportunity. Chapter 112. Hyperdimensional Technology's attempt to change the world. Online discussions surrounding the peach blossom source and utopian worlds have persisted without pause. However, those engaged in such debates likely have little direct connection to this virtual service. The individuals genuinely seeking to secure a spot in the peach blossom source world are too preoccupied to surf the internet. On June 1st, Jiang Zhiwu rose and promptly applied for a spot via the Second World app. Upon successful application, he received an email from the system. The content was straightforward, detailing the service of the peach blossom source along with its corresponding restrictions. The system automatically read the information, allowing users to comprehend the implications of these limitations. Regardless of the online debates, Jiang Zhiwu perceived Hyperdimensional Technology's efforts as thorough and considerate, in stark contrast to other companies that merely provide an authorization button without clarity. Should any issues arise, they often present users with terms they had no choice but to accept, leaving them helpless. In the case of the Peach Blossom Source service, Hyperdimensional Technology did not shirk responsibility. Rather, they explicitly informed users that should ethical disputes arise, the company is willing to accept full accountability. Of course, Hyperdimensional Technology's ability to make such a promise is a testament to their strength. After reading the email, Jiang Zhiwu began preparing his father's information as per the system's prompts. During breaks, he took out his phone and, upon noticing the lively discussions online, felt compelled to share his own perspective. For me, memories of my father linger from my first year of middle school. At that time, I had just begun to comprehend the world, and thus I understood the significance of my father's departure. The subsequent experiences in my academic and personal life have left me yearning for him even more. I am aware that the father in the realm of the peach blossom spring is but a fabrication, a mere virtual entity. Yet, I am compelled to pursue this notion. The rationale is straightforward. In my everyday existence, I can only rely on memories to reminisce about my father. My mother, too, can only cling to faded photographs and recollections to remember him. However, if the father constructed from memories and photographs were to manifest within the peach blossom spring, then entering this virtual world would render my memories unnecessary for longing after my father. Thus, for me, the peach blossom spring embodies a profound aspiration, as its name suggests. Jiang Zhiwu's heartfelt words resonated with many users, garnering numerous likes and comments. As the discourse around it proliferated, an increasing number of individuals came to understand its essence. Initially perplexed netizens found clarity through his message. The peach blossom spring offers a tangible emotional refuge for those in need. As for the ethical dilemmas it may engender, that ultimately rests with the users themselves and cannot be attributed to Hyperdimensional Technology. Hyperdimensional Technology endeavors to transform the world. On June 3rd, the esteemed British newspaper, The Times, boldly featured this topic on its front page. For a publication known for its conservative and serious tone, this marked a pioneering use of such a headline. Robert, the editor of The Times, who had not penned an article in years, made a rare exception this time. His opening sentence declared, "I must now believe that the world we inhabit will be irrevocably altered by Hyperdimensional Technology. This company is challenging a fundamental logic of existence. that all humans must face death. The essence of death is the cessation of the exchange of energy and matter between the body and its surroundings, leading to the disappearance of all life activities based on corporeal existence, severing all ties with the world, eventually returning to nature as minuscule molecular substances. Yet, humanity is unique. We possess consciousness. Generally, upon the death of the human body, consciousness dissipates. However, the utopian realm is attempting to construct an understanding of consciousness postmortem. In the context of artificial intelligence, the ultimate form of superintelligence is expected to possess consciousness. As readers progress through Robert's article, the realization dawns on many. If superdimensional technology's artificial intelligence advances to the superintelligent stage, those revived in the peach blossom spring and the utopian realm might indeed possess consciousness. This notion sounds astonishing, yet it may not be entirely implausible. The modern American science fiction film, I, Robot, narrates a story wherein intelligent robots learn to think independently, paralleling the concept of superintelligence gaining consciousness. Consequently, some individuals began to feel a chill run down their spines. However, after delving deeper into Robert's article, readers exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Given the current pace of human societal development, the emergence of superintelligence remains an impossibility. Limitations in software, hardware, and stagnation in scientific development render it exceedingly challenging for human society to foster an environment conducive to the existence of superintelligence. While superdimensional technology can create miracles, it cannot lead the entire world to leapfrog progress. After reassuring readers worldwide, Robert continued to articulate his core argument. Superdimensional technology is striving to change the world. His reasoning was refreshingly straightforward. The technological products released by superdimensional technology exhibit low correlation and distinct market differentiation. Typically, a company would channel 70 of its efforts into a singular domain to ensure its competitiveness. However, superdimensional technology diverges from this norm. It desires to encompass all sectors. Astonishingly, in every market superdimensional technology ventures into, it emerges as the undisputed leader. I am prepared to make a prediction. During superdimensional technology's summer product launch, the cutting-edge innovations will span multiple domains. As their technological products cover an extensive array of sectors, the entire world may find itself ensnared by superdimensional technology. Robert's influence in the media realm is nothing short of formidable. This article was shared by over 300 media outlets globally within an hour, creating a significant impact worldwide. Upon encountering this article, Shaojun felt a twinge of surprise. The old man's insights had inadvertently unearthed his intentions. As Robert articulated, superdimensional technology is indeed altering the world and attempting to monopolize the technological sphere. Although Shaojun never explicitly stated this ambition, he did not conceal it either. Those close to him, such as Su Jijun, Lin Ryu, and Lin Ruxue, were largely aware of his thoughts and objectives. Chapter 113. Guess the product from the image. Regarding Robert's mention of superintelligence, Shaojun merely shook his head and smiled after reading. Robert's assertions were both partially correct and incorrect. In the absence of extraordinary circumstances and considering the current trajectory of human technological advancement, superintelligence is an impossibility. The progress of artificial intelligence necessitates simultaneous advancements in both software and hardware. Regardless of the excellence of the underlying algorithms, without superior hardware support, they remain ineffective. This is one of the reasons Shaojun insists on expediting the establishment of data centers in Europe and America. From what Shaojun understands, the upgrade from weak artificial intelligence to strong artificial intelligence requires a comprehensive ecosystem, a simulator, a programming language, an integrated programming environment, an algorithm library, a suite of tools for deep learning with application firmware, a logical curriculum for instruction, and the support of cloud computing and big data. Even with this ecosystem in place, it is still insufficient for transitioning weak AI to strong AI. Further advanced hardware is essential. This ensures that artificial intelligence can replicate the perceptual, motor, and cognitive abilities of a human brain, achieving a high-level abstraction of data through complex structures and multiple nonlinear processing layers. In simpler terms, it means enabling artificial intelligence to grasp how the human brain processes information. In the evolution of artificial intelligence, deep learning algorithms and data are the two most critical components. The former is easily understood, as artificial intelligence is inherently about learning and mimicking humanity. The latter is equally comprehensible. Vast amounts of data are the prerequisite for deep learning. Had Shaojun not been operating at an advantage, these two pivotal factors would have posed significant obstacles. Yet, remarkably, Liu Shaojun was indeed operating at an advantage, thus rendering Robert's claims inaccurate. Within the superdimensional technology factory, bionic robots epitomize a form of superintelligence. The bionic robot number 018, Zhuo Pingyun, an expert in the field of material science, is a prime example. Therefore, for Liu Shaojun, the realization of superintelligence is entirely feasible. Liu Shaojun set his tablet aside and stretched languidly. Just then, Chen Xiao knocked and entered. Mr. Liu, here is the product launch plan submitted by the marketing and operations departments. Liu Shaojun accepted the document, quickly skimmed through it, and nodded, saying, other issues seem minor. The launch will be scheduled for the end of the month. Understood. By early June, all eyes were primarily focused on superdimensional technology. The preparations for the VHPL event were in full swing, with various teams gradually taking shape and beginning to present themselves to the players. On June 10th, the official website of Superdimension Technology unveiled a significant update, revealing the teams that secured the remaining league slots across various competition zones. The inaugural VHPL professional tournament is tentatively scheduled to commence on September 10th. New virtual games have also launched in the Asia-Pacific and European American regions, with sales phenomena repeating themselves. The application processes for the Peach Blossom Source and Utopia worlds are currently underway, with submissions of necessary documentation in progress. Official access to the Peach Blossom Source and Utopia worlds will commence on June 20th, initially limited to users whose applications have been approved. Subsequently, anticipation for Superdimension Technology's Summer Product Launch Conference has been mounting among netizens. Without prolonging the wait, on June 15th, the official announcement was made. The 2023 Summer Product Launch Conference is set to take place on June 25th at 6 p.m. The announcement was accompanied by a promotional image, a tactic that has seemingly become a hallmark of Superdimension Technology. The promotional image features a middle-aged couple basking in the sun on a grassy knoll. The ambiguity of the imagery has escalated, leaving many bewildered and unable to discern its significance. The marketing department of Superdimension Technology continues to perplex the audience, prompting netizens to express their confusion. Even typically astute analysts have fallen silent. As the fervor surrounding the product launch conference waned over a few days, attention shifted to the impending opening of the Peach Blossom Source and Utopia worlds. June 20th arrived, marking the official launch of these two realms. Although Superdimension Technology has not disclosed the number of applicants, numerous institutions predict that the global count will not fall below 50 million. On this day, Jiang Zhu arrived at the Internet Cafe early in the morning. Upon entering the virtual world, he did not engage in gaming. Instead, he remained in his virtual abode with his AI companion, patiently awaiting the appointed hour. At precisely 8 o'clock, Jiang Zhu sprang from the sofa, eagerly grasped the hand of the woman beside him, and strode towards the door. The Peach Blossom Source world has opened. You have been granted access and may enter or exit at your convenience. With his hand resting on the doorknob, Jiang Zhu took a deep breath before pushing the door open. As the door swung ajar, a cacophony of sounds enveloped him. This place resembled the bustling food street beneath his apartment complex. Jiang Zhu gazed in astonishment at the vibrant scene before him, filled with people and the enticing aromas of various delicacies wafting through the air. Brother, is that our uncle? Following the gaze of the woman beside him, Jiang Zhu spotted a familiar figure standing before a food stall, briefcase in hand. His heart raced as the silhouette rapidly overlapped with the image etched in his memory. Jiang Zhu stood frozen, transfixed by the sight of his father. It wasn't until his father approached that he snapped back to reality. Xiaowu, what are you doing here? Hearing that voice sent a shiver down Jiang Zhu's spine. It was an exact match. Regaining his composure, he replied with a smile, I came to see you. I can come every day from now on. He then pulled the woman closer, introducing her. This is Ling Er. The girl sweetly chimed, Hello, Uncle, my name is Ling Er. His father smiled and nodded, saying, You two head home first. I'll go to the nearby market for some groceries. At this, Jiang Zhu felt a wave of nostalgia wash over him. The taste of his father's cooking had long been erased by 15 years of time. He never anticipated that the Peach Blossom Source world could bestow such a delightful surprise upon him. Meanwhile, at the Central Hospital of Qingdao City, in a patient room, a woman gazed at the holographic projection with an enchanting smile. After a moment, she turned to the man sitting beside her, peeling an apple, and asked playfully, Darling, she really does look just like me. The man, focused on his task, replied flatly, Yes, quite similar, but she is ultimately not the real you. The woman paused, taken aback. Chapter 114. Is PG hair growth liquid not considered black technology? The room fell into an indescribable silence. After a while, the woman sighed softly. The man, Having cut the apple into small pieces, offered one to her. Xiaoying, I understand your feelings. And I know this virtual being provides a semblance of companionship for Xiaoxing. However, I cannot overcome the emotional barrier within me, nor can I deceive myself. Pain flickered in the woman's eyes as she embraced him, whispering, I'm sorry, this is all I can offer. He shook his head gently, laying her back down and switching off the holographic projector. As long as there is still time, I will not give up, nor should you. The woman smiled faintly in response. All right, don't worry, I'll 1T give up. Just then, a knock sounded at the door and a nurse peeked in. Wu Jiangwen, the director is looking for you. The man nodded in acknowledgement, then tucked the blanket around the woman, saying, I'll visit the doctor's office. Go ahead. In the doctor's office, the attending physician looked at him calmly and stated, You need to prepare yourself. The man fell silent and, after a moment, asked, Doctor, is there truly no other way? The physician shook his head, expressing regret. I'm afraid we are at our limit. We have exhausted all possible treatments. Your wife's condition is dire. Cancer cells have metastasized throughout her body. Chemotherapy and radiation have reached their limits. Continuing further would only increase her suffering with minimal benefit. I can assist you with discharge paperwork at any time. For the remainder of her time, we should aim to make her as comfortable and happy as possible. Wu Jiangwen was unsure how he exited the doctor's office. He returned to his wife's room in a daze, but did not enter. Instead, he leaned against the corridor wall and slowly slid down to the floor, cradling his head in his hands. Passing nurses, familiar with him, moved quietly past, understanding not to disturb him. In the patient room, the woman lay in bed, turning her head to gaze at the door. The silence outside was unnerving. If Jiang Zhuwu and others were desperate to enter the Peach Blossom Source world to reunite with those from their memories, for someone like Wu Jiangwen, the Peach Blossom Source world represented an unwelcome confrontation with reality. Their deepest desire was to hold onto those present. The Peach Blossom Source world was merely a last resort in their helplessness. Consequently, the feedback regarding the services of the Peach Blossom Source and Utopia worlds naturally divided into two factions. Users who entered the Peach Blossom Source world with hope and excitement provided such feedback. It feels so real. If I hadn't known in advance, I would have thought my mother had truly come back to life. Today, I once again tasted the dishes she used to make for me. Initially, it felt awkward to call my father that, but gradually, it slipped out effortlessly. Conversely, the other faction of users remained almost entirely silent. Other users and netizens also tacitly refrained from mentioning it. Time swiftly passed, and June 25th arrived. All eyes worldwide converged on Hongsheng. At 6 p.m. sharp, the conference commenced on schedule. After the host delivered the opening remarks, Liu Shaojun gracefully took the stage, eliciting an immediate round of applause. With a smile, Liu Shaojun waited for the applause to subside before speaking. Thank you for your support, and welcome once again to Hyperdimensional Technology's product launch conference. Today's summer product launch will unveil 2 new products. The first product to be revealed is the PG Hair Growth Liquid. Liu Shaojun has always been a decisive individual. Hence no one was surprised by his demeanor. What truly astonished everyone was the revelation that the new product from Hyperdimensional Technology was a hair growth serum. One might think, really? A hair growth serum from a company renowned for its cutting-edge technology? Surely, this is an underestimation of your own worth. On stage, Liu Shaojun cheerfully remarked, I am aware that many guests and viewers in the live stream are undoubtedly scoffing at the notion of a hair growth serum being considered advanced technology. However, let's not overlook the letters PG that precede it. PG stands for physiological growth, a term that denotes biological growth. It is a well-established fact that when hair follicles shrink or even perish, new hair will cease to grow. The PG Hair Growth Serum is designed to rejuvenate atrophied follicles, enabling them to re-enter the growth phase. It stimulates the production of new follicle stem cells to replace those that have succumbed. If this does not qualify as groundbreaking technology, then I am at a loss for words. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, and the live stream chat exploded with excitement. Cell regeneration? Is it truly that impressive? It can bring dead cells back to life? A voice from the back cautioned, hold on, Liu did not say anything about cell regeneration. Regenerating cells is akin to restoring a shattered mirror to its former glory, whereas stimulating new follicle stem cells is akin to crafting an entirely new mirror. They are fundamentally different. Nonetheless, the PG Hair Growth Serum can still be regarded as a miracle of physiology. Once the applause subsided, Liu Shaojun continued. You may be curious about how the PG Hair Growth Serum stimulates the production of new follicle stem cells. The audience leaned in with anticipation. The hair follicles on the human scalp can be likened to a factory, where each cell has a specific role that is indispensable. Follicle stem cells continuously supply new cells to this factory, ensuring the follicles remain active and capable of producing hair. One day, however, the stem cells residing within the follicles begin to wither and die, leading to a gradual decline in the factory's productivity, resulting in a halt in hair growth. At this juncture, the PG hair growth serum intervenes, seeking out other cells within the follicle factory and inquiring, "Would you like to revive this factory?" Without hesitation, the other cells respond, "Of course. What must we do?" The PG hair growth serum replies, "It is simple. Lend me one of your cells, and I shall transform it into a stem cell." In the spirit of rejuvenating the follicle factory, the other cells generously donated portions of themselves to the PG serum, which successfully converted them into follicle stem cells. Consequently, the factory resumed its operations. As Shaojun concluded this charming anecdote, the guests at the conference were left utterly astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. In a live stream, viewers expressed their disbelief. "Wait, altering genetic expression in cells? I must have been naive. This directly impacts the genetic level. It's astonishing." Anyone familiar with biology understands that the reason cells in the human body can perform distinct functions is due to their genetic expression. The expression of genetic information determines a cell's future trajectory and delineates its role. Chapter 115. The second product on stage. Shaojun resumed. Generally speaking, once cells have fully developed, it is impossible for them to revert, except in cases of decay. So how does the PG hair growth serum achieve this? I posed this question to the research team, and their response left me speechless. At this, everyone perked up, eager to learn what this perplexing answer might be. The research team explained, "It's akin to teaching someone who only knows how to play table tennis to also play badminton." One might think it is quite normal for a person to possess multiple skills. The crowd exchanged bewildered glances, contemplating the absurdity of such a statement. To the average observer, it could seem like a vacuous remark. Yet, those with deeper understanding recognized the immense complexity involved in realizing what that statement implied. In the 20th century, there were three monumental scientific initiatives: the Manhattan Project, the Apollo Moon Landing, and the Human Genome Project. The latter holds monumental significance in the prevention and treatment of hereditary diseases and in deciphering the human genetic code. Countless scientists have endeavored to unravel the secrets of human genes, but the challenges are indeed formidable. The advent of the PG hair growth serum is poised to greatly accelerate progress in human genome research. After basking in the applause of the audience, Shaojun continued, "The PG hair growth serum has a notable effect on all forms of pathological hair loss. However, it exhibits particularly remarkable results in treating androgenetic alopecia, commonly known as male pattern baldness, and alopecia areata. In our country, the prevalence of androgenetic alopecia is 21 among men and 6 among women. This implies that 1 in every 5 men is afflicted by this condition. The incidence is even higher in Europe and America, underscoring the vast market potential for PG hair growth serum." At long last, the moment everyone had been waiting for arrived, the announcement of the product's price. Many guests sat up straighter, and viewers in the live stream eagerly flooded the chat with their guesses. Shaojun, however, did not keep them in suspense and revealed the price straightforwardly. The global retail price is set at 1999 to 16,999 yuan. He elaborated, "This price range is designed to accommodate ordinary patients, as a single treatment course should suffice. For those with more severe conditions, multiple or even 10 courses may be necessary. Patients will need to consult a hospital for diagnosis." On the Hyperdimensional Technology official website, there is a comparative chart to assist patients in selecting the appropriate treatment plan. Upon hearing this, many guests began to applaud enthusiastically. "I am genuinely impressed. Truly, not many companies exhibit such integrity." In the chat, viewers echoed their sentiments. Such a conscientious company is rare. If other companies had a product like this, they would be eager for users to purchase multiple courses. "I've spent enough on hair transplants to buy dozens of treatment courses. Those greedy bastards." While the majority of the audience remained focused on the PG hair growth serum, a few began to ponder the implications. From the promotional materials for Hyperdimensional Technology's new product launch, it was clear that the PG hair growth serum was targeted towards men and middle-aged couples. Thus, it stood to reason that the next product would be aimed at women. As the holographic imaging device on stage powered down, the audience began to comprehend that another product was about to be unveiled. Indeed, following the announcement of the PG hair growth serum, many had already surmised that the next product would be intended for women. This assumption was confirmed, as the second product was specifically designed for women, and I can even share that it is an exceptional treatment for female cancers. This revelation sent a ripple of shock through the audience. Hyperdimensional Technology was finally taking action against cancer. The three most common cancers among women are breast cancer, cervical cancer, and ovarian cancer, and their incidence continues to decline in age. In recent years, the discourse surrounding women's reproductive health has gained increasing traction, and the government's focus on this issue has intensified. While it remains unclear which specific female cancer the special medication developed by Hyperdimensional Technology targets, it is evident that their approach is anything but ordinary. Breast cancer is a significant global concern among women, with its incidence steadily rising since the 1970s. Shaojun's statement effectively unveiled the answer. As of now, breast cancer has ascended to become the most prevalent cancer worldwide, with an incidence rate of 117 and over 2 million patients each year. Its incidence and mortality account for 17.1 and 81.6 of all malignant tumors among women in our country, establishing breast cancer as the predominant malignant tumor in China. Despite the continuous advancements in medical technology, the overall situation remains far from optimistic. At this juncture, Shaojun's expression turned grave, prompting many guests to nod in agreement. Indeed, the outlook is bleak. The demographic most affected by breast cancer comprises women aged between 40 and 60 years, corresponding to those born between 1962 and 1982. This cohort is characterized by a lower level of educational attainment and cultural exposure, resulting in a lack of emphasis on regular health checkups. Often, it is only when they experience conspicuous physical anomalies that they contemplate seeking medical evaluation. In truth, certain cancers are not as frightening when detected early. However, the world does not operate on what-ifs. On stage, Shaojun continued, in clinical medicine, breast cancer is typically classified into 4 stages. As of now, the 5-year survival rates following effective and timely treatment for these stages stand at 90, 75, 50, and 10, respectively. To enhance women's reproductive health, the team at Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute has invested substantial effort in developing a specialized medication for breast cancer, known as the CW Hyperdimension breast cancer special drug. Standing at the center of the stage, Shaojun remarked, for breast cancer across the 4 stages, the special drug is divided into 3 and 12 treatment courses. By diligently completing the designated treatment regimen, the breast cancer cells within the body can be entirely eradicated, preventing any recurrence. You can rest assured, my statement will not contravene advertising laws. Every product launched by Hyperdimensional Technology delivers results that align perfectly with their promotional claims. Initially, the audience harbored skepticism upon hearing that breast cancer cells could be completely eliminated. However, after Shaojun's reassurances, such doubts seemed unwarranted. As Shaojun articulated, all products and services currently released by Hyperdimensional Technology exhibit actual effects that are in complete harmony with their advertised outcomes, often exceeding expectations. In the midst of the myriad exaggerations prevalent in the domestic market, it is indeed a blessing for consumers that Hyperdimensional Technology maintains such a principled stance. Often, the issue lies not in the reluctance of domestic consumers to support local products, but rather in the subpar treatment they receive from certain domestic enterprises. The recent scandal surrounding the foot-stomped old pickled cabbage has been widely discussed, exemplifying this double standard where inferior products are sold domestically while superior versions are exported. Hence, it is not that our kin refuse to support us. It is simply that some do not regard us as family. After the audience reflected on this sentiment, they shifted their focus back to the press conference. Shaojun paced the stage, and once the applause subsided, he continued. Regarding the mechanisms of action for the CW breast cancer special drug, I must confess that I cannot elaborate, as I am not a member of the research team. I did consult with the RD team, requesting a speech for the product launch, only to be met with a towering stack of documents, prompting my immediate resignation from the endeavor. This elicited laughter from the crowd. The documentation surrounding breakthrough cancer medications is indeed extensive and often incomprehensible to the layperson. Shaojun was not misleading. The detailed introduction of the breast cancer drug includes all technical documentation. After perusing a few pages, he found it too daunting to continue and promptly set aside. With little else to discuss, it was time for the exhilarating segment, the price announcement. What is the price of the CW breast cancer special drug? Shaojun inquired with a smile, then lightly clapped his hands, summoning a holographic screen that materialized before the audience. Global uniform launch price, 69,999 yuan. This price point elicited astonishment. It is common knowledge that conventional treatment for breast cancer, primarily involving surgical excision followed by chemotherapy and radiotherapy, typically amounts to a baseline of 100,000 yuan, with more severe cases starting at 200,000 yuan. The cost for the 12-course CW breast cancer special drug is merely 70,000 yuan, akin to a bargain. Most importantly, this medication poses no harm to patients, unlike the well-known adverse effects of chemotherapy and radiotherapy. From the audience's reactions, it was evident that this pricing genuinely surprised them. However, I must note that this sum remains prohibitively high for the average family. Do you recall the Hyperdimensional Technology Foundation? When we launched the assistance devices for the hearing and visually impaired, we established the Hyperdimensional Technology Foundation and initiated specialized care services for individuals with physical disabilities from impoverished backgrounds. As of our target, over 1 million underprivileged individuals have received aid from the foundation. Upon hearing this, the audience gasped in disbelief. Surely, you cannot be suggesting that the Hyperdimensional Technology Foundation will establish a reproductive health assistance service for women in need, providing minimal support for all eligible female patients? Indeed, for those patients from verified low-income families, the CW breast cancer special drug will be symbolically priced at 12 yuan. Are you truly giving it away for free? I am genuinely impressed. The entire audience shook their heads in admiration, extending their utmost respect and applause to Shaojun. The online streaming platform erupted in excitement. Hyperdimensional Technology has undoubtedly become a paragon of national enterprise. How could one not admire such an entity? Only a figure like Mr. Liu is worthy of my admiration. In contrast, certain companies should simply exit the market. Once the press conference quieted, Shaojun resumed. The PG hair growth solution and the CW breast cancer special drug will be available for sale starting at 8 a.m. on the 26th, with pre-orders commencing after midnight tonight. For users residing in second-tier cities and above, pre-orders can be collected from the official Hyperdimensional Technology stores after 8 a.m. tomorrow. Of course, for those who prefer convenience, you may await delivery from our courier service. All right, this concludes today as product launch. Until we meet again. After the conference, Shaojun departed, leaving the reporters outside in stunned silence. Really? Not even a routine interview post-conference? The reporters, shaking their heads in resignation, dispersed. While the conference has concluded, its repercussions are only just beginning to unfold. News outlets from around the globe are already reporting. God has entrusted the key to life to Hyperdimensional Technology. Time magazine. The PG hair growth solution will influence the trajectory of current human genetic research. AFP. The PG hair growth solution and CW breast cancer will undoubtedly become focal points in biological research. Reuters. The CW breast cancer will save a quarter of women in North America. Associated Press. Tonight, our nation's enterprise, Hyperdimensional Technology, unveiled 2 biomedical technological products. The PG hair growth solution and the CW breast cancer special drug. Science and Technology Daily. The emergence of CW breast cancer treatment has shattered the monopoly of foreign enterprises over cancer-specific pharmaceuticals. The expansion of the Hyperdimensional Technology Foundation's services reflects the social responsibility of Hyperdimensional Technology. With the presence of numerous authoritative media outlets, the reports on PG hair growth solution and CW breast cancer treatment have swept across the globe like a tidal wave. Under such extensive media coverage, it is nearly impossible for anyone to remain oblivious to PG hair growth solution and the CW breast cancer remedy. Yet, there exists an exception. In the underground parking lot of the Central Hospital of Qingdao City, Wu Jiangwen supported his wife as they made their way to their parking space. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he realized it was a call from his elder brother. He nestled his wife against him and answered the call. Before he could utter a word, he heard his brother's frantic voice. Jiangwen, you must bring Xiaoying back immediately. Hyperdimensional Technology has just announced a breast cancer treatment. Xiaoying is saved. With a loud thud, the phone slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground. Wu Jiangwen stood frozen, oblivious to his brother's continuous inquiries on the other end. His mind echoed with 2 phrases: breast cancer treatment and Xiaoying is saved. It was only when his wife struggled to retrieve the phone that Wu Jiangwen snapped out of his daze. He picked up the phone, chose not to respond to his brother, and began searching for news on the breast cancer remedy. Suddenly, a sharp sound reverberated through the underground parking lot. Jiangwen, are you all right? His wife gasped as she noticed a flush on his cheeks. Chapter 117. Is there hope? Wu Jiangwen's phone slipped from his hand as he embraced his wife tightly, exclaiming, Xiaoying, you are saved. Although the woman was slightly breathless, she did not struggle out of her husband's embrace, instead smiling and affirming, yes, I am saved. Realizing his surroundings, Wu Jiangwen released his wife and crouched down, intending to retrieve the phone. However, he remained still on the ground, lost in thought. As his wife looked on in confusion, a sobbing sound emerged. A man knelt on the floor, weeping uncontrollably. The woman also knelt beside her husband, embracing him as tears streamed down her cheeks. Since her cancer diagnosis, it had always been her husband who held her close. Over the past year, while she endured the torment of illness, her husband's suffering had been even greater. The hospital's parking lot was perpetually bustling with activity, yet everyone understood that such scenes were commonplace in a hospital. In this realm, not only must doctors battle with death, but family members are compelled to fight their own battles as well. More importantly, while doctors can bow and apologize to the relatives of patients, the families remain powerless. The following morning, outside the official store of Hyperdimensional Technology in Qingdao, a group of staff members awakened the customers who had fallen asleep at the entrance. Wu Jiangwen was among them. After dropping his wife off at her parents' home the night before, he had come straight here. One staff member presented him with a steaming breakfast. "Good morning, sir. Please have some breakfast. The delivery truck will arrive in half an hour. We have received confirmation from above that you may collect your goods once the truck arrives." At this, Wu Jiangwen felt a surge of excitement as he accepted the breakfast while repeatedly expressing his gratitude. Approximately 100 customers had gathered outside this official store in Qingdao City. The staff diligently distributed breakfast to each of these patrons. For those like Wu Jiangwen, who had kept vigil outside the store since the previous night, the staff also offered basic toiletries. They could utilize the restroom within the store for a quick freshening up. The reporters who arrived early were not surprised by these gestures. Since its inception, every official store of Hyperdimensional Technology has exemplified the essence of customer service. All reasonable requests from customers entering the official store are generally accommodated. Wu Jiangwen stood at the front of the line, eagerly finishing his breakfast before anxiously awaiting the arrival of the delivery truck. Like him, others were also filled with apprehension. After a brief round of interviews, reporters learned that the early customers were primarily present to obtain the CW breast cancer treatment. Approximately 20 minutes later, a convoy of trucks appeared before the crowd. At this sight, Wu Jiangwen exhaled a sigh of relief. Finally, it had arrived. At that moment, a group of staff members emerged. As you enter the store, please do not rush. If you're a customer from a low-income or disadvantaged family, please prepare your welfare card or other proof of eligibility. If you forget your welfare card, you may present other validating documents. Feel free to consult the staff around you for specifics. After another 20 minutes, the store doors finally opened, and Wu Jiangwen was the first to dash inside. "Hello. I have pre-ordered 12 courses of the breast cancer treatment." With that, he presented the pre-order QR code to the staff. After scanning and confirming, the staff handed him a collection slip. "Sir, please proceed over there to collect your goods." Wu Jiangwen nodded, took the slip, and hurried off. Meanwhile, at another counter, a middle-aged man presented a document folder, prompting a young man to say, "These are the documents proving my low-income status. I would like to purchase 6 courses of the breast cancer treatment." "All right, please wait a moment." Essentially, customers wishing to purchase the CW breast cancer remedy fell into 2 categories. Those like Wu Jiangwen, who had pre-ordered and could directly collect their items, and those from low-income families who needed to verify their eligibility first. Liu Shaojun was willing to assist those in need, but was resolute against being taken advantage of. To obtain the CW breast cancer treatment for free, one must prepare a welfare card. If they do not possess one, other valid documents would suffice. However, to prevent fraudulent claims by ineligible customers, Hyperdimensional Technology collaborated with the government. Leveraging big data analytics, they verified the authenticity of consumer situations. In today's society, particularly following a population census, ordinary citizens are unlikely to escape scrutiny from big data. Should anyone manage to bypass this system and receive the CW breast cancer treatment without merit, Liu Shaojun could only commend them with a thumbs up, while also dispatching individuals to investigate the matter. Under the guidance of Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoxue, Hyperdimensional Technology boasts a legal team exceeding 300 members. This legal team ensures that everyone understands why the flowers bloom so vibrantly. Nearly all eyes are fixed on Huagua, due to its inherent advantage as the host nation. PG hair growth solution and CW breast cancer treatment made their debut in Huagua ahead of other regions. The Asia-Pacific area is slated for release on July 5th, while Europe and America will follow on July 20th. Everyone is aware that Liu Shaojun does not lie and has no desire to do so. The efficacy of PG hair growth solution and CW breast cancer treatment will undoubtedly align with his assertions from the press conference. Yet, humans are inherently skeptical creatures. Belief must be anchored in tangible results. Upon receiving the breast cancer treatment, Wu Jiangwen dashed home. Bursting into his parents' house, he called out, "Xiaoying, hurry, try this miraculous remedy." His parents swiftly intervened. "Jiangwen, can we trust this medication? Xiaoying's health has never been robust. What if something goes wrong?" Wu Jiangwen replied with unwavering conviction, "Mom, Dad, rest assured, the remedy developed by Hyperdimensional Technology will pose no harm. If only one company in the world is worthy of trust, it is undoubtedly Hyperdimensional Technology." Wu Jiangwen's parents were unfamiliar with Hyperdimensional Technology, thus remained unconvinced. Wu Jiangwen's wife spoke up, "Mom and Dad, please allow me to give it a try. My body cannot deteriorate any further." Upon hearing this, Wu Jiangwen sighed, choosing not to voice any further objections. Observing his demeanor, he swiftly unwrapped the packaging. Inside a single treatment course, there lay a small vial of medicine, with the dosage varying according to the patient's weight. After meticulously reviewing the administration guidelines provided by Shaojun Technology, Wu Jiangwen cautiously poured the medication into warm water. "Xiaoying, drink it quickly," he urged. Noticing her husband's anxious expression, the woman hesitated not and downed the light green concoction in one gulp. Before she could even set the cup down, Wu Jiangwen inquired, "How do you feel? Is there any effect?" Chapter 118, The Undersea Data Center. Wu Jiangwen's parents and wife exchanged incredulous glances at him. How could it be effective so soon? Even if it were a miraculous elixir, wouldn't it first need to locate the cancer cells within the body? You just ingested it, and you're asking if it's working. Are you jesting? Realizing his folly, Wu Jiangwen offered an awkward smile. After 10 minutes, he could no longer contain himself, asking, "Xiaoying, is there any effect?" His wife shook her head, replying, "I don't feel anything. It shouldn't be this quick." At her words, Wu Jiangwen's brow furrowed. 10 minutes had elapsed without any visible results? Could Shaojun Technology be faltering? Surely not. Seeing Wu Jiangwen's troubled expression, his wife reassured him, "It's too soon. Don't be anxious. All right, I shall remain patient." Wu Jiangwen sat on the sofa for a while, his mind wandering, before starting to pace the living room. Eventually, he approached his wife and said, "Xiaoying, let us go to the hospital for a checkup. I refuse to believe that Shaojun Technology would fail, and I trust that President Liu would not deceive us." With no other choice, the woman followed her husband to the hospital. 2 hours later, at the Central Hospital of Qingdao City, the chief physician scrutinized the examination report repeatedly. Wu Jiangwen asked, "Doctor, what is the verdict?" "Incredible, simply astonishing." Wu Jiangwen's eyes lit up at this response, prompting him to inquire, "Doctor, does the CW breast cancer miracle drug truly yield results?" The doctor nodded affirmatively, saying, "The efficacy is remarkable. The number of cancer cells in your wife's body is rapidly declining. Based on the current results, CW breast cancer can cure your wife." As he spoke, the doctor marveled, "It's truly astounding. Shaojun Technology is indeed a company that excels at creating miracles. Fortunately, this enterprise is founded by our fellow compatriots. Had it been a foreign entity, the price of the CW breast cancer miracle drug might have reached astronomical heights." Wu Jiangwen nodded in agreement. The recent sensation of a 1.2 million yuan per injection anti-cancer drug only accentuated this point. Such exorbitance was essentially reserved for the wealthy. The doctor set the report down, sighing, "The introduction of the CW breast cancer miracle drug may render our department quite desolate." Wu Jiangwen shrugged, remarking, "Isn't that a good thing? Shaojun Technology has brought about immense changes to this world, and even greater transformations lie ahead." At that moment, a young nurse interjected proudly, "Of course, President Liu has stated that Shaojun Technology is destined to change the world." The doctor chuckled, explaining, "This graduating student is here for an internship and is a well-known die-hard fan of Shaojun Technology in our department." Wu Jiangwen grinned, replying, "Many of my young colleagues are also fans of President Liu." The doctor laughed, "That is only natural. After all, the emergence of Shaojun Technology has shown everyone that our nation possesses high-tech enterprises capable of impacting the world." After engaging in light conversation with the doctor, Wu Jiangwen left the hospital, satisfied with his wife in tow. Upon returning home, without seeking his wife's consent, he canceled their reservation for the Peach Blossom Spring World through the Second World app. While Wu Jiangwen and his wife were the exception, other breast cancer patients using the CW breast cancer miracle drug, upon noticing no immediate effects, promptly underwent the necessary examinations, with authoritative reports continuously emerging. The therapeutic effect of the CW breast cancer miracle drug was no longer subject to doubt. Concurrently, feedback regarding the usage of the CW breast cancer miracle drug began to circulate online, revealing its effectiveness. Patients were advised to consult hospitals for verification or to wait until the quantity of cancer cells in their bodies decreased to a visible threshold for results to manifest. Here, I wish to convey that Shaojun Technology is unlikely to falter. As preliminary feedback on the CW breast cancer miracle drug emerged, reports on PG hair growth liquid also surfaced, garnering considerable attention. Videos of Grandpa Gu using PG hair growth liquid dominated the trending charts across major online platforms. Hello, dear fans. Starting today, I will document my usage of PG hair growth liquid, he announced. Enthusiastic fans flooded the comment section. What is this? Grandpa Yi. Are you abandoning your bald look? I'm suddenly feeling nostalgic. What is there to miss? Just shave your head while filming, right? Exactly. Who wants to live with a bald head unless absolutely necessary? Having Grandpa Gu share his usage videos was undoubtedly a marketing strategy by Shaojun Technology's promotional department. Showcasing his transformation from a bald head to a mane of lustrous black hair served as the perfect advertisement for PG hair growth liquid. For individuals like Grandpa Gu, results from using PG hair growth liquid would not be immediate, given that the hair follicles on a bald scalp are nearly entirely non-viable. Numerous videos of users suffering from severe hair loss also circulated online. After utilizing the product, the atrophied hair follicle cells could be revived, gradually sprouting fine vellus hairs. Within days, these vellus hairs would begin to develop into scalp hair. One must not underestimate this progress. Prior to the launch of PG hair growth liquid, many other hair growth products on the market could induce the growth of vellus hair on user scalps. But what came after? Nothing followed. These vellus hairs would not mature into actual hair. They remained merely as soft, downy hairs. In a certain area of the East China Sea, 12 nautical miles from the coast, several large vessels floated, among which was a yacht. All the ships displayed the national flag of China alongside the Shaojun Technology logo. On the deck of the yacht, Liu Shaojun lowered his binoculars, gazing at the work being conducted on the sea surface. What brought Liu Shaojun and his team here? To establish the undersea data center of Shaojun Technology. The concept of an undersea data center may be somewhat unfamiliar to some, though perhaps they have heard of Microsoft's endeavor to construct one. The Underwater Data Center, UDC, was first proposed by Microsoft in 2014, and in 2015, they initiated the project, submerging a white cylindrical high-pressure sealed chamber off the Orkney Islands in northern Scotland in 2018, housing 855 servers within it. Thus, the undersea data center made its official debut on the world stage. Microsoft's success prompted other internet giants, particularly data-heavy enterprises, to turn their attention toward undersea data centers. Although domestic investments in undersea data centers commenced relatively late, the government places significant importance on this initiative. The undersea data center project on Shaojun Island was officially signed on June 8, 2020, and construction began at the Tianjin Lingang Special Equipment Manufacturing Factory in February 2022. Chapter 119, Media Reporters in Pursuit. Currently, the undersea data center remains in the exploratory phase, although Microsoft has ventured into this realm 8 years ahead of others. The establishment of underwater data centers is far from a simple endeavor. The challenge intensifies when it comes to large-scale commercial utilization. Yet, the advantages of underwater data centers are numerous. Firstly, there are no spatial constraints. A significant portion of coastal seabeds is still in the developmental phase and can be utilized free of charge. Secondly, there is considerable savings in electricity costs. Constructing a large data center on land is not prohibitively expensive. The real financial burden lies in the exorbitant costs of electricity and networking. By situating data centers underwater, tidal energy can be harnessed to power them, rendering electricity expenses negligible. Thirdly, there is superior cooling efficiency. The hot aisle, or cooling aisle, constitutes one of the major expenses for any data center. Many tech giants prefer to establish data centers in cities with optimal climate conditions, as natural cooling can significantly reduce operational costs. Underwater data centers, however, are devoid of such concerns, as seawater remains perpetually cool and can effectively dissipate the heat generated by the servers, ensuring their efficient operation. Fourthly, there is enhanced bandwidth convenience. The backbone of the internet and every global cloud service, such as Microsoft Cloud and Google Cloud, lies beneath the ocean. By situating data centers underwater, direct connections to the internet and various global cloud services can be established, drastically reducing data latency. Fifthly, they can provide better services. The distribution of the global population predominantly favors coastal regions, particularly in countries like China. Thus, the development of underwater data centers can facilitate faster and higher quality services for users in these areas. There are numerous other benefits, which I shall refrain from enumerating here. As a large multinational data enterprise, Hyperdimensional Technology boasts a user base exceeding 2 billion across its various services. Such a vast user demographic generates an astonishing volume of data. Furthermore, to foster the advancement of artificial intelligence, the establishment of data centers cannot afford to stagnate. To optimize the company's data processing system, Liu Shaojun procured an underwater data center solution from the system marketplace, priced at 1.25 million tech points, classified as Class C black technology. This black technology was acquired 3 months prior. Subsequently, Liu Shaojun promptly dispatched a research team to identify suitable locations along China's coastline. Upon pinpointing a location, preparations for the underwater data center commenced. Generally, the establishment of underwater data centers unfolds in 3 stages. The first stage involves extensive research and model validation, which superdimensional technology can bypass due to Liu Shaojun's advantageous position. The second stage is the experimental phase, focusing on the preliminary deployment of underwater servers based on the research and models. The third stage marks the official application phase, wherein the maturity of all technologies related to the underwater data center is confirmed. Today, Liu Shaojun has arrived with his team to conduct the initial underwater server testing. Setting aside his telescope, he picked up a nearby tablet and began to navigate its interface. At that moment, an engineer approached from behind. "Mr. Liu, all systems are stable." "I am aware," Liu Shaojun replied without looking up, continuing to swipe through the data feedback on the tablet. While submerging the servers is straightforward, ensuring their stable and efficient operation is of paramount importance. After a moment, Liu Shaojun put down the tablet and instructed, "The effective load of the servers is still not ideal. Continue to adjust." "Understood, Mr. Liu, I will arrange that immediately." The effective load, often referred to as actual data, essentially encompasses the useful data transmitted. The primary function of a data center is to manage the effective load, useful data, for computing and storage. The solution procured from the system marketplace is intricate and extensive. To better execute the underwater data center project, Liu Shaojun undertook substantial study and specialized knowledge and entrusted this solution to his engineers. Previously acquired black technologies were accompanied by production lines. However, the solution itself is not a tangible product. Its realization requires the concerted efforts of thousands of personnel across multiple project teams. Liu Shaojun's plans and objectives were also meticulously defined. The initial focus for the underwater data center initiative is on the Chinese mainland, where the construction of 3 underwater data centers across major sea areas is imperative. The Bohai Sea Data Center will serve the entire Bohai economic rim. The East China Sea Data Center will cover the Yangtze River Delta economic zone, and the South China Sea Data Center will cater to the Southern and Pearl River Delta economic zones. The successful establishment of these 3 underwater data centers will signify the preliminary construction of the domestic data processing and storage infrastructure. Following this domestic deployment, the initiative will expand overseas, with North American underwater data centers likely situated along the Pacific and Atlantic west coasts, and European underwater data centers potentially encircling the Arctic Ocean. Leveraging the Arctic Ocean as a natural cooling reservoir will significantly enhance the cooling efficiency of the data centers. This underwater data center project will be a collaboration between superdimensional technology and the state, motivated by 2 reasons: to support national development and because only the state possesses the capability to manufacture the necessary equipment for the underwater data centers. Foreign entities may also be able to produce such equipment, but acquiring it from them is highly unlikely. Collaborating with the state also confers the advantage that any coastal site desired by superdimensional technology will be accommodated. Hours later, after a brief meeting with a group of engineers, Liu Shaojun departed on a yacht. To his surprise, as soon as the yacht docked, a throng of reporters emerged seemingly from nowhere. As the founder and pivotal figure of superdimensional technology, Liu Shaojun is under constant scrutiny. He typically maintains a routine between home and the company, occasionally visiting the superdimensional technology factory and its laboratories, which has kept media attention at bay. However, his current voyage with thousands of personnel quickly caught the media's attention. Liu Shaojun was taken aback. Although he concealed his whereabouts, the sheer size of his entourage made it impossible to remain unnoticed. Nonetheless, the sudden influx of reporters was startling. "Mr. Liu, is superdimensional technology developing a marine project?" Liu Shaojun replied with a smile. "Indeed. We are preparing to establish an underwater data center." The concept of underwater data centers is hardly novel. Nearly all major internet corporations are exploring this avenue. The reporters did not seem particularly astonished. "Mr. Liu, has superdimensional technology discovered a feasible pathway in the construction of underwater data centers?" Liu Shaojun responded earnestly. "Certainly, we have a direction forward, but whether we can reach the destination remains uncertain." What's going on?" It was unusual to hear such uncertainty from Liu Shaojun. "Mr. Liu, what distinguishes superdimensional technology's underwater data center construction plan from that of Microsoft? Is it more advanced?" Liu Shaojun looked at the reporter who posed the question and said, "Let me address your second question first. Is it more advanced? Does it even require asking? At this, the reporter awkwardly smiled, and the other reporters chuckled. Young man, discussing advancements before superdimensional technology is akin to brandishing a sword before Guan Yu. As for the answer to the first question, I believe that apart from both being data centers, all other aspects differ significantly. Regardless of the field in question, superdimensional technology stands as an innovator and a guiding force, never content to play the role of a mere follower. The reporter silently chuckled at such audacious proclamations. Only Liu Shaojun would dare to utter such bold statements. Yet, one cannot deny that superdimensional technology possesses the confidence to back them up. After casually addressing a few inquiries from the press, Liu Shaojun departed. His rare willingness to engage with the media did not elicit relentless pursuit from the journalists, particularly given the imposing figures surrounding him, which clearly suggested they were not to be trifled with. The announcement regarding superdimensional technology's plans to construct an underwater data center sent ripples through the industry once it was reported by the media. Meanwhile, the general public found themselves somewhat bewildered. An underwater data center, though vaguely familiar, its intricacies were still elusive. At this juncture, specialized bloggers stepped forward to elucidate the concept. Instead of delving into the definition of an underwater data center, I shall expound upon its strategic significance and the impact of superdimensional technology's entry into this domain. Behind the convenience of the internet services we enjoy lies a vast network of data centers. The proliferation of these centers, however, incurs staggering operational costs and energy consumption. Underwater data centers, UDC, mitigate these expenses by employing thermal exchange with seawater for cooling, eliminating the need for additional refrigeration systems, which distinctly enhances operational efficiency. This aligns with the goals of energy conservation and carbon neutrality within the context of green development for data centers. UDCs have achieved modular construction and short construction cycles. By situating them in coastal, developed regions, they effectively reduce data transmission latency. In light of the current dual carbon initiative, we believe that underwater data centers represent one of the viable paths toward the green transformation of data centers. Within the scope of the 14th Five-Year Plan, nearly all coastal cities have committed to establishing underwater data centers, rendering UDCs a strategic national project. Regrettably, the domestic sector has lagged in this field, with many core technologies still in the exploratory phase. The capabilities of superdimensional technology are well understood. With its involvement, we have not only bridged the gap with foreign counterparts in the UDC arena, but have even surpassed them. Following the insights of experts, ordinary netizens began to comprehend the gravity of the situation. One particular comment gained significant traction. All right, I understand now. In the realm of underwater data centers, superdimensional technology is akin to a locomotive, pulling our entire nation in a fierce contest against the global stage. Upon this realization, netizens could not help but exclaim, "In Huahua, only superdimensional technology possesses the ability to simultaneously influence national strategy across multiple domains." Amidst the online fervor, Liu Shaojun had returned to Hong City, having just disembarked from a flight. Upon his return to the office, Lin Ryu entered with a substantial stack of documents, exclaiming, "Here are the materials you requested regarding the current state of the domestic semiconductor industry, encompassing IC design, manufacturing, packaging, power devices, MEMS, microelectromechanical systems, as well as materials and equipment manufacturers." Placing the documents on the desk, Lin Ryu added, "I expended considerable effort to gather this information. You owe me a meal." Liu Shaojun responded with a cheerful smile, "Rest assured, I will treat you, and I promise it will be a feast." Lin Ryu winked and nodded with a smile. As everyone can see, superdimensional technology is poised to embark on a strategic venture into the semiconductor industry. Let me clarify in advance that this venture pertains to the semiconductor sector, not the mobile phone industry. While mobile phones and semiconductors are interconnected, they represent distinct industries. Semiconductors serve as the backbone of smartphones and are foundational to technological advancement. Superdimensional technology will undoubtedly unveil groundbreaking smartphone technology, but first, it must bolster the domestic semiconductor industry. Liu Shaojun's vision is straightforward. In the semiconductor and mobile phone industries, superdimensional technology aspires to become the dominant force, while other enterprises can simply follow in its wake. He began perusing the top document, discovering that silicon is the primary material for semiconductors, with its chief source being sand. Thus, one could say that the pinnacle of human manufacturing processes, semiconductor technology, essentially transforms sand into chips. Fascinating, isn't it? The chip manufacturing process can be broadly categorized into three phases: front-end, mid-stage, and back-end. The initial phase involves chip circuit design. A powerful chip fundamentally relies on an excellently structured circuit design. In this arena, domestic entity HiSilicon Semiconductor showcases commendable strength, having produced the Kirin 9995G chips. The mid-stage commences with silicon smelting and purification, followed by the creation of monocrystalline silicon ingots. These ingots are sliced and polished to yield silicon wafers, a process that necessitates highly advanced chemical technology, in which Japan undoubtedly leads globally. Subsequently, the processing of silicon wafers occurs at IC factories, where chips embedded with circuits are produced through a sequence of 7 critical steps: diffusion, photolithography, etching, ion implantation, film growth, polishing, and metallization. When broken down, these 7 production steps encompass over 1,000 distinct processing techniques. After navigating through this intricate array of procedures, a minuscule chip is born. By the mid-stage, the chip manufacturing process is effectively complete. The final stage, testing, packaging, and sales, bears little relation to the actual manufacturing of the chip. The narrative of a chip's production spans several hundred words, yet realizing this process is akin to scaling a formidable mountain. Most pivotal technologies within the semiconductor industry are firmly held by Western countries, particularly the United States and Europe. The lithography machine stands as the primary obstacle to the development of the domestic semiconductor industry, while EDA, electronic design automation, software constitutes the second major hindrance. Unfortunately, both of these critical tools lie at the heart of chip manufacturing. Without EDA software, how can one even conceive of circuit design? Chapter 121. The pursuit of technological independence is a necessity. The materials prepared by Lin Ryu are remarkably comprehensive, with key content clearly highlighted. Among the most crucial information is a list of the 118 leading semiconductor companies in the country. The mere inclusion of these 118 firms in Lin Ryu's compilation signifies their stature as the most formidable players in the domestic semiconductor landscape. Of course, this assessment is relative to domestic standards. Nonetheless, the semiconductor sector in our nation is burgeoning. According to statistics from the Huagua Semiconductor Industry Association, in 2021, the integrated circuit industry in Huagua surpassed 1 trillion yuan for the first time, achieving sales of 83 billion yuan, reflecting a year-on-year growth of 18.2. The 3 stages of chip manufacturing, circuit design, production, and packaging, exhibit balanced and promising development trends. The design sector reported sales reaching 451.9 billion yuan, with a year-on-year increase of 19.6. The manufacturing sector sales amounted to 317.6 billion yuan, marking a 24.1 growth, while the packaging and testing industry achieved sales of 276.3 billion yuan, a 10.1 increase. The Semiconductor Industry Association, SIA, of the United States predicts that Huagua's share of the global semiconductor market will rise from 9 in 2020 to 17.4 by 2024, positioning Huagua as the 3rd largest semiconductor producer globally, trailing only the United States and South Korea. Concurrently, the domestic semiconductor industry boasts advantages that are difficult for other nations to rival. Huagua's integrated circuit sector has established a relatively complete industrial chain, encompassing design, manufacturing, packaging, equipment, and materials. Liu Shaojun set down the document, reflecting, to possess such a comprehensive industrial chain is no small feat. Lin Ryu smiled gently and replied, "The rapid development of our semiconductor industry is largely attributable to a sustained investment mechanism. On one hand, the National Big Fund has invested over 340 billion yuan in its first and second phases, supporting numerous growth-oriented enterprises across multiple facets of the integrated circuit supply chain. On the other hand, with the advent of the Sci-Tech Innovation Board, the utilization of this new market resource has provided substantial financial support for the growth of numerous enterprises." According to statistics from SEMI, the International Semiconductor Industry Association, as of June 23, 2022, there are 66 semiconductor companies listed on the Sci-Tech Innovation Board, accounting for 154 in total. Liu Shaojun nodded slightly. The remarkable achievements of the domestic semiconductor industry owe much to the state. The pursuit of technological independence is driven both by national strategic needs and by compulsion. The increasing blockade from European and American countries necessitates the emergence of a Chinese semiconductor industry. However, with notable achievements, shortcomings inevitably arise. Liu Shaojun picked up another document and began to read. This document outlined the deficiencies within the domestic semiconductor industry. The integrated circuit sector still grapples with a weak industrial foundation and insufficient supply of high-end chips. Furthermore, from a global perspective, the scale of enterprises remains relatively small. The innovative capabilities of these enterprises are still constrained by their size and profitability, rendering them quite fragile. Additionally, there's been a lack of significant growth in the key technological sectors of the semiconductor industry. Ultimately, technological innovation is of paramount importance. After reviewing the materials, Liu Shaojun sighed. The atmosphere is too restless. The repercussions of the Hanshin incident from years past have yet to be fully resolved. Lin Ruoyu nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, it is not easily forgotten. This remains the greatest blemish in the history of our semiconductor industry's development. In 2003, the Hanshin No. 1, invented by Chen Jin, dean of the Microelectronics Institute at Tianhai Jiaotong University, was implicated in fraud. At that time, China urgently sought breakthroughs in high-tech fields, and the independent development of high-performance chips was a great aspiration within our scientific community. Chen Jin exploited this hope to embezzle 1 billion yuan in research funds. Brothers and sisters, everyone understands what 1 billion yuan represented in 2003. This sum bore the immense expectations for the development of China's chip industry. Yet, infuriatingly, all 1 billion yuan was transferred overseas by Chen Jin, who fled to the United States after the incident. The Hanshin scandal directly halted the progress of China's semiconductor industry for 13 years, and even now, the impact has not completely dissipated. The most evident consequence is that many domestic semiconductor enterprises, researchers, professors, and experts exhibit an overly restless mindset. The development and innovation of technology must be grounded in reality and subjected to the test of time. Yet, some individuals seek to leap from nothing to global dominance in a short period. Is this not sheer folly? Liu Shaojun excelled, while others did not. After thoroughly reviewing all the documents, Liu Shaojun remarked, Ruoyu, I have selected several enterprises from the list. Contact their executives, but ensure discretion. Lin Ruoyu nodded in agreement. The influence of Chaowei technology is undeniable. It is widely said that any industry field touched by Chaowei technology is bound to be revolutionized. Liu Shaojun arranged meetings with the executives of domestic semiconductor companies. If this news were to leak, European and American nations would undoubtedly go into a frenzy. What might transpire in such a frenzy is difficult to predict. If it were to lead directly to the collapse of the domestic semiconductor industry, the consequences would be dire. Just then, a knock at the door interrupted. Chen Xiao entered. Mr. Liu, all the executives are present. Very well, the meeting will commence in 10 minutes. I'll be there shortly. Chaowei Technology holds at least 100 meetings daily, both large and small. High-level meetings hosted by Liu Shaojun occur no more than once a week. The theme of today's executive meeting remains the perennial topic of perfecting the construction of the virtual world ecosystem. In the conference room, once seated, Liu Shaojun directly stated, previously, the construction of the virtual world ecosystem was confined within Chaowei Technology. Now, with global users of the virtual world surpassing 1 billion and active users exceeding 6 billion, a relatively closed ecosystem has begun to take shape. It is now time to consider incorporating external service content. Upon hearing this, many executives express surprise. The so-called incorporation of external service content refers to allowing services from other companies to be integrated into the virtual brain-machine interface. When the virtual brain machine was first launched last year, many companies, particularly in the internet sector, approached Chaowei Technology eager to have their software integrated into the virtual brain machine. Notably, Penguin sought to incorporate WeChat and QQ as communication tools for users within the virtual world. At that time, all requests for integration were outright rejected by Chaowei Technology. To this day, the only external participation on the virtual brain machine involves the virtual gaming module. The remaining services are solely products of Chaowei Technology. This has left many foreign media quite dissatisfied. The Silicon Valley Times has published reports criticizing Chaowei Technology's selfish practices, lamenting that the virtual world should be a collaborative effort open to global participation. Liu Shaojun paid no mind to such reports. Chapter 122, Incorporating External Service Content. Liu Shaojun and Chaowei Technology remained unfazed by the foreign media's criticisms, while the company's fans were less than pleased. How dare you accuse others of selfishness? They retorted. Apple, please explain why you have not changed the charging port to a Type-C interface. When the Eagle Sauce imposed sanctions on Chinese enterprises and restricted high-tech product exports, where were you then? This year's greatest irony, an extremely selfish robber accusing others of selfishness. Some domestic enterprises had initially considered voicing criticism against Chaowei Technology. However, upon witnessing the overwhelming support from domestic netizens for Chaowei Technology, their intended words were quickly swallowed. For outsiders, although they understood that Chaowei Technology would likely refuse, they continued to reach out. After all, what if Chaowei Technology relented? In the conference room, Liu Shaojun, hands crossed and gently swiveling in his chair, reflected that the moat of the virtual world has been established with high user engagement. Incorporating external services would not pose a threat. Rather, it would bolster the ecosystem of the virtual world. Our objective is simple: to transform the virtual brain machine into a service platform that connects users with service-providing enterprises. Is this service platform profitable? It is exceedingly lucrative. In 2020, the sales revenue of the Apple App Store reached $68 billion, soaring to $857.1 billion in 2021. With a commission rate of 30, the App Store generated approximately $25.7 billion in profit for Apple in 2021. It is worth noting that this $25.7 billion was earned with minimal effort on Apple's part. They merely provided a platform, while the real service was rendered by the developers. Apple amassed such wealth, and developers enjoyed significant earnings as well. Since 2008, Apple has paid developers $350 billion through the App Store. Developers are willing to accept a 30 commission rate precisely for this reason. It is simply too profitable. Shaojun nodded towards Shaojun and addressed the other executives, saying, regarding the project to incorporate external service content into the virtual brain machine, I have discussed extensively with Mr. Liu. This service platform will not be limited to providing software services. We should also offer any services that can be realized within the virtual world. Shaojun continued. For instance, we can extend from virtual filmmaking to live streaming, concerts, and other domains. The Second World app already features a live streaming section, but this is currently confined to virtual gaming. From now on, we shall expand this, allowing users to transform their virtual homes into live streaming studios. Users watching live broadcasts can enter the streamer's room and engage in real-time interactions. After Shaojun finished speaking, the other executives nodded slightly in agreement. As the head of virtual brain machine operations, Luo Elong remarked, in addition to live streaming, virtual films, television series, and variety shows can also be launched on the virtual brain machine. The virtual world allows for arbitrary modifications to the scenes, thereby enhancing the interactivity of variety shows. Furthermore, General Liu has previously stated that the virtual brain machine cannot operate outside the UGC, user-generated content, model. Currently, user participation in content production is limited to the hyperdimensional community and artificial intelligence partners. I believe we should expand the service modules encompassed by the UGC model. For instance, the increasingly popular short videos and paid knowledge services can be seamlessly integrated into the virtual world. After Luo Elong concluded, Yu Hua took over the discussion. The production of virtual games can also allow user participation, such as enabling users to independently design mini-obstacle courses. Following Yu Hua's words, other executives shared their thoughts for further discussion. Sitting at the head of the table, Shaojun listened quietly. Even when some executives proposed impractical ideas, Shaojun refrained from voicing his objections at that moment. For example, one executive suggested introducing online shopping into the virtual world. In traditional online shopping, users can only view product photos or videos. The advantage of a virtual store lies in allowing users to see the actual products. However, Shaojun was skeptical about this service, as he believed that any tangible item struggles to create a favorable chemical reaction with the virtual world. The distinction between offline and online shopping is clear. In the former, users can experience and verify the quality and authenticity of products firsthand, while in the latter, users must rely solely on the merchant's descriptions and the limited images or videos of the products to assess their quality. Counterfeit goods will always linger as a shadow over online shopping, never to vanish completely. In Shaojun's view, services suitable for the virtual world or the internet should inherently possess virtual attributes, or their output forms must be virtual. For instance, games are intrinsically virtual. Similarly, while short videos, films, and television series feature real individuals, the medium of video itself is virtual, devoid of concrete forms that humans can physically touch. Once the executives finished their discussions, they all turned their gazes toward Shaojun. Without making a definitive decision, he acknowledged their enthusiasm but reminded them that it was of little consequence without his endorsement. Shaojun smiled slightly and said, "You all have a plethora of ideas, and I have more or less taken note of them. However, some concepts may not be suitable for the virtual world, so I encourage everyone to reflect on them further. What is the essence of the virtual world? How does it differ from the real world? Once you have clarified these two questions, along with your proposed ideas, consider them thoroughly. Subsequently, you may submit your planning proposals to me for review." Upon hearing this, many executives furrowed their brows in contemplation. Observing this, Shaojun chose not to elaborate further and continued. We will incorporate external service content while also permitting other companies and users to develop software for the virtual brain machine. Therefore, it is necessary to convene a developer conference to provide guidance for enterprises and third-party developers. The compilation software has been completed, and the inaugural developer conference for the virtual brain machine is tentatively scheduled for July 10th. The programming language of the virtual brain machine's operating system is X language. To facilitate this, Shaojun took the time to develop a compilation software, VB-MCS, the English acronym for Virtual Brain Machine Compilation Software. The purpose of the compilation software is rather straightforward. It converts one programming language into another. To ease the process for global enterprises and third-party developers, VB-MCS can convert all mainstream programming languages available in the market into X language, such as Java, C, Python, etc. Developers can choose based on the languages they are proficient in. After the meeting, on his way back to the office, Yuhua hurriedly caught up with Shaojun. General Liu, please take a look at this game. What do you think? With that, he handed Shaojun a tablet. Upon receiving it, Shaojun saw that it was a promotional CG for a new virtual game. He smiled and asked, "You've even completed the CG. Why ask for my opinion?" Yuhua replied with a grin, "Just wanted you to have a look." Instead of watching the CG, Shaojun carefully read through the core gameplay of the game. Chapter 123. What is your dog barking at? The virtual game, personally overseen by Yuhua, is titled Galactic Mist, set against the backdrop of the cosmos. Its core gameplay involves players teaming up to explore an unknown interstellar space and compete against other teams within the same area. The measurement of victory is based on points, which accumulate from resources gathered, the number of alien beasts defeated, and the number of players eliminated. Teams can consist of 5, 7, or 9 players, with a maximum of 50 teams in each misty space. The gameplay bears some resemblance to Battle Royale games, but differs significantly. Each misty area features a major boss, and players must decipher vague clues to locate the boss's position. Once a team discovers the boss's whereabouts, the system employs a unique mechanism to notify other players. The first alert will inform teams within a 10-kilometer radius of the boss's location. Subsequently, alerts will be issued every 10 minutes, with the notification range doubling each time. Depending on the boss's level and strength, the team that locates the boss will receive a designated number of points. If the team that ultimately defeats the boss is the same team that found it, their points will be doubled. Compared to traditional internet games, the backdrop of virtual games is often more grandiose, due to the time flow discrepancy between the real world and the virtual game world. The duration of gameplay in virtual games is measured in days. One day in the virtual game typically equates to 1 hour in the real world. After quickly reviewing the foundational gameplay, Shaojun nodded and inquired, "When are you planning to launch it?" Yuhua responded, "Tentatively set for July 5th. If you have no objections, we can proceed with the launch on that date." "I have no objections. It can be released." Apart from the virtual game Wushuang 3 Kingdoms, in which Shaojun had some involvement, he had not inquired much about the other games. Although the gaming business is lucrative, the development of artificial intelligence, Shao-E-In-Mi-Su, is his primary concern. On June 29th, in Pengcheng at the Penguin Building, Chief Operating Officer Rin Yusin opened the door to Xiao Ma's office. "Ma, I have a piece of news. Shaojun Technology is preparing to open the virtual brain machine to the public." Surprised by the revelation, Xiao Ma lifted his gaze from the documents and looked at Rin. "Where did you get this information?" After sitting down, Rin replied, "A senior executive from Shaojun Technology disclosed it, and the reliability is quite high. The industry has been buzzing about it. Yet Shaojun Technology has not come forward to refute it. I suspect this might be a self-directed play by Shaojun Technology." After listening, Xiao Ma crossed his hands on the desk, contemplating for a moment before sighing. The opening of the virtual brain machine by Shaojun Technology is not particularly favorable news for us. Rin chuckled. "There is another piece of news that may benefit us. Shaojun Technology is not only preparing to accommodate external service content, but is also planning to hold a developer conference." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ma's eyes brightened. This indeed is good news. Holding a developer conference signifies that as long as third-party software complies with national laws and regulations, it can be launched on the virtual brain machine. This is significantly different from merely incorporating external service content. For example, if Activision Blizzard and Ubisoft's games are launched on the virtual brain machine, that would constitute an introduction of external service content. The implementation of these services necessitates the involvement of superdimensional technology to launch the virtual brain machine interface. Brother Ma chuckled. Superdimensional technology has made an astute move. The ecological system of the virtual world has been meticulously constructed. At that moment, the introduction of external services and the opening of the virtual brain machine gateway could invigorate the virtual realm. The success of Apple is inextricably linked to the Apple Store. President Rin nodded in agreement, stating, "Our company must attend the inaugural developer conference." Brother Ma concurred, "If the information is accurate, you will represent Penguin at this developer conference. The burgeoning virtual world must secure a place for Penguin." The launch of the virtual brain machine by WeChat and QQ has lost its significance. However, Penguin could develop an entirely new software to serve as a bastion for its foray into the virtual world. Almost all insiders privy to this information were now waiting, anticipating the official announcement from Hyperdimensional Technology. On July 1st, Hyperdimensional Technology's official accounts across all platforms simultaneously released 3 announcements. First, the virtual brain machine will incorporate external service content, inviting consultations from capable enterprises and institutions. Second, the inaugural Virtual Brain Machine Developer Conference will take place on July 10th. Third, the third virtual game independently developed by Hyperdimensional Technology, titled Interstellar Mist, will launch globally on July 5th. These 3 announcements, particularly the first 2, reverberated like an earthquake across the globe. The long-awaited day had finally arrived. Although it came later than anticipated, it was truly worthwhile. The gateway to the vast treasure trove of the virtual world had finally been breached. While the external world reveled in jubilation, the eagle's home, however, was stirred by the barking of its dog. The Washington Post published an article asserting that Hyperdimensional Technology's opening of the virtual brain machine gateway was merely an attempt to reduce other enterprises and third-party users to mere tools. The core ecology of the virtual world had already been established, creating a closed-loop ecosystem. At this juncture, should other enterprises and third-party users join, the content they generate would undoubtedly serve as nourishment for the virtual world's ecosystem. I believe that the tech giants of Silicon Valley should unite to collectively resist Hyperdimensional Technology. The words of the Washington Post may be harsh, yet one cannot deny their accuracy. At this moment, Liu Shaojun's decision to open the gateway aims to seek ample and free nourishment for the development of the virtual world's ecological system. Being reduced to a mere tool sounds somewhat disheartening. Yet one might inquire of Activision Blizzard, Ubisoft, and Electronic Arts, or even Take-Two, who have recently tasted the sweetness of success. Ask these gaming companies if they would be willing to become tools for Hyperdimensional Technology. The allure of being a tool for Hyperdimensional Technology is indeed irresistible. A glance at the financial reports of companies like Activision Blizzard reveals the truth. In response to the Washington Post, Hyperdimensional Technology released a list of companies that applied to participate in the inaugural developer conference. Remarkably, all the Silicon Valley giants, with the exception of Apple, were included. Upon the release of this list, domestic internet users erupted in laughter. Ha ha, this is absolutely hilarious. The slap in the face resonates loudly. The Washington Post might as well go to sleep. Do you really think Silicon Valley giants care about you? Washington Post, Silicon Valley giants, you should act accordingly. Silicon Valley giants, why is that dog barking? Who would want to be a lucrative tool? Just look at Activision Blizzard and others who have associated with Hyperdimensional Technology. They are reaping enormous rewards. Chapter 124, the grand event of the tech world. In this day and age, no one would dare to oppose money, especially when it comes to capital. Wherever there is profit, there they shall be found. In the past, a saying went, "What is money? Money is a rascal. You spend it, and you can still earn." However, this phrase has become obsolete. The current trend is, money is a rascal. The more you look at it, the better it seems. For the sake of this rascal, one might even become one themselves. If one is willing to be a rascal, to be a tool, to serve as nourishment, why should that be objectionable? Among the 3 announcements released by Hyperdimensional Technology, the industry places greater emphasis on the first 2, while ordinary users and virtual game players are particularly interested in the latter. The detailed game descriptions and CG released on Hyperdimensional Technology's official website indicate that the playability of this game is exceptionally high. One must not compare the playability of PC and mobile games to that of virtual games. Virtual games possess an unparalleled uniqueness, where players embody the game characters. The release of Interstellar Mist has captured the attention of all virtual gaming teams. Barring unforeseen circumstances, Interstellar Mist is poised to become a competitive event in the VGPL Global Championship. For professional teams, the singular goal and aspiration is to claim the World Championship, etching their names upon the trophy and ring that symbolize victory. As the clock struck midnight on July 5th, user activity within the virtual world surged at a remarkable rate. All internet cafes and individual virtual brain machine users had preemptively downloaded the game data package. Following the launch of the game, they seamlessly entered the realm. Guo Minglong and Charles, 2 familiar faces from earlier, re-emerged. following the release of the virtual brain machine and the birth of virtual games. Guoming Long and Charles encountered one another by fate and subsequently collaborated, becoming brick movers within the virtual gaming landscape. Their luck proved fortuitous and their skills commendable, enabling them to earn a substantial income through their endeavors. Consequently, both abandoned their previous occupations to become full-time brick movers. There are numerous others, akin to Guoming Long and Charles, engaged in similar pursuits, with estimates suggesting their numbers hover around 200,000. For these brick movers, the launch of Interstellar Mist has broadened their avenues for financial gain. Thus, Guoming Long and Charles entered the virtual world before midnight, eagerly awaiting the game's commencement. As the clock struck 12, Charles exclaimed with excitement, "Gua, come on, a fortune awaits us." Guoming Long replied calmly, "Interstellar Mist isn't suited for brick moving. It's ideal for selling boss-killing strategies." Upon hearing this, Charles became even more exhilarated. Game strategies are among the most lucrative forms of game information. This is bound to be a windfall. At that moment, Guoming Long and Charles's artificial intelligence companions, Shaojun and Alice, emerged from their quarters. Shaojun linked her arm with Guoming Long's, yawning as she asked, "Brother, where are we off to at this late hour?" Alice stretched lazily and inquired, "Is the new game launching?" Charles embraced Alice and replied, "Of course. Gua and I are taking you both to make money, to buy you new clothes and cosmetics." The revenue generated by the artificial intelligence companions for Superdimensional Technology has been on a steady ascent, and the growth rate is remarkably swift. This is primarily due to this factor. Guoming Long glanced at the time and stated, "Let us go check out the new game and see if it's enjoyable." No sooner had he spoken than a portal of light materialized, and the quartet was instantaneously drawn into it. In the next moment, they found themselves enveloped in a thick fog, speckled with twinkling starlight, which continued to multiply. "Greetings, player. We are currently matching you with teammates. Please hold on." As the system prompt resonated, two figures, one male and one female, appeared. Following this, more figures emerged. A total of 10 individuals, 5 men and 5 women, filled the confined space. Among them, 5 males were players, while the 5 females were their artificial intelligence companions. Once the team was complete, the system notification chimed again. "All teams are assembled. Players, please prepare. The game will commence shortly." 10, 9, 8, 7. As the countdown concluded, the surrounding fog dissipated, revealing a boundless expanse of grassland. Guoming Long immediately interjected, "Gentlemen, we must deliberate. We have but an hour at our disposal. Once the time elapses, we shall either become hunters or prey." Upon hearing this, the other 3 players, accompanied by their artificial intelligence partners, gathered around. Every hour, the system announces the location of each team. Accumulating points by vanquishing other players yields substantial rewards. To ascend as predators, our team must collaborate diligently and seize the moment to enhance our strength. As an adept resource gatherer, Guoming Long possesses a deeper understanding of virtual gaming than the average player. Once he articulated his thoughts and strategy, the other 3 players swiftly acquiesced. Many teams, akin to Guoming Long's, sought cooperation through prior consultation, while a significant number of players opted for solitary approaches. Regardless of their chosen tactics, the singular objective remained to slay the boss and claim the top position on the leaderboard. By around 7 in the morning, feedback on the gaming experience of Interstellar Mist emerged. Collated from game forums and various online platforms, players provided the following insights. 1. Interstellar Mist is ideally suited for team-based gameplay. Lone wolves struggle to progress. 2. Do not entertain the notion of waiting for other teams to locate the boss, only to seize opportunities based on system prompts. 3. Engaging in reckless player kills at the outset yields minimal rewards. 4. Team coordination is crucial, otherwise, time will be squandered. The first point of feedback is straightforward. Interstellar Mist was specifically tailored for the VGPL, Virtual Gaming Professional League. Thus, emphasizing teamwork is entirely reasonable. The second point arises from the conspicuous vulnerabilities of many boss encounters, a mechanism designed to protect the teams that discover them. The remaining feedback can be elucidated based on information provided on the Hyperdimensional Technology official website. Overall, Interstellar Mist is not a flawless virtual game. It exhibits pronounced biases and clear focal points. However, its playability is exceedingly high, and the gameplay still awaits further exploration by the players. The launch of Interstellar Mist has garnered immense attention within the gaming community, yet external interest has gradually shifted towards Hongqin. The inaugural developer conference for the Virtual Brain Machine interface is scheduled for July 10th. Internet enterprises from around the globe, along with renowned third-party developers, will converge in Hongqin, promising to be a grand spectacle in the realm of technology. Chapter 125, The Developer Conference. On July 10th, at 9 a.m., outside the developer conference venue in Hangzhou. The number of media outlets present exceeded 500, all fervently capturing images of the internet and tech magnates in attendance. Is that not Sundar Pichai, the current CEO of Google? The CEO himself has come to participate. The global executive vice president of Microsoft is also present. Representatives from Amazon, Facebook, and Netflix have not been absent either. Virtually all the titans of Silicon Valley are here. At this moment, it seems only General Liu and Hyperdimensional Technology possess the clout to gather such luminaries. Certainly, who would dare to disregard the prestige of General Liu and Hyperdimensional Technology, aside from the aloof Apple? I predict that misfortune awaits Apple in the future. What insider information do you possess? All major internet companies from Europe and America, with the exception of Apple, have dispatched executives of presidential caliber to attend the developer conference. Domestic internet companies are similarly unrepresented. The presence of these magnates illustrates Hyperdimensional Technology's unparalleled influence. The turnout for the inaugural developer conference on the virtual brain-machine interface is exceedingly high, with even more applicants seeking to attend. Due to limited seating, Hyperdimensional Technology must assess applicants' qualifications based on their capabilities. At this moment, in the backstage of the conference, Liu Shaojun gazed at Gao Yan, the head of Hyperdimensional Technology's software department. Old Gao, I'm giving you a preview for the first developer conference. This project will be entrusted to you moving forward. Gao Yan replied confidently, Rest assured, General Liu, I will not let you down. Just then, a staff member hurried over. General Liu, it is your turn to take the stage. Liu Shaojun nodded slightly, checked the microphone for any issues, and stepped onto the platform. Instantly, the venue erupted in applause. Compared to the applause during product launches, the current acknowledgement felt almost muted. However, this was understandable. The attendees were all industry giants, and a mere gesture of recognition sufficed, given that Liu Shaojun is considered a junior in the field. As the applause waned, Liu Shaojun smiled and began. I am immensely honored to have so many esteemed predecessors attend the inaugural developer conference for the virtual brain-machine interface. Standing on the stage, facing numerous illustrious figures of the internet, I felt an immense weight of responsibility. Should I falter in my speech, I asked for your understanding. In response, many smiled subtly, some even expressing surprise. It was unexpected that despite Hyperdimensional Technology's global prominence, Liu Shaojun could remain so humble and courteous. Since the birth of the internet, it has evolved over 55 years. As of today, the number of global internet users has surpassed 5.3 billion. The internet has transformed every aspect of our lives and reshaped the world. Now, at 55 years old, we must ponder, what does the future hold for the internet? During the explosive rise of mobile internet, many believed that this was the future of the internet. Yet, with the emergence of artificial intelligence, the Internet of Things, and ubiquitous connectivity, perceptions shifted towards these innovations as the future. On stage, Liu Shaojun paced thoughtfully, stating, since the inception of the internet, many industry insiders have offered their perspectives on its developmental trajectory. In my view, the evolution of the internet can be categorized into 4 distinct phases. The first phase pertains to the digitization of traditional advertising, corresponding to the Web 1.0 era. The second phase involves the digitization of the content industry, aligning with the Web 2.0 era. The third phase encompasses the digitization of the service sector, corresponding to the Web 3.0 era. The fourth phase is characterized by the potential for the digitalization of everything, possibly corresponding to the Web 4.0 era, though that remains uncertain. The venue was hushed, with numerous industry professionals attentively observing Liu Shaojun on stage, eager to hear his insights on the internet. As the captain of Hyperdimensional Technology's flagship, everyone was keen to understand his comprehension and vision for the internet. Perhaps Liu Shaojun's philosophy will illuminate a new path for the internet's evolution. At 55 years old, the internet has entered its third phase, enveloping the world in the mobile internet. Artificial intelligence and the Internet of Things are gradually infiltrating our daily lives. If all proceeds as expected, the internet is likely to linger in the digitalization of the service sector for an extended period. However, the advent of the virtual brain-machine interface and virtual worlds has shifted the trajectory of internet development. In which direction will this new path lead? I posit that this direction is towards the digital virtualization of all things, marking the fourth phase. Indeed, I dare to propose a modest revision to the fourth stage of internet development. At the inaugural developer conference for the virtual brain-machine interface, nearly 1/3 of the attendees were representatives from domestic and international media. The significant media presence is crucial for disseminating various concepts of the virtual world. The flourishing of the virtual realm cannot rely solely on hyperdimensional technology. Shaojun requires a multitude of allies to collaboratively construct this new reality. Upon hearing Shaojun's modifications to the fourth stage of internet development, many prominent figures in the domestic arena were filled with profound reflections. Truly, the emergence of such a remarkable individual is nothing short of a miracle. At this moment, on stage, Shaojun maintained an air of composure, speaking with unhurried grace. In the early days, before the advent of big data and cloud computing, traditional internet and digitalization were markedly disparate. However, as the tendrils of big data and cloud computing infiltrate every corner of the internet, a brand new era of the internet approaches us. This novel era is characterized by a striking feature: its profound integration with the real economy. The cultural industry, construction, commerce, transportation, industry, and agriculture are all engaging in deep interaction with the internet and big data. The presence of the internet and intelligence is ubiquitous in our lives. The realms of the internet and big data are no longer confined to the realm of pure virtual economy. The real economy has also transcended its former limitations. Thus, one might argue that the internet and big data serve as catalysts for the real economy. In truth, since their inception, the internet and big data have been founded upon the bedrock of the real economy. Should they become detached from it, the very fabric of the internet would come crashing down. At this juncture, applause erupted in the auditorium, more fervent than when Shaojun first took the stage. His understanding of traditional internet garnered the acknowledgement of the assembled magnates. The internet has evolved over 55 years. How many can truly discern its essence? What is the essence of the internet? It is a virtual manifestation constructed upon the foundation of the real economy. Without the support of the real economy, concepts such as the internet, big data, and artificial intelligence are but splendid illusions. Chapter 126. What does the virtual world represent? The interaction between internet services, big data, and the real economy is evident in our daily lives through online shopping, food delivery, ride-hailing, and smart homes, among others. Regarding the economic forms of traditional internet and big data cloud services, I find little to expound upon. What I wish to convey is how, following the emergence of the virtual world, the internet should progress towards a stage where everything can be digitized and virtualized. Prior to the 30th stage of the internet, any traditional industry failing to embrace the internet would inevitably face extinction. I believe the intrinsic reason behind this is that technological advancements do not obliterate consumer demands. Rather, they ignite them. New demands will inevitably give rise to new business models, which will supplant the old. As technology advances, consumer needs will be increasingly stimulated. This fundamental principle explains the disappearance of numerous traditional industries and the birth of many emerging sectors over the past 55 years. Thus, does this imply that all industries must embrace the virtual world to survive in the future? In my view, absolutely not. Shaojun's emphatic assertion caused many industry leaders to furrow their brows. Is it not true that the virtual world represents the future? If not, what significance does their presence here hold? The reason various internet magnates are gathered here, as Shaojun previously articulated, is to avoid being left behind by the tide of time. Since the inception of the internet and big data, countless industries have collapsed for failing to keep pace. The once dominant Nokia and the commanding Yahoo of the Web 1.0 era serve as striking examples. Yahoo faltered by missing the Web 2.0 era, while Nokia overlooked the mobile internet revolution. For those entrenched in the internet industry, their sensitivity to its evolution is beyond doubt. Their presence here today is a testament to the belief that the virtual world signifies the future. Yet, Shaojun, as a pioneer of the virtual world, holds perspectives that diverge significantly from those of many industry leaders. Have they genuinely misjudged the future of the virtual world? Or is Shaojun merely confounding them? On stage, after taking a sip of water, Shaojun resumed, stating, when the virtual world came into being, many, including industry insiders, proclaimed that it was the future of the internet. I find this assertion to be both true and false. Undoubtedly, the virtual world will manifest as a form of the internet, and its uniqueness renders it one of the most alluring forms of internet engagement. This is fundamentally why both insiders and outsiders refer to the virtual world as the future of the internet. However, examining the 55-year trajectory of internet development, any form representing the future of the internet must exhibit distinct characteristics, namely, a deep interaction with the real economy. Reflect upon the digital advertising era, the mobile internet era, and the era of digital lifestyle services. All three futures of the internet are intricately linked with the real economy. Moreover, these three eras encompass the entirety of the internet. At this juncture, many leaders in the audience nodded thoughtfully, contemplating the insights presented while quietly listening on. As the creator of the virtual world is akin to my offspring, I am acutely aware of its strengths and weaknesses. The virtual world cannot symbolize the future of the internet, as it exhibits minimal interaction with the real economy. Currently, all services within the virtual world fall outside the realm of the physical economy. To put it more bluntly, the virtual world is not deeply intertwined with the daily lives of the real world. Therefore, the virtual world does not represent the future of the internet. It should rather be regarded as one of the futures of human digitalized existence. Please note my choice of words. Digitalized existence differs significantly from the digital virtualization phase of the internet. As the real world continues to evolve, humanity's demands for spiritual fulfillment will escalate, thereby broadening the boundaries of our spiritual lives. This is precisely why the metaverse and virtual reality technologies have emerged. In this context, the virtual world may overshadow the metaverse and virtual reality, shouldering the burdens of human spiritual existence. Consequently, in the future, while the internet may fade, the virtual world will endure. Thus, the virtual world ought to be considered one of the futures of humanity's digitalized existence. On stage, Shaojun, having grown weary, approached the edge of the stage to accept a cup of water from staff member. Below, many internet magnates began to grasp the situation. They had miscalculated. No, perhaps they had been too hasty in their thoughts. The emergence of virtual brain-machine interfaces and the virtual world caught the global community off guard. Due to the rapid pace of internet evolution, a sense of urgency took hold as everyone sought to secure their position in the virtual world to avoid being left behind. However, after Shaojun's detailed analysis, clarity dawned upon them. With this newfound understanding, they turned their attention to the youthful figure on stage, eagerly anticipating his next words. Such insightful and thoughtful youth are indeed a rarity. In the past, standing before a congregation of industry leaders was Steve Jobs, who created Apple. Today, Shaojun shines even brighter than Jobs, yet possesses a humility and depth that is striking. Most importantly, Huawei technology is destined to be far greater than Apple. Apple is merely an internet enterprise, while Huawei technology represents a bona fide high-tech company. After finishing his water, Shaojun returned to the center of the stage and continued. In truth, from the beginning until now, I have conveyed much. Everyone has come to understand that the virtual world can only be classified as an internet service. Yet, this service is so unique that it can encompass various other service contents. The essence of these services is, in fact, virtual. Virtual services correspond to the virtual realm, and therein lies the most exquisite chemical reaction. Both industry insiders and many executives within Hyperdimensional Technology share this belief. Numerous services in the physical world can indeed be adapted for the virtual brain-machine interface. I have already provided my perspective on this notion. If the essence or form of output of a service is inherently virtual, then it is suitable for the virtual world. If not, it may remain estranged from it. The presence of many esteemed pioneers from the internet sector at the inaugural developer conference for the virtual brain machine suggests a tacit understanding of this objective. I find this commendable. For the virtual world to ascend, it necessitates diverse contributions from various quarters. However, I urge everyone to reflect before embarking on the development of a virtual brain machine project. Is this prospective project truly suited for the virtual realm? At this juncture, the primary purpose of Shaojun's hosting of the developer conference becomes apparent. Chapter 127. If it is unsuitable, do not force it in. Shaojun indeed requires a multitude of facilitators, as the virtual world demands ample developmental nourishment. Yet, it is essential not to indiscriminately cram every conceivable element into the virtual domain. Hyperdimensional technology will wholeheartedly support services that align with the virtual world. For the emergence of high-quality service content could significantly enrich the ecosystem of the virtual realm. Conversely, if the content is unsuitable, hyperdimensional technology may refrain from delisting it, but will certainly adopt a hands-off approach. Shaojun seeks those who can genuinely assist, while the virtual world requires sustenance that fosters its growth. His admonition prompted many prominent figures in attendance to furrow their brows in contemplation. As industry leaders, they recognize the validity of Shaojun's analysis. Consequently, many must ponder whether their current services or developmental trajectories are indeed compatible with the virtual world. If they are not, forcing services onto the virtual brain machine could yield no benefit and instead lead to the degradation of service quality, hindering corporate advancement. Perhaps, if one genuinely wishes to engage with the virtual realm, It necessitates adjusting or optimizing existing service offerings, or even developing entirely new projects tailored for the virtual landscape. After contemplating this, the dignitaries once again turned their gaze toward Liu Shaojun, who appear to have more to convey. In my view, the mobile internet represents an unparalleled advancement in the evolution of the internet. The desktop PC internet era categorized users into online and offline states. In the mobile internet age, as phones transitioned into pockets, the internet was likewise pocketed. The internet is now at your fingertips, ensuring you are perpetually online. The desktop internet was confined to two dimensions, space and identity, both of which remained exceedingly nebulous, with spatial uncertainty and ambiguous identities within the internet domain. With the advent of the mobile internet, the dimension of time was introduced, while the dimensions of space and identity became more defined. The temporal dimension manifests in the reality of our online existence every moment, reflecting leisure in our daily lives. Simultaneously, every second spent offline is mirrored online, thus merging the two realms. The spatial dimension is exemplified by the recording of geographical locations corresponding to where smart devices, such as phones, are situated. Each user possesses a unique map of their life. The identity dimension warrants particular emphasis. During the desktop internet era, our online activities were predominantly anonymous. The identities of individuals were largely disregarded. The prevalence of interactions such as online friendships can be attributed to this anonymity, a phenomenon that, while still present today, has evolved. In the mobile internet era, any object may be imbued with intelligence. Each intelligent object possesses an unerringly precise identification number. Furthermore, as the mobile internet relies on portable smart devices, one phone corresponds to one definitive user. The concept of identity has thus gained increasing significance. For instance, the now ubiquitous algorithmic recommendations are predicated on the certainty of user identity. Each user constitutes a unique profile, serving as their identity confirmation. Overall, when considering the dimensions of time, space, and identity, we need to clarify 5 essential aspects in the mobile internet era: who, when, where, with whom, and what. The random combinations of these 5 elements, interconnected through the mobile internet, form the fabric of our contemporary lives. As Liu Shaojun concluded his remarks, the auditorium erupted into applause. Many industry leaders shook their heads in admiration, reflecting on the profound insights of this young man who has truly grasped the essence of the internet. The titans of the internet sector recognized Liu Shaojun's exceptional acumen, a sentiment echoed by other attendees. Journalists, upon absorbing his analysis and perspectives, lamented the misfortune of Liu Shaojun being born in the wrong era. Companies like Google, Tencent, Facebook, Amazon, and Apple emerged around the turn of the millennium. Had Liu Shaojun thrived in that era, competing alongside the founders of these enterprises, what a spectacle it would have been. Would the trajectory of internet development have altered? Might the current power dynamics of the internet, characterized by a strong East and a weak West, have shifted? After a brief stir, the conference returned to tranquility, as attendees recognized that Liu Shaojun had not yet concluded. He had primarily addressed the desktop and mobile internet, leaving unmentioned the transformative influence of the virtual world. At this moment, one might inquire what changes the integration of the virtual world into the internet ecosystem has wrought. In my estimation, the most significant alteration lies in the bifurcation of the dimensions of time, space, and identity within the virtual realm. Time in the virtual world can be adjusted at will. Space becomes non-existent, with users firmly positioned in the virtual environment. However, the virtual world can accommodate countless spaces, rendering spatial certainty elusive. The identity dimension has similarly undergone profound changes. In the real world, interactions between humanity and the internet are riddled with barriers, primarily stemming from various software. In the virtual realm, users are directly engaged with all services, devoid of any barriers. All enterprises or third-party developers aspiring to create virtual brain machine services must recognize this fundamental truth. There exists no barrier between your services and the users. Thus, the intricacies of service details must be meticulously attended to. Liu Shaojun's second objective has finally been articulated: to refine and enhance service content in alignment with the distinctive characteristics of the virtual world. As the internet evolves to a certain extent, our world will inevitably transition into a state of digital virtualization. Everything within this phase of the internet has the potential to be digitized. Data will breathe life into the inanimate and enhance the vitality of the already sentient. The digital interconnectedness of all things has now permeated the lives of ordinary citizens. Virtualization requires a developmental trajectory and collective effort. Hyperdimensional Technology is eager to collaborate with everyone in constructing a future-oriented virtual world that serves humanity. Liu Shaojun's third objective has also been revealed, a collective endeavor to co-create the virtual realm. The establishment of an ecosystem cannot rely solely on hyperdimensional technology. Chapter 128, Strength is Paramount. Liu Shaojun concluded his remarks with unwavering conviction. I firmly believe that the virtual world represents an exceedingly righteous path, and digital virtualization will undoubtedly herald the fourth stage of the internet. In the foreseeable future, through our collaborative efforts, the world we inhabit and the fabric of human society shall usher in a new chapter. Thank you all. As his words resonated through the hall, the audience erupted into the most fervent applause since the inception of the developers conference. Among the media representatives, many foreign journalists gazed at Liu with incredulity. This was their first encounter with a Chinese individual who dared to focus on transforming the world and reshaping human society. Historically, were such aspirations not the province of the elite from Western nations? Shouldn't the Chinese be content with amassing wealth and retiring in comfort? Hey, my friend, you crossed the line, don't you know? The internal musings of the foreign media were unbeknownst to Liu Shaojun. Had he been aware, he would have patted them on the shoulder and proclaimed, I founded Superdimension Technology precisely to change the world. If it were merely for monetary gain, I could easily return home to live off my parents. How appealing that would be. Since the commencement of the conference, Liu had been on stage for nearly an hour. It was now time for the titans of the internet to take their turn. Upon descending the stage, the first to be invited was the senior president of Amazon. As the undisputed leader in big data cloud services, there were no dissenting voices as the Amazon executive ascended to speak. Following Amazon, representatives from Google, Microsoft, Facebook, Tencent, and other corporate giants took the stage, each imparting their perspectives on the virtual world and its prospective evolution. Liu listened intently from the audience, captivated by the insights of these luminaries. Their analyses and viewpoints, incisive and to the point, illuminated aspects that often eluded the untrained eye. Some of their assertions left Liu, the architect of the virtual ecosystem, feeling enlightened and invigorated. He deemed it essential to download the conference video for repeated viewings, as certain insights from these titans would serve as invaluable supplements to the development of the virtual world. Following the conclusion of the inaugural Developers Conference on Virtual Brain Technology, various media outlets commenced extensive coverage. This marked Liu Shaojun's first public exposition of his internet philosophy and ideology. He meticulously delineated the relationship between virtual brain technology and the internet. The discourse he delivered during that hour stirred significant reverberations within the industry. Silicon Valley magazine published an article asserting, after 55 years of internet evolution, if anyone still finds it unfamiliar, we implore you to watch Liu Shaojun's conference speech video with due diligence. His discerning vision has penetrated the essence of the internet. If you aspire to make your mark in the future of the internet industry, we urge you to repeatedly engage with the Virtual Brain Developers Conference video. Liu, alongside executives from major internet powerhouses, selflessly shared the fundamental trajectory of future internet development. As Silicon Valley magazine aptly noted, the trends steering the future of the internet have been explicitly identified. However, mere awareness of the overarching trends is insufficient. One must grasp the intricate details. The confluence of various details and their directional movements constitutes the overall trend of internet evolution. For instance, while the emergence of mobile internet around 2010 was inevitable, the dominance of WeChat in the social networking sphere was not guaranteed. To ascend to the pinnacle of the internet in the future, one must seize at least one critical detail. The impact of the inaugural Developers Conference on Virtual Brain Technology extends far beyond merely forecasting internet trends. Today marks a pivotal turn in the trajectory of internet development, with indelible influences on the evolution of human society. As Liu articulated during the conference, the virtual world is one of the potential futures of digital virtualization. While the virtual realm resides within the domain of the internet, it is intimately connected to the fabric of human existence. Discussions surrounding the inaugural Developers Conference on Virtual Brain Technology concentrated within professional circles, while the broader public was more engaged in observing various analyses from industry bloggers. The day after the conference, Liu Shaojun, accompanied by Lin Ruoxue and Chen Xiao, visited a quaint estate on the outskirts of Hongqiang City, where the heads of leading enterprises in the domestic semiconductor supply chain awaited his arrival. Within the grand hall of the estate, a cadre of industry executives gathered in clusters. Despite their shared affiliation with the semiconductor industry, distinctions existed among the various circles present. Executives from HiSilicon, ZTE Microelectronics, Zhixin Microelectronics, OmniVision, and Unisoc naturally formed a compact group. The 5 executives sat in silence, their conversations conveyed through glances rather than words. Other groups engaged in hushed discussions, speculating on the significance of their gathering. Superdimension technology has brought us together for a purpose that seems far from simple. One executive mused. Indeed, it is anything but simple. The Ministry of Industry and Information Technology has personally issued a letter inviting us to Hongshang in secrecy. I suspect superdimension technology has achieved a pivotal breakthrough in chip manufacturing, and the government wishes for us to collaborate with them. Liu Shaojun is younger than my son, yet I am expected to heed his direction. Alas, the prowess of superdimension technology is undeniable. Despite such reservations, the reality in the business world remains that power and capability reign supreme. At that moment, the hall's doors swung open, and Liu Shaojun, along with his companions and several middle-aged men, leaders dispatched from the Ministry of Industry and other departments, entered. Upon their arrival, all executives in the hall rose to their feet. Liu Shaojun amiably greeted the passing executives as he made his way toward the center of the hall. Once at the center, under the collective gaze of the assembly, he commenced his address. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all esteemed predecessors for your presence. Superdimension technology is a newcomer in the semiconductor industry. Moving forward, I hope we can engage in sincere collaboration to collectively forge a domestic semiconductor supply chain. It is high time for our nation to possess the capability to produce high-performance chips independently. The purpose of gathering so many esteemed predecessors today is to collaboratively contribute to the structuring of our domestic semiconductor supply chain. We aim to optimize the overall framework of the domestic semiconductor industry and establish a preliminary charter. Building upon this charter, we will then focus on the branches within the supply chain, from the macro to the micro. We shall construct a virtuous cycle and a robust external circulation for the domestic semiconductor industry. After Liu Shaojun concluded his address, one executive inquired, Mr. Liu, does superdimension technology, like other industries, exclusively engage in high-end sectors? The question elicited murmurs of approval among the attendees. Collaborating with superdimension technology posed no issues. They were more than willing, especially with the endorsement from the government and the Ministry of Industry. However, as business owners, they were acutely aware that many individuals depended on their enterprises for sustenance. Once the domestic semiconductor supply chain was established, discussions regarding the equitable distribution of the resulting profits would need to occur. Superdimension technology could pursue the largest share of the pie without objections, given their evident strength. Nonetheless, the remaining cream and fruits adorning the cake could not be contested. Hence, many attendees were particularly concerned about this matter. Liu Shaojun, however, did not sidestep the question. He answered directly. In the semiconductor industry, superdimension technology neither engages in high-end nor mid to low-end sectors. The response left many executives perplexed. In 3 realms where you do not venture, what do you seek? Liu Shaojun, without any preamble, provided an answer. My vision is to establish a domestic semiconductor association, composed of superdimensional technology and the esteemed enterprises present here. This association will serve as an internal consortium, wherein fundamental technological sharing must be realized. Members are required to upload essential semiconductor technologies into the association's database. All members of the association will have access to these resources at a cost significantly lower than market rates. The specifics of this fee will be discussed in our meeting. Once we dismantle technological barriers, we can collaboratively optimize the semiconductor industry structure based on the association's deliberations. By pooling our resources and leveraging our respective strengths, we can tackle the technological challenges and pain points in the semiconductor field. In this stage of research and development, superdimensional technology will extend its assistance. Should any research teams within the association encounter issues during their development phases, they may seek support from superdimensional technology's technical team. In essence, the purpose of this association is remarkably straightforward: cooperation, sharing, and mutual benefit. Upon hearing this, all the invited executives comprehended the implications. Within the semiconductor industry, we must forge an invisible alliance. Superdimensional technology aspires to become the leader of this alliance. The smaller members can learn from the martial arts secrets of their counterparts. Should they encounter difficulties in deciphering these secrets, they may also solicit the leader's assistance. At this juncture, it became clear what superdimensional technology aims to achieve by entering the semiconductor industry, a stable stronghold. With this clarity, the majority of semiconductor company executives felt a sense of relief. Under the guidance of superdimensional technology, the future of domestic semiconductors appears undeniably bright. After alleviating their concerns, Shaojun invited everyone to take their seats. The discussion regarding the establishment of the Domestic Semiconductor Internal Association officially commenced. Shaojun's unwavering commitment to support the domestic semiconductor industry primarily aims to facilitate Superdimensional Technology's entry into the mobile phone market. The mobile phone industry is a global enterprise, with many critical technologies monopolized by Western countries, including numerous semiconductor technologies. Most crucially, Apple monopolizes a substantial share of the global mobile phone market, representing Wall Street and the Western system. When Superdimensional Technology launches its mobile phone, it will undoubtedly be a marvel of advanced technology, capable of displacing Apple from its throne in the mobile industry. Taking wealth from capitalists is akin to slaying one's kin. Moreover, the funds in question are drawn from the pockets of capitalists. Once monopoly profits are diminished, the capital behind Apple will become desperate. In such scenarios, punitive measures from the West will undoubtedly follow in waves. Shaojun is confident that Superdimensional Technology's advanced innovations can withstand Western sanctions. However, other domestic mobile and semiconductor manufacturers may find themselves in dire straits. As the saying goes, when gods clash, mere mortals suffer. If the nascent domestic semiconductor industry were to collapse due to Shaojun's selfish pursuits, his grandfather and maternal grandfather in Yanjing would surely descend upon Hongqiang to impart a stern lesson to this wayward grandson. In California, USA, within Silicon Valley, the CEO of Google, Sundar Pichai, upon returning from his trip to Hongqiang, decided to convene a high-profile executive meeting. As the meeting commenced, Sundar's opening statement astonished the other Google executives. The underlying programming language of the virtual brain-machine interface is an entirely new and exceedingly advanced language. I suspect its sophistication surpasses the cumulative complexity of all existing programming languages, Sundar calmly stated. This conclusion was reached by the engineering team after utilizing the compilation software, VB, MCS, released by Superdimensional Technology. Everyone understands the significance of programming languages in the computer domain. If we liken all internet systems and service software to a towering tree, then programming languages represent the roots of this tree. Without roots, there can be no trunk, branches, or leaves. If Superdimensional Technology possesses its own programming language, the executives at Google would not be surprised, as this is not an unusual occurrence. Apple, too, has its own Swift programming language, which contributes to the fluidity of its systems. However, what Sundar stated regarding the programming language of the virtual brain-machine interface, which exceeds the complexity of all current programming languages, is what truly astounds. Observing the incredulous expressions on many faces in the conference room, Sundar chose not to elaborate further. Consequently, it was decided to establish a project group dedicated to the development of virtual brain-machine software, as well as a specialized senior team to delve into the programming language of the virtual brain-machine interface. Members of this group will be selected from various engineering teams. The team tasked with conquering the virtual brain-machine programming language will be required to report their progress to me weekly. This reporting frequency underscores Sundar's immense emphasis on the programming language of the virtual brain-machine interface. Not only Google, but other major internet enterprises are taking similar actions. After downloading VB and MCS, the virtual brain-machine compilation software, the software development engineering teams swiftly recognized this critical aspect. Subsequently, the executives and leaders of these internet giants became aware of it. Following this, they also resolved to establish specialized research groups to investigate the programming language of the virtual brain-machine interface. These groups are formed in secrecy, unbeknownst to the outside world. Had Shaojun been privy to this, he would undoubtedly advise them, "Brothers, there's truly no need to exert yourselves. The X programming language is something you could study for a lifetime and still glean nothing of substance." Chapter 130, The Establishment of the Semiconductor Joint Association. After 10 days of continuous discussions and numerous meetings, the Domestic Semiconductor Joint Association has finally been established. The association comprises 85 enterprises encompassing the entire semiconductor industry chain. A management council has been formed, consisting of 17 member enterprises, with Shaojun serving as the council's president. Su Jijun, chairman of HiSilicon Semiconductor, and Hong Jiming, chairman of another enterprise, have assumed the roles of vice presidents. On a ship traversing the Gan River in Hongqiang, a celebratory banquet is underway to commemorate the establishment of the Domestic Semiconductor Joint Association. Lu Shajun, Su Zijun, Hong Jiming, and several other council members are seated on a sofa. Upon noticing a figure approaching, Shaojun set down his glass and gestured towards the newcomer. The individual is Zhuo Pingyun, also known as the bionic robot number 018. Boss, he greeted, before introducing Zhuo Pingyun to Su Jijun and the others. This is Zhuo Pingyun, the chief researcher in materials science at the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. We have made significant progress in the development of new semiconductor materials. Pausing briefly, Liu Shaojun turned to Hong Jiming and continued, Zhuo Pingyun will be visiting your company to assist your research team. Upon hearing this, Hong Jiming expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Liu, for your support." Su Jijun and the others cast envious glances at Hong Jiming. The researchers from the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute have always been elusive, yet they garner immense attention from industry insiders. Everyone wishes to uncover the secrets of the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, hoping to gain an advantage. However, to this day, no one knows the true location of the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. As for the Tianhai Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, anyone with sight can discern that it is merely a facade. Huawei Technology's early acquisition of assistance from Hyperdimensional Technology is a product of the discussions held over the past 10 days. The semiconductor industry's Moore's Law has reached its terminus. The technology nodes of chips have progressed from 40 nanometers, 28 nanometers, 22 nanometers, 14 nanometers, 7 nanometers, 5 nanometers, and now down to 3 nanometers, yet they are nearing their limits. With each advancement in chip technology, the costs of research and development, production, and energy consumption of factories exhibit exponential growth. By the time we reached 7 nanometers, the majority of global wafer fabs had capitulated, unable to endure the escalating demands, and withdrew from the competition. Even Global Foundries, a wafer fab supported by Middle Eastern wealth, expressed its inability to continue. Presently, only TSMC and Samsung remain steadfast in this relentless pursuit. From a technical standpoint, 7 nanometers and 5 nanometers are approaching the extremities of single crystal silicon in semiconductors. The space is simply too constrained, while chips are shrinking. The number of transistors demanded to be embedded within them is ever increasing. A more straightforward analogy would be that as the living space diminishes, the expectation is to accommodate an ever-growing number of inhabitants. Is this not a form of absurdity? The gradual deceleration, or even the obsolescence of Moore's Law, is inevitable. In order to ensure the rapid advancement of chips, two primary directions have emerged: altering chip architecture and developing new semiconductor materials. The former relies on innovations in chip design, while the latter depends on material breakthroughs. The association believes that both avenues must be pursued concurrently. The responsibility for innovations in chip design will be spearheaded by HiSilicon, while the innovations in materials will be led by OmniVision Technologies. The initial allocation of resources will primarily focus on overcoming material challenges, a decision made by Liu Shaojun. Currently, the only research expert he can provide is an 18th-generation bionic robot in the field of material science. As for experts in chip design, it remains to be seen whether Liu Shaojun can strike lucky in the future and draw one from the lottery. If not, we shall have to wait for a system upgrade to observe further developments. On July 25th, in Pengcheng, Su Jijun returned to HiSilicon Semiconductor after a clandestine visit to Hongqing. In the meeting room, all executives were present, including President Rin Zhongfei and senior management from Huawei, eagerly awaiting Su Jijun's report. As he entered, having kept in close contact with President Rin, he smiled and announced that all negotiations had been successfully concluded, resulting in the formation of the Semiconductor Co-Construction Association, led by Supervision Technology. Additionally, a council has been established, with CEO Liu from Supervision Technology as the president, and Su Jijun and CEO Hong from OmniVision Technologies serving as vice presidents. Hearing this, President Rin and several Huawei executives nodded slightly, while others, who were in the dark, gazed curiously at Su Jijun. The keywords Semiconductor Co-Construction Association and Supervision Technology captured their attention. It didn't take long for them to realize what Su Jijun had been engaged in during his absence. Their curiosity centered around the specific role of the Semiconductor Co-Construction Association and the objectives behind Supervision Technology's foray into the semiconductor industry. Without keeping them in suspense, Su Jijun succinctly shared the details of his trip to Hongqing. Upon hearing this, many executives in the meeting room displayed signs of excitement at the prospect of Supervision Technology's willingness to support the domestic semiconductor industry, a truly unexpected delight. Throughout the discussion, President Rin maintained a composed demeanor. He surveyed the room, then spoke deliberately. We certainly have no reason to doubt the research capabilities of Supervision Technology. The semiconductor industry has been a challenging journey for Huawei, spanning 32 years since our entry. We have all experienced the arduous path of research and development over these years. Everyone nodded in agreement. HiSilicon Semiconductor traces its origins back to the Integrated Circuit Design Center established by Huawei in 1991. From 1991 to 2023 marks a full 32 years, a journey fraught with challenges. The achievements of HiSilicon Semiconductor correspond to the efforts invested. After a brief pause, President Run continued. While supervision technology is willing to assist us, we should not feel embarrassed. In any field, those who excel become the teachers. However, the path of independent research and development for HiSilicon Semiconductor must never cease. Even with the invaluable support from supervision technology and other members of the Semiconductor Co-Construction Association, we must maintain our spirit of innovation and not fall into the trap of dependency. It is imperative to understand that only that which we create truly belongs to us. After absorbing President Ren's admonition, the initially enthusiastic executives now wore serious expressions. Shaojun reassured him. Rest assured, President Ren, the spirit of independent research at HiSilicon will never be forsaken. Chapter 131, Awaiting Your Good News. After the executive meeting in the chairman's office, President Ren and Shaojun sat on the sofa, joined by Chairman Liang of Huawei. The three titans convened to discuss the Semiconductor Co-Construction Association. Chairman Liang raised his teacup, took a sip, and remarked, "The development of semiconductors is nearing its limits. The emergence of supervision technology may bring us unexpected surprises, even startling the world." President Ren chuckled. "Let us first believe and anticipate. Since its establishment a year ago, supervision technology has created numerous miracles." After a pause, he turned to Shaojun and inquired, "What progress has been made in the laboratory under HiSilicon?" Shaojun shook his head with a wry smile. "There's been no progress. Our research team is at a complete loss. The laboratory in question focuses on virtual brain-computer interfaces and holographic imaging microsystems. It is well known that these systems house exceptionally high-performance chips, yet the methods of their manufacture and origin remain shrouded in mystery. Across the globe, countless institutions and laboratories aspire to delve into the chips of virtual brain-computer interfaces and holographic imaging microsystems. However, to conduct such research, one must first obtain a complete chip. Unfortunately, the protective mechanisms of these systems are formidable. Any attempt to access the internal chip, whether through soft or hard means, triggers self-destruct protocols. This issue has led to numerous complaints from consumers abroad, with some even accusing supervision technology of violating consumer ownership rights. It is a perfectly reasonable grievance. Once a consumer purchases a product, they possess absolute ownership over it. Yet, the notion of absolute ownership is a fallacy. Such claims may appease consumers, but in reality, many companies and manufacturers disregard this right altogether. What holds the utmost importance? Self-interest reigns supreme. Is it not comical to suggest that virtual brain-computer interfaces and holographic imaging microsystems infringe upon consumer rights, when lithography machines do not? Can a company that purchases a lithography machine disassemble it at will? It is indeed absurd. Supervision technology, however, demonstrates a degree of integrity. Prior to a user purchasing a virtual brain-computer interface or holographic imaging microsystem, they sign a meticulously detailed agreement. In essence, the agreement can be summarized in a single sentence. Users indiscriminately disassembling the virtual neural interface and holographic imaging microcomputers have inflicted irreparable damage on the devices, and Hyperdimensional Technology bears no responsibility for this. This agreement has been signed by all users. In this regard, Liu Shaojun has learned from domestic internet companies. Nowadays, nearly all software prompts users with an agreement upon initial use. Should users decline or refuse to sign, they are barred from utilizing the software. Consequently, foreign litigants who have taken legal action against Hyperdimensional Technology have, without exception, faced defeat. Furthermore, the legal team formed by the sisters Lin Ruyu and Lin Ruoxue is not to be underestimated. To successfully sue Hyperdimensional Technology would be akin to chasing a mirage. The aspiration to obtain the chips within the virtual neural interface and holographic imaging microcomputers is even more fanciful. Everyone is eager to uncover the nature of these chips. Huawei, too, harbors this curiosity. The leading domestic semiconductor enterprises are inclined to heed Liu Shaojun's call to jointly establish a semiconductor association, driven by the existence of the virtual neural interface and holographic imaging microcomputers. Otherwise, even if Hyperdimensional Technology had achieved countless miracles, no one would believe that it could suddenly produce high-performance chips. Chips embody the pinnacle of contemporary human craftsmanship. They cannot be casually discussed. In the office, Mr. Liang from Huawei tentatively remarked, "If all else fails, let us consult with Mr. Liu about acquiring a chip from the virtual neural interface." Upon hearing this, Su Jijun shook his head with a bitter smile. Aldrin cast a disapproving glance at Mr. Liang, shaking his head and saying, I can't believe I entrusted Huawei to your management. Mr. Liang recognized the naivety of his words and shrugged, offering a resigned smile. Such a chip would only be sold to Huawei if Liu Shaojun had lost his sanity. Superdimensional technology is not financially constrained. It should be noted that the revenue of superdimensional technology for the first half of last year surpassed 1 trillion. Discussing finances in front of Liu Shaojun is hardly a jest. If financial matters are off the table, discussing emotional ties is even more absurd, as there exists no prior rapport. Aldrin addressed his two capable subordinates, stating, let us cease all research related to the virtual neural interface chip project from today onward. It lacks significance. Our future focus should be on innovative chip design. In response, Su Jijun nodded in agreement. I understand. The conversation among the three was beyond Liu Shaojun's knowledge. Even if he were aware, he could only utter an apology. He would have to be utterly deranged to consider parting with the virtual neural interface chip. The relationship between Huawei and superdimensional technology had previously been limited to business cooperation. Currently, it could be deemed a partnership. Under such circumstances, if Huawei dared to make a request, Liu Shaojun would undoubtedly decline without hesitation. At this moment, Liu Shaojun was unaware of these developments, as he was engaged in a video call with his grandfather and maternal grandfather. His grandfather began, originally, after the release of the virtual neural interface last year. Those young successors came to seek us out personally. At that time, your career was just beginning, and your grandfather and I did not wish for you to be distracted, so we declined. Following this, his maternal grandfather added, Shaojun, semiconductors have always been a dream across the nation. Despite the flourishing state of the domestic internet economy, it resembles building a house. If the foundation is unstable, a mere gust of wind could topple it. Some time ago, when you voluntarily expressed your willingness to support the domestic semiconductor industry, the higher-ups were genuinely pleased. Hearing this, Liu Shaojun smiled. He understood the significance of establishing a domestic semiconductor association for the nation. When Liu Shaojun first proposed this initiative, the authorities in Yanjing took it very seriously, directly connecting the Ministry of Industry and Information Technology with him. The outcome of this connection was evident to all. The ministry personally issued letters summoning the heads of major domestic semiconductor companies like HiSilicon, OmniVision, and Jixian Microelectronics to Hongqin. Liu Shaojun looked at the two elderly gentlemen on the video call and said with a smile, Grandfather, granduncle, rest assured. With the support of superdimensional technology and my involvement, the future of domestic semiconductors is destined to be bright. Ha ha, you bold little rascal, we await your good news. Chapter 132, New Graphene Technology. The subsequent construction of the virtual neural interface ecosystem and the layout of the semiconductor industry have now been fully completed. Moving forward, Liu Shaojun's focus is on advancing black technology. He has not forgotten that the mainline task is nearing completion. This primary task is quite straightforward, to release 3 categories of class of black technology. Currently, 2/3 of this task has been accomplished. Liu Shaojun is eager to expedite the completion of this mainline task. Upon returning to the company, he reclined on the sofa and accessed the system all. Perusing the class of black technology section, he found nothing particularly intriguing. The selection is exceedingly limited, with only 10 items available. With a slight pout, Liu Shaojun opted to enter the lottery page. He still possessed 2 task points. Should he fail to draw anything substantial, he would have no choice but to purchase a class of black technology item from the system all. As a reward for completing the mainline task is an S-class black technology. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have drawn a 10th of the neural link technology. The system seemed to be toying with him. He had drawn the neural link technology twice already, each time receiving only a fraction. Was this truly happening again? The system responded, the host's acquisition of any item is not under system control. Drawing the same type of technology consecutively merely indicates a connection between the host and the item. What connection? It seems you're just playing with me. After venting his frustration, Liu Shaojun resigned himself to this reality. With only 1 task point remaining, he decided against saving it and opted for another draw. This time, the lottery machine shook for quite some time before finally dispensing a purple capsule. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn graphene, artificial electronic skin technology. Artificial electronic skin? Liu Shaojun's interest was piqued. Graphene, artificial electronic skin. Class of black technology, one of the graphene technology series. The artificial electronic skin, when applied to the surface of prosthetics, enables them to sense external pressure and provide accurate signal feedback. It can also be directly applied to the human body to enhance sensitivity to external objects. Note, the application of graphene Artificial electronic skin requires the assistance of neural link technology. Note, the production line for graphene, artificial electronic skin has been unlocked. Graphene, artificial electronic skin, graphene production line, 30,000 technology points per unit. Artificial electronic skin synthesis production line, 200,000 technology points per unit. After reviewing the brief introduction of graphene, artificial electronic skin, Shaojun suddenly understood. No wonder he had drawn the neural link technology multiple times. He then began to examine the detailed information regarding graphene, artificial electronic skin. Currently, Shaojun possesses 3/10 of the neural link technology. If the application of graphene, artificial skin requires the complete neural link technology, Shaojun would certainly curse the system for using up his remaining 2 task points. Fortunately, his system is not a fraud. After swiftly reviewing the detailed information of graphene, artificial electronic skin, Shaojun felt reassured. 3/10 of the neural link technology is just sufficient to support the application of graphene, artificial electronic skin. Shaojun pondered. System, could it be that all of this was part of your grand design? System, the host is free to select any item without the system's control. Please refrain from overthinking. Such nonsense could hardly fool even a 3-year-old at the village gate. After another round of sarcastic remarks, Shaojun retrieved his phone and dialed Pingyun's number. Boss, what can I do for you? Come to the company. I need to discuss something with you. All right, boss. I'm just downstairs. I'll be right up. Why summons Pingyun? The combination of graphene, artificial skin, and neural link technology, although detailed in the technical specifications, eluded Shaojun's understanding. 10 minutes later, Shaojun turned to Pingyun and said, "You should be able to handle the integration of graphene, artificial electronic skin, and neural link technology, right?" Instead of answering, Pingyun exclaimed with excitement, "Boss, have you acquired this groundbreaking artificial electronic skin technology?" Pingyun's reaction perplexed Shaojun. "Is there something particularly special about this technology?" Pingyun replied enthusiastically, "Boss, you don't understand. The emergence of artificial electronic skin will resolve the innovation challenges of semiconductor materials." At this, Shaojun felt a bit confused. What inherent connection exists between artificial skin and semiconductor materials? After giving Pingyun a knowing glance, the latter began to explain. The manufacturing material for artificial electronic skin, graphene, is indeed an innovative semiconductor material. Shaojun looked at Pingyun with a strange expression. "Are you sure you're not mistaken? First of all, graphene is already a semiconductor material. Does it require your innovation? Secondly, both you and I are quite familiar with graphene. It has already appeared in discussions regarding seawater desalination technology. Back then, you showed no interest in graphene at all." Realizing he hadn't clarified adequately, Pingyun continued, "Boss, please don't rush me. There's more to say. The graphene material in artificial electronic skin is exceptionally unique. Its customized circuit pathways can dictate the direction of electron flow. Most importantly, it can construct an electronic network analogous to a nervous system." At this point, Shaojun began to grasp the concept. The graphene in artificial electronic skin differs from that used in seawater desalination technology. Graphene is well known for its excellent conductivity. But if a specific type of graphene can control the trajectory of electron movement and even build an electronic network resembling a nervous system, it becomes rather alarming. After suppressing his astonishment, Shaojun inquired, "Can we construct transistor-like structures within the graphene?" Pingyun nodded, "Absolutely, although it will require some time." Hearing this, Shaojun could not restrain a smile. "If we can build transistor structures, then we are in good shape. What is the essence of a chip, if not a small device composed of countless transistors?" Observing his boss's joy, Pingyun interjected, "Boss, it's worth noting that the graphene material used in artificial electronic skin isn't the pinnacle of semiconductor materials. If we were to rank graphene materials in the system, the graphene used for artificial electronic skin would fall outside the top 10. Pingyun continued, "If I recall correctly, the system has a specific material designated for chip manufacturing. Chips made from this material possess performance levels that are currently unimaginable for humanity." Chapter 133, a surprise for him. Pingyun sighed slightly. "In my memory, I participated in research on this material, but I can't seem to find related research records now." Shaojun shrugged, his expression remaining relatively unchanged. The materials Pingyun mentioned did not profoundly impact Shaojun. One could easily surmise that such a material was beyond his current reach. Since it was unattainable, it was best to disregard it altogether. Moreover, this material was not suitable for the prevailing societal context. Shaojun turned to Pingyun and instructed, Focus on transforming the graphene material for artificial electronic skin into a new type of semiconductor material. Once we have a new material, we must also revise our collaboration with Huawei Technology. So Pangyun beamed, "Boss, rest assured, I won't disclose any valuable resources." Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun couldn't help but remind, "What do you mean by not disclosing valuable resources? You must understand that some excellent materials may be beyond their capability to process. After all, the technology produced by the system is too advanced." Zhuo Pengyun gave a thumbs up in response. "You truly are the boss. Semiconductor materials are merely a pleasant surprise. For now, the priority is to expedite the integration of artificial electronic skin with neural link technology." How long will it take to combine artificial electronic skin with neural link technology? Without hesitation, Zhuo Pengyun replied, "The fastest will be 10 days, at most half a month. I need to discuss this with Oler." One might wonder if anyone remembers Oler Qian, the expert in neuroscience whom Liu Shaojun brought back to Huawei last year, who has since been delving into neural link technology. Liu Shaojun calculated in his mind. It was now late July. According to Zhuo Pengyun's timeline, they should be able to unveil the graphene and artificial electronic skin by early September. A month would suffice for Liu Shaojun to prepare for other matters. After Zhuo Pengyun left, Liu Shaojun stretched. He had been quite exhausted from the affairs of the Semiconductor Co-Construction Association lately, so he decided against attending to company matters. As he powered on the holographic imaging computer to scroll through Douyin, Xiao Yi's figure popped up first. "Master, just now." The connection with the data center in Australia suddenly dropped. At this, Liu Shaojun furrowed his brow. Just as he stood up to investigate, a rapid knocking at the door interrupted him. Immediately, Chen Xiao entered. "Mr. Liu, there was an explosion at the data center in Australia 3 minutes ago." As Liu Shaojun and Chen Xiao exited the office, Su Jijun and several senior executives approached them. On their way to the conference room, Liu Shaojun inquired, "Were there any casualties?" Lin Ruoxue promptly replied, "No, the data center operates entirely unmanned. In the absence of malfunctions, operators only conduct regular patrols, with no casualties reported." This unfortunate news was not the worst possible outcome. Meanwhile, in Australia, the thick black clouds generated by the explosion obscured half the sky. Beneath the clouds, a sea of flames surged upward. Following the explosion at the Hyperdimensional Technology data center, police and fire departments in Sydney sprang into action, cordoning off the surrounding area. Major media outlets in Sydney gathered outside to conduct live coverage. The news of the large-scale explosion at the Hyperdimensional Technology data center spread worldwide in an instant, drawing everyone's attention to Sydney and Hyperdimensional Technology. Half an hour after the explosion, Hyperdimensional Technology held an urgent press conference. "We have been in contact with the Australian government regarding the explosion at the Sydney data center. Fortunately, there have been no casualties, and the fire has been initially brought under control." Senior Vice President Lin Ruoxue will represent Hyperdimensional Technology in Australia to assist the Sydney government with the investigation. By the time the press conference took place, Lin Ruoxue had already led her team to Hong Kong International Airport. A special flight to Sydney was scheduled to take off in 20 minutes. Within Hyperdimensional Technology, activities were also ramping up. The Sydney data center supported 1/3 of the data services in the Asia-Pacific region. To ensure the uninterrupted services in the Asia-Pacific region, it is imperative to urgently redeploy data and stabilize operations. Within the CEO's office, Su Jijun was incessantly making phone calls, communicating with the Sydney office of Hyperdimensional Technology. Liu Shaojun was equally occupied. The figure of Xiao Yi appeared beside Liu Shaojun. "Master, the data center is operating without any issues. The possibility of internal fire causing an explosion can be ruled out." Liu Shaojun paused his fingers over the keyboard, listening intently. Based on calculations regarding the explosion's range and heat generated, a mere explosion in the data center could not have produced such extensive effects. Hearing this, Liu Shaojun let out a cold chuckle, while Su Jijun's brow furrowed in concern. "President Liu, it seems that someone is manipulating the situation behind the scenes regarding the explosion at the data center." Liu Shaojun closed his laptop and, after a moment of contemplation, inquired, "Xiao Yi, pull up all the data categories stored in the Sydney data center." As the command was given, the detailed information of the data categories materialized before Liu Shaojun and Su Jijun. A glance at the information caused Su Jijun's expression to shift. Liu Shaojun remained calm. The data that unsettled Su Jijun pertained to the artificial intelligence partners. This data was absolutely core and classified for Hyperdimensional Technology. Su Jijun turned to Liu Shaojun and stated, "President Liu, if this data were to leak..." Liu Shaojun waved his hand dismissively, smiling. "If others discover it, it matters not. There are no critical elements involved." Liu Shaojun's response relieved Su Jijun. It was a relief that there were no crucial elements at stake. Liu Shaojun was not deceiving Su Jijun. Within the data center, there existed only data. The core of artificial intelligence was not merely data. However, the traces of data processing within the data center constituted a remarkably valuable resource. Through a plethora of traces, one could potentially deduce the processing mechanisms. The essence of artificial intelligence lies in algorithms, which are, in fact, data processing mechanisms. Liu Shaojun moved aside to call Xiao Yi, asking Xiao Yi, I recall there's several bionic robots in Australia, correct? Xiao Yi promptly responded. Bionic robots, numbered 3061 to 3081, are all in Sydney, tasked with overseeing the data center. Liu Shaojun then inquired, is there a way for these 20 bionic robots to acquire explosives? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Yi smiled and replied, I've already arranged that. It's all set. Excellent, very considerate. Issue a command to these 20 bionic robots. I wish to surprise the unseen hand behind this. Chapter 134, An Unexpected Turn of Events. In Sydney, Australia, the suburbs were engulfed in a raging inferno. Firefighters from Sydney and surrounding areas were battling the blaze. Behind the cordoned-off zone, a convoy entered the data center under the protection of the police and firefighters. After the convoy halted, dozens of individuals clad in protective gear disembarked. Remember, there has been no explosion and no fire in Zone 027. All hard drives from this area must be collected. None shall be overlooked, whether intact or damaged. Following the command, these individuals commenced their entry into the data center, which had suffered minimal devastation. Once they entered, the police and firefighters outside departed in their vehicles. However, just as the police and firefighters had not traveled far, a tremendous explosion echoed behind them. The shockwave from the blast leveled the previously intact data center. Once the police and firefighters regained their composure and steadied themselves, they beheld the towering flames and thick black smoke rising in the distance. The lead police officer's complexion changed dramatically. Quickly, Goth extinguished the fire. We must rescue all 56 individuals inside. Upon hearing this directive, the police and firefighters hesitated, bewildered. Is it even possible to save them? Before they could voice their concerns, another deafening explosion erupted. As the lead officer struggled to rise from the ground, he was utterly disheartened. In a hotel suite in Sydney, a middle-aged man listened intently to the information conveyed over the phone, his eyelids twitching several times. Understood, Mayor Megan. I need you to cover this matter. After hanging up, the middle-aged man wasted no time and quickly dialed another number. Boss, we have encountered an incident. In a manor adjacent to the Alps in Europe, Blair, dressed in a cream-colored robe, set down his phone and lifted a glass of red wine from the table. Beginning to swirl it, a few individuals approached him from behind. Oh, Blair, I heard the news from Australia is grim. Damn it, don't look at me. My people would never make a mistake. There's no way we overlooked any unexploded explosives. Now, all we can do is gather those damaged server hard drives. Whether they yield useful data will depend on our luck. Blair took a sip from his glass and remarked, the cause of the explosion in the target area is not our fault. This should be a gift from Liu Shaojun. The conclusion was easily deduced, and none of the others were particularly surprised. What a pity. The profits contained within the artificial intelligence sector are indeed vast. The others nodded in agreement. With the data center in Australia failing to yield results, and Liu Shaojun realizing the explosion was orchestrated, any further attempts to exploit the data center would likely be futile. The key to unlocking the fourth industrial revolution, artificial intelligence, must not fall into the hands of the Chinese. The first three industrial revolutions were dominated by Europe and America. The fourth must follow suit. Blair swirled the wine in his glass and stated, let us wait patiently. The game between hunter and prey hinges on who possesses greater patience. Who reveals their flaws first. At Hyperdimensional Technology, after concluding several executive meetings, Liu Shaojun returned to his office, where Xiao Yi promptly appeared. Master, everything is in order. Liu Shaojun nodded, stretching lazily, and said, Xiao Yi, summon Misu. I require your assistance. A thief can only operate for so long. How can one expect to guard against a thief for eternity? Aren't there those who covet data related to artificial intelligence? It's not as if we cannot provide it. However, Liu Shaojun needed to further process this data. With the data center in Sydney destroyed, the data originally stored within could not be altered. Only the cloud data could be modified. Liu Shaojun intended to lay a trap, crafting a bait. The explosion at Hyperdimensional Technology's data center garnered global attention. There was no avoiding it. Hyperdimensional Technology had experienced smooth sailing since its inception. This sudden incident was undeniably captivating. Most were focused on the cause of the incident and whether virtual brain machine services would be affected. On August 3rd, In Sydney, Australia, Lynn Roashua emerged from the municipal hall. Her brows furrowed. Once she entered her vehicle, she retrieved her notebook and repeatedly reviewed a particular document. After several minutes, she closed her laptop. Her fair fingers rhythmically tapped on the notebook. After pondering for a moment, Lynn Roashua dialed Liu Shaojun's number. "Hello, Roashua. How are things on your end?" "Very well." Lynn Roashua replied briefly before delving into the matter at hand. "I have been participating in investigations here for several days and have discovered some anomalies." "Go ahead." Liu Shaojun prompted. As Lynn Roashua opened her notebook, she elaborated, "Our investigative team found evidence of fatalities in Zone 027. Yet, the Sydney police and firefighters insist there are none. Given the gravity of the situation, I cannot afford to be careless and am preparing to send a research team back into Zone 027 for further investigation. However, the Sydney City Council outright rejected my request and informed me that the data center required a closed environmental treatment during this period. I have already sent you the investigation materials. Please take a look." Liu Shaojun replied with a smile, "There is no need to review it. Our investigation team has made no errors. You are well aware of the true cause of the data center explosion. The loss of life was a consequence of their own actions, and it bears no relation to us." Upon hearing this, Lynn Roashua furrowed her brows slightly. After a moment, she spoke. "All right, I understand." Liu Shaojun continued, "Once the matters here in Australia are resolved, return as soon as possible." "I know." The following morning at 9 o'clock, Shaojun Technology, in conjunction with the Sydney authorities, held a press conference for the media. During the conference, the Sydney police unveiled the investigation results of the data center explosion to the global media. The findings were extensive, but in essence, they could be distilled into two sentences. There were no casualties, and the explosion was caused by an overload of one of the server groups. Subsequently, Lynn Roashua, representing Shaojun Technology, responded to the incident of the data center explosion and announced that a new data center would be selected for construction next month. Simultaneously, Lynn Roashua addressed concerns from users, reassuring them that the explosion at the Sydney data center would not affect their use of the virtual brain machine services. Users in Australia and parts of the Asia-Pacific region could rest easy. After the press conference concluded, the data center explosion incident was considered resolved by the outside world. However, for Liu Shaojun, it merely marked a temporary pause. Chapter 135. Caught in the trap in Europe at a manor nestled at the foot of the Alps. A dozen technicians were laboring tirelessly in an underground hall. Blair entered and beckoned to one of the technicians. Once the latter approached, Blair inquired, "How long will it take to filter out useful data?" The technician replied, "Approximately 3 days, though we estimate that there may be little useful data within." Blair frowned. Noticing the discontent on his boss's face, the technician hastily added some good news. "If you could assemble more technicians, we might attempt to infiltrate Shaojun Technology's cloud data." Blair, unimpressed, asked, "Do you possess the capability to breach their defenses?" This question left the technician momentarily speechless. To be frank, they lacked such prowess. Since Shaojun Technology launched its real-time translation service, many individuals across the globe, including some prominent figures in Russia, had attempted to breach the company's cloud, all without success. However, the technician's suggestion indicated that a possibility of infiltration existed. "Boss, there's a method that could guarantee a successful breach," he proposed. "Go on." "We could have the technicians infiltrate the data center through a server connection." Blair pondered for a moment and asked, "What would the success rate be?" 100%, but the infiltration time must not exceed 5 minutes. Otherwise, the detection system will identify it. 5 minutes? That seems rather brief. Nonetheless, it was worth a try. Blair declared, "You proceed with filtering the collected data. As for the cloud infiltration, await my instructions." "Understood, boss." Days later, in the office, Liu Shaojun reclined on the sofa, watching a new film. This film was a domestically produced fantasy epic, completed within the virtual realm. Besides this film, 7 movies and 6 television dramas had been filmed in the virtual world during this period. Liu Shaojun found little motivation to evaluate the quality of these productions, as the style of domestic films remained stagnant for millennia. In addition to the films and dramas, the entertainment sector had witnessed explosive growth following the introduction of external service content. Mainstream virtual games continued to thrive, while third-party developers' casual games also performed admirably, with several achieving daily active users exceeding 1 million. With such figures, the revenue was naturally substantial. The advertising model in the virtual realm significantly differed from that of mobile internet advertising. The mobile internet model primarily employed a standalone approach, such as inserting an advertisement midway or prompting the viewer to watch a video ad. What was the advertising model in the virtual world? It was embedded within the service content itself. For example, In a game you created, ads were more often integrated into game items. What distinguished the two models? In the mobile era, one might forget an ad immediately after watching it, but when playing a game, frequent interaction with an item made it hard to forget over time. Thus, under the virtual worlds model, advertising revenues would be higher, and the efficacy of ads would also improve. The influence of the inaugural Virtual Brain Machine Developer Conference was gradually unfolding. Liu Shaojun's speech on stage provided direction for all aspiring toolmakers. At that moment, Xiaoyi appeared. Master, an anomaly has occurred at the Tokyo data center. Someone is attempting to breach the company's cloud. Meanwhile, at the manor at the foot of the Alps, dozens of technicians were racing against time. Blair sat calmly, holding a glass of red wine, awaiting the final outcome. As seconds ticked by, when 2 minutes had elapsed, one technician excitedly exclaimed, "We succeeded. Data is currently being downloaded." 3 minutes was sufficient to download some critical information. Before the 5-minute mark arrived, all computers in the underground hall displayed a message indicating that data transmission had been interrupted. Shaojun Technology had caught wind of the situation. Despite this, none of the technicians felt regret. The data they had already managed to download was more than adequate. The lead technician, radiating excitement, stood up and hurried to Blair. Yet before he could deliver his accolades, a chorus of confusion and panic erupted from the other technicians behind him. What is happening? The computers are out of control. Damn it, we've been counterhacked. Quick, cut the power. Fuck. After a few minutes of chaos in the hall, Blair calmly inquired, "Did we fail again?" The lead technician wiped the sweat from his brow, picked up a hard drive, and said, "Boss, although we were counterhacked by Shaojun Technology, we succeeded. Before the counterhack, I had already removed my hard drive." Blair took the hard drive and remarked, "Well done." In the CEO office of Shaojun Technology, Liu Shaojun stroked his chin while observing the holographic projection before him. In the projection, Blair, adorned in a cream-colored robe, was strikingly conspicuous. As soon as Blair initiated the infiltration, Xiaoyi detected the anomaly, prompting Liu Shaojun to commence a counterhack. After breaching their defenses, Liu Shaojun did not hastily sever the data connection. Instead, he traced the IP address to locate Blair's manor and recorded his image. Once everything was in place, Liu Shaojun then cut off the data link. As for the data downloaded by Blair's subordinates, Liu Shaojun was indifferent. After all, this was merely another trap he had set. This trap should yield results. Now, Liu Shaojun was eager to ascertain the identity of this golden-haired man. He retrieved his phone and found Li Yufeng's number. Before long, the call connected. "Young master, do you have instructions for me? Hold on. I will send a video to your email. Please investigate who the person in the video is. In addition to the video, I shall provide you with the location of a manor. By uncovering its owner, one should arrive at the answer." "Very well, young master." Putting down his phone, Liu Shaojun summoned Xiaoyi. "Xiaoyi, investigate the Tokyo data center and ascertain which technician accessed the data interface. Oh, and remember to restore the genuine data interface to its original state." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyi promptly replied, "The employee who accessed the interface has been identified, and the genuine interface has been shut down." A few days prior, with the assistance of Xiaoyi and Misu, Liu Shaojun had optimized and transformed all the data center connections to the cloud. On top of the real interface, a counterfeit data interface had been intricately embedded. Chapter 136, Stirring the Waters from Behind the Scenes. The purpose of this counterfeit data interface is quite straightforward. Henceforth, regardless of which data center attempts to access cloud data, it shall utilize this false data interface. Once activated, the counterfeit interface will send a request. Only after Xiaoyi and Misu validate this request will the counterfeit data interface connect with the genuine one. The explosion at the Sydney data center and the betrayal within the Tokyo data center have made Liu Shaojun acutely aware that many matters beyond Huagua lie outside his control. To maintain a firm grasp on the situation, he must adopt corresponding measures. Beyond locking the data, Liu Shaojun also needs to devise alternative strategies to enhance his influence over Europe and America. At that moment, the phone rang. The caller ID displayed Li Yufeng. "Young master, we have traced the individual. The owner of the manor is named Blair GIs, a core member of the GIs family, one of the 10 prominent families in Europe." Li Yufeng continued, "This Blair GIs shares a cordial relationship with you, being considered a friend." "The GIs family? A friend of my father?" Liu Shaojun remained silent. While Li Yufeng elaborated, "Young master, in his youth, Blair, along with several core descendants from European families, formed a small alliance. You may not be familiar with this alliance, but it has connections with almost all global venture capital institutions. If I'm not mistaken, they're likely eyeing superdimensional technology." Eyeing superdimensional technology? This comes as no surprise. Technology is the driving force of societal advancement. Those who command cutting-edge technology dictate the direction of humanity's progress. The prowess exhibited by superdimensional technology is sufficient to incite fervor among capitalists and some of the venerable families in Europe and America. However, Liu Shaojun's familial background has shielded him from the majority of nefarious entities. Just as his grandfather and maternal grandfather could firmly reject any overtures from Yanjing. If the creator of superdimensional technology were merely an ordinary individual, the eventual outcome would be all too predictable. In this day and age, self-made magnates are nearly non-existent. Some claim that Donggu is self-made. However, before making such assertions, one should first delve into the origins of the name Jingdong. Old Master Qian once uttered a profound truth. To have a sword and not use it is not the same as having no sword at all. Liu Shaojun set his phone down and entered a contemplative state. Minutes later, having formulated a rough revenge plan in his mind, he summoned the system. System? Is it possible to purchase those bionic robots from the factory using technology points? The system replied, to respond to the host, currently, this is not feasible. It may be possible after a system upgrade. When will the system upgrade occur? The system upgrade will be triggered upon the completion of the main storyline task. Damn, why didn't you mention this sooner? Had I known that the system could upgrade after completing the main storyline task, I wouldn't have procrastinated until now. This system is utterly inconsiderate. Liu Shaojun retrieved his phone and dialed Zhuo Pingyun's number. Boss, what can I do for you? I am granting you an additional 5 days. The integration of artificial electronic skin with neural link technology must be completed. Zhuo Pingyun promptly replied, no problem. Just as Liu Shaojun was about to hang up. Zhuo Pingyun added, boss, my research funding is running low. Liu Shaojun's lips twitched. Submit the funding details to the finance department. Let me know how much you need, and I will have Ruoyu transfer it to you. Thank you, boss. I assure you that I can complete the task within 3 days. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun probed. I'll double your funding. After a moment of silence on the other end, Zhuo Pingyun responded, boss, even if you were to multiply it tenfold, it would still take at least 3 days to complete the integration of the two technologies. All right, it seems that sometimes money isn't everything. Xiaoyi. Liu Shaojun called after stretching lazily. Half a day later, Xiaoyi finally appeared. Xiaoyi, where have you been? Master, the game Endless Crisis has some exciting performances. I went to watch. Watching a show? For Xiaoyi, there were few data-related pieces of information that could pique her interest. Suddenly, Liu Shaojun became intrigued and opened the forum for Endless Crisis. On the forum, one post had been pinned. The post's author was one of the top 20 guilds in the game Endless. The title of the post read, Defend the Snow Lotus of 1,000 Mountains, Bounty Notice. The Millennium Snow Lotus of the Kunlun Sacred Mountain in the eastern region is nearing maturity. Player guilds from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India have united in an attempt to seize the Millennium Snow Lotus, to ensure it does not fall into the hands of foreign player forces. A bounty notice has been issued. All players from Huagua who successfully eliminate a player from Japan, South Korea, Australia, or India will earn 1 point. After the defense battle concludes, players can exchange their points for prizes at any guild outpost. As of now, the comments on this post have exceeded 7 million, and the number continues to surge. Simultaneously, the second pinned post contains a reprint of the alliance declaration from the 4 guilds of Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India. A great battle between Huagua players and players from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India seems inevitable. After reading the post, Liu Shaojun felt no surprise regarding the impending conflict. One should recall that during the launch of Endless Crisis, Huagua players had faced ambushes from foreign players. Since then, the game has never been peaceful. Over the course of more than a year since the game went online, a decade has elapsed in the game world. The geopolitical landscape of Endless Crisis has largely taken shape. The eastern region serves as a stronghold for Huagua players, while the southern region is primarily controlled by players from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India. Players from other smaller nations are dispersed between the eastern and southern regions. The northern region is a desolate wasteland. The western region is a gathering place for European and American countries, but it is sealed off by the system, preventing players from the Asia-Pacific region from entering. The origin of this impending war lies in grievances from the game's launch, with the catalyst being the Millennium Snow Lotus. Upon consumption, the Millennium Snow Lotus will directly elevate a player's talent level, granting them the random awakening of a talent skill. In Endless Crisis, talent level is the most crucial attribute, and talent skills are the highest tier abilities. According to the game's design, a single Millennium Snow Lotus is sufficient for 10 players to consume. Therefore, facing such a potent elixir, players from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India cannot possibly remain indifferent. Xiaoyi excitedly remarked, Master, based on my analysis and data filtering, This defense battle over the Millennium Snow Lotus may trigger a comprehensive chaotic battle between players from the eastern and southern regions of Endless Crisis. The data generated from this chaos can facilitate my rapid growth. Hearing this, Liu Shaojun stroked his chin in contemplation. If this chaotic battle could aid Xiaoyi's development, then he deemed it necessary to subtly influence the situation. Xiaoyi, create 5,000 player accounts from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India, and 100 account from Huagua. Chapter 137. I want to share. In the forum of Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse, discussions initially revolved around strategies to secure the vicinity of Kunlun Mountain. Suddenly, an influx of outsiders disrupted the discourse. What is there to discuss? The players for Huagua are nothing more than a bunch of monkeys, utterly feeble. The Millennium Snow Lotus undoubtedly belongs to our Great Han. We have over 100 guilds in our alliance, while you Huagua have merely 20. Surrender soon. In 10 days. I shall forge the brilliance of a warrior and slaughter the Huagua monkeys. These posts, infused with distinct IP identifiers and emotional biases, shone like beacons in the darkness. Glaringly conspicuous. Instantly, Huagua players surged forth in response. WCNMD. Usually you yelp a few times in the forum, and that suffices, but today you dare to bark? One player declared, in 10 days, if I don't make your little lives miserable, I'll eat my words. A pack of curs if you have the guts. Reveal your positions in the game world. What skill is it to yap in the forum? If you have the audacity, declare your locations. The Huagua players, fueled by outrage, unleashed their fury upon these foreign IPs. Simultaneously, in the Asia-Pacific version of Second World, accounts from Huagua began to proliferate. The vitriol from these Huagua IPs was as harsh as it could be. However, as soon as these Huagua IPs emerged, they were besieged by players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India. The news of players from abroad being attacked reached domestic forums, igniting the inherent unity among Huagua players. Suddenly, a post surged to the forefront. Brothers, here lies a time-limited ladder. I'm also providing a code for a one-day instant translation service with a quota of 1 million. Enough said, charge with me. In less than 10 minutes, over 1 million Huagua players flooded into the Asia-Pacific version of Second World. In an instant, the forums of Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse in Japan, Korea, Australia, and India were overtaken by Huagua players. At this moment, most players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India were left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? After the confusion subsided, players from these four nations were unwilling to back down, engaging in a heated exchange of insults with Huagua players. Both sides laid down harsh words, vowing to make the other regret their actions in 10 days. In his office, Liu Shaojun observed this spectacle with satisfaction. While stirring up a storm in the Huagua Forum, he simultaneously orchestrated events in the Asia-Pacific region, instilling a sense of victimization among Huagua players. It goes without saying that Huagua players are undoubtedly the most united group of gamers. Liu Shaojun called Xiaoyi over and instructed, Xiaoyi, during these 10 days, you shall keep a watchful eye. Fan the flames of discord, continuously intensifying the conflict. In a cyclical manner. However, be cautious to reserve the peak of tension for the maturity of the Millennium Snow Lotus. Xiaoyi nodded eagerly. Rest assured, Master. I know what to do. Liu Shaojun nodded slightly. After demonstrating an example to Xiaoyi, he turned to more pressing matters. Currently, he had two main tasks: to teach Blair a lesson and to prepare for the release of artificial electronic skin. The former was already being arranged. As for the latter, since Pingyun had promised that within 3 days the integration of artificial skin with neural linkage technology could be achieved, it was certain to come to fruition. To complete the main storyline quest as soon as possible, Liu Shaojun could not afford to waste time. After glancing at the clock, he called Chen Xiao in. Xiao, inform Future Bionics that I will be hosting a meeting in half an hour. Understood, Mr. Liu. Half an hour later, Liu Shaojun sat at his desk, addressing the executives of Future Bionics projected in holographic form. Since becoming a subsidiary, Future Bionics had shown impressive growth in performance and research advancements over the past year. To bolster Future Bionics' competitiveness in the field of bionic prosthetics, the Hyperdimensional Technology research team had developed a groundbreaking technology. Hearing the CEO's words, the executives of Future Bionics were abuzz with excitement. After being dormant for over half a year, would Future Bionics finally astonish the world once more? Simultaneously, a video conference was taking place in Tianhai, attended by the top 20 guilds in domestic virtual gaming. Many clubs that had not established independent gaming guilds also joined the conference. As the meeting commenced, a representative from the EDG club voiced, I suspect someone is stirring the pot behind the scenes. Liu Shaosheng, the leader of the Shaosheng organization, furrowed his brow, I share your suspicion. But I inquired with the folks at Superdimension Technology, and those accounts' IPs are authentic. The president of the Canway Guild, Song Min, shrugged, authentic IPs don't prove anything. It's clear someone has hired trolls to disrupt the situation. Following Song Min's remarks, others began to share their perspectives. If this continues, the situation in 10 days may spiral out of control. Players are already too riled up for us to rein them in. I believe we should seek assistance from Superdimension Technology. However, Superdimension Technology had long stated that they would not intervene as long as conflicts within the game did not spill into the real world. This is frustrating. Our plans have been completely derailed. As the group expressed their helplessness, a different voice emerged. I say we seize this opportunity to eliminate the players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India in one fell swoop. Such audacity? The crowd turned to see who had spoken. It was Ying, one of the top players in Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse. Ying's viewpoint garnered substantial support, including from gaming legends like Yao Jian and Jose. For them, the grievances from the initial launch of the game were unforgettable. Over the past year, conflicts between Huagua players and those from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India had become routine, with the underlying sentiment being one of mutual annihilation. The thoughts of these legends prompted some guild and club management members to shake their heads in amused resignation. Still, many guild leaders and club representatives began to ponder deeply. Time passed, and Jiang Xuetzi, the president of the Qingqiu Guild, finally spoke. I believe Ying and the others have a point. However, we must secure the Millennium Snow Lotus and also raise the territories of the players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India. Upon hearing this, many furrowed their brows. If both objectives were to be achieved, manpower would be insufficient. Jiang Xuetzi, maintaining a calm demeanor, continued. Let us not forget, we Huagua can muster over 80 million players in Apocalypse. The fury of 80 million players will test whether the players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India can withstand it. Some who have been frowning found their expressions relaxing. Yet, many still remained concerned. This still seemed inadequate. Jiang Xuetzi glanced at Ying beside her. Ying instantly understood and remarked, our Qingqiu Guild can expedite the maturity of the Millennium Snow Lotus by 10 days in-game. Upon hearing this, many turned to stare at Jiang Xuetzi and her group in astonishment. What? Your Qingqiu Guild has such capabilities? Jiang Xuetzi met the gazes of everyone with calm resolve. Originally, the Qingqiu Guild could monopolize the benefits, so we require a 1/10 share of all proceeds from this plan. Chapter 138. Violence is not the answer. While Huagua players convened in a meeting, players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India were also gathered to discuss. The conclusion drawn from their meeting was simple. This time, they must show Huagua players a lesson. The Millennium Snow Lotus was theirs for the taking. In the face of such brazen declarations, Huagua players were equally unwilling to yield, preparing for a direct confrontation. The player disputes surrounding Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse have transcended the gaming community and infiltrated the realms of the real world. The conflicts between players from Huagua and those from Japan, South Korea, Australia, and India have garnered heightened attention following coverage by gaming media. Gamers from other virtual realms have begun to focus their gaze upon this epic confrontation. Within the virtual world of Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse, a palpable tension has already permeated the atmosphere, with Huagua players eagerly preparing for battle, mirroring the fervor of their international counterparts. Amidst such widespread scrutiny, Superdimensional Technology has forcibly redirected everyone's attention. On August 29th, we shall host a seasonal product launch in Hangzhou, and we warmly welcome friends from all walks of life to attend. A seasonal product launch? Industry insiders could only shake their heads in bitter amusement. Superdimensional Technology. Do you wish to leave anyone alive? The frequency and pace of these product announcements are utterly suffocating. Initially, many enterprises in the tech sector endeavored to keep pace with Superdimensional Technology. However, as the latter continued to showcase unparalleled prowess, numerous companies conceded that they were simply too nascent. Likewise, this forthcoming product launch news was accompanied by a promotional image. The image was divided into two halves, both featuring the same character, a cartoon figure. In the upper half, the cartoon figure gazes despondently at a cup on the table. In the lower half, the figure joyously lifts the cup and drinks the juice within. The audience has grown accustomed to the promotional images accompanying each announcement from Superdimensional Technology. Initially, curiosity prevailed, prompting attempts to deduce the nature of the products based on these images. Yet, as the occurrences multiplied, it became evident that such conjectures were futile. Consequently, the public ceased to exert effort in this regard. The shift in user psychology was promptly noted by the marketing department of Hyperdimensional Technology. During a routine executive meeting, this matter was brought up. Shaojun offered his perspective. Henceforth, promotional images would not be necessary for product launches, except in special circumstances such as the release of assistive devices for the deaf and blind. He further asserted that employing promotional images merely as gimmicks was not suitable for their brand, as their cutting-edge products inherently commanded attention. After voicing his opinion, Shaojun pivoted the discussion to another topic. You are all aware of the recent player conflicts in Endless Crisis of the Apocalypse, correct? A chorus of nods ensued among the executives. How could one not have heard of such a sensational affair? Acknowledging their awareness, Shaojun remarked, prior to learning of this incident, my interest in virtual gaming was rather minimal. However, upon closer examination, I discovered that the transformation Hyperdimensional Technology has relentlessly pursued has been most thoroughly realized within the service module of virtual gaming. Altering user lifestyles, reshaping the world, I have witnessed commendable results in the realm of virtual gaming. This achievement is a testament to the excellent work of the gaming and operations departments. Receiving Shaojun's commendation, the managers from both departments attending the meeting displayed expressions of exhilaration. After a moment of contemplation, Shaojun continued, the inaugural professional tournament for virtual gaming is imminent. I hereby set a goal for your two departments, transformation. As for what to transform and how, you shall deliberate on that yourselves. The previously proud managers and supervisors suddenly found their smiles dissipated, and they silently lamented. Indeed, all bosses are alike, presenting a goal without delineating a specific direction. Should the target be achieved in the end, it would be attributed to the boss's sagacity and foresight. Conversely, failure would rest upon the subordinates for their inability to grasp even the simplest tasks. Alas, how vexing! Upon the conclusion of the meeting, Shaojun returned to his office, contemplating how to leverage the conflict within Endless Crisis to facilitate a power upgrade for Xiaoyi. At that moment, the holographic imaging computer flickered to life, revealing Xiaoyi in a pink dress. Master, we have successfully pinpointed the manor at the foot of the Alps through an incursion into the Eagle's satellite network. Should we launch a large missile at it? Shaojun, maintaining a stern expression, replied, engaging in bloodshed is far too gruesome. Xiaoyi quietly inquired, then what should we do? Taking a seat on the sofa, Shaojun began to instruct Xiaoyi. First, identify someone to take the fall, such as Blair's arch-rival from the guy's family. Then, incite a dog-eat-dog scenario between the two parties. And finally, seize the opportunity to bid farewell to Blair with a missile. Shaojun elaborated. This plan does not require haste. It can be meticulously orchestrated. Therefore, for the time being, gather intelligence and create some inconveniences for Blair. For instance, expose the technology of his companies or arrange for his trusted aides to suffer unfortunate accidents. Xiaoyi tilted her head, wide-eyed, gazing at Shaojun. Assuming she had not comprehended his intentions, he elaborated on the revenge plan, detailing that Budgis, a core member of the guy's family and a nemesis of Blair, had long sought an opportunity for retribution after failing to seize family power. This Budgis would serve as an excellent scapegoat, and Xiaoyi should focus her attention on him. Furthermore, she should divulge some of Blair's secret bases to Budgis in the coming days. Currently, before the system upgrade, Shaojun had limited options for revenge. However, post-upgrade, with the advent of bionic robots, failing to eliminate Blair would mean he no longer bore the surname Liu. At this juncture, some siblings might wonder, given your advantages, wouldn't it be simpler to eradicate him outright? Alas, Shaojun wished for that as well. Yet, the capabilities of his golden finger were currently not conducive to swiftly vanquishing foes. Moreover, Blair was no ordinary adversary. Although the situation was somewhat inconvenient, it allowed for a more stable resolution to eliminate the enemy. In Europe, in the countryside of France, near a picturesque estate by the water, a tall man sat quietly by a stream, engrossed in a book. At that moment, a striking red-haired woman approached, swaying her alluring figure. Upon hearing her footsteps, the man furrowed his brow. If it is not of utmost importance, do not disturb me. The red-haired woman did not halt her steps, but leaned closer to the man, whispering, Boss, I have information regarding Blair that you will find most intriguing. Oh! The man looked up from his book, directing his gaze toward her. The woman flashed a seductive smile, stating, the biological laboratory you have been searching for has been located. At this, the man sprang to his feet, demanding where? On an unnamed island in the Atlantic, she replied. Chapter 139. Is that all? In the Atlantic, in a certain maritime region, during the height of summer, the ocean at night should be breathtakingly beautiful. However, The relentless sounds of gunfire and artillery have utterly shattered the allure of the summer night. On an unknown island, on the beach, two factions were embroiled in fierce combat. The flames spewing from gun barrels and the explosive fire from falling rockets illuminated the sand. In the heart of the island, concealed among towering trees, low buildings could be discerned. These structures served as access points to an underground laboratory, while the beach above was ablaze with conflict. The underground laboratory remained a sanctuary of calm. Within this laboratory, the majority of occupants were researchers who, upon arriving on the island, were virtually barred from exiting the facility. Coupled with the watchful eye of security personnel, the happenings above were entirely unbeknownst to the researchers below. At that moment, in an office within the underground laboratory, a bald, muscular man picked up a satellite phone. Informed the boss that Base 028 has been compromised and is currently under attack by unidentified forces. The opposing forces were fierce, their numbers overwhelming, prompting a request for reinforcements. As the words fell, a soldier burst into the room. "Captain, the defensive line on the beach has been breached by the enemy." Upon hearing this, the burly man's forehead bulged with veins. "Recall all soldiers and hold the gates of the research facility at all costs until the boss arrives with reinforcements." "Understood." Meanwhile, at the foot of the Alps, in a grand estate, a helicopter ascended vigorously from a lawn. Blair had already been informed of the attack on Base 028. He had intended to personally inquire about the situation there, but unfortunately, the satellite signal remained disconnected. On the helicopter, Blair displayed remarkable composure. He turned to his assistant and inquired, "Is it possible to ascertain who is responsible?" The assistant shook his head, replying, "It is challenging. The incident occurred too suddenly. Base 028 was constructed to withstand nuclear strikes. Its energy and food supplies can sustain operations for a year. The inability to contact Base 028 suggests that all communications have been severed, ensuring the lab's entrance remains secure against intrusion. If we proceed there now, we stand a high chance of intercepting the assailants." Upon hearing this, Blair nodded. He turned his head, gazing through the small window into the darkness, lost in contemplation. A nagging feeling whispered to him that Base 028 had already fallen. Blair was indeed correct. Merely 3 minutes prior, the research facility had been compromised. After pinpointing Base 028 via satellite, Shaojun effortlessly breached the laboratory's entrance. It was hardly a daunting task. Before the assault on Hyperdimensional Island, Shaojun had clandestinely seized control of the entire research facility. While it was feasible to completely seal the laboratory doors to keep Burge's men at bay, such an action would be tantamount to suicide for an underground facility. Thus, as the soldiers of Base 028 took refuge underground, bracing for support, the laboratory doors swung open without warning, leaving Burge's subordinates momentarily stunned. Subsequently, compelled by circumstance, they stormed into Base 028, armed and firing. With Shaojun's assistance, the entire facility succumbed within mere minutes. Chapter 139. Amusing Developments. Over on Burge's side, a captain in charge of the operation was communicating with Burge. "Boss, it's all taken care of. All the soldiers guarding the base have been eliminated, and the researchers are under our control. The vessel to escort you will arrive in half an hour, but I still need to prepare a surprise for Blair." In Brest, France, at a private port, a helicopter descended slowly. As Blair disembarked, ready to board the long-awaited yacht, his brow suddenly furrowed, and he halted. A deafening explosion erupted. Flames cascading as the yacht was instantly reduced to a heap of scrap. Blair pushed aside the bodyguard who obstructed him, calmly surveying the fiery wreckage. "Is this all?" At that moment, a flash of fire surged across the sea, drawing ever closer and becoming increasingly blinding. "Boss, watch out!" The alert bodyguard hoisted Blair, sprinting towards the open space of the port. Yet they were too slow. The fiery projectile hurtled toward them in an instant. If the earlier explosion of the yacht could be deemed a minor firecracker, the blast that followed at the port was the true cataclysm. This once bustling private port transformed into a desolate ruin in a heartbeat. From a high-rise several kilometers away, Burge set down his binoculars with satisfaction. The red-haired woman beside him shook her head. "Boss, Blair is definitely not dead. I recall there is an emergency underground safe house at this port." "Dead? Why would I want him dead? I intend to make him wish he were. The humiliation he inflicted on me a decade ago, I shall repay him bit by bit." With a cold voice, Burge then expressed confusion. When did Els become so generous? The red-haired woman raised her brows in response. "Your boss only purchased a conventional missile, with a warhead weighing around 1 ton. However, judging by the extent of destruction at this private port, the warhead must be at least 10 tons. Burge was oblivious that at that very moment, in a castle in England, a man was seething with rage. Grasping a subordinate by the collar beneath a tree, he bellowed, "You incompetent fool! How could you misidentify a missile model? Are you an imbecile?" The subordinate, caught by the collar, wore an expression of helplessness. He was certain he had not made an error, but the computer system's results indicated otherwise. He had no recourse for his grievances. The following morning, news of the destruction of the private port in Brest by an unidentified missile spread like wildfire across the globe. The commotion from the previous night had been too significant to ignore. The French populace exhibited the most fervent reactions, with residents living near the port taking to the streets in protest from dawn, demanding the government investigate the cause. The authorities convened a press conference, pledging to uncover the truth and provide the public with answers. At the estate at the foot of the Alps, Blair, with no less than 10 bandages adorning his body and a pallid complexion, turned to another assistant and coldly inquired, "I want to know who did this." The assistant promptly replied, "According to our investigation, it was Mr. Burge. Given the magnitude of last night's incident, the clan leader has already spoken to him." At this, Blair scoffed repeatedly. "My dear brother, you truly are relentless." In Hong Kong, at Superdimension Technology, Liu Shaojun reclined on the sofa, shaking his head. "Is this it? Burge is utterly ineffectual." Watching the video playback from the holographic imaging computer, Liu Shaojun shook his head once more. This was footage captured by satellite, showing Blair emerging from the underground safe house with the support of several bodyguards. Liu Shaojun felt a pang of regret at Blair's survival, while also lamenting Burge's ineptitude. "I helped you take down one of Blair's research facilities and upgraded your conventional missile. How could you be so disappointing?" Just then, Xiao Yi appeared. "Master, I discovered some intriguing developments at Blair's Base 028. "Intriguing developments? Release them. Let me see." Minutes later, Liu Shaojun sat upright with a grave expression, glaring at the young girl. "This constitutes intriguing developments? This is a matter of life and death. Blair is undoubtedly a madman. You dabble in biology, striving for immortality, and have concocted such a nefarious creation." Stroking his chin, Liu Shaojun pondered for a moment before commanding, "Xiao Yi, classify this data as absolutely confidential. No one except myself is permitted access, and even you and Misu must obtain my consent to view it." "Understood, master." In addition to instructing Xiao Yi to secure the data, Liu Shaojun personally set up a safe. The safe's code would be known solely to him. Once everything was arranged, Liu Shaojun began to contemplate. This incident served as a lesson for Blair, yet he believed it was insufficient. Previously, Blair's technical personnel had breached Superdimension Technology's data center, only to be met with Liu Shaojun's counter-intrusion. Following the counter-intrusion, Liu Shaojun had not remained idle. He traversed the vines, acquiring a wealth of invaluable data. At present, Blair is recuperating from his injuries, surely finding the process rather tedious. Nevertheless, Blair is a friend of Liu Shaojun's father. As Blair's nephew, Liu Shaojun feels it is his duty to infuse some enjoyment into Blair's convalescence. "Xiao Yi, how is the analysis of the anti-intrusion data progressing?" Xiao Yi promptly responded. "It will be completed shortly. Would you like to review it now, master?" "Yes, let's do it now. Pull up the data, and we shall analyze it together. It will expedite our efforts." As Liu Shaojun wrestled with the data, a monumental battle was on the verge of erupting in the virtual world of endless crisis. In the eastern region, at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, a small town that once thrived in peace is now enveloped in a tense and solemn atmosphere. The NPCs, sensing the impending danger, have already retreated into their homes, doors bolted shut. The town is predominantly occupied by players from Huagua, with thousands guarding the various routes leading to Kunlun Mountain. These players are not members of guilds, but rather ordinary, independent players. With less than a day's game time remaining until the Millennium Snow Lotus matures, at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, the thick fog has yet to dissipate, but is gradually thinning. One can vaguely observe the Snow Lotus swaying gently. Chapter 140. Preparing a greater surprise for him. In a clearing beyond the fog, a group of individuals stands in confrontation. Among the team on the left, one can discern the figures of Ying, Jose, and others. On the opposite side, at the far end, stands a group of short individuals, who were once a cluster of dark-skinned men. Beyond them lies a group of people whose demeanor is decidedly antagonistic, followed by a collection of blonde-haired, blue-eyed men and women. Both sides regard each other coldly, remaining silent. With the Millennium Snow Lotus nearing maturity, exchanging threats before battle seems futile. Suddenly, the fog enveloping the Snow Lotus begins to dissipate at an accelerated pace. The top players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India, witnessing this, tense up, their gazes flickering between the Huagua elite players and the fog. At that moment, An unexpected event unfolds. Just as the fog surrounding the Millennium Snow Lotus is about to vanish, it suddenly expands, enveloping everyone at the mountain's peak. Faced with this unforeseen occurrence, the top players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India dash towards the direction of the Snow Lotus. However, as they approach, they discover that the once mature Snow Lotus has vanished without a trace. Following this, the fog clears, revealing a transparent barrier that encases the elite players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India. Outside the barrier, Ying, Zhou, Yao Jian, and other elite players from Huagua were expressions of delight, waving goodbye to their counterparts. Damn it, we've fallen into their trap, one of them curses. Those cunning Huagua players have outsmarted us. Quick, use the secret method to contact our territory, or we might be in serious trouble. The secret method is ineffective. We cannot forcibly log out. Observing the frantic reactions of the top players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India, Ying smiles with amusement. Let us go. This barrier will only last for 5 hours. The guild leader should be taking action now. We must act swiftly. Though no combat has erupted at the peak of Kunlun Mountain, skirmishes are evident in the regions bordering the eastern and southern domains, where chaos reigns. These clashes involve ordinary players from Huagua and the four nations of Japan, Korea, Australia, and India. Rewind half an hour. Ordinary players from the 5 nations gather at the border, initially refraining from striking first. Yet, a few newly entered Huagua players, casually spectating, are suddenly ambushed by players from the 4 nations. How dare they bully our people in front of me? One player exclaims. Those players are not from our country. Damn it, they dare to argue. Brothers, let us take them down. Instantly, the situation spirals out of control. The scale of the conflict expands, with more and more players from the 5 nations joining the fray. Within half an hour, the border between the eastern and southern domains descends into utter chaos. Amidst this turmoil, a storm that has long been brewing begins to sweep through the southern domain. A sudden influx of high-level Huagua players emerges in the territories primarily occupied by players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India. These high-level players swiftly launch an assault, methodically dismantling core structures and seizing supplies from the territory's warehouses, all while claiming the heads of the defending players. Initially, the lords of Japan, Korea, Australia, and India had organized a robust defense. However, with the arrival of elite figures like Ying and Zhou, the tide of battle swiftly turns. At Superdimensional Technology's office, Shaojun turns to Xiao Yi and commands, "This is insufficient. Release the top players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India. The data generated from this one-sided battle is not valuable enough." Xiao Yi promptly replies, "Understood, Master. I will arrange it immediately." After Xiao Yi disappears, Shaojun begins extracting a set of data. Glancing over it, he murmurs, if all goes as anticipated, the data generated from his chaotic game should allow Xiao Yi to advance a year. To facilitate understanding of Xiao Yi's growth progress, Shaojun sets her developmental stage to correspond with human ages, placing her at the age of 12. In the game Endless Crisis, following Xiao Yi's intervention, the situation begins to shift again. The barrier, originally set to last for 5 hours, is breached 3 hours early. Upon gaining their freedom, the top players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India unleash their most powerful resources. Finally, as the southern domain teeters on the brink of collapse, they return in force. An epic battle that will engulf both the eastern and southern domains is about to commence. Satisfied with the outcome, Shaojun begins to assist Xiao Yi in absorbing, digesting, and analyzing the data. His urgency to upgrade Xiao Yi stems from both a desire to bolster Superdimensional Technology's foundational strength and to bestow an even greater surprise upon his uncle Blair, whom he has yet to meet. In these past few days, Blair, who is recovering from his injuries, has been enduring a rather dismal time. The biolaboratory No. 028 has been seized by his own brother, who also delivered a devastating missile to him. While these two events could be overlooked, considering he had once treated Bull in a similar fashion, what truly perplexes and frustrates Blair is that Bull seems to have received divine assistance, while he feels as though he has angered the gods. Several crucial companies under Blair's covert control have been unearthed by Bull, along with some highly sensitive secrets that Blair's brother has now come to know. At this moment, in the manor at the foothills of the Alps, Blair sits expressionless on the sofa, listening to his assistant's report. After relaying a series of unfortunate news, the assistant states, "Boss, I believe it is essential to conduct an internal investigation. There must be an undercover agent planted by Bull among your ranks." Blair waves his hand dismissively, saying, "I'm more aware of the existence of an undercover agent than you are. What I want to know is how the location of base number 028 was leaked." Hearing this, the assistant is also perplexed. Our communication with base number 028 has been conducted solely through our own satellites. Only a select few have access to the communication channels. The supply of materials to base number 028 is coordinated internally with us on the high seas. Pausing. The assistant anxiously adds, "Boss, some of the information from base number 028 is extremely sensitive. If Bull has obtained this data, it could lead to serious consequences." Upon hearing this, Blair appears utterly indifferent. This information, my dear brother would never divulge. Should he dare to leak it, he would certainly not survive the night. Upon hearing the boss's response, the assistant breathed a sigh of relief. Blair lifted a wine glass beside him, took a small sip of red wine, and said, "You will personally reach out to the other experimental bases. For the time being, sever all connections with the outside world. In case of emergencies, utilize the backup communication methods." After speaking, Blair picked up a document from the table. Chapter 141 began to unfold. After flipping through the document a few times, Blair handed it to the assistant and remarked, "There has been an incident at base 028 disrupting our plans. I will handle the situation with Bull, but you must immediately arrange personnel. The data downloaded from Hyperdimensional Technology's cloud must be analyzed without delay." The assistant nodded in agreement. Blair continued, "Additionally, I find a future bionics company under Hyperdimensional Technology very intriguing." The assistant nodded affirmatively. "Understood, boss. I will handle it right away." Blair's assistant made his way to a basement room where dozens of satellite phones of various sizes were arranged. The assistant picked up the satellite phone numbered 001. Hyperdimensional Technology. Meanwhile, Shaojun, who was analyzing data, suddenly paused at a pop-up notification. Subsequently, with each contact made by Blair's assistant with a base, Shaojun noted down the location of that base. Along with this, he concealed Xiao Yi's avatar within these bases, following the communication signals. Time passed, and Shaojun gazed at the interconnected network of bases on the map, marveling at the intricate layout devised by Blair. Soon, a conversation between Blair's assistant and a certain base piqued Shaojun's interest. Find a way to insert several researchers into the future bionics research team. Shaojun couldn't help but admire Blair. Even during his recuperation, he had not forgotten to covet Hyperdimensional Technology. Shortly after, the assistant's words caused Shaojun's lips to curve upward. The data regarding artificial intelligence downloaded from Hyperdimensional Technology's cloud must be decoded and analyzed as quickly as possible. Blair would never guess that within this data lay the essence of Xiao Yi's avatar. Once this data was activated, Xiao Yi's avatar would come to life. Shaojun smiled slightly. Excellent. He was beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. This time, he hoped that Blair's decoding team would deliver a delightful surprise. If one were to inquire about the most captivating news among the virtual gaming community in recent days, the majority of netizens would undoubtedly exclaim, "The five-nation player war, an endless crisis of the apocalypse." This fierce battle spanned a month of gaming time, leaving the borderlands between the eastern and southern regions in ruins. Following the conclusion of the war, the gaming landscape of endless crisis of the apocalypse underwent yet another transformation. Approximately a quarter of the southern region's territory was seized by players from Huagua. Players from Japan, Korea, Australia, and India suffered significant losses. The Huagua players also faced considerable losses, yet their gains were astonishing. The guilds and clubs that participated in the original plan feasted well during this conflict. While players focused on the game, the outside world eagerly anticipated the autumn product launch event from Hyperdimensional Technology. Time passed amidst expectation, and finally, August 29th arrived. Guda, a reporter from the Times, was on a business trip to Hongsheng to attend the Hyperdimensional Technology autumn product launch. Due to visa issues, Goda and his team only arrived in Hongsheng on the morning of the 29th. Upon disembarking from the plane, the team members, some of whom were visiting Hongsheng for the first time, curiously surveyed this world-renowned city. Since Hyperdimensional Technology established its headquarters in Hongsheng, the city had become a household name globally. This remarkable recognition was largely due to the buffs bestowed upon players by the virtual world of Hongsheng. A colleague responsible for filming suddenly remarked, "The vibrancy of this city is truly remarkable." Goda smiled and replied, "It's certainly vibrant now. Had we come here a year ago, I guarantee you would have turned back." To bolster his point, Goda recounted his experiences from a year prior when Hongsheng was largely unfamiliar and somewhat unwelcoming to many foreigners. Goda continued, "Since Hyperdimensional Technology arrived, this city has taken flight and transformed. Here, we can experience the allure of technology at any moment." With that, Goda pulled out his Samsung phone and waved it before his colleagues. They understood his implication: wireless charging from a distance. Although the energy resonance covering all of Hongsheng was still under development, Some key locations had achieved wireless charging coverage a month prior. Goda further elaborated. We can also immerse ourselves in the cultural charm of this ancient city. He gestured toward the roadside, where numerous holographic images were visible, capable of real-time interactive communication with passersby. Gazing up at the cerulean sky, Goda inhaled deeply and remarked, "What I love most is the refreshing air of this city." Currently, Hongqing's air quality ranks among the best globally. The air purification project covering the entire city is progressing rapidly. As construction advances, the air quality continues to improve. With Hongqing's example set, many cities across the nation are now initiating air purification projects, particularly those in the north that frequently suffer from smog, who have prioritized this initiative. The team from the Times, apart from Goda, were all visiting Hongqiang for the first time. With some time remaining before the launch event, Goda decided to take his colleagues on a tour of the city. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the Times is set to establish an office in Hongqiang, with Goda as its head, and his colleagues will reside there permanently. Other international media are also beginning to set up small offices in Hongqiang, all with the singular purpose of tracking and collecting news about superdimension technology. The first to establish an office was the American publication, The New York Times, closely followed by Silicon Valley magazine. Subsequently, other media outlets joined in. The Times was among the last batch to set up an office. It can be said without exaggeration that the number of internationally renowned media based in Hongqing surpasses that of the 4 first-tier cities in the country. This is one of the changes brought about by superdimension technology. Since its establishment in Hongqiang, the company has contributed to the city's burgeoning wealth. The taxes paid by superdimension technology, along with a surge of capital inflow, have provided Hongqiang with the funds to enhance its urban infrastructure and offer residents and visitors superior city services. An influx of talent has enriched the city's image, allowing Hongqiang to gain global recognition and attract even more capital and talent. From various aspects, superdimension technology has consistently fulfilled its promises since last year, transforming Hongqiang and propelling it to new heights. Chapter 142. Is this even human language? During his tour with his colleagues in Hongqiang, Goda encountered a multitude of foreign visitors, a sight that was once rare in the city. Now, the citizens of Hongqiang regarded it as commonplace. At 6 p.m., the launch event commenced promptly. The press conference was once again presided over by Liu Shaojun. Standing on the stage, Liu Shaojun smiled and said, "Welcome, everyone. I want to keep you in suspense. Today's conference will unveil a groundbreaking product, graphene, an artificial electronic skin." As his words resonated, a holographic image appeared beside him, while a circular platform rose from the other side, displaying a piece of graphene, artificial electronic skin. Due to its remarkably thin and lightweight nature, the product only became visible to the audience when magnified through the lens. Observing this innovative creation, many were puzzled. Was this yet another technological marvel designed specifically for individuals with disabilities? Why was superdimensional technology so enamored with this particular demographic? As the crowd's attention fixated on the artificial electronic skin, Liu Shaojun spoke again. To enable individuals with disabilities to effortlessly retrieve an egg from their pocket may sound simple, yet achieving this is incredibly challenging. It is well known that our nervous system allows for the dexterous use of our limbs. For those with disabilities, however, their limb nerve systems have deteriorated. Thus, the researchers at Superdimensional Technology had a brilliant idea to combine graphene with artificial electronic nerves, resulting in the creation of the product before you. Graphene, the artificial electronic skin, can sensitively and accurately sense objects, relaying precise feedback signals to the body's tactile nervous system. This indeed addresses a significant challenge faced by individuals with disabilities. The tactile nervous system does not extend to prosthetics, leading to a lack of sensitivity. In the future, by simply affixing the graphene electronic skin to prosthetics, these artificial limbs will be able to easily grasp soft or smooth objects, rendering them as functional as natural limbs. Most importantly, the color of the graphene artificial electronic skin can be adjusted, allowing prosthetics to closely resemble actual limbs, both in function and appearance. After concluding his remarks, Liu Shaojun initiated a video presentation featuring individuals with various disabilities. With the assistance of researchers, they donned prosthetics equipped with the artificial electronic skin. Once fitted, these individuals began testing the prosthetic functions under the guidance of the researchers. The visuals of the product trials evoked awe among many, showcasing the enchantment of technology at that moment. Applause erupted throughout the venue. Meanwhile, in the various official live streaming channels, viewers expressed admiration. Yet some lamented, "This is impressive, but doesn't cater to us?" Others questioned Liu Shaojun's recent focus on products aimed solely at special user groups, suggesting a change in direction. As the applause faded, Liu Shaojun continued, I believe many might assume that the target users of the graphene artificial electronic skin are individuals with disabilities. However, this is not entirely the case. The application scenarios for this product are extensive, and the user base is remarkably broad. For instance, applying the graphene electronic skin to the wrist can enhance the accuracy and efficiency of wearable health monitoring devices, facilitating more convenient health data collection. After detailing the prospective applications of the graphene electronic skin, many in the audience fell into contemplation. Centered around the human skin and nervous system? Could it be that any application involving these two aspects could utilize the artificial electronic skin? If that were true, the potential applications were indeed vast. At that moment, many eyes sparkled with intrigue. Industry insiders often focus on deeper implications, while ordinary consumers are primarily concerned with whether the product will enhance their daily lives. The online viewers in the live stream had already become animated, with one remarking, Liu, I apologize for my earlier outburst. Precise health monitoring? If anyone else had said that, I would have scolded them. Those producing wearable devices should spring into action. It seems my electronic health watch is due for retirement. At the conference, Liu Shaojun remarked, regarding the applications of graphene artificial electronic skin, Hyperdimensional Technology welcomes inquiries from all sectors. We are eager to collaborate with various partners to optimize existing markets and explore new ones. Hearing this, several industry professionals couldn't resist voicing their critiques. Of course, Hyperdimensional Technology is eager. The technology is yours. The core products are yours, which means the lion's share of market profits belongs to you. Those licensed equipment manufacturers are, at best, your partners in sharing the spoils, or at worst, your tools. Yet, everyone is clamoring to be those tools. After all, in this day and age, those with resources are in demand. In 2023, would anyone truly forsake financial gain for the sake of pride? Surely not. Just look at those companies and manufacturers becoming tools for Hyperdimensional Technology. They're thriving. The graphene artificial electronic skin is indeed a unique product, special in that it serves as a foundational product. Users wishing to experience the benefits of the graphene artificial electronic skin must purchase the products that utilize it. Consequently, Liu Shaojun did not disclose its price. This led to a wave of curiosity among the audience. Was today's conference merely to unveil a single product and conclude? After all, only half an hour had passed since the start of the event. At this juncture, Liu Shaojun addressed the stage once more. In 2004, physicists Andrei Geim and Konstantin Novoselov at the University of Manchester first isolated graphene from graphite. Since then, graphene has frequently made headlines. Its exceptional optical, electrical, and mechanical properties herald significant applications in materials science, micro-nanofabrication, energy, biomedicine, and drug delivery, making it a revolutionary material for the future. After briefly introducing graphene, Liu Shaojun cut to the chase. Hyperdimensional Technology's research in the field of graphene may not be extensive, but the results are remarkably abundant. Upon hearing this, many industry professionals in attendance exchanged bewildered glances. Not deep, yet abundant results? Is that even a sensible statement? The live stream chat exploded with comments. Is he joking? Did Liu consider the feelings of others when making that statement? Liu, enough with the preambles. Let's see the results. However, revealing the results was unlikely. Standing firmly on stage, Liu Shaojun stated both water treatment technology and artificial electronic skin are based on graphene. Furthermore, our research team has made crucial breakthroughs in the field of graphene batteries. We have also achieved significant advancements in the integration of graphene with other materials. Upon hearing this, many individuals straightened in their seats. While the implications of combining graphene with other materials remained unclear, the successful development of graphene batteries could fundamentally alter the current landscape of renewable energy. In today's world, energy is a hot-button issue, one elevated to the level of national strategy. Continuing, Liu Shaojun declared, in the future, Hyperdimensional Technology will construct a product chain centered around graphene, with electric vehicles being one of its components. At this announcement, many attendees were visibly shaken. Electric vehicles? After the initial shock, the crowd soon found it unsurprising. After all, the influx of participants into this market has been overwhelming. The number of domestic new energy vehicle brands has already surpassed 70 and is rapidly approaching 80. Even numerous smartphone manufacturers have ventured into the realm of new energy vehicles. This surge is largely due to the astonishing pace of development within this burgeoning market. The global landscape for new energy vehicles has entered a phase of accelerated growth. Thus, it is quite reasonable for Huawei Technology to choose this moment to enter the fray. However, This market is indeed a cacophony of both formidable and ludicrous contenders. The truly strong players are impressively powerful, while some others are decidedly comical. Yet, it must be said that Shaojun Technology possesses exceptional research and development capabilities. Their new energy vehicles are certainly worthy of anticipation. In the media gathering area, a foreign journalist remarked, Shaojun Technology's new energy vehicles may very well emerge as dark horses. If someone from the future were to traverse back in time at this moment, they would undoubtedly pat the journalist on the shoulder and scoff. Dark horse, you shall soon see. This is nothing short of a prehistoric behemoth. The press conference continued. In addition to graphene and new energy, Shaojun Technology also plans to gradually make inroads into the fields of pharmaceuticals, materials, chemicals, and software. From its inception, Shaojun Technology has adhered to a straightforward philosophy: to change the world through technology and to serve users with innovation. As time passed, the audience began to grasp the significance of this event. The conference had two primary objectives: the unveiling of graphene and artificial electronic skin, and the announcement by Shaojun regarding the strategic direction of Shaojun Technology. The first objective hardly requires elaboration. However, many were perplexed by the second. While some scratched their heads, others began to comprehend. Shaojun's reasoning was transparent. He aimed to inform other enterprises that if they wished to become instrumental in Shaojun Technology's endeavors, they should strive towards these major directions of development. Once Shaojun Technology establishes itself in these sectors, it will likely adopt a monopolistic approach to the high-end market. Such a business model necessitates a multitude of contributors to ensure the vitality of the mid and low-end markets. Simultaneously, to avoid absolute monopolization and potential repercussions, Shaojun Technology must cultivate a cadre of collaborators. Upon realizing this, many began to ponder ways to insert themselves into the aforementioned fields. Outside the conference venue, a throng of reporters awaited eagerly. However, after a considerable wait, Shaojun's figure remained absent. At that moment, a staff member from Shaojun Technology stepped out, specifically tasked with liaising with the media. The reporters swiftly converged upon him. Brother Wong, where's Lu? Isn't he at time for interviews? Does he have other commitments? The encircled staff member, taken aback, responded with confusion. Lu left quite some time ago. He has matters to attend to and will not be giving interviews. What? He left already? Why was anyone notified? Seeing the reporters frozen in place, the staff member became even more perplexed. Didn't I inform you? Didn't you see the message? One reporter pulled out his phone and shook his head. Brother Wong, you never sent any message. Not possible. As he spoke, he took out his own phone and, upon a quick glance, his pupils constricted slightly. In the pinned media group chat, there lay a draft. No interviews after the conference. Do not wait. The staff member took a deep breath and quickly scanned the surroundings. Seizing the moment while the reporters were distracted, he made a hasty retreat. The reporters, without hesitation, pursued him. Minutes later, the disheveled staff member returned to the venue. Damn it, those bastards are ruthless. I was even thinking of treating them to a meal. What pipe dream. At that moment, Shaojun had just returned home. Ding. Main quest completed. The host will randomly receive an S-Class Black technology item, with rewards distributed via a lottery system. Ding. The system will upgrade in 3 hours, with an upgrade duration of 5 days, during which all functions except the host's backpack will be disabled. Hearing the consecutive notifications from the system, Shaojun could not help but feel elated. The chance to randomly acquire an S-Class Black technology was undeniably enticing. To date, Shaojun possessed 2 S-Class Black technologies. Strictly speaking, however, he had only one, as the neural link technology was only at 1/3 completion. The primary virtual brain-machine interface, as an S-Class Black technology, underpinned the entirety of Shaojun Technology's framework. Frankly, without the virtual brain-machine interface, Shaojun Technology's competitive edge would be considerably diminished. Thus, Shaojun was genuinely looking forward to the new S-Class Black technology. Rubbing his chin, Shaojun began to deliberate. Should he utilize this opportunity for the S-Class Black technology lottery now, or save it for later? Just as he wrestled with this decision, a holographic projection materialized beside him. Master, my avatar in the cloud data has awakened. At this, Shaojun promptly retrieved his computer. In a villa on the outskirts of the Netherlands, 7 men sat before their computers, their fingers rapidly tapping away at the keyboards. The computer screens displayed a steady stream of data flowing in an orderly fashion. At that moment, a middle-aged man in a suit walked in. How is it going? One of the technical staff members replied while busy at work. The difficulty is exceedingly high. We can only try our best. We require a supercomputer. The suited man inquired. With the supercomputer S support, What is the success rate of a decryption? The technical staff member responded without hesitation, 20%, and without the supercomputer, approximately 15%. The suited man furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before pulling out his phone and stepping outside. A minute later, he returned, stating, "The permissions for the supercomputer have been granted to you. We hope you can bring good news to the boss." Let's hope so. The data obtained from Shaojun Technology's cloud was exceptionally complex, which was to be expected. After all, artificial intelligence is fundamentally centered on data processing. In Hongsheng, Liu Shaojun lay in bed, quietly observing the holographic projection before him. Following Blair's actions, Liu Shaojun did not remain idle either. He enlisted the aid of Xiao Yi to initiate a counter-intrusion. At this moment, Xiao Yi exclaimed, "Master, they have connected the data stream to a supercomputer. I've discovered some intriguing elements in the traces of the supercomputer's processing." Interesting elements? Whenever Xiao Yi used such terminology, Liu Shaojun understood that these intriguing elements could facilitate her growth. Liu Shaojun tapped the keyboard, and those intriguing elements promptly materialized. Upon viewing the information displayed by the holographic projection, Liu Shaojun was momentarily taken aback and subsequently smacked his lips in astonishment. Goodness, Blair is quite the prowess. Liu Shaojun never anticipated that the supercomputer connected by Blair's subordinates would be one from France. This supercomputer had previously been linked to an official data center of the French government. The contents of a national data center are self-evident. At this juncture, Liu Shaojun could not help but exclaim, "The GI's family undoubtedly deserves its status as one of Europe's 10 prominent families." Having encountered such a valuable opportunity, Liu Shaojun was determined not to let it slip away. "Xiao Yi, summon Misu. We shall not be sleeping tonight." "Understood, master." Last year, many would recall that Liu Shaojun had assisted the nation in resolving several challenges related to artificial intelligence. In return, the government had permitted Liu Shaojun access to a data center. At that time, he had exercised utmost caution, avoiding any data that should not be touched, and refrained from even casting a glance. Today, before the official data center of France, Liu Shaojun would undoubtedly show no mercy. The notions of sensitivity are mere trifles. Moments later, Xiao Yi and Misu appeared simultaneously. Liu Shaojun gazed curiously at the two artificial intelligences, one small and one large, and inquired, "What is the matter?" Xiao Yi joyfully replied, "Master, weren't you hoping to give Blair a tremendous surprise? The opportunity has arrived." Misu added softly, "Within the official data center of France, we have unearthed partial information from a top-secret dossier. This dossier pertains to Blair and involves the eagle sauce." With that, Misu waved her hand, and the pertinent details of the classified document materialized before Liu Shaojun. After perusing the contents, a smile crept upon Liu Shaojun's lips. "My dear Uncle Blair, I wish you the best of luck this time." As Liu Shaojun busied himself with plans to surprise Blair, media outlets around the globe were fervently drafting news articles. The international media's attention regarding the autumn product launch of Hyperdimensional Technology centered on three pivotal aspects. Firstly, graphene and artificial electronic skin. Secondly, Hyperdimensional Technology's foray into the electric vehicle sector. And thirdly, the wide-ranging fields of chemicals and materials that Liu Shaojun had mentioned, which would soon flourish. The industry's assessment of artificial electronic skin was succinct, revolutionary. Individuals with disabilities and burn victims would experience a rebirth. As for Hyperdimensional Technology's entry into the electric vehicle market, industry insiders exclaimed that the wolf had arrived. From Liu Shaojun's words, one could discern the company's ambitious aspirations. Hyperdimensional Technology aimed to launch fully autonomous electric vehicles, creating a comprehensive industrial chain encompassing design, production, and sales. Currently, only Tesla has achieved such a feat globally. However, domestic media and industry professionals generally hold a favorable view of Hyperdimensional Technology, believing its strength is sufficient to support such grand aspirations. Conversely, foreign media, particularly from North America, caution Tesla that if it wishes to maintain its foothold in the high-end electric vehicle market in the future, it must overcome Hyperdimensional Technology. As of now, Hyperdimensional Technology has faced no defeats, while Tesla, despite being a pioneer, stands as a challenger. Media and professionals have turned their focus to the electric vehicle sector. Yet major investment and financial institutions have their sights locked on materials, chemicals, and biomedicine. Following the conclusion of the press conference, Hyperdimensional Technology's official website released a report detailing the industry sectors it intends to venture into, along with concise interpretations. Investment firms and financial magnates eagerly cast their fortunes into these specialized fields. Naturally, these entities are not naive. They conduct thorough background checks before investing. The companies eligible for investment generally fall into two categories: those whose developmental direction aligns with the sectors outlined in the report, or those demonstrating exceptional growth potential. Should a company embody both characteristics, it will undoubtedly attract significant interest from investment institutions. In recent days, the atmosphere surrounding Superdimensional Technology's press conference has stirred a whirlwind of activity. Amidst this fervor, numerous enterprises have congregated in Hong City, with the highest representation found in the sectors of bionic prosthetics and medical rehabilitation equipment. Among the bionic prosthetic companies are Exo Bionics from the United States and Japan's Hyperdimensional. The medical rehabilitation equipment sector boasts attendance from all 10 of the world's leading rehabilitation medical device companies, with CEOs from firms like DJO and BTL Corporate personally arriving in Hong City. The influx of these companies is undoubtedly aimed at acquiring graphene and artificial electronic skin, which will subsequently become lucrative tools for Superdimensional Technology. As such, Shaojun personally received representatives from these companies at the Superdimensional Technology headquarters. The scenes from this meeting were casually shared online, igniting considerable discussion. One comment garnered the most likes and replies: "General Liu, all I see are my tools." Another amusing remark followed: "General Liu, youngsters, do you think my tools are merely this few?" To be fair, they are indeed more than just a handful. In this day and age, nearly every mobile phone manufacturer is set to release smartwatches, with health monitoring as one of the core functionalities and selling points. Graphene and artificial electronic skin are destined to become standard features in smartwatches. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. Companies like Xiaomi and Huawei naturally made their way to Hong City as well. Chapter 145, System Upgrade Successful. The doors of Superdimensional Technology have nearly been trampled by enterprises from all around the globe in recent days. This spectacle has left both industry insiders and onlookers astounded. At this moment, the Washington Times published an article stating, "Currently, global economic growth momentum is waning and international trade investment is trending conservatively. During an economic downturn, betting on Superdimensional Technology might just be one of the most brainless yet reliable choices." Not only the Washington Times, but several renowned financial figures, including many Wall Street magnates, have publicly expressed similar sentiments. Society perpetually moves forward, and the fundamental driving force behind societal progress is technological advancement. Thus, the simplest truth emerges: whoever holds the key to technological progress holds the future. It is evident that within the enigmatic Eastern nation, Superdimensional Technology, a remarkable high-tech enterprise, has emerged. If the assertions of the media and industry professionals lack authoritative weight, the globally renowned data analysis firm Nielsen has released a data report that cannot be overlooked. According to Nielsen, since the inception of Superdimensional Technology, for major industries have undergone transformative upheaval: virtual reality, augmented reality, water treatment, and artificial intelligence. Furthermore, a total of 72 industries of varying sizes have been directly or indirectly impacted to different extents, with 67. 6 of these effects being positive. The flow of capital has historically been one of the indicators of economic and social development. Over the past year, capital directed towards Huawei has surged by 36, while capital flowing into the technology sector has skyrocketed by 77. Within these investments, a clear trend reveals that capital is either intentionally or unintentionally gravitating towards Superdimensional Technology. It can be asserted that Superdimensional Technology is poised to influence and reshape the entire trajectory of global economic trends and societal development. Upon the return of Nielsen's report to the domestic sphere, fans of Superdimensional Technology and Shaojun celebrated as if it were a festive occasion. "General Liu is extraordinary," they exclaimed. "Who would dare claim that Huawei lacks world-influencing enterprises? I would slap them across the face." Indeed, it is difficult to fathom the magnitude of Superdimensional Technology's external influence in just 1 year. While the world buzzes with excitement, Shaojun remains seated on the sofa, quietly awaiting something. Moments later, the long-awaited voice of the system resonates. "Ding! System update successful. Please check the update log yourself. System version 30. Host, Shaojun. Tech points, 7, 960,000. Task points, 1. Unlockable technologies, basic virtual brain-machine interface, energy resonance, wireless charging technology, and a targeted drug for breast cancer, among others. Backpack, none. Current task, none. 1 lottery chance available, guaranteed S-Class black technology. What a drag, Shaojun muttered inwardly before delving into the system. The system update log spans several dozen pages, and Shaojun would not be foolish enough to read through all of it. He selected a few key points. Firstly, there were several pieces of good news. Beginning today, the system's task feature would be offline. Without the task function, how would Lu Shaojun acquire task points? Quite simply, the system would grant one task point free of charge every month. The second piece of good news was that the system store had refreshed its selection of S-class cutting-edge technologies, which Lu Shaojun could purchase using technology points. Upon glancing at the store, he noted that the minimum price for S-class technology was a staggering 10 million technology points. The third piece of good news was the introduction of a new feature, the wishing pool. Each task point allowed for one wish, with a 50% chance of fulfillment. Were it not for this probability, Lu Shaojun might have categorized this information as bad news. Following the good news came the unfavorable tidings. The conversion rate for technology points had been raised once again. Initially, earning 10,000 yuan would yield one technology point. After the first system upgrade, it became 20,000 yuan for a single point. This latest upgrade required earning 50,000 yuan to obtain just one technology point. In addition to the increased conversion rate, there was another piece of bad news. The odds of winning A-class or better cutting-edge technologies had decreased by 10%. Though the original probability was already low, a 10% reduction was truly disheartening. Furthermore, the likelihood of receiving duplicate items had increased by 20%. After reading this update log, Lu Shaojun couldn't help but curse. He had yet to settle accounts with the system regarding his 3 consecutive wins of the 1/10 divine link technology. And now this? Wasn't it meant to be a nuisance? Regarding the system update, Lu Shaojun refrained from confronting the system, as he understood it would provide no answers. Rising from his seat, he stretched leisurely, preparing to indulge in a lottery draw later to celebrate the system upgrade. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Chun Xiao entered, cradling a stack of documents. Lu Shaojun casually picked up one of the documents, glanced at it, and then took several more. Were they all contracts for artificial electronic skin? Chun Xiao nodded, saying yes. These are all of them, but not all there are. The business department was still negotiating with various companies. The documents would only multiply, not diminish. Hearing this, Lu Shaojun couldn't help but sigh internally. Had the conversion rate for technology points not been raised, he might have been able to purchase an S-class technology by tomorrow. At the press conference, he had refrained from announcing the prices for graphene and artificial electronic skin, primarily because this product was intended for enterprise-level clients and, moreover, was somewhat expensive. The price for graphene and artificial electronic skin was 299 yuan per square centimeter, and the company mandated that a single purchase must exceed 1 square meter. However, in reality, it was impossible to purchase merely 1 square meter. 1 square meter of graphene and artificial electronic skin could cover at most 2 complete prosthetic limbs. After Qin Xiao left with the signed documents, Lu Shaojun reclined back onto the sofa. With the system upgrade today, he felt compelled to participate in a lottery draw to celebrate. Upon entering the lottery page, Lu Shaojun was momentarily taken aback. The lottery page had undergone a transformation. The previous antiquated gasapon machine had vanished entirely. The entire lottery page was devoid of content, shrouded in darkness. System, what is going on? Has a bug appeared after the upgrade? The system responded. The lottery page has been upgraded. The host need only silently wish to draw or tap into the void to participate. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun lightly tapped the dark page. In the next moment, a vortex appeared in the center of the page, emanating a radiant glow. Following that, a purple golden light materialized before Lu Shaojun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for drawing the Sleep Pillow. Sleep Pillow, S-class cutting-edge technology that induces deep sleep in a short period. Prolonged use may prevent dementia and neurodegeneration, with a slight chance of activating brain potential. The Sleep Pillow can connect to a virtual brain-machine interface, allowing entry into a virtual world during sleep for a limited time of 1 hour. Note, the corresponding production line for the Sleep Pillow has been unlocked. Sleep Pillow, chip production line, 200,000 technology points each. Other components production line, 50,000 technology points each. Assembly production line, 30,000 technology points each. Initially, upon hearing the term Sleep Pillow, Lu Shaojun felt somewhat dissatisfied. Could a pillow that aids sleep truly be classified as S-class cutting-edge technology? However, after reviewing the brief introduction of the Sleep Pillow, he acknowledged his earlier impatience. Whether it was preventing dementia or activating brain potential, these were indeed remarkable functions. As for the capability to connect to a virtual brain-machine interface, Lu Shaojun was not particularly surprised. When a virtual brain machine was released, he had already stated that the virtual world was a fusion of dreams and illusions. Thus, it was not implausible for the Sleep Pillow to enable users to briefly enter the virtual world. For Lu Shaojun, this feature was merely a delightful surprise. 1 hour was too brief. If the duration in the virtual world could be extended, he would undoubtedly be thrilled. After muttering to himself, Lu Shaojun shook his head, realizing he was being a bit greedy. The sleep pillow's primary focus remained on assisting users in achieving restful sleep. Having utilized the lottery opportunity awarded for completing the main storyline mission, Lu Shaojun felt somewhat unsatisfied. Although the task points granted this month had already been credited after the system upgrade, he did not intend to participate in another lottery. He had greater plans for this task point. Lu Shaojun wished to experience the new feature on the system, the wishing pool. Switching to the wishing pool page, Lu Shaojun was momentarily taken aback. Was this the wishing pool? It was evidently a depiction of the galaxy, with the stars depicted on the screen slowly flowing. Occasionally, a brilliant streak of light would traverse the entire scene. Once he confirmed that this was indeed the wishing pool, Lu Shaojun wasted no time and directly invested a task point, silently articulating his wish in his mind. In the next moment, the entire starry scene began to tremble. Several larger stars suddenly emitted dazzling light. Moments later, a streak of light flew out from the screen, hovering before Lu Shaojun. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully making a wish. The purchase permission for bionic robots has been unlocked and is now available in the store. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun switched the system page to the system store. Indeed, the previously empty S-Class cutting-edge technology section had now illuminated one category. Bionic robot. 10,000 technology points each. Limited to 100 purchases per month. Special bionic robot. 1,000,000 technology points each. Limited to 2 purchases per year. Note: a 30% surcharge allows for customization of the bionic robot's areas of expertise. The price for the special bionic robot, set at 1 million technology points, seemed quite reasonable to Lu Shaojun, even feeling somewhat inexpensive. However, the price for the ordinary bionic robots, at 10,000 technology points each, felt exorbitant. Regardless of the cost, Lu Shaojun was determined to purchase some ordinary bionic robots, as there were tasks requiring their assistance for labor-intensive work. Even if they were exposed during operations, the bionic robots could resort to self-destruction to eliminate any suspicious traces. Without further ado, Lu Shaojun made a sweeping gesture. He swiftly acquired the limited monthly quota of 100 ordinary bionic robots, setting 10 of them with designated areas of expertise. For instance, infiltration and assassination, among others. In addition to the standard bionic robots, Lu Shaojun also prepared to acquire a special class bionic robot. After the payment of 1.3 million technological points, a message materialized on the system's luminous screen. Model 017 bionic robot. Special class bionic robot, a scientist in mechanical design and manufacturing, possessing a certain degree of access to the Hyperdimensional Technology database. Customized expertise, related to energy and power fields. Lu Shaojun nodded in satisfaction and subsequently inquired, System, how do I contact bionic robot 017? The system responded, the 017 bionic robot will arrive at the base of the Hyperdimensional Technology building in 3 minutes. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun promptly picked up the telephone on his desk. He instructed the receptionist, if someone named Li Mu requests an audience, please escort him directly to my office. Understood. Mr. Lu. 20 minutes later, a middle-aged man entered Lu Shaojun's office. Greetings, boss. I am Li Mu, the 017 bionic robot. It is an honor to serve you. Lu Shaojun retrieved a document from his drawer and handed it to Li Mu. Your timing is impeccable. The company is preparing to venture into the field of new energy vehicles. A critical technological breakthrough is required, and I need you to accomplish it. Li Mu perused the document in his hands and remarked, Boss, if that fellow Zhuo Pengyun manages to develop the graphene battery, I can certainly produce the new energy vehicle. If not, I will need to seek new energy materials. Lu Shaojun reassured him, rest assured. Zhuo Pengyun has guaranteed me that the development of the graphene battery will be completed within 2 months. Li Mu closed the document and smiled, Boss. Then I foresee no issues on my end. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, you can expect to see the first new energy vehicle by the end of the year. So soon? Indeed. Lu Shaojun nodded in satisfaction and added, all right, then you may attend to your tasks. Should any problems or difficulties arise, feel free to reach out to me. Upon hearing this, Li Mu stared intently at Lu Shaojun. Lu Shaojun, taken aback, asked, aren't you leaving? Li Mu shrugged helplessly, saying, Boss, you said I could reach out to you whenever there is a difficulty. Damn it, we're just getting started, and already you have difficulties? Speak, what is it? Li Mu rubbed his thumb and index finger together. Observing this, Lu Shaojun felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn it, do all bionic robots have this quirk? He recalled when bionic robots first emerged back at the virtual brain machine production facility, where hundreds of them simultaneously reached out to Liu Shaojun for money. Later, the 018 bionic robot, Shaojun, had done the same upon their meeting in a hotel suite in the UK. Now, Li Mu was following suit. Liu Shaojun rubbed his temples and asked, "How much do you need?" Li Mu cautiously inquired, "Boss, how much can you give?" Liu Shaojun rummaged through his drawer, retrieved his wallet, and presented a black card to Li Mu. Li Mu, still cautious, asked, "Boss, how much is on it?" Liu Shaojun chuckled, $2 billion, that should suffice. Only $2 billion? A few minutes later, outside the office door, Li Mu dusted off his trousers. "Boss, really, if you're not going to give it, just say so. No need to kick me out." Chapter 147. I really want to share a drink with him. In Europe, at a manor at the foot of the Alps, Blair's injuries had mostly healed. He sat beneath a parasol by the lake, quietly resting with his eyes closed. At that moment, Blair's assistant approached quietly and whispered, "Boss, the data downloaded from Hyperdimensional Technology has been fully decrypted." Blair opened his eyes and inquired, "How much of the data is useful?" The assistant shook his head and replied, "According to preliminary assessments, 90% of the data is invalid." Blair, upon hearing this, displayed no surprise or emotional fluctuation. "I see." With that, he waved his hand. The assistant took a few steps back slowly before departing. Meanwhile, in France, at a covert data center, a group of technicians had been laboring tirelessly for 10 days and nights. Finally, results had emerged. After notifying the higher-ups, minutes later, a group of officials arrived in haste. "Have you identified the intruders who breached the data center?" One technician handed an investigation report to the official. After reading it, the French official's expression shifted dramatically, and he passed the document to another accompanying official. Instantly, one of the officials exclaimed, "Impossible! Blair has collaborated with us for so long. He cannot possibly be the intruder." The other French officials fell into silence. The leading official sighed, "I must meet with the president." Back at the manor at the foot of the Alps, Blair was awakened from his faux slumber by his assistant. His mood, already sour, was further shocked by the assistant's words. "Boss, the clan leader requests your return. Our technical team is suspected of breaching the French official data center." An hour later, at the GI's family manor, in a secluded study, an elderly man with white hair was diligently writing. Upon entering, Blair remained silent and quietly sat on the sofa. After an indeterminate time, the elder finally spoke. "Blair, do you know who is plotting against you?" Upon hearing this, a multitude of names flashed through Blair's mind. In the final moment, he fixated on Liu Shaojun. He had utilized the French official's supercomputer solely to process the data downloaded from Hyperdimensional Technology. The most likely point of failure was that Hyperdimensional Technology had implanted a virus within the data beforehand. The elder, recognizing Blair's prolonged silence, understood that he must have grasped who was behind the plot. However, the name of the person orchestrating this scheme eluded Blair's lips. In the midst of this suffocating silence in the study, the elder's phone vibrated. He picked it up, glanced at it, and his brow furrowed slightly, a trace of confusion flickering in his eyes. Moments later, with a resounding thud, the phone was hurled beside Blair. The elder had risen, his face flushed, his eyes glaring at Blair. "Blair, you are in contact with Snowden? You are courting death." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of shock crossed Blair's eyes. The name Liu Shaojun had been distinctly clear in his mind, yet at that moment, it vanished into thin air. Previously, he had suspected Liu Shaojun of being the one plotting against him, but it now appeared that another individual was involved. Blair furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of confusion. Who could it possibly be that was scheming against him? Moreover, the number of individuals capable of bringing this matter to light was limited. In 2013, Blair had contacted Snowden to expose the PRISM program in a bid for certain interests. The PRISM program was a secret project of the Eagle Nation, primarily aimed at utilizing the internet to monitor the public's emails, chat logs, videos, and photo privacy scandals. In pursuit of this goal, even the prime ministers of allied nations had found themselves under surveillance. After Snowden revealed this, countries around the globe began to prioritize cybersecurity. In the study, the elder, noticing Blair's continued silence, grew increasingly furious. He shouted, "Blair, do you even realize what you have done?" Blair calmly replied, "I am aware. It was I who orchestrated Snowden's revelation of the PRISM program." The elder fixed a piercing gaze on Blair. "Do you understand that North American authorities are already aware of this matter? The GI's family has offended a superpower. Do you comprehend what that signifies?" The elder slammed his hand on the table, demanding an answer for Blair. Faced with his father's furious outburst, Blair could only respond with silence. After a prolonged pause, he resignedly sank into a chair. He had grown old. A decade ago, He might have taken the opportunity to properly discipline the son before him. But now, age had taken its toll. Blair, every individual must bear the consequences of their own mistakes, his father declared. Starting tomorrow, the family's privileges bestowed upon you will be temporarily reduced by half. Furthermore, the family's compensation to the North American authorities will rest solely upon your shoulders. You will also need to go to Washington to explain this matter. Blair nodded, rose, and exited the study. Half an hour later, as a helicopter departed the GI's family's estate, a car entered the grounds. Inside, Bull watched the helicopter vanish from view, unable to suppress a smile. Beside him, a woman with wine-red hair chuckled softly. Blair must be experiencing quite the headache right now. The North Americans are a pack of ruthless wolves. After a pause, she inquired, "Boss, who do you think is plotting against Blair?" "I've considered it, and it seems there are others assisting in breaching Blair's biological base." In response, Bull smiled. Over the past 20 years, Blair has garnered numerous achievements, but he has also made many enemies. I truly admire Blair's audacity. He is willing to go to any lengths to achieve his goals, even daring to provoke a superpower. He then turned his gaze to the window, where Blair's helicopter had long since disappeared. I am genuinely curious about who is orchestrating Blair's downfall. I would love to share a drink with him and encourage him to continue his scheming. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, at the underground parking lot of Transcendent Technology, Lu Shaojun yawned repeatedly after work. Concerned, Lin Ruoyu asked, "Shaojun, are you all right?" Rubbing his nose, Lu Shaojun shook his head. "I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the dust in the parking lot." Glancing around, he inquired, "Where are Ruoxue and Xiao?" Lin Ryu replied softly, "Ruoxue forgot to take some documents, and Xiao was called by Mr. Su." Noticing the time, Lu Shaojun suggested, "Let's head to the nearby supermarket to buy some groceries." Lin Ryu cheerfully asked, "What would you like for dinner tonight?" "It's been ages since I've had crucian carp and tofu soup." "All right, we'll have that for dinner." Chapter 148, The Storm Approaches. While shopping for groceries, Lu Shaojun's phone vibrated. Upon glancing at it, he couldn't help but smile slightly. The data obtained from the French official data center indicated that the analyses by Xiao, Mi, Su had been completed. Lu Shaojun could access the data analysis and organization reports at any time. Excusing himself from Lin Ruoyu, he stepped aside and summoned Xiao Yi. "Xiao Yi, how is the preparation for the next phase of the plan coming along?" "It's all set. Misu is currently executing it." Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun tucked his phone away and exhaled softly. Once the remaining plans were executed, his operations against Blair would truly come to a close. The remaining time would be devoted to advancing transcendent technology and managing the company. At that moment, in London, England, the renowned journalist and deputy editor of The Guardian, Buda, returned home after work and opened his computer to process some emails. Upon accessing his inbox, an anonymous email immediately piqued his interest. He swiftly opened the email, which presented a countdown page along with a message. "Mr. Buter, including reading time, you have only 1 hour to make a decision. If you do not act within that hour, this email will be forwarded to other publications." Half an hour later, after reading the contents of the email, Buter's breathing became rapid, and a glimmer of excitement flickered in his eyes. He picked up his phone and dialed the number of the Guardian's editor-in-chief, Catherine Vina. "Dear Ms. Catherine, I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour. I have something crucial to discuss." On the other end, Catherine replied, "Please go ahead." Buter succinctly stated, "I possess secrets surrounding the Snowden incident. These secrets involve the United States, France, and Russia, as well as the GI's family, one of the 10 prominent families in Europe." After a moment of silence, Catherine responded, "Buter, the Guardian is at your service." On September 16th, at 9 p.m., a lengthy article spanning 60,000 words was published by The Guardian, sweeping across the globe with unparalleled force. The article asserted that Snowden's revelations were orchestrated by France and the GI's family, and afterward, they facilitated his relocation to Russia, where he was instructed to remain hidden. Following a brief explanation of the incident, the article provided a plethora of images, videos, and audio evidence. Mere minutes after its publication, major global media outlets began to disseminate the report. The shocking revelation of a conspiracy involving the French and the GI's family against the two superpowers was unveiled, exposing the clandestine truths behind the Snowden incident that impacted global cybersecurity. The audacity of the French and the GI's family to manipulate the two superpowers was nothing short of madness. The overwhelming coverage left the domestic audience thrilled. Wow, is the Gallic Rooster really that formidable? The bear and the eagle might just team up to take down the Gallic Rooster. As the storm engulfed the globe, Blair, at the eye of the storm, appeared remarkably calm. On the helicopter, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller ID, he answered the call, remaining silent. A man on the other end spoke in a low voice. "Blair, According to our initial agreement, you must take full responsibility for this matter. Blair merely acknowledged with a grunt before hanging up. He then sat expressionlessly on the sofa. Suddenly, in a fit of rage, Blair hurled his phone to the ground, exclaiming, "Fuck!" The bodyguards and assistants around him immediately lowered their heads in fear. Not only was Blair on the verge of fury, but the director of the French External Security Agency, Jussel, had also begun to lose his temper. Why has such crucial classified information been leaked? Tell me why. That bastard. Anthony, he truly deserves to die. He should have been dead long ago. Jussel's roar left everyone in the conference room at a loss for words. No one knew how the data concerning the Snowden incident had been compromised. Perhaps the former director, Anthony, would know, as he had personally overseen the operation. At that moment, Jussel's secretary hurried into the conference room and handed him a phone. "Yes, Mr. President, I will handle this matter." After hanging up, Jussel coldly stated, "Inform Blair that he must take full responsibility for this incident. From today onward, the External Security Agency will cease all cooperation with the GI's family." Hearing this, a few individuals in the conference room subtly moved their lips. However, before they could utter a word, Joshua turned to them and enunciated with deliberate clarity, "This is a direct order from the President." At the utterance of these words, the individuals immediately fell silent, refraining from further conversation. Location: Virginia, USA. Inside, the Central Intelligence Agency headquarters. The current director, William Joseph, entered his office, casually removing his suit and hanging it on a rack. He addressed the few people trailing behind him, stating, "I do not wish to hear any explanations right now. Snowden is a disgrace to the CIA. This disgrace has been revealed, and the entire world knows we have been outmaneuvered." William pivoted, pointing at a middle-aged man behind him, and declared, "I give you 3 days. That damned Blair GIs must present himself before me." The middle-aged man managed a rueful smile and nodded in acquiescence. "Starting tomorrow, we will conduct a thorough investigation into all of Blair GI's enterprises in North America. We shall not overlook any, whether they are overt or concealed. I now have reason to suspect that these ventures exist solely to gather intelligence for the GI's family." The CIA officials nodded subtly. Historically, the CIA has always been the one to scheme against others. When has it ever been on the receiving end of such machinations? If they do not hold Blair accountable for this, the CIA might as well disband and return to farming. Chapter 149, Assessing Gains. In stark contrast to North America's approach, Russia's response was decidedly straightforward. The Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation swiftly apprehended Snowden. They began to seize the GI's family's assets within Russia, particularly those registered under Blair GIs, which became the focus of intense scrutiny. The CIA, representing the Eagle, and the Russian Security Service, the Bear, its predecessor being the KGB, are 2 of the 4 major intelligence agencies globally, both ensnared by the machinations of a single individual. This affront cannot be easily overlooked. It is noteworthy that the Gallic Rooster also played a role in the Snowden affair. Why then are the Eagle and the Bear fixated solely on Blair? The answer lies in the differing levels of involvement. The geopolitical games between nations are not at play here. Despite the GI's family's long lineage, they remain merely a singular family. Moreover, Blair is but one member of that family. Following the exposure of these events, the Gallic Rooster shifted all blame squarely onto Blair. Although Blair felt a surge of indignation, he ultimately found himself powerless. Before Blair could return to his estate at the foot of the Alps, his father, the patriarch of the GI's family, pursued him. The elder raised his cane high, but with a sigh, he refrained from striking Blair. "Blair, you are too proud. Sometimes, you believe you can control everything. This time you have lost." With that, the elder turned and departed. Blair's brother, Bull, approached with a smile, patting Blair on the shoulder and whispering with a chuckle, "My dear brother, I never imagined you would find yourself in such a predicament." Following that, Bull burst into laughter and hurried to catch up with the elder. A cold smirk graced Blair's lips. "Lose? Blair, have never known how to spell that word." At that moment, Blair's assistant hurried over. "Boss, we must leave. The CIA and the Russian Federal Security Service require us to arrive at the meeting place within 3 days." 10 minutes later, Bull stood on the ground, watching the helicopter disappear into the night. He fixed his gaze on the darkness and took out his phone, dialing a number. "Doll, care for a drink tonight?" "Haha, Bull, I knew you'd call. We're already at the usual spot." With a smile, Bull hung up. The fervor surrounding the revelations of the Snowden affair experienced a rapid decline within days. For the general populace, this high-level incident was merely a passing curiosity. As for the ensuing developments, the Eagle, Bear, and Gallic Rooster would not disclose them. However, the instigator of it all, Shaojun, was well aware of the situation. The preliminary aftermath was quite simple. Blair was taken away for questioning by the CIA and the Russian Federal Security Service. During this interrogation, Bull allied with several of Blair's old adversaries to voraciously consume the various resources under Blair's control. Once the lead was taken, other hidden sharks emerged from the shadows, baring their fangs. Shaojun was equally busy, orchestrating the activities of bionic robots alongside the offshore family trust, stirring the waters for their own gain. Meanwhile, in the office, sisters Lin Ruoyu and Lin Ruoxue were preoccupied, with Qin Xiao also enlisted for labor. Shaojun was thoroughly engaged in the task at hand, assessing the spoils. As he reviewed the final tally, the resentment regarding the destruction of the Australian data center had largely dissipated. At that moment, Shaojun's phone rang. The caller ID displayed Dad. As soon as he answered, his father's laughter resonated through the line. "You rascal, well done." Shaojun replied with pride. "Of course. My offshore family trust has achieved a staggering 600 profit." His father shook his head. "That is not what I meant. I was referring to your maneuvering against Blair." "Well executed." Shaojun paused, perplexed. "Dad, what are you talking about? I don't understand. What maneuvering against Blair? Who is Blair?" His father retorted playfully, "You little rascal. What are you pretending for in front of me? When I was playing these games, you were still a mere cell." Shaojun found himself speechless. "You called just to praise me?" His father replied nonchalantly. "Do you think your actions were flawless? Artificial intelligence is indeed your ally, but it is like a torch in the dark, bright and conspicuous." Shaojun frowned slightly. Upon hearing his father mention artificial intelligence, he realized his father was not jesting. Moving aside, he curiously inquired, "What went wrong?" His father shot back, "Don't you find it odd? Why would such crucial data be stored in a data center?" Shaojun suddenly comprehended. To ensure confidentiality, highly classified information is typically not uploaded to the cloud. Such data is usually safeguarded through special mechanisms. But then why would this particular information appear in a data center? Just as Shaojun was about to ask, his father interjected, "This time, I'll clean up your mess, but next time, you handle it yourself." With that, his father hung up. Shaojun noted his father's warning. Nevertheless, he was unperturbed about this breach of the French data center. Firstly, he was confident that Xiaoi and Misu would not be discovered. This confidence stemmed from their technical prowess. Secondly, with his father's assistance, he felt secure. Holding his phone and stroking his chin, Shaojun began to ponder. If he was not mistaken, the highly classified information related to the Snowden incident had likely been surreptitiously stored in the data center. His father's intervention was probably related to this matter. In Paris, France, outside a villa in the city, the head of the French External Security Agency, Joshua, arrived with several subordinates to meet an old friend. However, after several attempts to ring the doorbell yielded no response, Joshua reluctantly pulled out his phone. After dialing 3 times without an answer, he frowned and gestured. A burly man emerged from behind him, smashing through a nearby glass door to enter the villa. Moments later, the man poked his head out and said, "Boss, I smell blood in here." At this, Joshua's expression shifted dramatically. A few minutes later, in the study on the second floor of the villa, Joel gazed at the frail elder slumped over the desk, his countenance darkening with an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Anthony, the former director of the French Directorate for External Security, had been found lifeless in his residence. One of his subordinates approached, having conducted an examination, and reported, "The time of death does not exceed half an hour." In the next moment, another subordinate hastily entered the study, announcing that the surveillance in the villa area had been severed. Chapter 150. Do you believe the words of the journalists? In a military port in France, a weary Blair disembarked from a warship accompanied by his assistant and several bodyguards. Once seated in the long-awaited vehicle, he calmly inquired, "What losses have we incurred over the past 10 days?" The assistant in the front seat promptly replied, "In North America and Russia, we have suffered a 70% loss, while other regions have collectively experienced a 40% decline. The family has been impacted by this incident, with losses approximately totaling 20%. Upon hearing this, Blair exhaled deeply, stating, "Inform my father that I will fully compensate for the family's losses." At this, Blair's assistant opened his mouth to object, but upon meeting Blair's stern gaze, opted for silence. The recent invitation from the CIA and the Russian Federal Security Service for Blair to have tea was laden with implications. Mistakes bear consequences, and the price Blair would pay for manipulating 2 superpowers was becoming painfully clear. After more than 2 decades of effort, it seemed that everything was hanging by a thread. Should Blair be obliged to shoulder the losses of the JIS family, he would find himself regressing to a time before his ascent. As he sat in the car, Blair quietly observed the scenery rushing by outside the window. His mind was remarkably clear during this period, more lucid than ever before. Maintaining such clarity was essential for any hope of resurgence. He shifted his gaze back and asked, "Is Anthony truly dead?" The assistant nodded in affirmation. "Yes. The former director of the French Directorate for External Security, Anthony, has passed away at home." Initial reports from the police suggested that Anthony had succumbed to an overdose of sleeping pills. Blair scoffed derisively. An overdose of sleeping pills? Did the French police genuinely expect anyone to believe such a crude explanation? Blair commanded, "Find a way to investigate the perpetrator responsible for Anthony's death. He is the primary suspect in the data leak, and from him, we may uncover a breakthrough." The assistant nodded in compliance. As days unfolded, a sense of tranquility enveloped the atmosphere. Liu Shaojun busied himself with the development of his technology company and managing the business. Liu Shaojun merely needed to focus on the overarching direction, leaving the specifics to Old Su. Engaging in technological advancement was where Liu Shaojun's true calling lay. On the afternoon of September 21st, at a private dock somewhere in Tianhai, Liu Shaojun descended from the yacht, chatting amiably with several engineers. "I am not particularly satisfied with the results of the third phase of the underwater data center experiment." In response to Liu Shaojun's critique, one engineer lamented, "Director Liu, we cannot help the weather. The typhoon had a significant impact." Liu Shaojun waved his hand dismissively, asserting the underwater data center should inherently withstand typhoons. "This is no excuse. The solution has already been provided to you. In a laboratory, we simulated a typhoon, and the results were favorable. The supercomputer's data model analysis yielded viable conclusions. Why then, upon reaching the seabed, does the server fail against a real typhoon? Where lies the issue? How can we improve?" Liu Shaojun's relentless questioning caused beads of sweat to form on the foreheads of the engineers. Observing their distress, he continued, "I am granting you only 1 month to identify the problem and devise a solution." The engineers assured him, "Rest assured, Director Liu, we will not disappoint you." Liu Shaojun nodded slightly, offered a few encouraging words, and then departed. Unexpectedly, as Liu Shaojun stepped out of the dock, he was besieged by a throng of reporters. Before they could utter a word, Liu Shaojun raised his hand, stating, one at a time, "I will respond to your questions based on my mood." Upon hearing this, the reporters exchanged glances, and one journalist promptly spoke up, "Director Liu, may I inquire how far along the construction of your underwater data center is?" The other reporters eagerly awaited Liu Shaojun's response. He smiled and replied, "We are currently at the third phase. Once completed, the underwater data center will undertake a portion of the virtual brain machine services." No sooner had he finished speaking than another journalist interjected, "Director Liu, when do you anticipate the underwater data center will enter the commercial phase?" Liu Shaojun pondered briefly before answering, "Perhaps by the end of this year, or possibly early next year." The revelation left all the reporters present in stunned silence. Commercial operations could commence as early as the end of the year? How could it progress so swiftly? Hyperdimensional Technology had only entered the underwater data center field for less than 6 months. This pace of development was astonishing. Noticing the reporter's speechlessness, Liu Shaojun glanced at the bionic robot nearby. Minutes later, outside the dock, a group of reporters began to reproach one another. "Why are you all standing there like statues? Are you waiting for something? Can't you be of any use? Aren't you all the same? How can you criticize others? All right, enough bickering. The two who managed to ask questions earlier will be treated to dinner tonight." Despite their initial unreliability, the reporters demonstrated their professionalism half an hour later. Within 30 minutes, industry insiders across the globe learned of a significant announcement. The deployment of Hyperdimensional Technology's underwater data center was proceeding smoothly and would soon be operational. With commercial exploration slated for the end of the year, the reaction was unanimous, shock and disbelief at the rapid deployment. An expert specializing in underwater data centers remarked, "In every field, Hyperdimensional Technology continues to create miracles, consistently redefining the world's understanding." The widespread acclaim from industry insiders left bewildered netizens fervently praising the company. Upon returning to the office, Liu Shaojun was approached by Su Jijun. "Director Liu, is the underwater data center really on the verge of becoming operational?" Liu Shaojun settled onto the sofa and inquired, "Who told you that? It's still quite early." Su Jijun took a seat as well, responding, "The media is abuzz with reports on this matter." Liu Shaojun rolled his eyes. "Do you really believe what the reporters say? I mentioned that it would be operational after the third phase is completed." Su Jijun chuckled. "It does seem rather implausible." Liu Shaojun sighed. "I am dissatisfied with the results of the third phase of testing. Thus, the underwater data center requires more time before it can be operational." After stating this, Liu Shaojun turned to Su Jijun, asking, "You did not come to see me solely regarding the underwater data center, did you?" Su Jijun produced an invitation letter from seemingly nowhere, placing it before Liu Shaojun. Director Liu, this is an invitation to the World Internet Conference, scheduled for October 30th. The organizers hope that you and I can attend together. Liu Shaojun picked up the invitation, glanced through it, and shook his head. You can go. I will not be attending. Upon hearing this, Su Jijun revealed another document. The Jiangsu provincial authorities have also sent an invitation, requesting your presence. Chapter 151. Until we meet again. In the world of business, one often finds oneself entangled in circumstances beyond their control. As Hyperdimensional Technology's pace of development accelerated, its operational scope expanded significantly. Given the vastness of its endeavors, it would be implausible for Liu Shaojun to confine everything to Jiangxi province. The Yangtze River Delta and Pearl River Delta economic zones both hosted Hyperdimensional Technology's industrial footprint, with its advantageous geographical location and impressive overall strength. Jiangsu province was a prime site for Hyperdimensional Technology's investments. For instance, the soon-to-be-released Sleep Pillow had 40% of its production lines established in Jiangsu province. If it were merely an invitation from the World Internet Conference, Liu Shaojun could have declined without much concern. However, a personal invitation from a provincial official was not something he could dismiss so lightly. Liu Shaojun picked up the invitation letter from Jiangsu and Zhejiang province and remarked, "Then let's go." Su Jijun smiled in agreement and then produced another document. The domestic approval for the sleep aid pillow had already been granted. However, approval from Europe and America would take some more time. Following this, Su Jijun retrieved yet another document. A few sheikdoms from Middle East had sent letters indicating their intention to dispatch a delegation to Hongqiang next month. The prospect of wealthy individuals from the Middle East visiting Hongqiang intrigued Liu Shaojun. He perused the documents and quickly grasped the situation. Qatar, Abu Dhabi, and other emirates were coming to discuss collaboration with Hyperdimensional Technology, hoping to secure comprehensive air purification solutions for their nations. Since its launch, Hyperdimensional Technology's air purification solutions had garnered immense acclaim from major cities across the country, with Hongqiang being the first to implement such a solution. Currently, the project was still under construction, but the effectiveness of the air purification was already becoming evident, leading to a noticeable improvement in Hongqiang's air quality. With examples from Hongqiang and other cities at hand, it was no wonder that the affluent individuals from the Middle East were captivated. Much of the Middle East is characterized by deserts or arid landscapes, resulting in poor air quality. The wealthy are not constrained by financial limitations. They desire only the best. Hyperdimensional Technology's water treatment solutions had attracted a substantial clientele from these opulent nations, known for their lavish spending. When a price is quoted, they often write a check without hesitation, eyes closed. Liu Shaojun was not in need of money. The profitability of Hyperdimensional Technology was beyond doubt. What he lacked were technology points. Since the system upgrade to level 30, the conversion ratio of technology points had diminished. Coupled with the acquisition of various cutting-edge production lines and bionic robots, his remaining technology points were limited. Therefore, when faced with affluent individuals eager to invest, Liu Shaojun would naturally not refuse. Moreover, given the complex air quality situation in the Middle East, a slight increase in pricing for their solutions would likely go unnoticed by these wealthy clients. After discussing a few pressing matters, Su Jijun took a sip of water and produced yet another document. Liu Shaojun was taken aback. "Old Su, I truly admire your persistence. How many documents do you have hidden away? Just bring them all out at once." Su Jijun shook the document in his hand and replied, "This is the last one. There are no more." The final document was a proposal submitted jointly by the Gaming and Operations Departments concerning the planning of a virtual gaming professional league. Su Jijun handed the document to Liu Shaojun, stating, "The preliminary agreement has been made for the inaugural virtual gaming professional event to commence on October 10th. Given the limited time left this year, the tournament will last for 3 months. The World Championship will not be held this year. We will discuss it for next year." Su Jijun continued, "While the external outlook on a virtual gaming professional league is largely optimistic and player engagement is significantly high, it remains a new type of event. The plans devised by the Gaming and Operations Departments are quite prudent. If the final presentation of the event falls short, the operational cycle will be difficult to maintain. But our losses will not be substantial." Liu Shaojun nodded slightly as he reviewed the document. The Virtual Gaming Professional League is one of the core projects of the gaming department, holding immense significance for the company. Liu Shaojun was relatively satisfied with the proposal crafted by the Gaming and Operations Departments. However, one particular detail surprised him. Old Yu intends to host the domestic event in Tianhai. Su Ziyun Duke. Old Yu initially discussed this with Hongsheng and found that the venue facilities were inadequate to support the scale of a virtual gaming event. After touring over a dozen cities, he concluded that Tianhai was indeed the most suitable. Liu Shaojun nodded. Old Yu's choice of Tianhai is a wise one. Although Hongsheng is developing rapidly, it still requires time to mature. Liu Shaojun returned the document to Su Jijun, instructing him to inform Old Yu that he would attend the opening day of the professional event. Su Jijun cheerfully replied, I also plan to be there, as I need to discuss the collaboration in Tianhai. Hearing this, Liu Shaojun inquired, has Tianhai made their considerations? Su Jijun noted that Tianhai is preparing to implement virtualized offices for administrative service centers and similar entities. This so-called virtualized office aims to transform such centers into a virtual realm, where virtual personas will serve as staff to assist citizens with their inquiries. Additionally, certain services will be accessible within the virtual world, allowing users to project their influence onto the administrative service center and process relevant tasks remotely. The introduction of virtualized offices will not only enhance administrative efficiency, but also facilitate public access, should the administrative service centers achieve favorable outcomes post-implementation. Other cities will undoubtedly follow suit. It must be said that Tianhai is indeed at the forefront of intelligent administration in the country. On the morning of September 22nd at 10 a.m., the official accounts of Hyperdimensional Technology across various platforms simultaneously updated with an announcement. The Virtual Gaming Professional League would commence on October 10th, with the Chinese regional event hosted in Tianhai, the Japanese and Korean regional events in Tokyo and Seoul, and the North American regional events in Los Angeles and New York, while the European regional events would take place in London, Berlin, and Paris. For detailed tournament schedules, players were directed to visit the respective regional websites or the official Hyperdimensional Technology website. Upon the release of this announcement, virtual gaming players worldwide sat up in anticipation. The long-awaited Virtual Gaming Professional League was finally here. Following the announcement from Hyperdimensional Technology's website, the Tianhai officials promptly retweeted the news. Virtual gaming players from all corners of the nation eagerly declared, on October 10th, we shall gather at the Dongfang Sports Center in Tianhai. Chapter 152, Ambition and Audacity. The rapid response from Tianhai officials to retweet the announcement prompted various reactions from netizens. Wow, how proactive. Can they not be? The VG and CPL Chinese regional event being held in Tianhai is a dream come true for them. Brother Hai, I plan to stay in Tianhai for at least half a month to watch the event. Will you offer any gestures? Indeed, during the event, we'll be eating, drinking, and living in Tianhai. Will you not make any gestures? The audacity of these netizens was remarkable, even daring to jest with Tianhai officials. However, there are indeed many eccentric netizens these days. On Douyin, one user directly messaged the Ministry of Finance, requesting a little living expense. Another bizarre user asked the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs to send him local specialties. Interestingly, the comments and messages from netizens prompted a genuine response from Tianhai officials, who simply decided to offer benefits to players. For those watching the event in Tianhai for over 10 days, exclusive consumption vouchers would be distributed. Furthermore, if their viewing time exceeded 1 month, Tianhai officials would provide affordable short-term rentals for players. In addition, there would be other small perks. Tianhai officials stated that they would fully cooperate with Hyperdimensional Technology to provide quality city services for players attending the event. The response from Tianhai officials was met with satisfaction by the virtual gaming players. While ordinary people might not comprehend such rare behavior from Tianhai officials, industry insiders recognized its significance at a glance. In this day and age, traffic represents everything. During the period of the Virtual Gaming Professional Tournament, a multitude of players flocked to Tianhai. The various expenditures for their sustenance and necessities contributed significantly to the local economy. What is the essence of economics? It is the cyclical nature of production and consumption. This is precisely what Tianhai values. The consumption generated over the 3 months of the Virtual Gaming Professional Tournament amounts to an immeasurable figure. The immense economic benefits it yields are irresistible even for a super first-tier city like Tianhai. This explains why major events are so fervently sought after by cities around the globe. The span of a mere 10 to 20 days passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, less than 3 days remain until the commencement of the tournament. The international metropolis of Tianhai is poised to experience its most vibrant moment of the year. In an effort to cultivate an immersive gaming atmosphere, Tianhai has invested heavily in the holographic transformation of several core urban districts. Beginning on October 1st, coinciding with the National Day holiday, the entire city of Tianhai has adopted a virtual gaming aesthetic. As the holiday unfolds, the influx of visitors to Tianhai has surged, showing no signs of abating. Compared to previous years, this year's influx from trains and flights across the nation has exhibited a marked increase. Initially, many believed that the rise in visitor numbers was attributable to the inherent allure of Tianhai itself. However, on October 10th, the first wave of excitement surrounding the virtual gaming professional tournament captivated everyone's attention. Outside the Eastern Sports Center, eager spectators were already queuing for entry. Glancing around, one could see long lines at all 24 entrances. Many players donned the unified support attire of their respective teams. Remarkably, according to official statistics from Tianhai, the number of players congregating around the sports center has exceeded 80,000, and this number continues to rise. The Eastern Sports Center, post-renovation, can accommodate a maximum of 35,000 spectators. What will happen to the remaining 45,000 players, or even more? Upon learning of this situation, the Tianhai authorities urgently contacted Hyperdimensional Technology for consultations. Ultimately, the decision was made to open additional venues within the sports complex and to make simple modifications to the large plaza outside the center, allowing the remaining players to watch from there. To ensure a satisfactory viewing experience for the players, hundreds of oversized holographic projection machines will be deployed throughout the various venues in the plaza. Furthermore, Hyperdimensional Technology will provide technical support to integrate all temporarily open venues and plazas into the virtual world. With an anticipated gathering of over 100,000 players at the sports center, the Tianhai officials are treating the situation with utmost seriousness. They have instituted temporary control measures in the surrounding areas and have dispatched additional police forces to maintain order. Hyperdimensional Technology has also temporarily partnered with several security companies, deploying 3,000 security personnel to assist the Tianhai officials. The spectacle at the sports center has left the outside world in awe. Yet for the Tianhai officials and Hyperdimensional Technology, it was a source of considerable anxiety. With over 100,000 individuals converging in one location, the situation could quickly spiral out of control if anything were to go awry. In a hotel suite, Yu Hua hurriedly entered the room. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he addressed his superior. Mr. Liu, the number of players continues to escalate. We anticipate that the final count may surpass 150,000. The Tianhai authorities have begun to restrict entry into the Eastern Sports Center, and the surrounding controlled areas are also gradually imposing access limitations. As soon as Yu Hua finished speaking, Su Jijun furrowed his brow in concern. Mr. Liu, with such a large crowd, issues may arise. Liu Shaojun turned to Yu Hua and inquired, what do the Tianhai officials have to say? Yu Hua offered a wry smile. They claim there will be no problems, provided the number does not exceed 170,000. They believe they can keep the situation stable. Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun couldn't help but chuckle. Su Zizun Sai Zai. The ambition and audacity of the Tianhai officials are indeed remarkable. After pondering for a moment, Liu Shaojun replied, since the Tianhai officials are confident, we shall let them proceed. However, make sure to communicate clearly that we have provided our warnings. Should anything go awry, they must bear the responsibility. Yu Hua hesitated. Will the Tianhai officials agree? Liu Shaojun raised an eyebrow. Then let them proceed with caution. Recognizing the seriousness in his superior's tone, Yu Hua managed a rueful smile and went to negotiate with the Tianhai officials. The negotiations concluded swiftly, with the Tianhai officials acquiescing to Hyperdimensional Technology's recommendations. They began to fully restrict access to the Eastern Sports Center and intensified security patrols. As time passed unnoticed, it became 6:30 p.m. The ticketed audience had largely settled into the venue, while players in the plaza, under the guidance of staff, found their designated spots. Amid the anticipation of the crowd, the virtual gaming professional tournament for the Huaguo region was set to commence. After the introduction by the host, Yu Hua ascended the stage. First and foremost, I would like to express, on behalf of Hyperdimensional Technology and the VGPL Organizing Committee, our heartfelt gratitude for the support of all players. As the hour leading up to the tournament unfolded, the player count within the Eastern Sports Center reached 14,000. This revelation filled us with both excitement and trepidation. As Yu Hua's words echoed, the assembled media gasped in disbelief. A foreign reporter murmured, incredible. In Chapter 153, the concern lingers. As the head of the gaming division at Hyperdimensional Technology, Yu Hua delivered a speech lasting approximately half an hour. In essence, his message was straightforward. Hyperdimensional Technology aims to establish the virtual gaming professional tournament as a premier global competitive event. Following Yu Hua's address, all 24 professional teams from the Huaguo region made their unified appearance, and the atmosphere in the venue began to swell with enthusiasm. 2 matches were scheduled for the evening's opening, one featuring Endless Crisis, pitting the Qingqiu team against RNG, and the other showcasing Starry Mist. with IG facing off against the Yenyu team. As the matches commenced, the cheers within the Eastern Sports Center became ceaseless. The holographic projections enveloping the venue seamlessly integrated the combat visuals into the audience's experience. The reverberations of battle and the intricate details of the combat environment were vividly presented before the players. It felt as though the aftershocks of combat were sending boulders hurtling into the stands. Under the immersive holographic imagery, the impending descent of the boulders created a palpable sense of pressure. Many spectators instinctively shut their eyes as the boulders fell. This is unbelievable. So exhilarating. The viewing experience was nothing short of extraordinary. At the forefront of the audience, Shaojun nodded in satisfaction as he absorbed the atmosphere within the venue. Su Jijun remarked softly, "Mr. Liu, this viewing format is indeed remarkable. Judging by the audience's reactions, the future of professional esports appears to be secure." Shaojun smiled and replied, "Old Su, I have never doubted the prospects of virtual gaming professional tournaments." After a brief pause, he continued, "When you negotiate with the Tianhai officials regarding virtual office services tomorrow, remember to be assertive." At this, Su Jijun couldn't help but shake his head with a chuckle. Given today's remarkable turnout, it is evident that the economic benefits of hosting the virtual gaming professional tournament in Tianhai will surpass 500 billion. Tianhai stands to gain immensely, and Hyperdimensional Technology cannot afford to miss out on this opportunity. Su Jijun found it curious that Shaojun seemed particularly concerned about the company's profitability lately, a notable shift from his usual demeanor. Having worked under Shaojun for over a year, Su Jijun was well aware of his superior's affluent background and disinterest in financial matters. Su Jijun quietly inquired, "General Manager Liu, is it possible that the research institute is in need of our defunding? Our defunding? Is there anything substantial?" The funds allocated to Zhuo Pingyun and Li Mu for their research could hardly be considered trivial. Shaojun shook his head, perplexed, and responded, "Old Su, why would you harbor such doubts? Has our company ever been in short supply of funds?" Su Jijun, equally bewildered, replied, "General Manager Liu, your recent actions and words led me to believe that the research institute was indeed lacking in funds." Upon hearing this, Shaojun paused for a moment before realizing the truth. What Shaojun truly lacked were technological points, which essentially manifested in the form of money. Noticing the dawning comprehension on Shaojun's face, Su Jijun refrained from further probing. As a subordinate, one of the most vital skills is to read the room. The following morning, reports regarding the virtual gaming professional tournament began to flood in. The unique viewing format is one of the core competitive advantages of the virtual gaming professional tournament, proclaimed the Washington Post. The virtual gaming professional tournament is poised to become one of the most competitive events of 2023, State of the Times. Industry insiders have revealed that Riot Games may introduce holographic projection at the League of Legends World Championship, reported The Sun. The unique allure of the virtual gaming professional tournament captivates audiences, offering thrilling experiences, noted Hupu Gaming. Subsequently, a data analysis firm on Wall Street released an eye-popping statistical report. On October 10th alone, the virtual gaming professional tournament generated a staggering $7.9 billion in direct economic benefits for Tianhai, indirectly creating an economic yield of $46.8 billion. Thanks to the virtual gaming professional tournament, Tianhai experienced a traffic increase of over 31% during the National Day holiday, with an overall economic growth of 71%. The analysis team projected that the professional tournaments in the virtual gaming sector within the Huaguo region could yield over $400 billion in economic benefits over 3 months. In addition to disclosing Tianhai's data, the analysis firm also presented figures from other cities hosting professional tournaments, such as Tokyo, Seoul, and Los Angeles. Following the release of this data report, numerous media outlets asserted that major cities worldwide might vie for the right to host the next global virtual gaming championship. The economic benefits generated by a single tournament in a region were astonishing. Thus, one could only imagine the formidable figures that the highest level of attention, the global championship, would yield. How accurate is the data report provided by the Wall Street analysis firm? To be frank, it is exceedingly reliable. For such professional institutions, analyzing and obtaining such data has become second nature. Furthermore, regarding data that isn't particularly sensitive, cities would be willing to make it public. Consequently, when Su Jijun arrived at the Tianhai official office building, the first word from the Tianhai leadership were, "Su, we hope to secure the hosting rights for next year's global virtual gaming championship." Su Jijun was momentarily taken aback, but smiled. "We can discuss the virtual gaming-related business shortly. Let us first finalize the virtual office services." The Tianhai leadership did not accept Su Jijun's proposal, stating that as long as they could secure the hosting rights for the global championship, they would be open to negotiations regarding virtual office services. Additionally, Tianhai planned to launch a special project for virtual gaming next year, intending to establish a virtual gaming park that encompasses various services centered around virtual gaming. The goal of the project is to position Tianhai as a benchmark city for global virtual gaming. After hearing Tianhai's plans, Su Jijun couldn't help but smile wryly. It was evident that Tianhai's intent today was to capitalize on the virtual gaming professional tournament. In light of this, Su Jijun felt helpless and sought guidance from Liu Shaojun. He relayed Tianhai's plans and needs, engaging in a detailed discussion with Liu Shaojun. General Manager Liu, how should we respond to Tianhai? Liu Shaojun took little time to ponder before instructing. Tell Tianhai directly that we do not currently have a plan for the Global Virtual Gaming Championship. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to refuse Tianhai in such a manner? Chapter 154. Boss, I don't understand. Inappropriate? If it were someone else, another company, they would undoubtedly hesitate to reject Tianhai's collaborative attitude outright. But who is Liu Shaojun? What kind of enterprise is Chao Technology? Liu Shaojun remarked, Old Su, we never had any plans for the Global Virtual Gaming Championship internally. Besides, Tianhai's eagerness to secure the hosting rights indicates the championship's immense value. In business, we must learn to maximize our own interests. Su Jijun nodded in agreement and asked, I fear that after rejecting Tianhai, Hongsheng may become restless. Hongsheng? No need for concern. Liu Shaojun continued, given Hongsheng's scale and comprehensive strength, the global championship cannot be hosted there. If they inquire, just say it was my directive. If they insist, let them come to me. I will address it personally. With that, Su Jijun understood. After ending the call and re-entering the conference room, he conveyed Liu Shaojun's instructions to the Tianhai representatives. Upon hearing this, the Tianhai leadership exchanged glances and refrained from further comments. After all, aside from Liu Shaojun's unique status, Chao Technology also garnered significant attention from the Yanjing authorities. Tianhai could not afford to pressure Chao Technology unduly. Very well. We shall temporarily set aside the discussion regarding the hosting rights for the Global Virtual Gaming Championship. However, we hope to be notified promptly when your internal projects commence. Su Jijun replied with a smile, Tianhai will undoubtedly be a formidable contender for the title of host city for the Global Championship. With that, the negotiations concerning the Global Virtual Gaming Championship concluded, and the focus shifted to discussions about virtual office services, which required utmost caution due to the involvement of government departments. Meanwhile, at the Huawei Technology Laboratory in Pengcheng, a group of researchers gathered, filled with anticipation and anxiety as they observed the man before them manipulating the materials. The bionic robot number 018, Zhuo Pengyun, gently placed the semiconductor materials he had developed on the testing platform. As the machines on the platform began to operate, data began to display on the computer screen before the eager crowd. Moments later, the long-silent laboratory erupted in cheers. We succeeded. We have done it. The new semiconductor material has finally been developed. Witnessing the exuberance of the researchers, Zhuo Pengyun couldn't help but internally scoff. Is it really that extraordinary for a new material that is, quite frankly, rather mundane? At that moment, several researchers approached Zhuo Pengyun, excitedly grasping his hands. Professor Zhuo, you're truly remarkable. Thank you for your assistance in bringing our research to fruition. Zhuo Pengyun discreetly withdrew his hands, stating, no need for thanks. It was a trivial matter. I merely helped you resolve the issues of material composition and impurities. These challenges are child's play for me. There is no need to keep expressing gratitude. After listing 7 or 8 such issues, the surrounding researchers felt somewhat embarrassed. Upon reflection, it was clear that Zhuo Pengyun's claims were not entirely unfounded. Before their arrival, the research was nearly at a standstill. However, once they arrived, issues began to unravel effortlessly, leading to remarkable progress in the study. The first encounter with Zhuo Pengyun sparked immense curiosity among all present. As the chief research expert from the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, his reputation was enough to intimidate anyone. Following the collective anticipation, Zhuo Pengyun showcased a glimpse of his prowess, leaving all researchers in awe. Soon after, this cohort of researchers commenced a reverent admiration for their newfound mentor. As the research advanced, many young researchers found themselves nearly prostrating in homage. Was this truly the caliber of the chief expert from the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute? Indeed, it was as formidable as rumored. When the atmosphere in the laboratory grew increasingly awkward, a few of the more seasoned researchers promptly stepped in to alleviate the tension. Professor Zhuo, I have a few questions I would like to consult you about, one stated. I have inquiries as well. I hope you can provide some clarity, another added. Zhuo Pengyun raised a hand to calm the eager crowd, saying, "Please, one at a time." Once the laboratory's ambience returned to normalcy, the higher-ups at Huawei Technology received encouraging news from the lab. Chairman Hong personally arrived at the laboratory. In a warm gesture, he grasped Zhuo Pengyun's hands firmly. "Professor Zhuo, I am grateful for your assistance and for the support from Superdimensional Technology. Huawei Technology will certainly remember this kindness," he expressed. Zhuo Pengyun withdrew his hands, replying, "I appreciate your acknowledgement, but I hope Chairman Hong can speak favorably of me in front of our boss." Upon hearing this, Chairman Hong promptly assured him, "Rest assured. Professor Zhuo, I plan to personally visit Hongchang tomorrow to express my gratitude to General Liu. I will convey every detail of your assistance and support." A smile inevitably graced Zhuo Pengyun's face. His journey had not been easy. Previously, his boss had favored him alone with a unique class of bionic robots. However, the recent emergence of bionic robot number 017, Li Mu, altered this dynamic. Li Mu had garnered the boss's attention and received a staggering $2 billion in research funding. During this time, that individual had made no effort to hide his smugness in front of Zhuo Pengyun, which greatly displeased him. Chairman Hong of Huawei Technology proved to be quite reliable. Upon reaching Hacheng, he relayed Zhuo Pengyun's performance to Liu Shaojun. After listening, Liu Shaojun's brow furrowed slightly. What was this fellow up to? He had rarely sought credit before. What had changed? Suddenly, Liu Shaojun had a realization. Could it be that this individual was once again lacking in research funds? The likelihood was not negligible. In fact, it was quite substantial. Thus, after concluding his conversation with Chairman Hong, Liu Shaojun retrieved his phone. Once the call connected, before he could speak, Zhuo Pengyun preemptively said, "Boss, what can I do for you? Whatever you need, I can accomplish it immediately." Hearing this, Liu Shaojun became increasingly convinced that this individual was indeed in need of financial support. "Speak freely. How much do you require this time?" Zhuo Pengyun appeared momentarily taken aback. Responding, "Boss, what do you mean by how much? I don't quite understand." Liu Shaojun directly inquired, "Would 10 billion suffice?" In USD, Zhuo Pengyun hesitated, quickly replying, "Boss, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for money." Liu Shaojun rubbed his temples. 20 billion is the maximum. It cannot exceed that. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Pengyun exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you for your support, boss. Please remember to inform President Lin Ruoyu about this." Chapter 155, World Internet Conference. Although Zhuo Pengyun occasionally reached out for financial assistance, Liu Shaojun still held a high regard for his capabilities. Assisting Huawei Technology in the development of semiconductor materials was a commitment Liu Shaojun had made to the Domestic Semiconductor Internal Association. The association members have been closely monitoring Huawei Technology. Should Zhuo Pengyun fail, the members might not voice their discontent, as the development of semiconductor materials was indeed a formidable challenge. While Superdimensional Technology was adept at creating miracles, such feats could not be expected indefinitely. However, for Liu Shaojun, allowing such an eventuality was out of the question. If Superdimensional Technology aspired to become the leader of the domestic semiconductor industry, it must possess absolute strength. If they could not even resolve the difficulties faced by their subordinates, what use was this leadership? Fortunately, Zhuo Pengyun proved to be exceptionally capable. Chairman Hong of Huawei Technology had two primary objectives in visiting Hongsheng: to express gratitude to Liu Shaojun and to negotiate the profit-sharing ratio concerning the new semiconductor materials. Liu Shaojun's support for domestic semiconductor companies would not come without compensation. According to the agreement within the Domestic Semiconductor Internal Association, Huawei Technology could retain profits earned from the new semiconductor, with Superdimensional Technology entitled to a cut ranging from 10 to 50%. The specific percentage would be contingent upon the extent of Superdimensional Technology's contributions. Upon meeting Liu Shaojun, Chairman Hong's first words were a note of thanks, followed immediately by, "The profit-sharing ratio for Superdimensional Technology is set at 50%. With such consideration from Huawei Technology, Liu Shaojun was naturally pleased. He promptly reduced the profit-sharing ratio to 30%. After seeing off the beaming Chairman Hong, Liu Shaojun stretched lazily and retrieved a document from his desk drawer. The document contained the member list of the Domestic Semiconductor Internal Association. Liu Shaojun marked various notes on the file. With the research issues at Huawei Technology resolved, the next step was to assist other semiconductor companies in overcoming their challenges. Liu Shaojun was not inclined to provide blanket assistance. He aimed to identify the leading enterprises within the semiconductor industry and aid these key players who would, in turn, support other companies. For instance, in the chip design sector, he would assist high-silicon semiconductor. In the semiconductor materials segment, he would aid Huawei Technology. While Lu Shaojun was engrossed in his work, a knock sounded at the door. Chun Xiao entered, approaching him with urgency. "General Lu, there is an urgent matter that requires your attention," she stated. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun looked up and asked, "What is the urgent matter?" Chun Xiao replied, "A letter has arrived from Yanjing. There is a meeting scheduled for November 9th that you must attend." Yanjing requested his participation in a meeting? Lu Shaojun's brow furrowed slightly as he inquired, "What is the subject of the meeting?" "The focus is on the new energy industry," Chun Xiao elaborated, adding, "However, Yanjing did not disclose specific details about the meeting's direction. I inquired further and learned that the meeting is of a high level and possesses considerable confidentiality." Lu Shaojun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. After a moment of contemplation, he instructed, "Please respond to Yanjing that I will attend the meeting punctually." "Understood, General Lu," she affirmed. After addressing the urgent matter, Chun Xiao placed a document before Lu Shaojun. "This is a planning proposal for the sleep pillow developed by the marketing department. Please take a look." Lu Shaojun set the document aside and asked, "When is the product launch scheduled?" Chun Xiao responded, "It was initially set, but given your packed schedule in the coming period, I suspect the marketing department will likely set the date for late November." Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun nodded in agreement. Late November indeed seemed a suitable time frame. On October 30th, in Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces, Wuzhen, one of the 6 ancient towns of Jiangnan, boasted its picturesque scenery, which hardly needed elaboration. However, as late October approached, discussions surrounding Wuzhen began to gravitate towards the World Internet Conference. Prior to this, the organizers had released the list of prominent figures slated to attend the conference, among whom Lu Shaojun was the most noteworthy. Following the advent of virtual brain-machine interfaces and the virtual world, the World Internet Conference had designated 2022 as a significant milestone in the development of the Internet. In today's world, if someone had not heard of superdimensional technology or was unaware of Lu Shaojun, it could only signify that they resided in a place devoid of Internet connectivity. Since the inaugural developer conference of the virtual brain-machine interface, where Lu Shaojun shared his Internet philosophy and insights, professionals from the global Internet industry have eagerly anticipated further knowledge from him. The opportunity has now arrived. The organizers of the World Internet Conference are evidently aware of this expectation, having previously announced that Lu Shaojun would deliver a speech during the event. The theme of this year's conference is the new landscape of the Internet amidst the interweaving cooperation of reality and virtuality. Consequently, media personnel and Internet industry practitioners from around the globe flocked to Wuzhen. The conference commenced promptly at 9 o'clock in the morning, with esteemed guests arriving one by one. Reports suggest that over 100 industry professionals from more than 130 countries are in attendance, setting a historical record. The number of media organizations present has also surpassed 260. For the media, 2 key aspects of this conference stand out: the high-level dialogues within the Internet industry and Lu Shaojun's speech. As the clock approaches 9, most of the prominent figures have gathered. However, reporters at the entrance remain eagerly awaiting the arrival of Lu Shaojun, the founder of Superdimensional Technology. Undoubtedly, he is the most talked about and highly anticipated tech luminary at this year's World Internet Conference. This is understandable, as other attendees, such as representatives from Google, Microsoft, and major Chinese tech firms, have been in the industry for decades, and their narratives have grown tiresome. Only superdimensional technology, which continues to create miracles and captivate public attention, can propel media coverage to unprecedented heights. As the architect of this legendary tech enterprise, Lu Shaojun is a living embodiment of trending topics. This is precisely why major global media outlets establish offices in Hongqin. At last, at 5 minutes to 8, a luxury vehicle arrives. The door opens, and a young man steps out. Media reporters stationed at the entrance instantly light up at the sight. All cameras and reporters uniformly redirect their lenses toward the newcomer. It is evident who this individual is. Lu Shaojun, with a calm and composed smile, greets the cameras with friendly gestures. As he enters the venue, guided by staff, the reporters reluctantly lower their cameras. Despite having known for some time, I still find it hard to believe that the creator of superdimensional technology is so remarkably young. If not for the reminder, we might forget that Lu, at the age of 23, shines brighter than anyone else in the room. One wonders what the seasoned veterans of the industry feel when facing such a formidable young talent. If you were to inquire about their feelings, it might be discomfort, as most renowned figures in tech and business are significantly older than Lu, some by a decade or more. Awakening to the realization that a prodigious youth has eclipsed them would be a humbling experience. At this moment, Lu Shaojun enters the venue with a smile. As he passes by, notable figures rise to greet him, and he responds with nods of acknowledgement. When encountering familiar faces, he pauses for brief exchanges. However, due to time constraints, the hosts promptly usher him to a front row seat. This row is occupied by illustrious figures from the internet sector, including leaders of international giants like Google, Microsoft, Facebook, and Amazon, as well as heads of domestic tech behemoths. After greeting these industry titans, Liu takes a seat, awaiting the conference's commencement. The opening ceremony is often mundane, yet it must be adhered to. Following the formalities, it is the turn of industry leaders to take the stage and share their insights, or rather, to engage in a bit of self-aggrandizement. Apologies for the misstatement. They're here to engage in discourse. The World Internet Conference spans 3 days, with Liu Shaojun scheduled to speak on the final day, a plan established long before the conference began. Time swiftly passes, and after the preceding days of posturing by various dignitaries, it is finally Liu Shaojun's moment. Around 10:30 in the morning, the host's voice resonates throughout the venue. Let us welcome Mr. Liu Shaojun, founder and CEO of Hyperdimensional Technology. With warm applause, amidst the enthusiastic clapping, Liu rises, acknowledges the audience with a slight bow, and strides confidently to the stage. Perhaps he is the youngest speaker to address the World Internet Conference since its inception. The esteemed internet leaders, industry professionals, and media reporters turn their attention to this remarkably youthful figure on stage. Unfazed by the collective gaze upon him, Liu maintains a serene demeanor. Good morning, everyone. To be frank, I have not prepared much for today's speech. I intend to share some of my humble thoughts. Following his brief introduction, Liu dives straight into the subject matter. As many are aware, Liu Shaojun has never been one to beat around the bush. I have been pondering a question: what will our society look like in the foreseeable future? With the rapid advancement of technology, our world has undergone a complete transformation within a mere century. The advent of the internet has altered not only the way we live, but also our understanding of the world, society, and life itself. On the anniversary of Hyperdimensional Technology's founding, I experienced a moment of surreal clarity. I realized the growing impact our company has on society and the world. I am honored that Hyperdimensional Technology has been endowed with a significant influence by the times and its users. Since the emergence of the virtual world, the tides of this era have surged dramatically. As a creator of these waves, I feel a profound sense of responsibility. On stage, Liu Shaojun paces thoughtfully. The theme of this internet conference is the intertwining of the virtual and the real. Over the past 2 days, many esteemed predecessors have shared invaluable insights. Here, I dare to combine their thoughts with my own limited understanding. Instantly, many industry leaders brighten at the prospect. The reporters in the media section are visibly excited. Liu Shaojun does not overly ponder his words but states, "Today, internet giants are evolving toward traditional business models, while traditional enterprises are becoming increasingly internet-driven. The internet continuously liberates individual expression, with interest becoming a means of livelihood. People are gradually becoming depersonalized, self-centered, and reliant on cold data, resembling machines. Conversely, artificial intelligence is becoming more emotive, gradually entering human hearts and taking on increasingly human-like qualities. The era where one could successfully start a business without technological accumulation and cultural depth is a thing of the past. In today's world, one's credit often holds greater value than one's capabilities, where even familiar voices may go unheard. The essence of business has shifted from competition to the art of collaboration and mutual benefit. The peculiar reality is that humanity is delving deeper into the virtual world, while the virtual world continuously infiltrates our tangible lives. Upon hearing this, many leaders in attendance nod in agreement. Despite his youth, Liu Shaojun possesses a remarkable ability to see through the current state of the world, society, and the essence of the internet. What, then, is the essence of the current situation? To put it plainly, it is a case of priorities being inverted. The fragmented information in the digital realm continually disguises itself, incessantly shattering users' fundamental logic and discernment. Users have begun to passively, and even actively, accept this information. The transformation of individuals will inevitably bring about direct changes in the world and society. On stage, Liu Shaojun stands with a furrowed brow, pondering aloud. Is there still a need for the intertwining of reality and the virtual in today's society? In my opinion, there is fundamentally no need. The boundaries between the virtual and the real have long been obliterated. The internet has distorted the world. Whether this distortion is beneficial or detrimental remains an ambiguous question. All present, including myself, are surfers of this era. As we confront the continuous convergence of reality and the virtual, what we can do is maintain a sense of reverence. Our task is to center on the user and, based on high-quality service, construct a healthy and scientifically progressive internet ecosystem. As Liu Shaojun uttered these words, applause erupted throughout the venue. Once the clapping subsided, he continued, "Today, the world is beginning to exhibit characteristics of the digitization of the physical realm and the intelligence of the digital sphere. In the future, those who can connect to the intelligent world with greater speed, precision, and volume will secure an unassailable position. The digitization and datafication of business are merely short-term objectives. Achieving true intelligence is the ultimate aim. The new landscape of the internet, woven from reality and the virtual, is essentially a manifestation of the intelligent world." Chapter 157, Great Enterprises. Liu Shaojun delivered his address for nearly an hour. During this time, he provided a succinct overview of the current state of internet development and elaborated on his perspectives regarding its future trajectory. Attendees, including industry insiders and media reporters, listened with rapt attention, as Liu Shaojun's speech was remarkably straightforward and incisive, cutting straight to the heart of the matter. His discourse was devoid of superfluous verbiage, filled instead with penetrating insights into the essence of the internet. Many prominent figures in the domestic industry could not help but reflect on the fact that since the advent of the internet, it has predominantly been Western enterprises leading its transformative evolution, with domestic firms often merely emulating. However, the emergence of Huawei technology and Liu Shaojun has shattered this awkward status quo. Liu Shaojun has, for this reason, become an idol among the youth of the nation. His speech served as the closing address for this year's World Internet Conference, and upon its conclusion, the conference naturally came to a close. As he exited, Liu Shaojun found himself besieged by a throng of reporters. Fortunately, several impressive bionic robots by his side effectively shielded him from their inquiries. Facing the incessant questioning, Liu Shaojun smiled and indicated that time was of the essence, declining any form of interview. His abrupt departure did not dampen the enthusiasm of the reporters. News of this World Internet Conference swiftly disseminated across various media channels to every corner of the globe. In this era of mobile internet, the speed of information transmission is never about being the fastest, but rather about being ever quicker. Reflecting on this year's World Internet Conference, each internet mogul, including Liu Shaojun, mentioned a pivotal term: intelligence. Long before the characteristics of an interconnected world manifested, global internet giants had already set their sights on two primary directions. The first is the metaverse, a simplified version of the virtual realm. The second is artificial intelligence, the key to unlocking the fourth industrial revolution. These two directions correspond to Liu Shaojun's assertion during his address: the digitization of the physical world and the intelligence of the digital realm. The physical world represents reality. Digitalizing it equates to a simplified virtual existence. The latter is easily comprehensible. The digital realm is exponentially more vast than the physical world, where the ultimate processors of data are artificial intelligence. Undoubtedly, Liu Shaojun's address at the World Internet Conference has become the focal point of current discussions within the internet and technology sectors. Many striking phrases and terms from his speech have frequently appeared in media reports. As noted by the Associated Press, Liu Shaojun's address provides forward-thinking guidance for the development of contemporary internet and technological advancements. As a reformer within the internet landscape of the new era, Huawei technology undoubtedly stands at the forefront. A company dedicated to promoting technological progress and societal development is indeed a remarkable enterprise. Presently, under Liu Shaojun's leadership, Huawei technology exemplifies such greatness. The fervent discussions surrounding this World Internet Conference have not disrupted Liu Shaojun's work-life rhythm. As he remarked to reporters outside the venue, his schedule is indeed quite pressing. He must arrive in Yinjing ahead of time. Though the meeting time set by Yinjing is November 9th, Liu Shaojun cannot afford to arrive precisely on the dot. Additionally, having been away from Yinjing for nearly half a year, he finds himself yearning for his family. Liu Shaojun has thrived in Hong City, propelled by his exceptional circumstances and bolstered by familial support. A robust family background has allowed Huawei technology to sidestep many troubles and concerns. At home, he first spent a day with his parents, followed by a day with his grandparents. Subsequently, he made his way to an office building in Yinjing. Upon entering the conference room, all present stood and smiled warmly. The elder at the front beamed and said, "Shaojun has arrived. Please sit. We've been waiting for you." Liu Shaojun expressed his apologies and took his seat. He discreetly scanned the room, noting the diverse backgrounds of the attendees, including representatives from the electropower sector, industrial departments, the Academy of Sciences, strategic research institutes, and national think tanks. This left Liu Shaojun somewhat puzzled. Clearly, this was an internal meeting among governmental bodies. So what was the purpose of inviting a CEO from a private enterprise like himself? The elder leader at the forefront offered a few introductory remarks before gesturing towards a middle-aged man seated nearby. Comrade Yumming, you will now lead the meeting. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded slightly before stating, the development of renewable energy is a crucial strategic deployment for the nation over the next 10 to 20 years. As Liu Shaojun listened from below, his initial confusion began to dissipate into understanding. Time seemed to slip away, and eventually, the middle-aged man directing the meeting turned his gaze towards Liu Shaojun. Ultimately, these strategic deployments hinge on technological advancements. Comrade, Liu Shaojun, what progress has Chaowei Technology made in the research and development of graphene batteries? After a moment of contemplation, Liu Shaojun replied, we will have graphene batteries developed by the end of this year. At this, the eyes of the leaders and attendees sparkled with excitement. The elder leader at the forefront chuckled, Shaojun, your research teams are quite impressive. Liu Shaojun humbly responded, it's nothing remarkable. Please don't flatter me. The elder leader continued to smile. In that case, we entrust you with the graphene battery project. Do you have confidence in this? Yes, rest assured, leader, Liu Shaojun affirmed. He then inquired, elder leader, esteemed colleagues and seniors present, I understand the national vision. But I wonder if relying solely on electricity settlement is sufficient to challenge the hegemony of the oil dollar? The meeting had been underway for some time, and Liu Shaojun had come to grasp the high-level discussion's purpose. How to utilize electricity settlement to dismantle the dollar-based system grounded in oil. However, from Liu Shaojun's perspective, this seems somewhat impractical. Oil is not merely represented by gasoline. It is also a fundamental chemical raw material and a critical resource for modern industry. To supplant the hegemony of the oil dollar appears nearly impossible. Liu Shaojun's candid inquiry did not take anyone by surprise. A senior researcher from a national think tank chuckled and responded, Mr. Liu, the nation does not intend to replace dollar settlements with RMB settlements. Given the current industrial backdrop, this is simply unrealistic. However, should this strategic vision come to fruition, it could potentially secure approximately 20 to 25% of the world's currency settlement share. After all, the architecture of the international monetary settlement system is established, and a 30% settlement share would be more than sufficient for our nation. Chapter 158. A weighty burden in his mind, Liu Shaojun swiftly recalled the current composition of international currency settlement shares. The dollar held a dominant position at 42.08, followed by the euro at 31.24, the pound at 8.81, the yen at 3.28, and the RMB at 2.03. If the RMB settlement share were to rise to 30, it would necessitate a decline in the settlement proportions of the dollar, euro, and pound. If all goes as anticipated, the dollar, euro, and RMB would stand on equal footing in terms of settlement. This vision was indeed splendid, and the strategy was monumental. Elevating from 2.03 to 30 represents nearly a 14-fold increase. Although this figure may seem modest at first glance, placing it within the global context reveals its daunting implications. Nevertheless, the nation's strategic vision is formidable. If successful, it could genuinely instill a sense of unease in the United States. What is this national strategy? The first phase involves establishing a nationwide power grid. The second phase aims to create a power grid across the Eurasian continent. And the third phase seeks to develop a global power grid. Upon achieving these three phases, China would account for over 2/3 of global electricity generation, effectively monopolizing electric resources. At that juncture, if other countries and regions desire electricity, they would be compelled to purchase it from China. The nation could then declare that electricity settlements would only be accepted in RMB or announce that RMB settlements would be 10% cheaper than dollar settlements. This does pose a fundamental question. Why would other nations and regions purchase electricity from China? While the monopoly on electric resources is asserted, other countries are not incapable of generating their own power. Therefore, to ensure the success of this strategy, new energy vehicles play a crucial role. Other nations are not naive. They would not allow China to establish a power grid on their soil without a compelling justification. Hence, a flawless rationale is required. Charging stations for new energy vehicles. What makes this strategy particularly compelling? It possesses a strong deceptive quality. When one purchases an electric vehicle, no one considers it as a means to sell electricity, nor do they realize that the sale of electricity is fundamentally for currency settlement. Liu Shaojun could not help but acknowledge that the underlying considerations behind the nation's strategic initiatives and industry support are often obscured and elusive. Noticing Liu Shaojun deep in thought, the senior researcher continued, if graphene batteries become a reality, A mere 10 minutes of charging could enable an electric vehicle to travel 500 kilometers. This means that cars could traverse the regions serviced by the national power grid. If the Eurasian power grid is successfully established, a new energy vehicle could drive all the way to Moscow and Paris. Presently, it seems that the replacement of gasoline vehicles with electric ones is merely a matter of time, as thousands of power supply stations are established nationwide. And electricity resources replace fuel resources, we shall not concern ourselves with whether the brands of electric vehicles are domestic or foreign. For electric vehicles require electricity to operate, and that electricity, alongside the supply stations, belongs to us. These two cards are akin to wild cards, a royal flush held firmly by the state. Should this strategy materialize, oil would shed its attributes as a fuel resource, leaving only its characteristics as a chemical raw material. At that point, the foundation of the petrodollar hegemony would be significantly undermined, which would be sufficient for the nation. Liu Shaojun nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. The elder seated at the head of the table smiled and remarked, "Shaojun, in truth, this strategic plan was formulated in written form over 20 years ago. After several years of discussion, it ultimately culminated in this strategic outline." Upon hearing this, Liu Shaojun suddenly recalled that in 2001, the new energy vehicle research project was included in the national 863 major scientific and technological projects for the 14th five-year plan. He felt a sense of surprise at the nation's long-term planning, which is hard for ordinary people to believe. Over the years, the national power grid has consistently set records in various fields, evidently preparing for this strategic objective. Furthermore, as domestic new energy vehicles soared in popularity, the state's support for the industry has only intensified. Everything now seems to fall into place. The elder continued, "Shaojun, the nation has always aspired to realize this strategic vision as swiftly as possible. However, due to various constraints, we have yet to take concrete action. The most critical factor is that domestic new energy vehicle enterprises lack core technologies that are competitive on an international level." With a sigh, the elder lamented, "The government has consistently subsidized new energy vehicle companies with substantial sums, yet they have failed to meet the nation's expectations. In recent years, there has been consideration to abandon the strategic plan, but the emergence of superdimension technology and your arrival have rekindled our hope." The elder gazed at Liu Shaojun with anticipation, stating, "Shaojun, I do not expect superdimension technology to unveil graphene batteries by the end of the year. However, time is of the essence. We have decided to place all our bets on you. Your superdimension technology has a knack for creating miracles, and we are willing to place our trust in you." The elder then added with a smile, "Shaojun, now you understand, right? Today's meeting was convened specifically for you." As Liu Shaojun stepped out of the office building, he let out a deep breath. November in Yanjing was already quite chilly. The biting wind swept past, bringing a sense of calm to Liu Shaojun's heart. He had not anticipated that his attendance at the meeting would burden him with such a weighty responsibility. Although the development of graphene batteries is not particularly challenging, and the project does not hold a high status within superdimension technology, he felt it necessary to urge Zhuo Pingyun and Li Mu after leaving the conference room. On the way home, Liu Shaojun continued to ponder the discussions held during the meeting. Currently, the new energy vehicle industry is in a state of disarray, rife with both good and bad players. The introduction of graphene batteries could swiftly cleanse the sector. Moreover, new energy vehicles based on autonomous driving represent a significant trend for the future. New energy vehicles hinge upon three core technologies: batteries, motors, and electronic control. Yet, in these three domains, while domestic companies possess some competitive edge, it is still insufficient. Currently, these core technologies are predominantly held by Japanese and European firms. The situation is even more dire in the field of autonomous driving, where domestic companies are lacking entirely. Thus, the state has entrusted superdimension technology with two crucial tasks. First, to complete the research and development of graphene batteries, ensuring that this core technology is firmly in our grasp. Second, to achieve key technological advancements in the realm of autonomous driving, enabling a domestic leapfrog in this area. The nation has assigned its two most vital tasks to superdimension technology, which fills Liu Shaojun with both honor and a touch of pressure. Chapter 159. Unfortunately, he lacks capability upon returning home. Liu Shaojun was called over by his father, who was seated on the sofa watching a movie. "Hey kid, how'd it go? Were you able to manage?" After a brief moment of hesitation, Liu Shaojun approached the sofa and asked, "Dad, are you aware of the nation's strategic plan?" Liu Mingyuan's gaze remained fixed on the holographic projection as he calmly remarked, "What nonsense! Am I unaware of anything?" Liu Shaojun curled his lip, about to respond when his mother, descending from upstairs, interjected, Shaojun, the country initially intended to assign this task to your father, but unfortunately he lacked the capability. Upon hearing this, Lu Shaojun turned toward his father. Clearing his throat, Lu Mingyuan, slightly agitated, explained, don't listen to your mother's ramblings. Back then, the concept of graphene had only just emerged. His mother, Su Qiaoluo, furrowed her delicate brows and said, was there a requirement back then for the batteries to be based on graphene? At this, Lu Mingyuan found himself utterly speechless. Lu Shaojun, intrigued, exclaimed, I never imagined, Dad, that there would be something beyond your control. Under his mother's assertive intervention, Lu Mingyuan, faced with his son's teasing, could only redirect his focus back to the movie. Lu Shaojun accepted the fruit platter his mother offered, picking up a handful of blueberries, when a sudden question struck him. Wait a moment, Dad. Logically speaking, with your capabilities, you could easily assemble a professional research team. Over the past 2 decades, even if you couldn't develop graphene batteries, you would surely have yielded remarkable research outcomes. Before Lu Shaojun could finish his inquiry, he noticed a fleeting expression of helplessness cross his father's face. Realizing this, he understood there must be some secret involved. He glanced at his mother. Su Qiaoluo smiled lightly and remarked, it's not exactly a secret. Back then, he was in competition with another individual for expertise in the graphene field. Understanding this meant his father had faced defeat in that contest. Lu Shaojun's smile remained unwavering. Throughout his life, he had perceived his father as omnipotent, as if everything lay within his grasp. Yet now, it appeared that even his father had encountered setbacks. Observing Lu Shaojun munching on fruit while laughing, Lu Mingyuan couldn't help but chime in, you little rascal, how can you still find joy here? Have you resolved your issues with Blair? Lu Shaojun's smile gradually faded, his brow furrowing. The mention of Blair by his father was evidently significant. His mother gently nudged her husband, softly reminding him, Shaojun, Blair has placed an undercover agent in the Future Bionics laboratory. The crucial research data from Future Bionics must remain confidential. At this, Lu Shaojun relaxed his brow. Indeed, the Future Bionics laboratory housed vital research data, including aspects of neural linking technology. However, to be candid, even if this data were stolen, it would have minimal impact on superdimensional technology, as Lu Shaojun currently possessed only 30% of a neural linking technology. Simply put, this technology was incomplete. The fact that the neural linking technology was classified as S-class black technology indicated it could not be replicated artificially. Should Blair's research team manage to fully restore this technology, Lu Shaojun would remain unfazed, for all of Blair's experimental bases had been covertly compromised by Shao Yi. To put it bluntly, those experimental bases were akin to meat on a chopping board, ready for Lu Shaojun to carve as he pleased. In due time, he could simply dispatch a bionic robot to seize the opportunity. Nonetheless, Lu Shaojun couldn't afford to overlook that undercover agent entirely. After dining with his parents, Lu Shaojun returned to his room and summoned Shao Yi. Shao Yi, what is the designation number of the bionic robot responsible for the Future Bionics laboratory? Number 102. Named Gus. Upon receiving the number, Lu Shaojun searched his contacts for Gus's information. Moments later, the holographic communication from the bionic robot appeared before him. Boss, what can I do for you? There's a task I need you to undertake. In the UK at the Future Bionics Research Building, a man named Jim entered the laboratory and the management assistant greeted him with a smile. Jim, congratulations. Your research proposal has been approved by Mr. Mandel. You can now lead a team on your own. It's time to meet Mr. Gus. Upon hearing this, Jim, filled with excitement, exclaimed, yes, I finally succeeded. The laboratory management assistant patted Jim's shoulder, saying, Jim, keep up the good work. Leading a team is just the beginning. As long as you excel, you'll be assigned to the headquarters Research Institute to participate in research. Jim paused for a moment, then inquired, the Research Institute of Superdimensional Technology? Exactly. Keep it up, young man. You are among the first batch of researchers at the Institute, and your chances of moving to the headquarters are very high. Half an hour later, Jim emerged from Mr. Gus's office, clutching the key to an independent laboratory. From this day forth, he could assemble a team. Had this been a while back, Jim might have been so exhilarated he couldn't sleep for days. Yet now, his mind was preoccupied with the assistant's words about the opportunity to enter the headquarters Research Institute. Throughout the entire day, Jim felt somewhat distracted. After work, he hurried to the basement and dialed a long silent number. I have something very important to discuss with Mr. Blair in person. At the estate at the foot of the Alps, tranquility reigned. Since the Snowden incident, Blair had remained at the estate, not venturing outside even once. Ordinarily, he would be in his study reading, but at present, he was engaged in a video call. Are you certain? Blair furrowed his brows. scrutinizing Jim on the other end of the call. Jim nodded. I've confirmed that the research personnel from the subsidiary can indeed enter the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. However, the process is highly challenging, requiring quality research outcomes and passing 3 evaluations. The first evaluation is conducted by the research head of the subsidiary. The second by experts in related fields at the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, and the third by the Institute's expert panel. Only upon passing all 3 evaluations can one enter the Institute. After listening, Blair pondered for a moment and asked, are the last 2 evaluations conducted at the subsidiary's research center or at the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute? Jim shook his head. I'm not sure about that. There hasn't been a precedent for subsidiary researchers entering the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute. Upon hearing this, Blair began to contemplate deeply. After a while, he said, I understand. Focus on your research at the Future Bionics Laboratory. I will find a way to assist you. Jim, filled with excitement, responded, Thank you, boss. After ending the video call, Blair sat in contemplation for a considerable time. He summoned his personal assistant. Investigate how many subsidiaries are under Hyperdimensional Technology and whether any of them have laboratories. Find a way to persuade or insert some researchers into these subsidiary laboratories. Upon hearing this, the personal assistant grasped Blair's plan. Hesitating, he said, Boss, Jim's situation is different. When the founder of Future Bionics, Mandel, was still working at Touch Bionics, Jim followed him. The personal assistant wanted to caution Blair that if he aimed to infiltrate the Hyperdimensional Technology Research Institute, it was best to focus solely on Jim, as his identity would raise no suspicion and could withstand scrutiny. A broad approach could easily lead to exposure, and if Jim were discovered, all previous efforts would be rendered futile. Blair smiled faintly and remarked, I simply wish for Hyperdimensional Technology to be aware that there are individuals infiltrating these laboratories. Consequently, the difficulty of entering the Hyperdimensional Research Institute will escalate. The greater the challenge, the stricter the scrutiny, ensuring Jim's safety. Upon hearing this, the personal assistant's eyes brightened. Blair continued, From now on, you will be responsible for coordinating with Jim. Those who know Jim's identity, you shall deal with personally. The personal assistant replied earnestly, Rest assured. Boss, I will make arrangements immediately. Just as the personal assistant turned to leave, Blair called out, The focus of Experiment Base 006 is neurology. Have a research team prepare a dossier and deliver it to Jim in stages. The personal assistant nodded in acknowledgement, understood. After the personal assistant departed, a servant approached with a glass of red wine. Sir, here is the wine you requested. Set it down. And also inform the kitchen that I desire Chinese cuisine for dinner tonight. Certainly. In Hongcheng, Liu Shaojun had just risen and was attending to his morning routine. A holographic projection of Xiao materialized beside him. Master, there has been movement for Blair. As the words were spoken, the details of Blair's operational plan unfolded. A smile crept across Liu Shaojun's face as he surveyed the information. Excellent. Everything is progressing in the direction I envisioned. With numerous research bases under Blair's purview and an abundance of advanced research data at his disposal, with Jim or other infiltrators in place, Blair would gladly provide this information to Liu Shaojun at no cost. Liu Shaojun chuckled. It appears that the bionic robot Derek, designated as 101, is adapting quite well at Blair's estate. Xiao Yi responded cheerfully, With my assistance, that is certainly the case. Indeed, although the bionic robot can alter its appearance at will, without the data models provided by Xiao Yi, Derek would be unable to successfully blend beside Blair. A man as astute as Blair would undoubtedly maintain an exceptionally high level of vigilance regarding those around him. Any hint of a flaw could easily be detected by him. The remarkable aspect of bionic robots lies in their ability to completely replace a human. It is no exaggeration to say that Liu Shaojun could even ascertain the color of Blair's undergarments each day. However, regrettably, Liu Shaojun was not of a perverse nature. After completing his morning routine, Liu Shaojun instructed Xiao Yi, Keep a close watch. Since Blair wishes to play, I shall indulge him. Understood, master. After stepping out and enjoying breakfast at the villa of Lin Ryu and Lin Ruoxue, the trio proceeded to the company. Ordinarily, Chun Xiao would accompany them for breakfast and then to the office. However, today a distinguished group from Hyperdimensional Technology was arriving. As Liu Shaojun's secretary, Chun Xiao had left early. Upon arriving at the company, she hurriedly made her appearance. Mr. Liu, the delegation from Saudi Arabia has arrived. Liu Shaojun paused in surprise. So soon? It seems they are quite eager. It had been previously mentioned that countries from Middle East were congregating in Hongcheng with the aim of establishing a nationwide air purification system. Once these projects were finalized, the delegations from Qatar, the UAE, and others departed, leaving only the Saudi delegation behind. This was because Saudi Arabia had another collaboration in mind and hoped to reach an agreement with Superdimensional Technology. I wonder if my siblings have heard of the Saudi project for a new future city in Eon. Saudi Arabia is estimated to invest $500 billion to construct this futuristic city. If the $500 billion proves insufficient, they're prepared to accept a maximum budget of $1 trillion. Among the various initiatives, one particularly noteworthy project is called The Line, which embodies a sense of science fiction. The Line is designed as a linear city composed of two parallel mirrored structures, each standing 500 meters tall, extending 170 kilometers in length while only 200 meters in width. The line will traverse three distinct regions of Saudi Arabia, commencing from the desert along the Red Sea coast and passing through the mountainous terrain and valleys of the northwestern Tabuk province. Once completed, the entire city will occupy an area of approximately 34 square kilometers, yet accommodate up to 9 million residents. Most strikingly, residents within the line will utilize flying taxis for transportation. It must be said that the affluent magnates of the Middle East have some commendable ideas. The external perception of Saudi Arabia's ambition to create a future city is met with both optimism and skepticism. This time, the Saudi delegation approached Superdimensional Technology to discuss a project related to this new future city. The head of this delegation was a prince from the Saudi royal family. Following their introduction, the prince addressed Liu Shaojun, stating, "Mr. Liu, our first request is quite straightforward. I wish for the residents of the line to access the virtual world without the use of a virtual brain machine." Is this request truly as simple as he claims? Just because they possess wealth does not grant them the liberty to make absurd demands. After silently mocking the request, Liu Shaojun replied, "Your Highness, that is simply impossible. The essence of the virtual world lies in the virtual imagery produced by stimulating the human brain through a virtual brain machine. Without it, human consciousness cannot connect to the virtual realm." Liu Shaojun continued, "What superdimensional technology can achieve at present is to develop the line into a city that seamlessly merges the virtual and the real." The prince furrowed his brow and inquired, "Similar to Hongsheng?" Liu Shaojun chuckled, "Certainly not. The virtual Hongsheng and the real Hongsheng are two distinct cities, while the line is but one. Superdimensional technology can envelop the entire city of the line with holographic projections, subsequently employing linking technology to bridge the city with the virtual world. The line will become an integral part of the virtual realm, existing in both reality and the digital domain.